streaming, and I'll be bringing people on soon to hold the line for me while I try to get some calories into myself. And let's see what we can do. Okay, I guess the first thing that I need to do is see that we're streaming, right? That would make sense. So let's see if this goes live. All right, so we appear to be streaming. We have an excellent connection. And now I'll test to see if we are, showing up on the YouTube. And we are. All right. So there's one watching, which happens to be myself. And then make certain everyone else who's watching to put an upvote for the sake of counteracting the cyber terrorists. And these are people, of course, who simply use the internet as just their how would you say it, their bullies pulpit or their playground for cyber terrorism. And we have 4 watching now immediately. Okay, that's good. And again, ask everybody, put in your upvote, because the other side will be doing what they do, and it simply comes down to that. We just have to have our numbers overwhelm their negativity. And so not particularly focused, and this is not because I'm feeling anything negative right now, but okay, Derek Talley is with us, and he says hello. Thank you, dear Derek. Make certain to put your upvote in there. Love you dearly, and hope everything is going well for you over there, as well as can be in hospitalization, and our thoughts and prayers be with you. Okay, let me do something. What am I supposed to do? Well, what I can do is call other people to hold the line, and that way I can start checking on whether or not these links work at all. So let me try and do that, and we'll start that call separately. And I do that by going on Skype, and so let me call the man who shall serve as the anchor here, and for the call, though he's not the anchor for the program. And, okay, Jameson, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Let's just check to see if I can get the link
Start bringing
myself.
people on.
Yeah, I'll do that. No worries. I'm going to try my hand at production, and so I know who to bring on at this point, and it's not going to be everyone, so it will be specifically just a few people here, and to start with. And some of the people I'm calling, I do not expect to answer, but we'll simply give them the opportunity to jump on later when they can. And let's hope that Selena Khan answers, because she was, for all intents and purposes, witness to the Times Square shooting.
Holy fucking shit.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, she was there on site, and
Jeez.
though, of course, well, we'll see what she has to say if indeed she wants to talk about it. Obviously, she
What I
survived, and that's a
Yeah,
good thing.
Manhattan's not safe anymore.
Dude, it never
God
was.
damn. I used to hang around there all the time, but I mean,
yeah, you're one of the
fuck.
reasons why it was so dangerous. Yeah.
Oh
But
shit.
yeah, aside from that, let's see now. Okay, so I think that I've brought on everyone that I can think of. And so Selena's registering as unavailable right now, but we'll do our best to hold the line without her. But I also tried for Amanda Ute and Pac-1 Morales. Now, both Amanda Ute and Pac-1 Morales are in traffic, and they will jump on bandwidth at their leisure. And so it's just yourself and myself. Oh yeah, Brendan Zogit. Just let me give him a kind of a message here. I think he's going to be busy as fuck, but there's really no point in asking because he's going through the finals and they're lasting to the 18th. I'm not even going to bother to ask, so let's not bother calling him. Let me just put a little note to him before I get the link myself. Don't give it to me. I'm going to try and do this myself. We're going to see how well I can handle this. Probably not well at all, but that doesn't matter. Maria Michaela Grigorich has been missing for a week and a half. So she's active on her timeline, though. So she's studiously avoiding myself. And it could be her daughter, who is very much against her speaking to me. And yeah,
Why? Well, why
well,
would
because
that?
because I claim to be the son of Hitler, so that freaked her daughter out. And from that point on, her daughter was hostile, and okay. Would you like to come on?
Well, the thing is,
Yeah, go
well,
on.
the thing is, you put all of that in context, and yeah, and again, you told people, even if you weren't, our government believes you are,
Yeah.
and Michael Aquino sure believed you. Well, with the way he acted, he knew you to be. I mean,
Yes.
we can say with him going to what is it, the castle,
Hmm.
what is it, Velsberg Castle?
Yes.
Yeah,
That's good
I
enough.
mean,
It's good enough,
he,
And so
I
go
mean,
on.
granted, I mean, he was a traveled man anyway, being the kind of guy.
Good way of putting it. Yeah. Uh,
I
uh,
mean, especially him being an arcanist. I mean, I couldn't not see him going all over the world to get his hands on all sorts of things. Um,
there
but
is that, but you know better, and obviously you know the greater
yeah,
context. Of course, people never relate the context, and they don't understand it in context. Anyhow, Chris Collins says hello, and so hello to Chris Collins, and hopefully everyone else will join us soon. Everyone who is here, don't forget to put in upvote because that always is required just to balance out the cyber terrorists who will be coming on and doing their thing. And there we are. Derek Talley's being very supportive. He's pointing out the Roswell deception on Amazon. Good man. And we all maintain him in thought and prayer. And he just had the dialysis port inserted in his body. So he has something new has been added. And aside from that, let's see now. I'm supposed to go to pick up the share. Okay, let me get the share link here. All right, get that going, and then see if that works. In the meantime, refresh this, see how that turns out. Good, people are responding. Excellent. And I neglected to do that last time, and then I couldn't see how many upvotes were coming in. So what's interesting is they don't tick up while you're watching. It's like what they say about a watch pot never boils. Okay, we're gonna have an echo for a second while I flip this over here and the share. There we are. Excellent. So that's working. Now I will. I guess I proved to myself that worked, so we don't need to do that again. Spartano Negative says, "Hello, brother. Hey, Derek. Ouch."
yeah, that is really no joke. My grandmother, on my father's side, before her passage, was on dialysis.
Oh wow.
Um,
I want to hear some details
yeah,
about that. By the way, Chris Collins says, "Glad to hear you're sounding all right, JMO." So that's very important. And do respond to him.
yeah.
And
Much thanks to all of you out there who were, supportive. Thanks, Chris. Um, and I'd also, like to thank Marcus Grix, of course, because he also uh he also contacted me while I was over Facebook, of course, while I was in the hospital.
oh, that's
I
wonderful.
couldn't, yeah, I couldn't do anything because I didn't have my cell phone,
Hmm. Yes.
but the only thing I was able to do was listen, and I can say that was one of the most amusing. Oh my God. Damn, man. Pakwan, dude, you can write a freaking book about your life.
Yes.
I shit you not.
I hope he joins us later. He should let us know when he gets home, and pray he gets home safely. Whenever anybody's in traffic, you want to keep them in prayer. Driving is one of the most dangerous things you can fucking do, honestly. But our prayers go with them, and to that, Godspeed. Hopefully they get home safely. But when he's on, our man Jameson can present some of his observations there. Right now, I think that one thing we'd all like to hear, aside from more details on your relation who had dialysis, we'd like to know how long that lasted, or rather, how long she lasted after dialysis. Which, by the way, is no measure for Derek, because a person can be on dialysis for a normal lifespan, and but in her case there were other circumstances, I'm
Yeah,
presuming.
and
Yeah.
there were also other comorbidities that she
Yeah.
suffered from. It didn't help that she had also what they call scoliosis of the spine. So there was a slight curvature, and, as she got older, there was a slight curvature. There was a pronounced curvature of the spine, actually. But she until the end of her life, she continued to, she seemed, well, relatively active until, I don't know the details of how she ended. I just know that she was getting dialysis, like, I think on a, because I was still a teenager back then, and most of the memories of the teenage world are just verbal memories, unfortunately, because, folks, this is what happens when you're a baseline human and you're fucking with things that are like dissociative hallucinogens every day
Wow.
of the week. But
Ooh.
but uh, God, whatever God she believed in, bless her soul.
Thank you.
I
And
do
by
know
the way,
that
we're glad you're able to function at all, considering what you did to yourself. Honestly,
I am as well, and that that was one of the most interesting experiences I've ever had in my life. Terrifying, yes, but still interesting. What I do know about dialysis is that it's I think it was painful for her. I mean, I think it doesn't seem like something that's not painful.
mm,
I could be wrong. I don't know how things are done now, but even Spartan Negative says dialysis. That's no joke.
mhm.
It isn't. Um, I can say I should certainly hope I never get to that point. I would probably find a way to end my own life before I get to that point.
Let's not say things like that. But
Well, here's
it.
it's funny you should say that, because I'm at home and my dad's watching something on TV, and I guess the person on the commercials like 91 years old.
Mhm.
And I was thinking to myself, who the fuck wants to get that old? That sounds like a curse.
Well, I can understand that as well. In terms of the other thing we could talk about is, of course, yourself. What exactly
Oh,
happened to
yes,
you,
yes, yes.
and tell us everything, all your experiences, and
All right. So I did something incredibly stupid. I have a history of getting rhabdomyolysis even when substances aren't involved.
and do explain what that is.
Rhabdomyolysis is a breakdown of muscle tissue that starts to it's caused by muscle breakdown and muscle death. Now, according to this discharge paperwork, this dangerous muscle damage can result from overexertion, trauma, toxic substances, or diseases. As the muscle cells disintegrate, they release a protein called myoglobin into the blood.
Myoglobulin.
Well, yeah, I guess they have a they have a typo. Well, what do you know? Yeah, well, that explains why the experience was as it was. The What I can say is my CPK levels when I was originally administered were like 1,000.
You mean admitted when you were admitted?
Yeah, yeah. When I first got in, and they drew blood, and then over the next 1 or 2 hours, it jumped up to 3,000, and then to
Could you
like one or
give us
two.
some context of the scale? Okay, from
All
1,000 to
right.
3,000. What's the
Um.
norm? Yeah.
Okay. For me, I guess the norm is 700.
Okay.
And they seem to have there are different norms based on different ethnicities from what
Yes.
because biologically, the black race has naturally more muscle enzymes, and due to a certain gene, we also have more fast twitch muscle tissue. I think that was the ACTN3 gene. So baseline for me is 700. 6,000 is literally almost 10 times what was baseline. Basically, I decided to go all out with the. It didn't help that I had alcohol, of course, but I decided to go all out without drinking any water. And then I was on, I think, maybe a good 2 boxes of Corisine cold and cough.
You have to
And
explain to people that this is an abuse.
yeah,
That's okay.
you don't, please don't seek your pleasure this way. For me, it's a matter of self-medicating because apparently, whatever issues I have, I'll qualify that addiction most of the times is seen as a connection disease. So basically, well, I'm not going to try to qualify why I'm addicted to that particular thing, but suffice to say, life is a lot more manageable when one is dissociated from the internal squabbles of self degradation, self hatred, and just about feeling disconnected from the rest of the world around one. So that said, I decided, whoa, why not go all the way to 59th Street? So I hopped on the train to 59th Street, really messed up. And I decided once I got to 59th Street, let me walk all the way down to South Ferry, which is a good 4.9 miles. So I decided to go walking 4.9 miles, top speed, no water, mind you. And then when I finally did get to the area around the ferry, I decided I would chase this all down with one of these C4 energy drinks, which had about 200 milligrams of caffeine. Now, I've been known to get rhabdo by drinking too many of the energy drinks alone without exertion, which actually happened before. So one would look at what I did and see it as as literally asking
Hmm.
to be destroyed, and that was not consciously a desire.
Hmm.
Um, Now, the hospital itself, Staten Island University
Ooh,
Hospital. That's
there's got to be some transition point in between, right?
Oh yeah, yeah,
Before the
yeah, yeah.
hospital and
Yeah,
at the
there
time.
is. There was me coming home.
Mhm.
All of a sudden, something felt off in my perception, and it's now I'm used to copious amounts of dissociatives. So for me to say something feels off with my perception, and it feels like something is wrong with my body, uh, me means that something's fucking wrong with my
Yeah,
body.
yeah.
This was, of course, followed by what I wanted to be vomiting. I wanted to vomit so bad. And so my mom was like, all right, well, I'm not calling an ambulance because I don't want them going here, tracking through the house and whatnot. So I was like, all right, well, I'll just get myself to a hospital because something doesn't feel right. By the time it was until I was in the emergency room that I wound up puking all over my own clothes.
Right. This was now.
And
Now, when you entered the emergency room, most of the time you can't just do that. So you went into an ambulatory care clinic or the
no,
non-emergency.
no, no.
Okay.
I was actually, yeah. This was the emergency room itself.
Okay. How did you manage that? How did you manage to get in there without being in an ambulance? I mean, is New York State different from California or because the
I
try?
guess
Yeah, you can just walk
I
in.
Yeah, yeah, you can. They're used to they're actually used to a lot of people off the street, a lot of homeless people
Uh-huh.
walking in, and a lot of couples coming in, saying, "Oh, I have pain," so they could score a lot of that pain medication. And the funny thing is, they never do give them the pain meds. There was actually a couple next to me while I was in the emergency room, but while I
Oh,
was all right, while I was seated and waiting for a room,
mhm.
like in the emergency room, they have everyone sitting next to each other in like an open area.
Right.
And it was when I was seated there that all of a sudden I purged all of my innards.
Right, right. But
All
by the way, the just to clarify to people here, this is very different in New York State from what it is in California. I believe everything that JMO is saying. Of course, he has no reason to lie, and he's very used to this. He's done this a number of times, so he's got a routine down. But what is amazing to me is that a person can walk into an emergency room, and then your attitude is one of you were expecting to be admitted, which is interesting. So you were saying but this is kind of transitional between
well,
that. You were expecting a
well,
room within
what I
the
was
emergency
telling them.
room, which is interesting to me
No,
because
actually, I wasn't expecting that. They
okay,
had decided to give that to me after I hurled all over myself because they were like, "Ew,
okay, so you were
gross."
just waiting to be seen, and
Yeah,
then
I was I,
okay,
I was waiting to be
that
seen,
makes sense. Yeah.
and they had already let me in because there's a triage, and triage had already taken my blood pressure. My blood pressure was, oh my God, it was so high. It was like 160 over 120, and
Mhm.
the pulse was like
Wait
90
a
or
second, just so
something.
people understand this, 160 over 120 is that not to in any way, shape, or form to how would I say this denigrate the experience of Jameson Reese, but believe me, that's nothing. That's almost norm. It's high for you maybe, but
Oh yeah. Well,
I've dealt
it's
all my life with seniors whose blood pressure hovers well above 200, and
holy
yeah,
shit.
and there's nothing MDs can even do about that. But in terms of you know, what they've done is they've literally changed this is what I will say is a medical conspiracy, and I'll just cover this extraordinarily briefly, pretty much a sentence or two. They what Just to make more money, what they've done is they've lowered the norm of the blood pressure standard, which used to be higher.
Ah,
The blood pressure standard used to be 160 over, the systole and diastole. The diastole number I don't remember exactly, but it was 160 over something that would be lower. And that was the norm. But they changed it to like 140 over something, which is just like impossible since most people can't even maintain that. Then everybody has to go on blood pressure drugs. So that is simply medical scamming, and that's the medical industry is corrupt in that regard, no, pervasively so. That's like everyone agreed to, okay, we'll do this, and then pharmaceuticals will make more money in conjunction with the MDs. But in terms of obviously there was something seriously wrong with Jameson, and I have
oh
no
yeah.
doubt that things are going to manifest even worse than what he's telling us already. But
All right. So
so just to
I
clarify
want
that, so go on. Yeah.
yeah, I need to give you an example of what my baseline blood pressure
Right.
is. Baseline blood pressure uh during the day when I left the hospital was 115 over like, oh my God, it was like
Yeah, yeah,
115. It
it
was
would
like
be
115 over 60, and
yeah.
the pulse rate was like 50.
Right. Okay. That's
So,
there you go. That's mine would be normally at about 120 or a little above 120, which is, by the way, my blood pressure is considered to be the blood pressure of an athlete by most MDs. They'll look at that and they'll say, "Wow, you have the blood pressure of an athlete." With Jameson's, it's a little more extreme because he's basically the drugs have done that. His body's operating at normally a slower level because it's had to compensate for how he's taxed it. Okay, and of course he's paid the price for this ultimately. And now we'll get back to
oh
the price
yeah.
he paid. Yeah, and
Well,
don't forget,
here,
of course, to belatedly give tribute to your mother since you weren't here with us on Mother's Day because
yes,
obviously she
yes,
puts up.
I do have to do that
Yeah.
because if it weren't for her, and I told her, if you didn't drive me there, I probably would be dead by now
Oh, she drove
because
you. She did drive you there.
yeah. Yeah. I asked her to drive me. I was like, listen, if we're not gonna call an ambulance, I'll go out and I'll walk there. Now, had I decided to walk there, probably would have died en route.
Yeah, you wouldn't
Uh,
be here
i-
now.
If
Yeah,
if
yeah,
not died en route, I probably would have stroked out, and someone would have found me.
yeah. Well, that could have
Because
left permanent brain damage. You would be potentially permanently brain damaged at least, and possibly, quite possibly dead. Yeah. So,
yeah,
holy shit. So she saved
uh,
your life, no doubt about it.
yes.
Okay.
And now, I was also seen for palpitations, which comes with the rhabdomyolysis, as the every few hours when they were taking the test, and they had me on an IV because one of the ways you get over is through aggressive hydration. And this is because I have that myoadenylate deaminase deficiency, which makes me
What the
which
fuck
makes
is
me
that? Okay, explain that.
okay. All right. Myoadenylate deaminase deficiency was what they had discovered after a muscle biopsy on my right leg. Why the hell they took so much tissue, I don't know. They took more tissue than, your regular biopsy, but whatever. I'm not even going to go there. What I'll say is the reason why they did the procedure to begin with was because I was going in and out of the hospital for this problem. All the way back this is around 2011. And this was during a period where I was sober. I was completely clean of any substance outside of the occasional use of caffeine. Now, it's called AMD1 deficiency, but what it is fuck. I actually have to look up what it is. But
Wait. By the way, while you're doing that, I'll let people know a few things about. A lot of people are connected to both the Facebook and the live stream transmission. So the one thing I want people to know is that as much as I dearly love and respect. I'm sorry, I'm getting some incoming messages. Selena, oh my God. So she's, yes, Selena will likely be joining us. I'm happy to report. And love you, honey. So I'll let her know. Take a slight time, darling. Wonderful. So anyhow, she is, for those of you who don't know, Selena Khan was born in Bangladesh, which is, of course, a Muslim nation. And as some background was proven by Jameson Rees himself, or rather, he verified it and vetted it for himself, which all of you can do. The Japanese, of course, waged a war with the British. And this was in India, or South Asia, in what was then called the Raj. And so the Japanese fielded an army known as the Army of Springing Tigers, which was comprised of many free and independent Indians and South Asian Muslims who were fighting British colonialism. And the Japanese were known to be the great liberators. And so when it came to the major battles, you can look this up. They took place at Kohima and Impal, and the Kohima is spelled Kohima, and Impal is spelled Impphal. And these were the Stalingrad and Leningrad of World War II in South Asia. While all Americans remember Midway and the Battle of the Coral Sea and these various other Pacific naval battles, also some island battles like Guadalcanal and the various island hopping campaigns, the British will remember Kohima and Impal as their major battles with the Japanese in World War II. And these were armored battles. They included many Lend-Lease Sherman tanks provided to the British. by the Americans, and of course the Japanese fielded their own tanks for their armies of freedom and liberation, and they succeeded in their goal. You will see all of this propaganda about then the British defeated them and went into Burma, etc., through this kind of continuous land bridge. That's not what happened. The British had many units stranded and isolated in Burma that were stuck there until the end of the war, and the British were still in retreat after the atomic bombs were dropped, to the point where they buried entire wings of Spitfires in the ground. You can verify all of this yourself. And so the Japanese couldn't capture them with what they knew was going to be the inevitable Japanese advance, until the Allies sued for peace, which prevented that. And this was because the Japanese succeeded in Operation Ichigo, which was one of the largest operations of the Japanese in 1945. 1945, and they'll propagandize that again as some kind of defeat, but the Japanese succeeded in knocking out all the American air bases and securing their land bridge all the way through mainland China into Southeast Asia, all the way through to the Dutch East Indies, where they continued to maintain their supply of oil. And so this is something that they didn't even need to transfer directly to the Japanese home island. So long as the oil could reach China, that's where all their armies were. So the Japanese obviously won the war in respect after respect, every factor that I could go into. But the point was that the end result in terms of Selina Khan's nation was that a large part of that land bridge between India and Burma was liberated and became first East Pakistan, which was the way the British propagandized it to the world. And the British said, well, we'll just tell the world that Pakistan has control of East Pakistan. And this is, of course, absurd, because Pakistan and East Pakistan are separated by fucking India. So this was obviously a myth from the beginning. Nobody on earth with any sense of rationality believes what the British or what the Allied produced maps tell you. Of course, East Pakistan was Bangladesh, and it was always independent, but ultimately had to fight to ensure its independence, because the Pakistanis were trying to enforce what the British had, quote unquote, gifted them. And so the Pakistanis were eventually defeated by the Bangladeshis, because, of course, they had no logistical way to support their presence there anyway. They were essentially an invading alien force. And so Bangladesh was finally formally recognized by the world. It is a Japanese-created nation, and it flies the Japanese flag. If you look at the flag of Bangladesh, it is a red sun, or a mon, as the Japanese call it, and that red shield is on a green field, because it's an Islamic nation. So rather than a white field like that of the Japanese. So you can look that up yourself, and there you go.
Yes, I have confirmed that. Yeah. I looked it up, and you can find it.
Yeah, and so with Selina, she forgot that today was Eid, or IED, EID, forgive me. And so it is a very important holiday for Muslims. So she's at her aunt's home for dinner, for Eid dinner, and she'll be home sometime soon. And so there you have that. So she's engaging in the holidays, and of course, in terms of those holidays, we all want to wish happy holidays to Salman Sheikh. Of course, we'll do that more formally when he's on with us. And in the interim, that's interesting. So we have two people from a Muslim background. Selina Khan, of course, is very different at this point in her life in terms of her practices, her spiritual practices, and but she is very spiritual. And when I was in the hospital, I know she prayed for me. So that was very touching. And of course, we also know she called them, and they reported that I was not there, which is interesting. And we've speculated all the reasons behind that, and all of that we can go into again briefly. But I don't think there's any need to. People only need to review those past episodes. Go over the past few weeks. You'll hear the entire saga going back to April Fool's Day, when Brendan Zogit thought I was literally performing an April Fool's joke when I said that I had to go to the emergency room. He thought I was just going out for an April Fool's party, and this was part of the gag. So as for the photograph that you see in thumbnail of embedded in thumbnail of our live stream, and right now I'm getting an input from our dear man Brendan. He won't be able to come on tonight, and that's fine. But in terms of the photograph, it was my son took that photograph as soon as the transmission was done, and that was how I looked after transmission, the last transmission. So that's a photograph. My son came and he was responding because he heard everything I said on the show. So this is how it happened: was I suffered those vasosyncopal collapses, essentially near collapses, and I did not call him, and I did not call the ambulance. He learned about it the way everyone else did, through the program. He waited till I was finished transmission and pretty much showed up very shortly thereafter, and it came to make certain I was all right, and took that photograph and then left. That mattress that you see is the mattress provided to myself by Lena Shea. So you can see that is how the mattress looks on top of the fold-out bed which it's on. So that is what saves my life from being just an unlivable life, were it not for that mattress provided by Lena Shea, which you can see is fairly bare and has a comforter on top of it to add some cushion and make my life actually bearable when I sleep. Otherwise, I would die, literally. You can't sleep on a fold-out bed without multiple layers of comfort and to separate you from the steel rib cage that is all that a fold-out bed is. And so God bless her for that. But like I said, and she also said she's reading the book and that it's nice. And she called Peter Moon to correct some mistakes he made in my biography. So he did thank her for that. And so she's still out there. And of course, obviously I take what she says from a very jaded perspective, but do understand she's a product of her programming, and that doesn't alleviate a person of their responsibility, but it contextualizes it. So we'll see what happens in the future, but it's hard to hate someone like that, but it's certainly I have to be very wary. And don't think I don't hold my resentments. But she is what she is, and we may go more into that later. But the important thing is that we'll turn it over to Jameson Reese again right now, and hopefully that puts into perspective for everyone the photograph itself. It's not me the way I feel now, but it's the way I felt after we concluded the latest transmission before tonight's, for all the reasons that are articulated within that transmission. And now we turn back to Jameson, who engineered his own collapse, and he had this coming for quite some time, and we're glad that he survived it, and hopefully there are lessons learned, and obviously,
indeed, I am after all, unfortunately or fortunately, depending on how one looks at it, a baseline human who happens to to add to insult to the injury. There's this adenosine monophosphate deaminase deficiency, which is a rare metabolic disorder for which two forms have been described. The myoadenylate deaminase deficiency is an inherited disorder of muscular energy metabolism with a lack of AMP deaminase activity in skeletal muscle. Now, the AMP deaminase is supposed to be some kind of sugar or fuel that the muscle takes. It's characterized by exercise-induced muscle pain, cramps, and/or early fatigue. About the epidemiology of it is about 1 to 2% of the Caucasian population carries this genetic defect. And as far as people of African descent, it's one in every, I think it's one, oh my God, it's even rarer. It's like
But
it's
somehow
much.
you got it. Oh, that's because you're not fully black.
Yeah, well, yeah. Well, I mean, it has its perks and it has its curses, like everything.
Yes, thank you. I was going to say, Jameson Reese was saying, and I appreciate this. You said, fortunately or unfortunately, I'm baseline human. It's very important to realize that because, it may seem
Yes.
like being a vampire, or in my case, Damfire, just a quarter vampiroid. You might think that this is some, just for our listeners, not for Jameson. He knows this. I'm assuming that you might think that this is like all plus, all
Oh
advantages.
no,
No,
no.
no, 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 no. I mean,
With the
yes.
I mean with your obviously the picture and thumbnail,
Thank you. I mean
it's
that
enough for us to see what happens,
when I eat too
I
much
mean,
solid food. I am now having
yeah.
problems with solid food processing through my internal organs, and it's no problem chewing it or eating it. Selena Khan has kind of a hypersensitivity to solid foods, and she actually prefers her food almost, pureed. Basically, she's living off of baby food, but this is because she feels like she chokes on solid foods. I have no problem getting it down. It's coming out the other side, and so as I said, since it depresses the vagus nerve at this point in my life, and it causes me to collapse essentially. Even though I did not get to the point where I actually did, it came pretty fucking close, and I had to lay supine to prevent that. Had to lay on my back to prevent that, and so that took up a greater part of a day. So since thankfully I don't, go to the I don't have a bowel movement all that often, but having one, I mean, what kind of superhumanity is there in that? Taking a crap could conceivably kill me. I mean, so
Yeah,
it's
that's
not,
holy shit.
the way it
Yeah,
would do that, by
that's
the way, would be if I collapsed and hit my head and then suffered a traumatic brain injury, which would be, horrific. I may heal much more rapidly, like my mother did, demonstrably, several times, in a whole different story I'd have to go into, but people can just take my word for it that she healed from it. But you're talking about what would have killed any person. Certainly did leave her brain damaged. So, healing from it or recovering from it is not necessarily going to leave you without impact. So what she had, of course, was supermassive and indescribable. And, I'll go into that some other time. I've gone into it in the past, but we all get my point. I mean, there's this is the major point, though. For people to understand this, think about it this way. All apex predators are extraordinarily vulnerable, and they need an entire ecosystem to maintain them. This is why apex predators are so important to preserve, because when you preserve the apex predator, you're preserving the entire ecosystem that supports them. So whatever's at the top of the food chain is what you focus on, so that you cover everything else. And so just because a vampire is at the top of the food chain in human terms doesn't mean that that they're any less vulnerable to their own difficulties and challenges. So that being said, we turn it over to Jameson once again.
You could also look at it as most apex predators are also seen as indicator species as for how well the rest of the system is going.
Right.
An example would be like the spotted hyena of Africa, which is one of the most successful hunters in the savannah. If shit's hitting the fan with them, the rest of the ecosystem is fucked.
Right, right. Thank you.
in
And
the
and
worst
by
in the worst of
by the way,
ways.
we're going to return to JMO, but for right now, I'm going to bring on Selena Khan for the present to be the star of the show. So let's hope she responds when I call her here. Let's take this guy and redial dear Selena, and we can bring Jameson on again when she's done. So let's make that here and press the add button, have that start to dial her, and hopefully she responds. And so let's check out Messenger, let her know I'm calling, and it's good. She's got that heart there, and let's see if she's responds. Is that you, honey? Let's see.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh,
Hi.
wonderful. So, honey, God bless you. And so, Jameson, say hello to Selena. And
Hi, JMO. Sea Monster.
Oh
How
yeah.
are
Hi,
you?
Selena. Hi, Selena.
He's going to
Good.
take a
How are
break.
you?
He's yeah. Oh yeah. I'm sorry. You
Yeah.
can explain to her. You need to take a break. You explain to her.
Oh, yeah. I have to run real fast.
Yeah,
I
come
shall
back.
be
No
back.
problem. No problem.
Yes.
Yeah. So, honey, the stage is all yours. It's just you and me. So, I hope everything has been good for you. This, how do we pronounce it again? Eid? Is that how it's said? EID? EID?
Any way you like. There is no wrong pronunciation.
Thank you,
So.
honey. It's always that's always been sensitive to me, and I hope it went well for you. And how was your dinner?
Oh no! It's not dinner. Like I went there. This my distant aunt that she's my client as well. So I did not go there.
Okay. Uh-huh. Okay. Okay, we're having a little breakup. Oh, all right. Go on, honey.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay. What
much better.
was he saying?
Oh, so like you were
No,
saying, you went to your.
what I'm trying to say, yeah, they're my client as well. I'm helping them in purchasing a home. So pretty much, I went for each celebration and all this. So I'm like, okay, so, but yeah, I mean, people celebrate fun, most of the time, food that people eat. So just spent some time, needed some documents, and I left.
Mm-hmm.
So that's about it. And I think so, but not anything special.
Mm-hmm.
So every day is special for me. That's just me. So yeah. And so, did you see the footage that I sent you? The
Yes.
incident happened
Yes.
in New York. Yeah.
Uh,
So it's not that much though. So basically, I was there. So I took my marketing of my business in a different direction or different level.
Yeah.
So what happens is that I purchased recently, like a month ago, purchased drones to do
Wow.
videos and stuff. So I crashed one prior to that, but this one I was very careful. So lately I've been going to New York specific places to get the sunset. It's right by downtown area all the way to downtown south, and then midtown, and then so I was there. I was passing by. That's I was driving by. I was trying to see what else I can do. The person was with me. It's the photographer that works for my company. So he was there. He mentioned that he did one of my listing videos, and he said, Selena, you have a drone. You asked me so I can show you some, good tips and all this. He said he's going to go there on Saturday. So I went there and all this. So I did my work with him, and he came with his wife and, child, whatever. So it was sort of like spending time. And then, so I was passing by the epicenter of that incident. God knows what happened. No one knows what happened because you were in it. So all I saw this, unmasked police officers were running, and then they have no clue that what is going on. I just passed by, and that's about it. And I didn't know what really happened being there, just as bystander, just passing by, driving by, actually, walking. So I left, and then Sunday I found out that was the incident, and I sent this, footage to a few friends that are from New York, from Long Island, and they have no realization. They don't care. They didn't bother to ask, what is this for?
Wow.
So the thing is that, so what I did, my observation about the incident, that I would say that, mass media, they exaggerate everything. That's one thing. They will always give, if you read something from NBC, it's this type of, information, and then what they know, and then so on and so forth. With others, it's totally different information. So two of the statements caught my attention is that I was passing by very slowly. There was no gunshot. I was very close to that area, 7th Avenue and 4th Street. So that's where Times Square is and all of that. So haven't heard anything. I was around the area, so no one knows. People are all, if really there was any real gunshot, 3 people were injured, accordingly what they said. But no one was running around in panic. Like people, if you hear a gunshot, you will be like, what happened? Like you will be scared. You will run into stores or run different directions, just panicking. You will not know what to do. None of those were there. I didn't even know. So, and then I'm like, okay, let me see what is going on. So I started reading all different type of information. So the information that I wanted to mention is that she was a little girl, 4 or 5 years old. She was, injured from the bullet, and then so it was just all does not make sense when with another CNN, Yahoo, NBC, and Fox. All of this, they have different versions of the same incident. So that since it's not quite a real thing there, they're probably like, people got into dispute, that happens. And so what they mention is that the little girl had bullets that went into her shin, her leg, whatever, who knows. So then it's not gonna, it will remain in her body forever. What the fuck is that? I mean, is it a BB gun? That I know. So, whole thing is such a hoax. And then I think that, so it turns out that my understanding is that it was just a hoax because they don't want people to have guns, in their possession. People like general average people, like, so that's one of the thing. And it's just a whole pattern that, we just passed the pandemic thing. Everybody has different belief, but my point is that now that kind of like we got bored with it. They did too. So what else is there? So Manhattan as what it is the hub for this whole world, like, business center, Wall Street, Federal Reserve. So is this something like people will go find Manhattan to do their fights and all this thing? That the fight was, as they described, that 2 brothers were fighting with each other. They have these, there are some terms that law enforcement catch a criminal so first, like how to go about, there are some terms which is called person of interest. They don't know who that is and all these things, so they will just go around places, talk to people, all this thing, and then they will find. Then when they determine that, they kind of found it, so that the second term would be like suspect. So John Doe is the suspect here and committed this crime. So then what they do, they bring up evidence, and then they go back to the suspect and then tell them, look, this is the evidence, you are convicted. Such a short time. It happened on Saturday. Sunday, it's always a Muslim name with a black man's image and all these things. So all of this thing that I spent probably like 2-3 hours of reading, and I, took a snapshots of this so I can, make sense out of what I'm talking about. So it didn't make sense, and I truly believe that none of these are true. There was some dispute, there was something, and then all of these people, the way that's why they hire probably like people who doesn't know how to write properly, no proper grammar. It's a formal information. It's not like, spoken language. And if you write something like, get the hell out of here, oh no, whatever, blah, 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 nobody will understand. You're having a conversation, casual conversation. But in order to write that, it has to be a little bit formal English, like, okay, you said this to me, this happened, therefore, you know what I'm saying, like proper grammar. So none of this thing, it's just my observation. No one should take my word for it. So I'm saying I was there. I had no clue what happened. And then I came home. Next day, I found out that it was a gunshot. So I don't think any of these things are true. They are just doing some drills. Who knows what? A police officer will not scream and say, like, I don't know. Like, someone asked the police officer, and then he said, oh, I don't know. Like, he's running, like, confused. So if that is the case, they just say, just leave. They're not even like, I was driving very slowly, like watching and trying to see, like, what are they doing? So that's basically it. So I would say that all of this thing that they do, this gunshot thing, if it is in a big city, it's a different type of thing they're doing. If it is what you call, like, a crime-prone cities like Camden, Pennsylvania, or there are other towns, cities, Stockton, California, which is in, like, what is that city? All right, so these are the places. There are real incidents, but those are never reported because nobody cares. It's a work for them to find the convict, find the people, do the justice, quotes, all of this. It's a tremendous amount of boring work that they have to do. So what they do, they just stage everything, and then, keep people in fear, like something like, if you have a close friend in New York or somewhere else where there's a gunshot, and obviously you think something is, oh my God, like, it will give you chills, like you'll be fearful, like, hope everybody's okay and all this things. So, oh my God. So anyway, it's who I am. I don't believe anything unless I witness. So, I'm always, around, anywhere, everywhere, wherever I want to go, I do. But because of pandemic, I stopped traveling. But when everything, the ban is lifted, traveling, going places, I will be traveling and going anywhere and everywhere. So, but so what I'm trying to say is that that's how I felt, that's what happened. But
right.
No injuries, nothing. So,
Wait a minute. I mean, now forgive me if I've got this wrong. Obviously, this was in context of a lot of other shootings across the United States. Jameson Reese brings up the fact that in July they're going to lift the ban, and he's welcome to actually vocalize. I believe he's talking about masks, but what was filmed by Selena was the fact that these cops were kind of running around, and I think that what adds to Selena's skepticism on site was that she didn't get any real sense of a rushing panic. There was no sense of the herd, the panicking herd. Now maybe this is simply because New Yorkers are so just, how would I say this?
Stoned. They're just.
Or calloused. I was going to say something like just how would I say it? So calloused or yeah.
Well, here's the thing.
But the cops were not wearing masks, right? I mean, I'm sorry. Go on, Selena. Take over.
Yeah. No. What I'm trying to say is that, look, everybody has their understanding, grasping what really happened anywhere. We're all giving our opinion. Only thing is, I'm here that I was there, but I had no clue that that incident happened. There's a gunshot. So my point here is that you can have your interpretation of New Yorkers are stoned or they don't care. Everybody cares. Everybody share their feelings differently. And there are people, like you say, you tell them, my best friend died and all these things, and they know that your best friend as well, but they will just say nothing, and you will make up like, oh my God, so cruel. These people have no feelings just because they did not fulfill your expectations. interpretation of their expression your way. So you're not telling anything that, hey, this is the truth, that's what happened. I said, that's my observation. Whether or not being in New Yorker, I'm stoned or not. My point is that I'm just joking, Jamie. Don't take it personally. Like you're everything.
Gotcha.
It's all joke. What I'm saying is also a joke. Like I'm there, and I had no freaking clue. I could have been like, if it was a real. Let's just say, for the sake of saying it was a real event, let's just say that we all believe that I could have been hurt as well. So my point is that I'm like, there's so many times, like I used to go out a lot years and years ago, basically night out, going to nightclubs, like pretty much Thursday through Monday. And it's just for fun. I was not like just entertainment. I had the circumstances and the environment, the people, and the means to do that. But I never experienced anything that there were a gunshot or that people died, just innocent bystander. That didn't happen. So here I am. I'm just trying to find out what they mention in the news, right? We read news, and I usually don't, but I read it because I was there. I'm like, what really then happened? So I listened to all these things. The story didn't make sense. It's just somebody just, third grader wrote something. There was you can't make sense out of it, as in complete thought. Right. So I couldn't. They're very one few sentences has no relation to what they brought up. So it's just for the sake of writing, giving out information, because the newscaster, they just read information. There's no real journalism to anywhere these days. No one can. We all do virtual journalism. We read from here, there, and whatever, website we think that we believe we like. And we go with that and we make a statement like, this happened. But over here, that no one knows. It's not that it's a real situation. We're all human beings. We all have feelings, not paying attention, not all these things. There's so much going on right now, and it will happen. There will be real gunshot. There will be incident that I don't want to go into that right now. But my point being is that that it didn't make sense. I would have believed it if I wasn't there. That would have been so. Yeah. And now, like I said, no one should take my word for it. Mm-hmm. Everybody, you have your opinion. You are not there. So what you would do, you will make an opinion. So that's how it goes. So, yeah. So I, like I said, it's just, that was my experience. I'm just sharing what I experienced.
Well, definitely appreciate it. And it's, how would I say this? It's, I think that, I want to everyone to understand that there are plenty of times when somebody is on site and literally at the incident that winds up being reported and sometimes even goes down in history books. Yeah, and it can look completely different from how everyone is told it went down. And obviously, I'm a person as a historian who specializes in critical omissions and tells everyone what's critically omitted. So if I'm not mistaken, they were claiming, I'll just look it up now, and we're just going to put this into some...
What they claim happened was that there was a conflict between one guy and another party, and the guy had started shooting. I'm inclined to honestly feel the same sort of skepticism as Selena to the story, due to all the other stuff that seems to be going on as far as, what's been in the news cycle recently. I'd even go so far as say it feels like they were trying to make a black guy into a patsy, which very well could be the case.
Did you see the man's picture? Unbelievable. Yeah. This person probably doesn't even exist. Wow. All this CGI these days, everyone knows that they're, picture of men and women, just so real. But these are all, generated by computer, all the software program that's out there. So people who doesn't have idea, like if I'm in New York and someone wants to set me up for some crime or something, they can use my image, and it's like, okay, she was there. That's how much going on that people like don't know. I didn't know any of this thing. I got into it like because of Douglas. Like, you know, when I listened to him and all these things, I learned so much from him. Like, probably like so it benefited me. So when I look into something, I always look at in an unbiased point of view. Like, you know, just because I didn't believe that doesn't mean it didn't happen, or I believed it because it was comfortable, convenient for me to believe, and you know, draw a conclusion. So therefore I believed it, but it didn't happen. And so it's like you know, a conundrum that, you know, I said something and everybody was like, what, she knows, you know, she was just there, whatever. It really doesn't matter what I said. What I'm trying to say here is that what will happen to us is that real incident that we will overlook, not believe, and believe what didn't have that kind of point, that which side do we go? But we're all confused. I'm also confused as well. Like, something happened, but then their description, the you know, news on the newsroom from NBC and all of these things, you will notice, if you have time, you know, we don't have time to, you know, go like, you know, read for 2 hours. It's nonsense. It doesn't matter. You're not benefiting anything. You're just reading just because, you know, out of your curiosity, which is fine. So, which I did. I usually don't. Since I was there, like, I'm trying to figure out, no one was running around. Okay, so does this mean it didn't happen? So, you know, all together. So my understanding was that something is not right here. There are more to the truth. So, yeah, we will never know that. That is the other thing.
What I would appreciate is your publishing this footage on your timeline, if you wish, or on mine. You're welcome to share it on mine.
I don't want to do that. I don't want to give, like, you can do it.
Okay.
If you allow me, I will publish
because
that on your timeline.
I'm reviewing the footage right now, and I want people to understand.
Okay, you can do that.
Yeah, one of the things.
Do that, but I don't want to do that.
Understood. I understand. I understand. Do me a favor, honey, and what you can do later, if you've got a moment's time, is go in as myself, and you can publish it on the Sora AUI timeline. Yeah, just go in as myself, because it's your footage, and you would know better how to do that. There's several things I notice about it. That one is that the cops are all running around without masks. Why?
Unmasked doesn't make sense.
It's strange to me. Those that have masks are pointedly not wearing them. And the first thing
he had the mask. He had the mask.
No, but a lot of them don't. The majority of them don't. Yeah, the majority of them don't even have masks. I mean, at all. But one of them, the first one you see, does have a mask, and he's not wearing it. It's like beneath his chin. And maybe that's because he's overweight and he's having a hard time running, but the rest of them don't have masks at all. There's one woman I see who's got one, and she's pulling it off as she goes closer towards the area in question, as if
it's a lot of.
But the other, they seem to be running past. For lack of a better word, there's a black.
The other thing here's the other thing. When the police officer, when they brought up the black man's face, I totally concluded that.
Yeah. In other words, what Selena
unusual Muslim name.
Right. There we are. Okay. There we go. So
and the other story is that he was disputing something about something between him and his brother. Like, what was that? And police will go ask, and then none of those things, and then there's no information about two other women were injured and all these things. Like, what happened? This girl was so brave. What difference does it make? It was a gunshot. They're complimenting the written. Like, I have those. Such a brave girl. Oh my God, we were amazed. Really, fucking people are dying and gunshot, and you have the time to write that information, is it necessary? And the other thing is that the bullet went to the little girl's feet, and then it will remain there forever. What the hell is that? That must be a BB gun then.
Yeah,
not the regular.
Yeah, no, I understand that. By the way, so people don't, so people can understand this who are not familiar with projectile violence. It's unless there are shards that are simply too inconvenient to remove from a projectile, because projectiles can split when entering a person's body, but you know, if they're doing that, usually they're ripping the person's body apart to such an extent that a limb would be amputated.
Right.
So
what you're describing, what you're describing, the the
Would-
BB gun and the bullets in there and all that. But my point is
Right.
that what is this has to do with? Oh, the bullet will remain there forever. Meaning it can
I guess
stay.
it
Like
is-
then I remember one of my friend, she we were in Vegas like many years ago. So she was shot she was walking alone and all these things. Not quite friend. We just know her. So she had this shot from BB gun, and then she said she didn't go to the doctor because she doesn't have insurance, so she didn't go to doctor.
God.
She came back near. So my point is that, like, if it is a real gunshot, what is this like? It doesn't make sense, and all of these things that the way they describe, you will just have. And then here's the other thing: like within such a short time, they found the guy. They have the picture. He ran away. When did they take this picture? Okay, they found it from somewhere, from their house or somewhere. Well, like, how did they do all accomplishment happen in such a short time? You don't even know who is the convict. You only have a person of interest. Next thing you know, there's a suspect, and you concluded that, oh, this is the person. And then today, I noticed that they found the man in Florida. Really? Where does? Oh my goodness! It's a what do you call it? Violence within a violence? So you hear this thing full of bullshit, and then now the person is in Florida. When did he go there? How do you know? I mean, who's doing what?
Yeah,
Is that efficient? Really? I passed a stop sign. I got $110 ticket just in Great Neck. They found that like they got me. They're doing their work. But over here, they just information after information that they're. So what they're doing is that trying to confuse people that you will give up, you will not listen. It wouldn't matter to you because you will not be able to figure out what really happened. So what people do, just forget it. Not like the fear, the curiosity, all gone. Because you don't know how to put together anything. People will be going to Manhattan. Manhattan will remain there forever. But there will be always a new incident. And police officers, they don't talk. They don't answer. This police officer was asked, what happened? He said, I don't know. Like he's like running for his life or something. Instead, they will still move. They will scream and just move, go. None of those things. We're just driving as usual. Wow. Like there are neighborhoods that I go. Like a few days ago, I was at a neighborhood. So this man purchased this home, and then he called police. Something happened. So when I was there, I said, officer, what happened? And the guy came up to me, and I said, listen, I live here, not too far from here. It's the other side of the neighborhood. And then what happened was that there was a house he purchased. It was a rundown home. He's going to renovate and all these things. The police came. He called the police because it was a break-in to the house. The police officers, they don't socialize. They don't answer your question. If you have anything to do with it, they're not going to talk to you. So this man literally asked what happened, and the police officer was like, I don't know, or something like that. So all of this thing, it's like some sort of, I don't know, drills or something. I don't know. They mentioned about gun control. So you just have to, go above and beyond and see what really happened. So.
No, I appreciate that, what you're saying. So again, to contextualize this, when it comes to projectiles, and this is important, actual military grade projectiles that are meant to take down big game or human beings, which are really less than big game. That's like small game. The human beings, these kinds of projectiles, they're really going to rip you apart. You'd be surprised how much they rip you apart there. But when they do scatter and there are some fragments that are left, sometimes they're too much too much trouble to remove, or such as our lady Selena was thinking of buckshot. Buckshot would come from, for lack of a better word, an adult shotgun or a defense shotgun conceivably, or something for hunting animals, like a hunting accident. But in this case, as she said, that's not what took place here.
No, I did not say that. It was my speculation.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's what I meant. As your speculation.
BB gun.
Yeah.
Something
sounds,
stays in the body forever. Okay, it must be a BB gun.
Yeah, that's what I would think too. And so that's very reasonable. And so that's what I meant to say, was, by her speculation, and which is based on rational assumption, just logic. And but as I can see in this footage, this is what Selena is pointing out is. But by the way, there's a very interesting part in this footage, which hopefully she'll take some time and put this up on my timeline so people can see it.
Do it right now.
Right, and the way for people to see that is to, you may not see it right away. Don't rush yourself, but you can go later on to facebook.com/Douglas D. Dietrich, and that's where we'll take you to the Sora Aoi timeline that was gifted to me by the Japanese actress. So all the D's are uppercase, everything else is lowercase.
Hold on. Are you telling me? You're telling me this, or you're telling?
Oh, I'm telling the listeners that.
To your audience.
Telling the listeners.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So facebook.com/Douglas D. Dietrich. All the D's are in uppercase. Everything else is lowercase. And that's where you'll find the Sora Aoi timeline. Facebook.com/Douglas D. Dietrich. Check it out later. And Dietrich is spelled like Diet Rich. Put the words diet and rich together. Douglas D. Diet Rich. And that'll take you to the Facebook page of Sora Aoi. Douglas D. Diet Rich. Douglas D. Dietrich. But the point that I'm making is, just reviewing this footage, there's one thing that really stands out is, of course, this is always possible in New York, but there's somebody who looks like a black clown, like a black Ronald McDonald. He's walking past the police, and the first thing you notice is he is zombie slow. He doesn't give a shit, and he's walking from ground zero, wherever the incident is taking place. And the police obviously don't consider him part of the problem, even though he looks pretty problematic to me. And he's just, it's very few blacks wear a natch these days. This guy's got a full-blown fucking natch from the blaxploitation films of the 1970s. And that's
What's a natch?
A natch is those fros, the big afro. They're hard to maintain, and if you sleep on them, they flatten, and you have to just use the special kind of comb to get them puffed out again, or else you look like an idiot. Yeah. So
that actually, I see more women of color with that style than men. Honestly, men, I barely see them with those these days.
Well, most black men just don't have hair. They shave their heads. I mean, they just tend to shave their heads. But this guy's got a full fucking natch, whether it's a wig or whatever. But it just looks, not that I'm saying, oh, okay, black guy's walking down the street with a full natch and he's walking zombie slow in like slow mo when everybody else is running around. I mean, maybe I'm just racist, but that looks pretty suspect to me. None of the cops are stopping to question him, and that they're running towards what's supposed to be the incident site, and like I said, for some reason they're all removing their masks, and or they don't have them in the first place. But this is what really stands out. Nobody else is moving. No, I mean, they're moving, but they're not like moving. It's like they don't give a shit. It's like everybody's just partying, I mean, not partying, but it's like the atmosphere is so casual, so lackadaisical, it's like nothing has happened. So most of the time, all it takes is, by the way, most people cannot identify gunshots. The gunshots, when they do occur, very few people are able to identify them. But once someone does identify them, all it takes is for someone to shout, "Gunshots!" Okay? And then everybody usually fucking panics from that point forward and you see a lot of mass movement. Okay, and like I said, either New Yorkers are so jaded, or like Jameson said, you know, maybe they're all just so fucking stoned. But like Selena said, she was on site. It's more like nothing happened. It's more like nothing.
All different like I was there, I had no clue, because I arrived there and I started driving slowly, because people are not people, only police officers were running, not people. How come people didn't hear anything? Whoever were there at that very moment when I was passing by, they shouldn't be there then. It takes like a few minutes to get to that part, right?
Right.
So let's say they walk, and
all the cops need to do is tell everybody
just
move,
leave,
move. Yeah,
right?
Yeah. And they're not doing
don't
that.
come or go that way. They're not directing anyone, people, bystander, that go that way. Something happened, whatever direction, like none of those happened. I didn't even know until next day. So pretty interesting. So what can we say? There are truths.
I'm tempted to say that this comes at a time where there's a lot of mass beatings going on of Asian Americans, especially in New York. So the entire thing feels like a sort of psyop smokescreen to direct our attention away from that.
Could be that. Could be a thing. Yeah, I would take that. Yeah, there is something else that we can, pinpoint, like, what could it be? What I saw didn't make sense. Then what is it? I don't know. So it could be any of those things, anyone's guess.
Thank you. Yeah, and so I really appreciate this, Selena. And as you know, most of the time, I'm pretty hostile to somebody saying that a mass shooting is a hoax. But in this case, we have the footage. Selena was on site, and she's reporting.
I'm not saying hoax
Understood.
In terms of, how can I say hoax? I can say it might be hoax, because I was there. Right. If I was not there, I could have said different thing.
Right.
So you see the differences in opinion, that you are in a close proximity, you will have different type of observation, and when you hear something, you will have a different type of conclusion, interpretation. So it's always like depends where you are, what you saw, what you heard. So it's not about, you cannot generalize anything like, I'm against gunshot, who denies, and that's not, it does not apply here.
Right. Understood. And but one of the things that Selena also pointed out is this black African American individual with a Muslim name could
There's
very
no
well.
way I'll believe that.
Yeah. Could very well be a construct, in the sense of literally just a image that was generated on a computer, and is literally like generated specifically for this incident. It may not be a real person, and so we'll find out. But it's obviously, by that I mean we as the public will find out eventually. Well, maybe we won't. We may never find out.
This is not for the public to know. Period.
Yeah.
Just the fact that I believe that this is not for people to know, because it's orchestrated, this specific one. That's my belief, though. But I don't want anyone to take my belief as theirs. So be careful about that, what you believe. But I'm saying what I wanted to share, what I wanted to say.
Yes, thank you.
So I have seen so many bullshits and so many cases. And, I've been to DC, so many incidents that I can bring up. I heard from people, these are people from CIA, and not that, just knowing the years ago, they shared so many things. I came across with two people, one gentleman from FBI retired, and the other one from CIA. I don't know if it's true or not, you know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. But they shared so many information. There are, events or, places that I had been to, and then everybody was drinking. So was it a drinking pleasure conversation? I don't know, but something is true that what happened, and all this. So what is this place, Rhode Island incident? There was this incident happened. I don't know, it was a nightclub. We were supposed to go there, and we didn't. It was like pretty, scary for us that we could have been in there. There was an incident in Rhode Island nightclub many years ago, and a lot of people were stampeded. They died, and all this. A lot of people died. And so, yeah, I mean, some of the thing makes sense. If someone says, "Oh, there's a gunshot in a nightclub," I will believe that. It's the place to be, you know. But this is a tourist area. People who are, disputing something, and this is not a targeted incident. They did not choose to, shoot these three people. One is like, 20-something years old, 40-something years old, and 4 or 5 years old. So they were fighting. There was another story within a story. This man that, supposed to be, the man, the shooter, he was fighting with his brother. And then they got into a fight, and then people around that area. And then this is not a spot people would do such a thing. There are other areas. Obviously, people who shoot people or so. His own brother, he was attempting to shoot his brother, and then other people were injured. There are only 3 of them. So, like very precise information that somebody just made up stories or something. So, I mean, I read a lot. I have like 10 pages of information that I, took out and I read it. So it's not that I'm doubting. Only thing I was curious because I was there. That's the only reason. Otherwise, I wouldn't read it. I was like, oh, okay, it happened. It's scary. We will not go there for a while or not. But, life goes on and all this. But that's it. That's the heart of Manhattan. It's like, so I'm not able to figure out what to say, but I didn't believe it, the whole thing, because police were not, their facial expression was different. They're not confused. They're like doing some work. They're being told what to do. Go this way. Put this yellow tape over here. It's sort of like, very much like instruction oriented, approach. So look at it, for yourself.
There's another thing you brought up that's important, and it's the fact that you're absolutely right. You want to go kill someone in broad daylight, you're not going to choose Times Square, because Times Square has so many cameras everywhere. There's police literally everywhere. There's so many cops and stuff around that area.
There are more cops than people. Do you know that?
No, it's true. This is true. There's more cops there than tourists. So, I mean, if you even look like somebody who or you pull something out of your pocket the wrong way, they'll be right on you like white on rice. I mean, so there's something really, really fishy about the entire story. Of all places, Times Square. I mean, I can see somewhere like 59th Street or Union Square.
Yeah, there are other areas. There are.
Times Square.
People sell drugs and stuff. These days, everything is, marijuana is legal, so there's not much activities. People smoke in New York. I did too, marijuana. No one says anything, Back in the days, like for fun, I was not selling or, addicted to any of these things. Just for entertainment, being young, being stupid, So, but people do sell drugs everywhere. Suffolk County, Long Island. What is this drug called? Heroin Depot. It's just the place. If you drive down to Suffolk County, and then while coming back, you will see that they're blaming all the people that works in a pharmacy. I had no idea. Like 4 or 5 years ago, I was coming back, and I'm like, it was the sign, middle of the road, is that catch those criminals who sell opioid, heroin or something. So I didn't understand what does that mean. So then I realized, no, because never seen such a thing. So what can I say? So I'm just saying that people do sell drugs everywhere. If I want to sell drugs, no one can stop me until I get caught. So that is not something new that, people, make money, the people sell drugs on the street, they make money, all these street drug dealers. So that's different thing. But such a place that they will pick a place, that's where they're going to shoot, and they have every chance of getting caught. Like, what kind of people would do such a thing? Are they mentally ill? They found Times Square to, do their dispute and then all this. So, sort of like, I don't know what to say.
Right. No, definitely, honey. Definitely appreciate everything that you've observed and brought to our attention. And what else is going on that you want to bring to our attention? That was wonderful, and I thank you for that. And so we'll
I appreciate allowing me to tell my my version of what happened. I experienced it, but for now I'm good. I have to do some work. I have a friend. I'm helping them there in Texas, and they're gonna purchase home there. Remember the picture that I sent you? The Japanese girl.
Yes.
Them. So
that wonderful
they
family.
texted me like, "Oh my God, she's an angel. That girl,
Yes.
so humble."
Yes.
All right. So I'm gonna go help them. I have to talk to them for another hour,
Okay.
an hour at least. So hopefully I'll be able to make it. A little tired, but it was pleasure coming back. You know that I'm very busy with work. Weather is changing. Month of holiday times. It slows down a little bit, but other than that, I got busy with a lot of work. And these are work responsibilities. It's not just, you work and you come back home. This is like dealing with people, answering questions, responding to their needs and necessities. So that's what the work that I do is nothing. I cannot leave anything behind for later. I have to address everything timely manner. So, I will come back and share, a few other experiences that I have, if it's okay.
Sure.
But other than that, it was good talking to everyone. JMO. Okay, so about all right, I will send. What I would do is that if I wanna send some information, I like those images, JMO, that you put out on Facebook. That picture that you took in Manhattan. Do you remember that?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I like those pictures. So I'm going to send you a message of what I wanted to do, if it's okay with you. I love those images. I like Manhattan. I grew up there. I lived there briefly. So sort of like, it's my childhood city and place, and, where I enjoy my life in many different ways and so much entertainment. And of course, there are, other aspects of it, the crime and all these things. Every city has crime, so but it's safe. Nothing happened that I don't know anyone that can tell me that they have problems or they experience anything.
Right.
But okay, so so I will go now, and thank you so much for your listeners. I love them to death. They listen to my stories, being so patient. But I love you, Douglas. I love you, JMO. We'll be in touch.
Good night, Selena.
And absolutely. All right. Good night, everyone.
night.
Talk to you soon. Take care.
Good night,
Bye-bye.
honey. Love you dearly. Blessed dreams.
Love you too. Bye.
Yes. Bye for now. So that was Selena Khan, my grand mistress, and certainly the lady that brings so much to us. So I'm going to bring on some other people, and we'll hold the roundtable, but Jameson is going to dominate for a bit. He's going to finish telling us what's going on with him, or at least hold the roundtable until everyone tires out, and then, because he's going to be with me throughout the night, barring anything going wrong. So we got plenty of time to catch up with Jameson, and I need him because I need to catch up on my calories, which I didn't want to start eating while Selena is with us, because I just need to kind of contextualize what she says, and so that takes a lot of shall we say, just a lot of participation. And so now we're going to bring on our men, Salman and Peter, and let's turn towards them. Let's see if we can bring them on, or if they respond. And so let me type in. Here we are. And, oh yeah, I get it. So I got to call him separately and then press in the add. And then we do that with Mr. Moon. And, of course, Peter Moon is in my favorites. Put the caller. Then add PM. PM for Peter Moon, man of the night. And, of course, it always... Yeah. Okay.
Let's see.
There we are, and I can hear myself in the background. Salman has his computer on. He needs to turn that on. There we are. Perfect. And I take it Peter and Salman are both with us. Both gentlemen, please to introduce yourselves.
Yes, Brother Douglas. Assalamu alaikum to Peter, Jameson, Douglas. My love and light to all of you on this great and beautiful night of the Eid holiday at the end of Ramadan. And I'm so happy Brother Jameson is doing okay. I was praying for you, and I'm glad all is well, my brother. Great to be here tonight with all of you.
Eid Mubarak. Yes, and thank you so much for that. May your Eid be blessed. And and of course, so good. Jameson's able to speak with us, and he's very conscientious. I'll tell you that all the while that he was in the hospital, he was very apologetic for not being able to help me, and very cognizant of my own issues that I was dealing with. So he was very sensitive to others, even while he was dealing with his own challenges, which is the mark of a true gentleman and conscious being. And so in terms of the Eid holiday, thank you so much for bringing the correct pronunciation of that. It's been so long since I've heard it vocalized. And so in terms of, is Peter with us? Because I called him. If he's there, hopefully he says hello. Where is he? Let me.
My microphone's off.
Oh, okay. Okay, so I want all of you gentlemen to say hi to each other and open up the round table because, as I said, Jameson will be with me throughout the night. And so we'll get back to Jameson. And in terms of his experience in the hospital, obviously both of you gentlemen are welcome to ask him questions. And of course, both of you gentlemen are welcome to ask myself questions. And what I'll do is, if I'm chewing at that time, because I do need to get some calories in me, then I'll just let you know. I'll come on chewing and just excuse myself. And but other than that, I want both of you gentlemen, all three of you, to kind of dominate. And not that this would be a free-for-all, but essentially, because it is the holiday which our man Salman Sheikh has gracefully spared some time from, I'd like him to explain to people just a little bit about what this holiday is and what he did today during the holiday to celebrate it, and then segue it to Peter Moon.
Sure. So I'll say hello to Peter. Hope all is well, my brother. And with the Eid holiday, what we do at the end of Ramadan is it's basically a festivity of ending of the fast. So you have family gatherings, you have gift giving, family dinners, social gatherings, and we all just sit and enjoy our time with each other and enjoy the gift of life that God has given us to see the end of the fast. And also what we do is we also do charity. So it's, in addition to doing charity in Ramadan, at the Eid holiday, we're also doing a lot of charity and gift giving, especially with the younger people in the family. So a lot of the kids during Ramadan, they look forward to it because they all get money and allowances from their elders and uncles and aunts and things like that. So it's just basically a social kind of holiday just to celebrate the love and light that we've been shared with.
Could you tell us a bit about some of your charity work in Africa before you segue over to Peter?
Sure. So in Africa, what I did in Ramadan was I sponsored a lot of the Tijanis over there. So the Tijani is a Sufi order based out of northern Nigeria, and that's where a lot of the Muslims are in Nigeria in the north section. So what I did was I sponsored them with a month's worth of food with the local villages and helped with the kids, make sure they had enough food to go around during Ramadan. Because one of the tenets of Ramadan is sponsor a poor family for a month, in addition to fasting as well. So you could do that in America, in Africa, wherever you deem it applicable. That leaves it to the individual, where you help somebody out with their bills for the month or help them out for groceries, any family that you might deem appropriate, because it's basically an aspect of walking each other home, what Ramadan teaches. So I was very happy to see the food distribution and seeing those kids being fed, which goes to show how even in a country like America, how we take the things of having daily meals for granted throughout our lives. So I was very thankful for that aspect as well.
Thank you. And Peter Moon had that thought that everyone who is able should be able to sponsor another person in terms of housing, and he can share that thought again. But what really inspired it was a homeless black African American he encountered with his wife in Washington, D.C. I'm curious as to how Paula responded when you gave that man money and how she felt about him in the first place.
Well, I kind of forgot about that. I don't remember. How did she respond? Remind me.
I actually don't remember. I don't remember you.
I remember giving him, you know, he was kind of like, he might have been partially blind because it kind of took him a while to see what I was doing.
Right.
I don't know if
I remember that it stood out because it was one of the things you remembered in Washington, D.C. in otherwise what was a fairly idyllic experience. I know that it was either near the Lincoln Memorial or elsewhere that you spoke to some of the Tigrayans who were protesting about
Right.
genocide in Ethiopia. And so you might relate that as well. And but
that's kind of, I mean, I did look that up. I was not even aware of what was going on. And, you know, my mind hasn't been too much on that lately or on that trip. Only thing I could tell you about the trip is that I found out that the hotel charged me an extra $100. This is what I remember. See, you give $1 and they charge you $100. This was notorious in San Francisco, is notorious for this, where hotels will charge you we'll make some charges at the end of the trip. You know, it's going to cost you $150, $200 a night or whatever it is, but we're going to add some charges because we just might add some charges.
they're gouging. Yeah, they gouge.
Yeah, and so when we went to San Francisco, I had a very hard time trying to find a place and that was even decent. So we ended up staying in Mill Valley, which was just idyllic. It was small, but it was so clean. It was so clean and just so nice. And it was small, but so what? You know, it's not like we were there that much. And I even had just enough room to do Qigong inside. So it was, so we didn't stay in San Francisco. It was a good thing. But so now there was no sign of this at the hotel in DC, which was actually a pretty good hotel. I actually checked out at the front desk. They didn't mention any charge. You know,
they wanted your stay to be pleasant. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, you know, it's like, so I guess it was $50 a night they charged us. I, of course, rejected the charge on my American Express account. I disputed it. And I also noticed that they charge you separately from the room. They don't do the room charge. They don't add it to the room. Because if they do add it to the room, when you dispute, the whole bill goes into dispute. Wow. This way, my intuition says that they're making it a separate charge on the hope that most people won't even bother to query it. So if you charge, you know, 1,000 customers $100, you know, that's, what's that, 100 customers times 100, 1,000 customers times 100 is $100,000.
Yeah. Wow.
If half of them do not query it, you're going to make $50,000.
Holy shit. Man, how do we get into this scam?
Well, this is what hotels do, and it's notorious. It's people complain about it. It's more prevalent in big cities, like San Francisco and Washington. But it's like in rental cars, they had a scam going where, you know, when they have all these automatic tolls, oh yeah, you can pay us $11 a day and we'll take care of your tolls. And this is in LA where there's hardly any toll roads. Well, I got caught in some toll roads down by Laguna Beach, and it's like they're charging you like, I think $25 for the toll and $25 for not having their thing. And it's like, it's outrageous. And now so now when you rent a car, you have to, pay $4. Like when we were there, we paid $4 a day, and they took care of the tolls for us. We had to pay the tolls, but that was a reasonable charge. If you used a toll booth. If you didn't use any toll booth, then you wouldn't be charged the $4. That was reasonable. But so you have this price gouging. Now, this is how people make a buck, and this is getting more and more prevalent, not just in hotels and in rental cars, but in other areas where they will try to charge you for things you're not quite aware of, like sneaky charges. And this is at the same time, we're talking about, trying to be charitable to people.
Yes, stealth gouging, and that probably is what struck you at the time. That anyhow. So please continue, because I find this, it's justified. This is justifiable venting that we all need to go through, because
it's like it's self-defense, and Paula didn't understand. I got pissed at my dentist for not giving. I asked him, can you give her a discount? Oh, we got to give a discount. See, the way dentists work, they have these dental plans you can buy for $100, and then you go to the dentist and they'll give you a discount. Well, the dentist gets no money for that whatsoever. The dental plan gets the money, and they are referring you to the dentist. So the dentist signs up for the dental plan. If you walk into most dentists, they'll give you the discount because they want your business. They don't care who sent you there. They don't have to say, well, you came in through this plan, so you'll get the discount. Yeah. And if I ask for a discount, I get it. I asked for my wife, and they said, well, have her come in. Well, if she comes in, what's that? You're not getting the discount, It's like so I sent her someplace else, and she got really upset because she didn't like the cleaning job from the Hindu dentist. He didn't do thoroughly.
Right.
She begins to understand that the price gouging.
Yes.
She still thinks that people here. She grants them that they're being fair, or she gives them the benefit of the doubt.
Right.
She will give the exploiter an even break, and I've never done that. And it's like, because it's disgusting the way people will behave, and then expect you to pay it. There is so much expectation in paying for a non-service or a dirty service or whatever. And rarely she'll be even inclined, she will over-tip at restaurants, and she will even be inclined to tip if the person didn't do a good job.
Oh, that's too bad.
Well, it's the way she is. She's very generous, and she believes in a free flow. So, that's okay. That's okay. But she was very surprised when I was generously tipping some nice lady we had at some Italian bistro. This black lady, she was just so classy, and so we loved her, the way she served us. So, yeah, you can. Here's $20 for you. You deserve every penny of it, and she appreciated it. That's a nice tip, when you're spending $50 or $60.
Most
and
certainly.
She deserved every penny of it. It was nice just to have her be in the space, and Paula agreed with me. But so be it. But we're talking about being charitable. And one of the problems we have in this society is that the people on the higher end of the society are the ones who should be the most charitable. It is unrealistic to expect, middle-class families that are struggling to pay for college educations for their children, which aren't going to do the kids any good, to be supporting, families that are not making it. But you have people like the people in Congress, mm-hmm. who many of them are millionaires. One of a Canadian congressman, or whatever they have, politician, whatever they call these people, mm-hmm. Told me that he says, you've got to have at least, I think he said 2 million or 5 million to become a congressman. You've got to be worth that much. And I think he said 10 million. Yeah. To be a senator. Mm-hmm. And you had to be worth that much. Otherwise, it's just not going to happen. Right. I don't know if they had that problem in Canada, but he didn't get reelected.
Well, definitely the one thing I can say is that some people would argue that these people are wealthy at the upper echelons because they're not generous, and that's how they get wealthy. So let's have Salman kind of address that. Would you say that that was the case, Salman?
Yes, that's definitely right, my brother. It's, the aspect of the people at the top, it's true in Pakistan as well. Most people think that it's an American problem. But you have the upper echelon and the elites at the top who are rich and they're connected. And they're the only ones who can run for office and get in those positions. While they have your average men and women out here, or your average neighbors out here fighting amongst each other about who's right and who's wrong and which stance to take. So on the bottom, they're using the aspect of divide and conquer, while people at the top, they're all connected with each other, and behind the scenes, they're all friends. So in Pakistan, it's the same thing. And to also add on to what Brother Peter said about the Hindu dentist, there was one here that I had dealt with in the Philadelphia area, because a lot of them pop up with these little clinics in low-income neighborhoods. And I took my mother there. She had to get her dentures, and they took like forever with her dentures, maybe like a month and a half. So I had to go in there and I had to complain against them, and that's when they started taking things seriously. And the next day they had my mother's dentures ready, because my mother's insurance had paid them a month before, and they were taking their sweet time while my mother was suffering. So I had to get aggressive with them, and I got it done. But I agree with Peter, in terms of the policy situation as well, that a lot of these Hindu, nothing against them. I have a lot of Hindu friends, but a lot of these dental clinics that they usually have students working in them that are not usually certified dentists, and they usually mess up with people. So, in addition to that, what we were saying about the politicians is, even in America, my dear brother, I know so many talented and gifted young men and women here in the Philadelphia area of all walks of life that have so much potential and knowledge to be able to change things, but they can't get an opportunity because it's a system built by the rich and for the rich and for the connected. So even if they try to run, you just can't. It's just a system that only favors them, and they just have one circus after another, keep people distracted with different things, and nothing gets done at the end of the day. So, I agree with both of you on that.
Thank you. And of course, I myself could go on for hours about dentists. I mean, not just because I'm in the midst of trying to see some right now, in the midst of the COVID pandemic and trying to get something done. Honestly, this is taking far longer than it should. It's the fact that, it's taking as long as it is rather preposterous to me. But it could be because I said I didn't want to work with the one dentist who took an x-ray of me without putting on the lead apron. But who knows? It's definitely, I think that, that is almost paltry compared to the dental scams, I'll say, that I was dealing with all my life concerning taking care of both of my parents. And the dentist we had to deal with, basically, dentists are they're basically used car salesmen in lab smocks. I mean, they're what some of them do is super heroic. We're talking about like dental surgeries, where I've had dentists who have literally at UCSF, they're in endodontic level, and endodontists are they're not even dentists. They're like surgeons that work on teeth. And so when it comes to an endodontist, then you're dealing with high level professionalism, and they're doing things that are practically I'm exaggerating here, but to give you the depth of what they're doing, just an impression of it, they're working at practically the nano scale. I mean, like literally putting just cable after cable inside of a hollow in your tooth, and extracting things and doing things from there. But otherwise, when it comes to their working with dentures and the like, yeah, they're just horrific. And what strikes me most about Paula that Peter has to contend with most is her naivete. She's incredibly naive, and what impresses me is that she comes from a formerly communist Eastern European satellite state from behind the Eastern Bloc. Obviously, this is one of the larger ones, a superpower in its own right through the Second World War. But Romania, obviously, is what many people would consider, they would probably project onto Romania corruption and various other kinds of negatives or negative traits that we would imagine in fairly undeveloped or backwards or repressed nation states. And yet it produces someone like Paula, who is literally at a loss when Brendan Zogit was bringing this up about himself, but also Paula, when Brendan Zogit was saying that he works at this place where, any place in America where you're turning in quality work and you're conscientious and you have a work ethic, people despise you for it. All of your coworkers look at you as someone who is basically making them look bad, and therefore, yes, they unite against you, and you become the identified patient, as a psychiatrist would call it within a group environment, a scapegoat. And so this certainly happened in the case of Paula, and it sounds like Salman Sheikh had his own experiences with this. So I want both Salman and Peter to kind of address this. They can relate their experiences in that regard.
Well, she's certainly not stupid, and predatory nature, and Scientologists can be very predatory. And one of the predatory aspects of Scientology that would take place amongst Scientologists was Hubbard had his whole program set up so you could do it very inexpensively. Mm-hmm. You could do it inexpensively by learning how to counsel or audit, and then you would get yours for free in that process. And so, and plus, if you were trained in how to do it, you could be counseled that much more adeptly. So I can't tell you how much counseling others helped me in my own counseling sessions. I mean, it's like your IQ to be counseled, your emotional IQ of what's going on shot up the roof for me. So I understood the process. I understood the process really well. But I would see people like signing people up or convincing them that they needed to do more expensive routes. And the person would be kind of like, oh, yeah, you tell me? Yeah, do you tell me that? Yeah. And it's kind of like, it was not my job, in fact, to get in there and tell him. In fact, sometimes I'd point it out to him. Oh, no, but I'm saying that, okay, go ahead. It's like, these are not things I can control. And I would look with a jaundiced eye over people like this my entire time, from the early time I was in Scientology to the very end. And one of my assets that I underestimated at the time is I had a much, I guess, higher intelligence that I didn't give myself credit for than a lot of people, and also an emotional intelligence. not that I claimed it was that high or even that it was that high. I'm talking about comparatively. I understood the game. That has to do with my astrology sign of Capricorn. Saturn rules Capricorn. You see the bottom line in things. So I could always see, the bottom line and people like, this is an interesting story. I had to I had to mortgage my house for the divorce settlement because I had owned my house outright. And the judge, who really didn't have, I really questioned his legality to do it. But when a judge orders something, you can't question it, whether it's legal or not. He says, get a mortgage. The house was not even in my name, which meant I had to put it in my name. And so I did. But I also saw the judge throw somebody in jail for bouncing a check on his wife in the settlement, the divorce settlement. I saw him order the guy to jail because he was being a smartass. He thought he could get away with bouncing, writing a $50,000 check or $25,000 check and bouncing it on his wife and getting away with it. And he shouldn't have gotten away with it. But it told me that I better not, screw this up. So I had so much time to get this mortgage done. And it was like 2 months or something, and it takes a while. So I had this son of a bitch come over to my house, and he basically signed me up for a mortgage. Oh. And that was okay. I called him up. He signs me up for a mortgage. He told me this sob story of how he had collected all the quotes of Yogi Berra. And he created a book. But, he's going to write a book and, on all the Yogi Berra quotes. So he found out that he had to send it to Yogi Berra to get his permission. What Yogi Berra did is he took the quotes, gave it to his son, and had the son do the book. So Yogi screwed him. But they were Yogi's quotes. This guy, assembled all this work. Yogi Berra, one of the nicest guys in the world. Well, you're taking my work. I'm going to, give it to my son who didn't do so well in baseball, and we're going to give him the asset. So he did. This guy had a hard luck story. So then he signs me up for this mortgage. And then when I go to close the mortgage, the interest rate had changed. And I said, no, this is what I signed for. Well, these things change. I said, no, they don't. No, they don't. And I refused. Well, it was a big deal, but then it got into this big hassle. So what happened was, it was the bank was Marine Midland, and I ended up getting on the phone. There was this big hassle about this guy. I was just giving him shit. And so what happened is, I called the superiors and whatnot, and I ended up, and I knew that I couldn't screw up this mortgage, because if I screwed up this mortgage, I was messing with the judge's order.
Right.
And I saw, he could put me in jail. I don't know that he would have, but I would have had to start the mortgage process over. This turned out to be the very last mortgage that Marine Midland would ever do, according to the person. The person's name who helped me, who was the final adjudication point, her name was Kelly Hamill, which I thought was delightful. Kelly, as in Edward Kelly. There was a lot of synchronicities around the name Kelly, and Hamill, which was, of course, Mark Hamill. Mm-hmm. Kelly Hamill. Wow. And she said, yeah, this guy's not going to get the commission. I made him not get his commission, is basically what I did. Wow. Because he was an asshole. Yeah. And I went out of my way. And he's calling me up and begging me, I've got to eat. I said, you should get another job, I told him. You don't have to do this to people.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. And I was nasty with him, and he so anyway, and Marine Midland became HSSBC. So I never got a mortgage statement from Marine Midland. I got one from HSBC. And then later, a few years, I could buy the mortgage down. So I got it down, you know, to a better percentage. So it all worked out. But this guy was a butthead. And, you know, it's not good to let people get away with that. Because what happens is they will then do it to other people.
Yes.
It's just like when you don't stop an abuser.
Yes. Yes, it's true. And by the way, just because you were talking about L. Ron Hubbard had set up a way for people to basically use Scientology's techniques so that they could do so economically or feasibly via whatever kind of funding that they had. I ran across a book once that was about building your own, I forgot what they call it, basically an engram meter, e-meter, your own e-meter. Yeah, and so basically the selling point of the book was get clear on the cheap. Of course, it takes much more than an instrument. It takes a technique behind it. But what would you say to something like that? Say if somebody's trying to build themselves an e-meter, what would you advise them in terms of how to use that if they're trying to get clear on their own, or whether that's even advisable? Or
let me clarify the question. Is if they were trying to build their own e-meter?
Yeah, say somebody was taking that book and trying to build their own e-meter and saying, yeah, I'm going to get clear on the cheap, you know, kind of having this.
Well, first off, people have built their own meters. They even have them for sale. You can connect them up to the online. They call it the C meter. That was put together by a guy named Ralph Hilton, who used to be an engineer on the ship, who I used to work with, and he knew what he was doing.
Okay.
But all the e-meter is an ohm meter. It's a skin galvanometer.
Right.
It's measuring electrical resistance in the skin. Right. So Carl Jung used to use it, and all it's doing is getting it to register responses.
And by the way, galvanic skin response is the sweat that's appearing on the surface of the skin. It is, by the way, a lie detector. So Peter and I have discussed this before, and I kind of clarified that much. The lie detector helps because you're basically, the problem with most people is they're lying to themselves. So go on, Peter, take it from there.
Well, you see, the problem with an e-meter is it doesn't do you any good unless you know how to use it. And there's no reason, well, there are a lot of reasons, but there's theoretically no reason somebody couldn't go in and fix themselves. And ultimately, that's the only way you can fix yourself. Yes, it's biofeedback. It is biofeedback. But in other words, you have to be put in a position where, you know, the whole idea of Scientology or Dianetics was a person being able to solve their own problems. And if you can solve your own problems, you're fine. Sometimes we need help to learn how to solve our own problems. Now, I can solve my own problems, but sometimes I need a plumber with more expertise in plumbing than I have to do certain things. Or an auto mechanic to fix a car or whatever. It's not like we can't do everything ourselves, but we can solve problems. And people with money can solve an awful lot of problems because they can throw money at it. Many times throwing money at it does not solve the problem. And many people in Hollywood tend to think, oh, this guy's teaching me Qigong. He's going to ask me to come to the park and, spend $30 a session. This guy's going to charge me $5,000. I'm going with the $5,000 guy. That's how they think.
Yes.
He's worth, he knows what he's worth. And, more often than not, he's going to be full of crap.
Yes. That's usually
And
the
this
charlatan. Yeah.
this is a problem. Yeah. Well,
so
you have to know who and what you're dealing with,
right.
and there are some people who are in the massage profession who will deal with celebrities, and they will charge. But I know one person who was in the massage profession, and she dealt with celebrities. She made good money. She was very skilled, but one of her richer clients would just complain about the money.
Oh God!
Complain about the money, and this person was just filthy rich and cheating people in her own business.
Yeah.
So it's like, people are weird.
Yes, they are. By the way, that reminds me of the experience of Lena Shea, and that's emphasized by Spartan O Negative in the chat room when he was talking about, when we were talking about what was going on with the dental plans. And Spartan O Negative says, that sounds like Groupon. I had to file a complaint to the Better Business Bureau for them to pay me. Carpet cleaning coupon I offered, like $1,000, took 5 months to get paid. Just so people understand this, Spartan O Negative, he basically takes part in very deep cleaning processes in people's homes and in offices and at various facilities. And of course, this is a boom time for him because of the pandemic. Naturally, this isn't going to affect Spartan, but honestly, one of the things I pointed out is, as someone with he points out hazmat. By the way, that is legitimate. When you get into the point of hazardous materials, whether transporting them like Derek Talley was doing, or dealing with them like Spartan O Negative does, in terms of basically a kind of sanitization process, detoxifying an environment. He says it's been crazy, and I can imagine. One of the things I've pointed out, of course, is that in the pandemic, there's a lot of hygiene theater going on. And this is like, as somebody who worked in security enforcement myself, as a mercenary and a privately paid and contracted security enforcement agent, there is such a thing as security theater. And security theater is what we had going on all the while after 9/11. And TSA is the biggest example you've got of security theater. The TSA effectively, for the most part, whatever accomplishments they may have had, have been so minimal as to be non-existent when compared to how much of a failure they've been. When you take a look at the underwear bomber, the shoe bomber, and various other kinds of bombers that have been taken down on aeroplanes, think about what I'm saying. They've been taken down on aeroplanes. They got onto the fucking plane. TSA did nothing to stop them. And the only people who took them down, you can verify this yourself, have been the passengers in each and every single case where you take a look at the shoe bomber, the underwear bomber, or infamous bombers that have been would-be bombers that have been captured in the air. They've all been captured in the air. That's the first thing to take note of. TSA couldn't stop them from getting there. And once they were in the air, they were all taken down by passengers. As a matter of fact, there was no one else to take them down because there's no such thing as what we used to have, which was air security. There used to be air special security forces that had rounds that were very soft, and therefore the rounds would not penetrate the hull of the aircraft when the bullet was fired from their guns, so that they wouldn't, kill everybody on board with a single shot. Like in the James Bond movie where a window gets shattered and Goldfinger gets sucked out the window. Of course, that would happen to everyone in a plane. Goldfinger was so fat he plugged it up in the film. But, of course, with most Americans being the size they are, maybe one of them would save everybody else. But that, it's a different subject there. But such being said, the reality is that we have no airplane security. There are no more patrol officers on planes themselves, so the only people to take these people down were passengers. So the failure of TSA speaks for itself. I mean, this is all security theater. There's nothing that happens with it. And in COVID-19, almost certainly it spreads very little via the surfaces. It's very much airborne, and that's how it spreads. And so you can catch it from a surface, but you really have to be trying. It's like kind of like trying to catch AIDS from a toilet seat. You know, you got to have like an open sore, and you got to sit on some sputum or smegma or whatever that some guys just left on the seat, and you got to make sure you rub it in. You know, etc. We don't even need to go there. But so unless you're going around licking toilet seats or something, or doorknobs, you're really not going to get COVID from surfaces. So, but there's plenty of other reasons why Spartan O Negative is so busy, and they're completely justifiable. But in terms of what he's dealing with, he's basically making a lot of people feel better. And so it's very psychosomatic. And so that's one thing that comes to mind. The other thing that comes to mind when we were talking about the e-meter, the galvanic skin response, and basically it's a polygraph. And as Peter Moon says, you know, it's basically worthless that you have a tool like that if there's no technique behind it, honestly. So that's why I brought it up, was kind of like almost as it was almost like a side conversation that bears going into to prove a point, which is basically, unless you have somebody who knows what they're doing, you could have an expensive surgical dental tool and you can't fix your own teeth. And if you try, you're just going to do a lot more damage. So it's the same way with something like that. So you just want to be very careful, and you want to work with people you can trust. The problem is finding people you can trust, whether they're dentists or Scientologists or anybody else. So with that, before we turn to some other things that Peter Moon was experiencing and dealing with, I actually want to bring these two gentlemen, Salman and Peter, together on this point. Since I have them both together, there's no point in hiding this. Basically, we had, it was incredible, the trouble that we had with Amazon. It is just, Amazon has made it so that it was very difficult for Peter to figure out how to add myself on as a co-author. And so definitely, if he has any problems, I'm hoping he seems to have taken care of everything. And when we go there to the link that Derek Talley has been kind enough to leave in the chat room, you can actually see the Amazon ad. And again, I encourage everyone, and I will have Salman Sheikh in particular reinforce this. It's very important that people report the Richard comment left by Richard K. Cole Jr., which gives us 1 star. Report that as cyber terrorism from a domestic terrorist, because that's exactly what that is. This is not exaggeration. This man is a domestic terrorist, and this is cyber terrorism. So I'll be counting on Jameson Reese, if he has not already done so, and everyone else involved, to add a 5-star review and to report the review, the 1-star review left by Richard K. Cole Jr.
I actually, I did do it. I actually was one of the people who tried to bring it to, I think, other people's attention as well.
Good. Thank you. And it's very important. We're in this day and age where things are no longer a meritocracy. It doesn't matter that you're speaking truth. You're going to get these people on the side of darkness and evil and ignorance who are just going to try and bring you down. Everyone else has entered a 5-star review, and his 1-star review is what's bringing this down to 4 stars. We could bring it back up to 5 stars by enough people reporting his comment so that it's taken down, his review. And so Salman Sheikh will add some insights into that. And before Salman Sheikh speaks, I want to say thank you to Vicki Johnson in particular. She says, hello, everyone. Thank you, DDD, again, for all you bring in peace, light, and love. God bless you, honey. Love you, too. And Jana Davis, hey, honey. And Sir Benjamin says, it's time for the D. Thank you so much, Sir Benjamin. And with that, we're going to turn over to Salman for a second. And you can share some insights into why. By the way, Conspiracy Kitty, shout out to her. And that's Shauna Bando. And she says she just had a port installed in her chest and it is painful. Feels like she has whiplash. I'm so sorry, honey. Oh, I'm sorry. That's Derek. Holy shit, Conspiracy Kitty says, stopping in to say hi to Douglas and to share, got to run then, making, anyhow, so thank you, Shauna. Hopefully she can hear that later. So Derek Talley's been through the works. He's got ports everywhere, it looks like. I mean, that can't be for his kidneys. So thank you for being with us at all, dear Derek. And here we have the link to the Amazon Deception. I'm going to use Derek Talley's link. It'll take us right there. And then we can have Salman Sheikh provide some insights. Now, let me see. We've got Peter Moon does not have a photograph, which he might be completely happy with. When they say about the author...
I can repair but
yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, I was just going to say, the editorial reviews, it goes into about the author. It starts saying born in Taiwan, which may make people think that's Peter. So I told Peter that what he needs to do is write something in that space that will cover both of us. So it would say Peter Moon and Douglas Dietrich are whatever, and but other than that, Cookie Monster, which is our man, Mr. Jameson, says, good, have him report his public profile as well. Thank you for bringing that up. So do report the public profile of Richard K. Cole Jr. Very important. The link was provided by Jameson Reese, and he's welcome. He's only put one review up, and that's specifically for our book. So and so he's gotten 5 other people in his cult to say that they found that helpful. So all of this is what keeps it maintained up there. So you have to counter that and report that. So with what's been provided by Jameson, what you need to do, Jameson, is do me a favor, give that to Selena Khan and have her publish that on my timeline. So send that to Selena Khan in the messages like you did with me, and tell her to publish that on my timeline, okay? In the private message box. Thank you, Jameson. And with that, we will, and in the meantime, you can tag it onto my timeline as well. I'll have to approve it for later. But send that to Salman Sheikh and Peter Moon as well, so they can both report on that. And we need everyone to do this, because this is the only way we are going to combat this. It takes the mobilization of our listeners. And there's no other way that we're actually going to make it through this. This man can move heaven and earth. He can move mountains because he has the power of the cult behind him. He is what they call their chaos champion at this point. And this is not that he's some outstanding human being or some avatar of evil. Quite the opposite. He's a complete and pathetic loser. If you would look at him, your first feeling would be visceral revulsion. Everything about this person is the biggest loser on earth, but that is the manifestation of the chaos champion. These are the people who have nothing else going on in their lives. His biggest fan is my former medical cosmetologist, Vanessa Ann Clark, who is a chaos cultist at this point. And certainly herself truly an avatar of evil. But that's something that's been known for quite some time.
Why? How could anybody be fascinated with him? I could see somebody supporting him because they're on his team, but how can anybody be fascinated with him? Or, I mean, I don't get it.
Vanessa Ann Clark is someone who married a serial killer, so she's attracted to abusive veterans. She's always seeking another abusive veteran. And especially veterans who are not veterans, like the serial killer she married, who never served in the military other than the briefest of moments. And so at any rate, Jameson is going to be grabbing some dinner. I hope you heard what I said earlier, Jameson. And so do respond in the yay or nay on that before you take off. Thank you. And so aside from that, I definitely will bring Salman on now. And Salman, oh good. So Jameson says he sent the link to all 3. Excellent. And so Salman, with that, you can come on. And as I said, there is not too many problems with the Amazon now that Peter hasn't already taken care of, but hopefully he can contact you if he has any more issues in the future. And
I think I can pretty much figure it out.
Yeah.
We don't really need my bio on the Roswell thing. It's you're the primary author.
But people don't know who it is when it says about the author. And like you said, they may very well assume.
Anybody knows I'm not born in Taiwan. It's like...
Actually, you give people too much credit. No, people don't have no idea. People have no idea these days.
It's about the author. It doesn't say about the authors.
Yeah, understood. But still.
And there usually is a primary author. But anyway, I would like to move on if we could.
Sure. Unless you have any other insights into this, Salman, I think it is important. So, Salman, if you could bring up your insights into this, if any.
Yes, my brother. I saw your profile earlier, and I was very happy to see that it was everything was up to date. And also, besides Richard K. Cole's review, there's another individual named Barbara who has left you a 1-star review, and I have reported her as well with myself and multiple accounts from my friends and people that I know. So the thing about Amazon is that they don't notify you when somebody leaves you a review. You have to manually check it. So I made sure Barbara and Richard were both reported from myself and my friends to counteract that percentage of your mathematical point of view. Because before Barbara entered her review, your book was at 4.5 stars, but when she entered her review, it came down to 4 out of 5. So I encourage everyone, please go and support Brother Douglas, purchase his book, and report both Barbara and Richard's review, and that will really help out on top of just getting the word out there. And on top of that, I wanted to just reinforce what Brendan Zoget was saying about the aspect of the work ethic. And I've been in places like that where I had different colleagues, especially when dealing with different American colleagues, and how if you're working in office spaces with a good work ethic, they have like these gossiping teams that like form against you. So I could relate to what he was saying about that.
Yeah. Thank you. That's important. By the way, to read what Barbara wrote, and this is Richard K. Cole Jr., he's just under a different account. Remember that Richard K. Cole Jr. will just keep coming back because they will sponsor him to this is what he's paid to do, as he will keep coming back with different accounts. But what Barbara G. says, and Peter Moon does need to respond to this, she says, liars and con men can't work for a living. And she says, garbage, don't bother reading or investing your time in this fool. Correct me if I am wrong, but this book says the characters and events portrayed in this book are completely fictitious. Any similarity to real persons, living or dead, is completely coincidental and not intended by the author. Don't give these people your money or attention. Now, of course, unless Peter Moon wrote that into the book without my knowing it.
I didn't say that in the book.
Well, she says that's exactly what you said, so you'd better talk to Amazon.
She's lying.
Well, tell that to Amazon. And, of course, it's not she, it's Richard K. Cole Jr., and this is what he does. This is what he's paid to do. So you're going to be facing him the rest of your life. So you'd best get used to it.
It might be the other way around.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
It might be the worst nightmare of his life.
Thank you.
But I don't really consider him that important.
Understood. I try not to as well.
And I just reported Barbara G. Yeah. Of course, they don't give you any room to vent or to explain. They just report the abuse.
There was some kind of thing that came up, a space for me to write in when I tried to experiment with this. So I don't know if that manifests.
It says report abuse. Yeah. And so you click report abuse, and it says, thank you for your feedback. We appreciate your vote.
Interesting.
It's a vote. That's bullshit.
So tell me, Salman,
everybody's going to vote on the book?
Right, Salman, is that what you experience, or do you have a space in which you can add something?
Yes, Peter is right. That's exactly what I've experienced. I remember about 6 months ago when there was another one of my friends I was helping out with this 1-star review situation. Amazon would give you a subcategory, or you could click other, and it would be different forms of abuse you could report. But I don't know what happened with it. Now it doesn't notify you if anybody leaves your review. And the second thing is they very generalized the aspect of reporting something. So if enough people report those reviews, then I guess that's the only way they take it down, just the way I guess they set up their system.
Okay, so what's happened now is that we're left with just mobilizing the listeners. So that's the only thing that's going to help us is you. It's your war. You have to fight it. And so for all of you listeners out there, make certain that you take it upon yourself to do so. This is unfortunately the way our world is working right now. We are not in a meritocracy. Providing quality service to the public is not only appreciated, it's attacked. Whether it's Brendan Zogit or Salman Sheikh talking about their personal experiences where putting out quality work is considered a negative by everyone else around them, including their employers. That is something that actually I would appreciate your at least relating a story or an experience in that regard, Salman, so we understand what you were contending with. And then, Peter may not want to share what happened to his wife, but certainly I thought it was so indicative, so exemplary of this kind of phenomenon. But here we are suffering something similar in terms of public service. So everyone take that into account. And you're our co-workers. You're our co-workers in floating spaceship Earth. And really, we're all passengers on this planet that is headed towards oblivion because of the likes of Richard K. Cole Jr. and his cultists. Make certain that you take that into account, who your enemy is. And in that respect, our enemy is your enemy. This is not a personalization of our own problems. This is your problem. It's your problem because we're trying to get you the truth. Everyone else is feeding you misinformation. You're dealing with a tsunami of federally dumped, just a supermassive info dump at the moment on ufology. And this is because the United States federal government, specifically the Department of Defense, is desperate. And this is why it's sourcing from the Pentagon. And so you've got the Pentagon, the people you should trust least on Earth, the people who lost World War I and World War II, and every war ever fucking since. These are the people who are telling you that we've got aliens among us. And I see people crowing about this on Facebook timelines of people that are friends of mine. I see them say, we're in for disclosure. We're in for disclosure. We're giving you disclosure. So they're going to do everything they can to stop it. But they operate on the cheap. This is like, basically goes back to Stephen Outram. He's as wealthy as, he's a multimillionaire. He's not a multi-billionaire. He's a multimillionaire. And he's spending his money on sponsoring Richard K. Cole Jr. to do what he's doing. But he's cheap as fuck, and he's not going to operate with teams. Richard K. Cole Jr. is his own team and just keeps producing new and new accounts. But in terms of the man behind it, it's ultimately Stephen Outram who provides him the information's technology manipulation by which he can do what he does. So this is what we're fighting, and we're counting on you to fight back. So with that, in terms of your own workplace and what you were experiencing, this kind of ostracization based on conscientious work ethic, could you share with us briefly what exactly happened?
Yes, my brother. So in addition to what you said, I would encourage everyone to support Brother Douglas and leave your own 5-star review and report those 2 reviews that are there. And in terms of the workplace, when you're under spiritual warfare, or I guess you could say targeted individual or gang stalking, whatever terms that people use, that aspect follows you into the workplace as well, the aspect of spiritual warfare, where they'll use different elements against you. Now, this was from an office job back in 2017, where I was going above and beyond in terms of the performance, building relationships with the clients and the people that were coming in. And I guess the ladies or the other people that were there, they didn't like that. So they started forming against me. I often hear them gossiping here and there. And I guess one time I even heard some of them that, he's on his 90-day probation period. Let's try to run him out of here.
Holy
Since
shit.
I was like the first Pakistani Muslim that had worked there. And
That's awful.
there was one situation where this lady, I guess I had came back from my lunch break, and she started acting real crazy, like I said something to her. And she started like crying to the supervisor, like in the middle of the hallway. And I'm like, what happened? And I sat down with the supervisor and we talked it out and I explained everything. I mean, he was understanding, but I kind of figured out where the situation was going. If I had stayed there long enough, they probably could have used one of those women there against me.
Right.
So I left on my own after 5 or 6 months of working there. That before they put me in any kind of trouble, let me do the right thing and move on to a better job. And then after that, I never had any issue because then I figured out what kind of war I was in, what I was facing, and that I was always going to win no matter what the enemy plans against you, my brother, against me, against you, against anybody, that ultimately we're always one step ahead of them in this chess game. And things always do work out for us. And I ended up getting a better job anyway down the road.
Thank you. I mean, deeply appreciate it. And again, Peter, it's up to him if he wants to go into what happened to Paula at all. But otherwise, we'll move on to certainly what's going on in the world that demands our attention. And there's plenty of that.
Well, it does. What went on with her is that she's quite well. I mean, she's never done better in her life. So whatever the negative influencers have been on her, she's never been doing better in her life.
Good.
And of course, when she came to this country, one of the first things I did was bring her to Qigong class, and my teacher looked at her from across the room, and I think I had introduced him, and he's by me, and he looks at her and he says, "Boy," he says, "people are going to be jealous. People are going to be jealous." What he was referring to, they're going to be jealous of her, not jealous of me because I had this, beautiful young woman. No, jealous of her.
Understood.
I didn't quite get what he meant until, in other words, the people she worked with, when she got into a real market. First, she worked with one of my friends. It was just it wasn't even a regular job because she didn't even have a work card then. But once she got a regular job, it's like the people were of a very low ethics level and just, really self-serving to the point of disgust. And they didn't like the fact that she dressed up. She didn't like the fact that Americans would wear thongs to the grocery store and sweatpants, or worse. She found this offensive.
Right. Well, she comes from a society where people have a real sense of how to present themselves in public, and that has.
Some of them do. You could find peasants that are just peasants, so they wouldn't be so conscientious. But yes, Bucharest. She's not from Bucharest. Of course, she lived there. Was known as the Paris of Eastern Europe.
Yes.
So you have a certain amount of fashion and whatnot there, but that's just who she is. Like say when I went to her house for the first time, she was the only one of all the family that had her own room dedicated to nothing but her clothes.
Wow.
She's not a rich girl,
right?
You see, but she had a room full of clothes, right, with an ironing board.
Yeah.
And she'd hang her clothes in there. She had an abundance of clothes. I've never seen anything like it, to tell you the truth.
That's wonderful.
And she had to give most of it away when she moved. But I don't know. I never really asked her who paid for it because she certainly wasn't wealthy. Right. But she had a way of acquiring clothes, right, and it's just who she is. It's just who she is. So. None of the other women, were that much into how they looked. So it's just who she is, and that's the way it is. So it people can become, they would call her a Kardashian, which it's a compliment and an insult at the same time. Why can't you just let a person be who they are and not comment on it? It's like calling somebody a gook or a spick, and also was kind of funny because the Hispanic girls in the room, she could speak Spanish better than they could.
Right. Wow. Wow.
So, and she didn't even learn Spanish. I mean, she knew Spanish growing up from watching Telemundo, but she's actually taken lessons, and now she's very good at it.
Wow.
I would feel very comfortable going to Spain or Latin America with her as a translator. So it's not that hard for a Romanian to learn it, but because it's the mother language, but she did learn it. So she's got a lot on the ball, and even and some of the Romanians, they're much more, I guess, multifaceted and versatile than Americans. Their mindset is that. Like when my brother heard she was studying Spanish, what for? What for? Well, some people just like to learn to be sharper.
Right. Well, I mean, Spanish is the second language of the United States, basically. So she's very astute. And even though she was...
it also makes you more employable. It makes you more employable.
Yeah.
And I don't know that she'll ever need to be, I don't know, employed in a conventional sense again. She might. It's up to her. I see her transforming into a spiritual teacher. I've seen this for her for a long time.
I feel the same way. I feel the same way. It's one of those things where, honestly, it's like with Salman Sheikh. Really, both he and Paula would be wasting themselves in conventional employment, to tell you the truth. And that's essentially what they were doing, was basically wasting themselves in an environment where nobody wanted them or appreciated them anyway. And so in terms of... I mean, I've been there myself, but there's no need to relate those stories, because then we get really into some unconventional experiences.
Yes, I want to move this back to Roswell, and because it's this mindset of people that one has to fight. And I can tell you that I was always fighting a mindset. You're fighting the mindset of the status quo, because there's nothing intelligent about the status quo, no matter what it is. The status quo is the status quo. It's something you have to earmark and guide. You don't want to be bucking up against it so as to create a spectacle of yourself. But at the same time, you don't want to be buying into the mentality. And I can only tell from my own personal experience, this goes back to high school, where I was around professors, kids, and whatnot, very intelligent people that were and another feature of the academic kids is that their fathers would go on sabbaticals. So many of them were international. They'd been to foreign countries. So this was a whole different attitude. And in the local university at Davis, they didn't like to accept students from the community of Davis. They did, but they didn't like it. They liked to have a broad base from people from all over. The more traveled you were, the better. So where this becomes, and as they say, so I didn't like the status quo. Everybody in high school was going to college. And to me, this looked like lemmings going off of a cliff. Because what was college producing? I mean, even though you got a much better deal from a college education then than you do now, you were much more employable. All you were doing was buying into the lifestyle of TV shows such as Father Knows Best, or Leave It to Beaver. You were buying into a mode of being that was very dead-ended.
A social template,
Yeah, and this, of course, my entire generation was rebelling against, but people were still doing the program, and I was much more oriented towards personal development, personal awareness. I guess what they would, I don't like the term they use. What's the word they use for the Esalen Institute? Personal.
I forgot.
The potential, the human potential.
Human potential movement, yes. Yes, but by the way, to put this into some perspective and some context for people, and first I want to thank Peter very much for moving us back in the direction of Roswell. I did quickly review what he had sent me, and it's very important that we did go back in that direction. But in terms of whenever you bring up Esalen and the human potential movement, just so people understand this, when the United States Army did away with the draft, and they were forced to try and re-up the numbers of men in the military, and they began to recruit students. A lot of this was influenced by the human potential movement, thanks to Michael Aquino. And what Michael Aquino particularly invested his investigations in were his co-workers who were formerly involved in various psyops who had organized Esalen. And Esalen was very connected to Werner Erhard, who had established the EST movement, and that was for Erhardt's seminar training. That was, the acronym was EST or EST, and they became so influential in being contracted by supermassive corporations to basically induct their employees into a corporate cultic paradigm, that by the time that those planes crashed into the Twin Towers and the Twin Towers collapsed, EST, Werner Erhardt's cultic organization, was leasing an entire floor to themselves on one of those towers. And with office space being as expensive as it was in the Twin Towers, each one of those towers was so large that each one of those towers had a separate zip code. The idea that one organization owned an entire floor, at least an entire floor, is pretty impressive. And so when it comes to Werner Erhard and the Esalen training, they were basically telling people that everything that matters in life is getting ahead, and that the way that they enabled people to get ahead was to instill in them the truly predatory mindset, not in any sense that's to be admired. We're talking like child predatory mindset. I'm not kidding. They would tell people that whatever happens to victims, the victims bring it on themselves. And that was their entire philosophy, was that, you see, if bad things happen to you, it's because you deserve it. And with that, they could rationalize any misdeed. And by saying that there are no such thing as victims. That was their primary bottom line. There are no such thing as victims. That means that whoever is saying they've been victimized is some kind of crybaby, some kind of manipulative villain who's really just exploiting society to enrich or enhance themselves, a kind of victim chic. And they're the people who started the concept of the victim chic, and actually ultimately helped to produce chic victims that otherwise would never have existed, who simply were using their own principles in a inverse fashion. But the ultimate bottom line of all of this was towards the children. And that's where I saw it manifest, particularly at the Presidio, and what happened with all of the children involved in the military. It's just basically everybody was of the mindset that, well, there's no such thing as victims. And that's why these children really want this to happen to them. You see, they're really manipulating the adults. And if you ever go behind the defense of, say, what happened with all of the children that were experiencing molestation at the various schools in California, and when you take a look at the school that was being investigated by that FBI individual, I'm forgetting his name at the moment. He worked with, of course, He made a big name for himself.
Gunderson?
Yeah,
Gunderson?
yeah, Gunderson. Yeah, and when Gunderson was investigating that the school that was, where all the kids were being molested, that elementary school, then, basically he did absolutely nothing to help these kids. He was simply running interference with any justice being done or anything being exposed. But when it came to that school in Southern California that had the tunnels that ultimately connected all the way up to the Presidio of San Francisco itself, the reason no one was arrested there was because it was concluded by all of the adults who were capable of delivering justice at McMartin School that the children were simply seeking attention, that these children were all manipulative. In other words, they turned this into the horror school of the children of the damned, or the village of the damned, where all the children are killers. And it's basically, that's why the family-run school was acquitted of 52 counts of molestation and conspiracy. This was in 1983, and try to think back, if you can look at all the horror films that were loosed or released at around that time, you're going to see wave after wave of evil child films, evil baby films, like It's Alive, the It's Alive franchise. You could take a look at that, and that was the title, It's Alive. It was a series of books and films in which literally babies were clawing their way out of their mother's wombs to rip out their father's throats. I mean, that's exactly what happens in the film, and it all goes downhill from there. These babies are like strangling people with their umbilical cords and eating adults. It's the Damien Thorne, child of Satan. After you had Reagan in The Exorcist as this sympathetic young girl, then they brought you the evil young children who were not sympathetic at all and personified the devil. They weren't possessed of the devil. They were the devil. And this was the whole thought people had towards children. Well, children are so evil, they deserve to be raped. They deserve to be fucked in the butt. They deserve to be choked on my cock. This is what people would say at the Presidio. And so I would hear this from people who had just come back from raping children. And little fucker was begging for it and, just wanted a chance to try and bite my dick off, etc. It just went on and on. This was every day of my life I had to live with this. Listening to people speak like this. All of these people, the overwhelming majority of the officers, most certainly, were students of Esalen. They would go down to Esalen, California, and take Esalen training and the Earhart seminar training, Est and Esalen. These were hand in hand, a propagation network for predation. And the collateral product of this was the yuppie phenomenon, in which the young upwardly mobile persons, that was the acronym yuppie, came from that, young upwardly mobile persons who were going to do anything they could to get
urban
rich.
Professional.
Yes, thank you. Young and professional. These were the investment bankers of the 80s who were just corporate raiders, and they were like running these leverage buyouts. All of this is just money manipulation. It's less magic of a stage hand variety, sleight of hand, legerdemain, and prestidigitation with virtual digits of currency that these people were using to enrich themselves monetarily. All of this was a product of that. That was the collateral product, where you had these people raping financially.
A comment here on this is that one of my friends who had studied the New Age movement, that one of the great disappointments of the baby boomers who were involved in the New Age movement was that they couldn't make any money on it, any serious money on it.
There you go. Well, they just didn't know how. There were plenty of people who did. And
there are, well,
yeah.
But in the end, no, it didn't. It was not long lasting. Plenty of slick marketing, plenty of, but in the end, no, it wasn't long lasting. It was a fad.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I can't tell you how many as I say, when I got in and I rode the coattails of the New Age Publishing Retailers Association, I was introduced to them and, got a little bit of a boost. Well, actually quite a bit of a boost from them, but quite serendipitously. But you were going to the book fair, now called Book Expo, and you would have a whole huge section of New Age. New Leaf Distributing had a whole aisle. And then, years later, you'd see it keep getting smaller and smaller to where you just see a little row of New Age. And New Leaf the head of the company would be running around roving. He wouldn't even have a booth. It changed. The whole climate changed. So it was a flash in the pan that might have lasted a good decade, but still, nevertheless, and that's the disappointment.
Well, I'm not quite sure if that's disappointing or fortuitous. But,
no, I'm talking about to the
entrepreneur. The entrepreneurs. Understood. Thank you. The capitalization of spirituality, I can't imagine a more destructive pursuit. But in terms of in terms of what was going on at Esalen and with Est was far, far worse. The New Age movement, to bring it back to the military, and we'll turn it back to Peter, basically what Michael Aquino did was he was challenged as a psychological operations specialist with getting the numbers up for recruiting. And so he helped put together a program in which they investigated hundreds of New Age cults and martial arts cults and every kind of cult you can imagine, UFO cults. This included Urantia, but especially Est and Esalen, where his co-religionists were already working. And that's when they created the whole satanic networking that brought in people specifically as Satanists into the military, and they needed people to volunteer for the military because no one was being drafted. These were the kind of people they brought in, and so it was all geared towards making the military attractive to the predatory and giving them a playground to work with, an endless supply of kids from daycare centers that the military itself controlled. Once I exposed all that, then they had to go in the opposite direction and then try to advertise themselves as totally rehabilitated. That's when you came up with April as the month of the military child. That's when you had this reformation of the military to the point where they now say, oh, the military daycare centers are the model for predator-proof daycare centers. And this is the kind of shit that you're dealing with now, is this kind of sales pitch. But these are the people who, of course, brought you the quote-unquote satanic panic, in which everything that was picking on Aquino was a right-wing Christian conspiracy. And so that, of course, echoed with the public, and they've, promoted that shit ever since. There was a recent article released about, people are still out there exploiting the satanic panic of the 80s. And you can bet your sweet ass they're referring to Douglas Dietrich. And these articles are out there simply to, again, like the releases from the Pentagon on UFO sightings, just out there to basically, as an info dump, whack the brain of the recipient to the point where they'll just accept anything. They don't know what to make of the information.
This is a very important point. It might argue, and I say this arguably, not because of the merit of it, but because of the potential response. The exposition of the reputation of the satanic panic, of the hiding of the satanic panic, of the politicization of the satanic panic, pretending it wasn't, that there was nothing there. Right. You're exposing that there was something there.
Yes. Should
be very important.
Thank you.
It's very important. The problem is that the sentiment that it was a satanic panic is so strong that it comes back to this Roswell thing, which we will address as soon as you're ready.
Yeah. And let's go back to that. I feel that what I've said is enough of a point is made where people understand what I'm saying. Just to close it off, I would say that obviously, if people want to know more about this, Satan's Crusaders is on my channel as a video. I believe. People can correct me if I'm wrong. I believe it's still up there where people can assess it at their leisure. And if you review Satan's Crusaders, then you'll understand that before there was any internet that you're aware of, obviously people ultimately who investigate the internet are aware of Sergey Brin and the people who started Google right here in my own California as a Department of Defense contracted project. These same people who investigate that usually tend to end their studies there, and they say, so it was contracted by DARPA, and therefore it's, they think of that as somehow the origin, but it's not. There was a DARPANet before there was an internet. And there was, of course, if people go back into DARPA, they'll find more information. But, what nobody hears about is DeltaNet. And what was in the U.S. Army was, forget Delta Force, which is a totally separate organization and unit. DeltaNet was the internet of the U.S. Army, and it was all child porn. And this was just all guys sharing child porn with each other, and all the people who were on the DeltaNet referenced themselves as, quote unquote, the tribe. So you'll see an explanation of that in Satan's Crusaders. Just go to Satan's Crusaders and you'll experience the general parameters of that. People are always welcome to ask myself questions later about it, and I'll articulate what I can from memory, but that's all you need to know as a starting point. The horror of the DeltaNet was, of course, I had to deal with it. And nobody even knows about DeltaNet in this day and age. But that was before there was DARPANet even beginning to organize the internet. It was strictly an in-army phenomenon. And it was how they shared child pornography with each other, which meant pictures of the kids they were raping half to death at the various daycare centers all over the world. And under U.S. Army jurisdiction before I blew the lid on it all, and then they had to at least inform, rehabilitate themselves. And obviously, as I've pointed out before, Rudy Giuliani was involved at the time with the being brought in to investigate West Point and just basically, clearing the ground of all responsibility to the practitioners of the horrors that occurred there, saying it was all the kids, again, the fault of the victims. And because the people had been programmed by so many movies, the evil child movies, and the general perspective that children were evil and needed to be aborted, my generation, the 13th American generation, is the most aborted generation in history. We have not aborted as many children as the baby boomers did. So the baby boomers were, this was a true child mass sacrifice in every sense of the term. And the baby boomers were determined to kill as many kids as possible, and they did, to the point where they will suffer, obviously. They'll suffer not because of any damnation by God, though it can easily be taken as such, but they'll suffer because there's no kids to take care of them now that they've got the gray wave. They are the age tsunami, and the age tsunami is going to run against the iceberg, and their Titanic, their ship of state, will sink simply because there's not enough children to act as care providers for them in their old age. So there you have it. For that reason, we can thank our lucky stars that Peter Moon at least is keeping himself in good shape, so he won't need to suffer the consequences of that, but he can watch everyone else around him his age die. And with that, I turn it back to Peter.
Well, that may happen, but now very interesting connection, and I'm going to focus on, and I don't know if you've ever brought this up before, and I might hit a different angle if I were to write the book again, but I'm happy it is where it is. I'm happy the book is the way it is. This would add more impact to it. But last time I was on, we discussed Jacques Vallée was coming out with a new book. But now something else has appeared on the internet just recently as part of disclosure, what they're calling disclosure. And you can go to Anthony Bragalia's UFO Explorations. It's UFOexplorations.com, and its headline, May 2021, Roswell officer speaks from the grave. Video released. Confesses that alien was the size of a 10-year-old. Now, there's this old man who sounds at least as bad as Joe Biden. and I mean, I'm not trying to disparage Joe Biden. Joe Biden, can't think straight. And this guy is probably worse. It's probably worse. Now, the man who is basically, he can't remember. And he says, well, my memory's dim. And you see the video. So everything he says has to be qualified by the fact that it was a long time ago. But this man has a history. And he's mentioned one time in the book. And it's in the opening statement, which is written in Douglas's vernacular, put together by myself. And start the book with an opening statement, basically saying what we intend to establish by writing this book. And there are two myths. The second myth, or the first myth, is, just so you're not hanging up on a question mark, is that the Empire of Japan was an aggressor nation who attacked Pearl Harbor without provocation nor just cause, and further, as a direct result of atomic bombs being dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, Imperial Japan surrendered unconditionally, it being announced by Emperor Hirohito on August 15th and formally signed on September 2nd, 1945, aboard the Missouri, thus bringing the hostilities of World War II to a close. Every statement I just said there is a lie.
Thank you.
And it's a myth. But myth two, the purpose of this book is to dispel that myth, which I just said. And the second myth is this. Based upon a July 8th, 1947 press release from Roswell Army Airfield Public Information Officer Walter Haut, H-A-U-T. He's the one who does the discombobulated confession. He's the man who put the press release together. The seeds of a myth were created when a story based upon that press release was circulated in the Roswell Daily Record that personnel from the 509th Operations Group had recovered a flying disc which had crashed on a ranch near Roswell. Now, Walter Haut's press release said a disc. When it was put in the Daily Record, they called it a saucer.
Right.
And that it was flown to higher headquarters.
As if they were piloting it.
It went to a guy, General Ramey. That's higher headquarters.
Yeah.
Now, quite a bit has been written on Walter Haut, but I never bothered to look him up when doing the book. Now, there is a strong Aquino connection. I don't have to ask Douglas. I'm going to ask Douglas what he knows about it in a moment, but there has to be, and I'll tell you why. Because Walter Haut, this guy who's mumbling words about, the alien was 10, and he says, I looked up the size of a 10-year-old boy. It's over 4 feet.
Yes, thank you.
Therefore, these fit right into what Douglas talks about as these little Yakuza pilots. The Walter Haut was a co-founder of the Roswell UFO Museum with what's the guy, Dennis? Glenn Dennis.
Yes, Glenn Dennis. Thank you.
Yeah. Now, Glenn Dennis was tied to Aquino. He went to the mortuary school in San Francisco. This says that Walter Haut had to be connected to Aquino. There's no question about it in my mind. But I would defer to Douglas if he has any specifics on it.
Well, in terms of Michael Aquino, he always spraketh of just basically being in control of everyone involved with Roswell. All of the names that you mentioned, he would just basically refer to it as, I own them. He would say, I own them. There was pretty much nothing else that he even needed to feel fit to say. The details mostly came around the technique of psychological warfare and psychological operations. But the specifics for Roswell, as I actually said in Satan's Crusaders, I believe I said it there, or I might have said it in Roswell and the Rising Sun, but most certainly Michael Aquino kept his little pegboard. And it was specifically a three-dimensional pegboard. Just so people understand this, we're operating with a different time and place, and it's amazing how people cannot imagine these things these days, or they can't conceive of what I'm talking about because everyone has grown up in a digital world. So a great way to for so many things, so people can get a kind of time travel back into the era in question. There's a wonderful movie called Go Tell the Spartans, which has a, one of the original famous actors in it who was masculine and straight. And that's important because one of the parts of the film was when he knows he's going to die. And this is a Vietnam War movie. And it was produced not that long after Vietnam. So it was a sensitive film on release. And but it really showed the Army being, how would I say it, just kind of just dominated in the field by the Vietnamese. And the star was Burt Lancaster. And so when Burt Lancaster realized at the end of the film he was going to die, he was going into an area he wasn't going to return from. He just asked the computer programmer in the film, do you love your commanding officer? And he just meant that in the most platonic sense. And the guy said, whoa, he's stammering. Well, yes, sir. And then he said, good, I love you too. And it's just needed to get that out there before he died. And so in that sense, the computer programmer matters because he's in the film working with computers that are nothing like your concept of a computer today. And when he puts up displays, they're on like literally, how would I say this? Just kind of like, they're literally slots of color that are just cardboard that he's shoving inside of slots. Like you would in the old days with, and again, you kids don't remember this, a data punch card. And so he's just taking these colored slots and putting them in a display case, really. It's just like a display slot. It's not a case. It doesn't have any glass cover because you've got to change the slots quite often. But it's through these colored slots he's trying to indicate to the viewer, who is not a computer programmer, he's trying to indicate to any layman the code of urgency of the situation. So when he's calculating on the computer the next likely strike of the enemy, he's able to actually ascertain when and where the enemy will strike. So this is pointed out in the film, and that's a monumental conclusion, was that the Americans had the ability, in the context of the film, to predict when the Vietnamese were going to attack, and yet they still kept fucking everything up. So it just went to show that forewarning is not the key to victory if someone does not know how to act upon it, or refuses to act upon it, neglects to act upon it. So when it comes to what we were dealing with in that film, we're dealing with kind of like what was cutting edge technology, but its manifestation as a display to the welder of that technology would be something we would find laughable today, like something you would find in a daycare center. Like, here's color codes for the kids to, put this color inside of a certain slot or something like that. It'd be something to test hand-eye coordination, or to test if someone was colorblind or not while they were a child. It'd be something like that. So he had this kind of technology that was all around him that we would consider completely anachronistic. But that's what gave the whole air of my working with him this, this otherworldly aura. So when people understand that computers were not trusted by the Pentagon, and for good reason, this is why ultimately the VA wound up through inertia working with vacuum tube computers that still use literally reels, as you would see in the old films of Lost in Space, where you would see reels of magnetic tape. This is what they still use at the VA, and data punch card entry systems, because they can't revise their systems, because if they shut down the old system and try to analog it, is the term, if they try to analog it into digitization, by the time they were done with the process, all the veterans would be dead. It's just so they just have to keep working the way they're working with what they were working with in the 1960s. The NASA works with vacuum tube computers because of electromagnetic pulse, which would not knock them out of commission as it would all digital computers. So the Pentagon often had this anachronistic technology for that reason, and for the reason of just the older men were comfortable with it. So Aquino had a pegboard in which he would move up various pegs concerning Roswell, and it was the Roswell pegboard, and it was literally, he had like a wall on this one room where it was probably, I would say there were several thousand pegs. It had to be. And in this one room with several thousand pegs, he had exactly who was pegged as his and who was pegged as just others. And but basically he owned Roswell. And this is the way he would say it, body and soul. And so all of these people would arrange so that the elderly on their deathbeds would be sworn into confessing that they saw aliens. And as everyone approached death, they would swear that they saw aliens. But to Aquino, this was a triumph on the cosmic level. It was a soul he had corrupted on the precipice of death. So it was a soul that he had damned. And so this was how he viewed it. Now remember, I've always made a point of disambiguating my cosmology from the Manichaean cosmology of the basic fundamentalist Christian, or some kind of Islamo-fundamentalist where everything is black and white, and you're saved or you're damned. So understand that this wasn't necessarily like that, but it was like that. In other words, Aquino was much more sophisticated than that, but at the same time he was reveling in these people damning themselves. This is what was going on, is by maintaining this toxic secret, it would be like everyone in the town involved in an incestuous relationship, which is in reality what they all were, and on their deathbed somehow providing some kind of rationalization to cover that crime in the eyes of the public. And so all of the seniors in Roswell are damned. There's not a single senior in Roswell who has ever stood up and said, I stand against this. I cannot stand for this. They all went with it because that was their town's economy. Once Roswell Army Airfield was being closed down and there was no economy for them, it was Aquino who came in and saved the day and said, I can make your town one of the wealthiest in the United States per capita. You just listen to me and I'll make it happen. And he says, are you with me? And they all said yes. And it was like a universal agreement. Everyone said yes. Everyone of legal age and everyone else grew up into it. And so this is like their idea of what they thought was a one-up on the rest of the world. But as Aquino said, the joke's on them. And so I definitely want people to appreciate the true, for lack of a better word, in this case, infernal diabolism of the entire Roswell community. And now when you have this doddering old fool, this man literally farting out of his mouth at the end of his life, what you are witness to is a process of self-damnation, because these people are consciously and unconscionably perpetrating and perpetuating the great lie. And all of this has to do with hiding the horrible truth that these people lost World War II. Remember, everything is based in the Roswell myth on the ultimate authority of the bomber mafia. Everything goes back to, remember, these are the men who dropped the atomic bomb that won World War II. They would never lie to you. These are
They're the greatest generation. They're the greatest generation. They're not liars.
Yeah. Yes, there we are. I'll have Peter take it from here. Yes, this is pretty much, I think he's gotten out of me what he needs or what I'm able to give at the moment.
Well, you're bringing up very important points, and I think it's more important to address the context, because you're talking about when you're talking about self-damning, this is a process that people do. They shoot themselves foot bullets. And when you're talking about standing up for a cause, whether it be pro-gun, anti-gun, pro-Republican, anti-Republican, Democrat, whatever it is, that's one thing. But you can be misguided. You might have some aspect of the truth you're crusading for. But when you're acting in such a way as to condemn your own soul, and what does that mean? You're basically condemning your own soul by putting your hand over your heart and saying, "I believe in shit." It's not like God or the devil is going to come and judge you.
Thank you.
You're judging yourself.
Thank you.
You're eating from a trough of shit. And this might be okay. You might be okay with it. But how can you be okay with it? How can you be okay with living in disgust and poverty if you can make a choice and get out of it? If you can make a choice and get out of it. And I'm talking about stuff that's even worse than filth and poverty. So people gravitate to the lowest common denominator. Now, what is so incredible about this degenerate human being,
Yes.
and you can read all about him, and people are promoting him. But see, this is the saddest part of it all. They're promoting him. I see he's telling the truth. He saw aliens. If you really read his story with a discerning eye, especially if you know that the data that Douglas has put out, he's just so lame. And the people that are rawing him on are lame. They're lame brains. And this is the contextual problem, whether we're dealing with Roswell or whether we're dealing with Satanism. Because Satanism is so embedded into the ecostructure, the cyber structure, the neurostructure of this world, that once you recognize it, that's the first step. But then investing in it, investing your soul in it. So many people do this through the avenue of sugar. And sugar isn't everything. Let's put sugar in it. You put sugar in things that don't even need sugar. You find most stuff doesn't need sugar at all. Some stuff needs a sweetener to make it what it is. But in any case, you have this mindset. So we're going to present this book on Roswell, and it's already out in ebook form, and that's going to be followed by the book about the Presidio and the Satanic Panic and what really went down. And Dietrich has an astounding acumen for spitting out certain truths that are sociologically and geopolitically of the greatest relevance. The biggest deterrent or detriment to promoting his work is the inertia of apathy. Oh, oh, oh,
Yes.
oh. You know, let's talk about how great Seinfeld was, how it was such an excellent sitcom, or whatever goes on people's minds. People don't talk about Game of Thrones anymore, but whatever is the latest and greatest.
In terms of, in all fairness, I would say that I would give the public some more credit, only in the sense that the public is, of course, they would react to this because it's simply too mind-blowing not to react to. The problem is dispensation. It's a problem of dissemination. We can't get the world to know about it.
Well, there's another factor, Douglas.
Yeah.
There are a certain amount of hardcore readers that will read this and appreciate it, and perhaps even add something to the mix. But the majority of the working class hero does not have the time to absorb their attention into reading books like this. They have time to watch 60 Minutes. They have time to watch the Discovery Channel. Maybe they like the History Channel and watch Ancient Aliens. It's entertainment. They don't have the time to sink their minds into it because they're so busy working. The percentage of people who will read this with some aspect of heart, body, mind are relatively few. And then there is a certain type of person who will take these threads and campaign them and do their own dissertations on them. That can go either way. That can go either way. Part of it is getting the word out, and then part of it will get amalgamated into some sort of narrative stream that you'll kind of wish they hadn't done. But and then at a certain point it kind of catches on. But like I say the Montauk Project is kind of caught on. It's sort of put into the infrastructure of the culture now.
Yes.
It's considered an urban myth, and it can be poo-pooed. Oh, well, it's there. Won't take it easily. But Robert Anton Wilson, one of your quote-unquote favorite characters, he wrote a book in the last decade of his life, probably closer to the last 5 years, and he summarized all the conspiracies, all the conspiracies. What conspiracy theory did he leave out? Montauk Project.
Of course.
And I remember talking to Joe Matheny about that. He says, yeah, he says, I noticed. He says, I'll have to ask him about that. You know, that was a deliberate
A critical omission. Yeah.
Not addressing the subject.
Yeah.
And I'm used to this. I mean, I've been in this business for 29 years. And I know what happens. I know the score very well. And this book will penetrate. It will get a response, but it's like you're trying to educate people. Yes, there's many people that are listening to this now that are and that read my books and are already fans of yours that will get it. They already do get it.
Yeah.
They'll get it better.
Yes.
They'll get it better. The book will just like I was able to regurgitate it in such a way that, you kind of couldn't believe you heard somebody else saying what you've said for so many years.
Yes.
That, because I understand the information and I know the context and I can talk about it and present it. Other people will take on those iterations, and that's a positive thing. But that's the question of getting the word out and penetrating these ears, and how does it penetrate when it, because the biggest asset of the media is to ignore.
Right.
So it's and then you look at the responses. The election is being audited in Arizona, and I didn't follow it closely, but it said the people who they're outraged that the election auditors want the password. Well, you can't have the password, because if you have the password, you can look at the election and you might see that we didn't do a good job. It's like, and why are people still persisting with this? It's, they're hammering it away. The Republicans are hammering away at this issue, which is comparatively old, but
it's definitely,
it's just go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, it's definitely a challenge of simply trying to get the word out there when a passively aggressive, hostile media is going to do its best to not only not cooperate, but actively obfuscate while ignoring the message we have. So again, it's up to you, the listener. It's your war, and you've got to fight it. World War II is your war. We are still in World War II. While World War II ended in the Pacific, the Atlantic War has continued ever since. And that is something that I've expressed. Jameson Reese says the media is like an Aquino construct as it operates now. And this is very much so. It's the mind war. And various people have said that in the chat room in the past. Now, I apologize. I don't remember who exactly said that. I'll look that up later at my leisure and may bring that up in the near future. I have promised to kind of read what some of these wonderful things people have written in the chat room, some of these insights. But certainly someone brought up the fact that Aquino's mind war has been taken and put into operation. And that's a 24-hour-a-day, 365 days a year operative paradigm of continuous assault on the psyche with misinformation, so that the mind forever begins to shut down and ultimately does not accept any information. So that was the way Aquino was going to incept a new dark age that he would be the father of, the father of a new dark age. And this is where we're headed. This is the horror that we're in, and both Peter Moon and I are fighting that darkness, that encroaching darkness. We're fighting against the dying of the light. We're trying to provide people candles, but we're providing our candles in the dark. This book is... I want to
share something with you, Douglas.
Yeah.
If I may.
Please.
Before I go.
Yes.
It's getting
Understood.
Time evening. But I want to share something that... this is from my book, The White Bat, which I was talking about last time I was on about Bulgaria.
Yes.
Right after I talk about Bulgaria,
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to share a dream. Now, this book was written in, put together in, I think, 2013.
Just so people know, The White Bat has Paola on the cover. Beautiful young lady. You can see Peter Moon's wife, who at that time was he had just married her, I believe. I think.
Well, no. This was before we got married that I got that picture. She was still in Transylvania, but it was 2000. This is 2014. I think that the book came out. No, because I remember being in Transylvania and having. And they kept mucking up the cover, and I kept sending it back. That would have been 2014.
Wow.
I met her in 2013,
right.
And The White Bat was was completed in 2014. Now,
and you met Lorian Ann Fenton and I pretty much that year, right? You gave me
that year. Yeah,
yeah.
I met you that year, but I had contact with you earlier, probably around this time. Now, so anyway, after I wrote the chapters on Bulgaria, because I had been to Bulgaria in 2010, this was 4 years later. But after I was talking about Bulgaria, I had a dream. And in the dream state, I found myself amidst the ruins that were reminiscent of the tomb of Bastet. I was dreaming of being around ruins. And then I saw Dracula. Dracula was a major theme in this book. And he was the Hollywood version I had dreamt about, my earlier dream about the white bat. This time he was strictly evil and sinister looking. And he was accompanied by an assistant of some sort who, and I call him Renfield in the book, but that's only because Renfield was somebody who was attached to Dracula.
Right. Understand.
The assistant did not look like Renfield, but before I could contemplate any horror, Dracula had suddenly and unexpectedly acquired a Siamese twin version of himself. They were joined together at the side. Surprisingly, acting like a vampire himself, Renfield then bit the neck of the Siamese twin version of Dracula, which began to shrivel up like an old corpse. Dracula was so horrified and confused by what had happened that he did not know what to do. There was so much confusion going on between the three entities that it was like an explosive pinball game. I was able to exit without being noticed. It's a dream. Now, I put all of that, I mean, that's pretty much what happened in the dream, but I recognized at the time I wrote that was symbolic of you biting Aquino on the neck.
Thank you.
And in other words, you're a vampire heritage as well.
Yes.
And you bit the shit out of him. And now, and the dream goes on, I find myself on an athletic field with a friend. I don't recognize the friend. I only knew he was a friend. It was nighttime. It could have been you. It was nighttime, and I am not sure whether we were in Romania or America. It could have been a combination of the two, as dreams are. Then me and this friend saw two phosphorescent green streaks in the sky, which we recognize as UFOs, that were probes sent to look for us. Telling my friend that we should move so that they could not find us. He said they would find us anywhere we would go. The green streaks then became recognizable as skyrockets, and one crashed and exploded into flames about 20 yards in front of us. Despite the flames, nothing caught on fire, and the apparent probe had utterly failed. Despite the flames, nothing caught fire. Oh, the other skyrocket fell far away and was even more harmless. We were free and unencumbered. I felt, and I mentioned in the book, that the dream signifies an exorcism surrounding certain events that took place during the excavations and aftermath of the expedition to the tomb of Bastet. It's interesting because I was talking about that, and this was symbolic of what was going on in my life. At the time, I was slowly forming a relationship with yourself. Mm-hmm. And that took a big bite out of negativity. Yeah. And then the UFO there was sort of like symbolic of, or prescient of, the Roswell.
Yes.
And all the stuff that accompanies it. So be it. I wanted to share that with you because it's something I wanted to share with you for a long time.
I deeply appreciate that because I took the trouble, of course, to read what I could of the book The White Bat, which I highly recommend for anyone, particularly anyone attempting to learn how to write. And that's what it's really geared towards, is to help people discover that creativity, that spark of the creative within their own cave, and bring that out to where it can shine in the light. And this the albino bat does. And in terms of what Peter Moon has shared with us now, this is what I will say about my mother, who we spoke of on Mother's Day. And I had a wonderful statement from just one of the many wonderful people who responded to Mother's Day. We're not going to overdwell on it right now because we're going to let Peter go to bed soon enough. But before I send him on his way, let's just take a short look at what this wonderful person on YouTube said. And what he wrote was effectively this. His name is Joe Tai, and he's obviously of Asian descent with a surname like Tai, T-A-I. And he said, "Thank you for sharing your mother's history. Now I feel I am now a friend and family member. Going to send a PayPal before the end of the week, Brother Dietrich." So deeply appreciate it. And in terms of what Peter Moon has brought to mind right now, I want people to understand a few things. One is that the people who comprise the Temple of Set are, at this point, still profoundly evil, but they are diabolists for the most part. The leadership under Lavinda and others, they are like Donald Webb, who co-wrote a book on the Temple of Set with Michael Hemmingson, I believe. Yes, Michael Hemmingson, who used to host a show on Revolution Radio. He ultimately died because of this book he wrote with Mr. Webb on the Temple of Set. Mr. Webb was at that time the heir apparent to Michael Aquino. So he probably still holds great sway over the Temple of Set, and he probably still holds great sway even if Peter Lavinda has taken over. One of them may be doing most of the administrative work, and the other one being responsible for more of the occult operations, so to speak. But bear in mind that the Temple of Set also has some strange individual who I've never been able to confirm with anyone even exists. And there's an individual who claims to be the son of Michael Aquino. This is very similar to the person who claims to be the son of Magus Anton Zandor LaVey. And both Peter and I have expressed certainly some acceptance of the story, but also a lot of skepticism about the man who's telling it. So we'll go into that more in the future. Right now is just important to emphasize this about the Temple of Set. Because of the necessity of working with everything that I did with Michael Aquino and his network, and his primary network now being this amalgam of cults that I call the Cult of the Kings of Edom, its traditional name, but there are many subcults within it. A massive organization barely alluded at in books like The Ultimate Evil by Terry Mowry, whose author was driven to drink himself to death. What we have is... Mowry Terry, thank you. And I transposed the names. His surname is... Yes, thank you. And when it comes to the fact that I need to defend myself and keep myself aware of what's going on with the potential for acts against myself, there are connections I maintain with the Temple of Set. And what they have told me was that, yes, my betrayal of Michael Aquino, as he felt it, it's what ultimately killed him. And so what Peter Moon saw was simply the manifestation of that in
astral.
Yeah, in the astral. That he wanted me so bad because of the vampire background, but it was more than that, and I'll share with you what it was that Aquino wanted. The primary thing to remember about Peter Moon is that he's been to Romania, and he's dealt with Romania's deepest secrets to an extent, and these have to do with the Solomonari, are the wise ones. And these are considered the successors of the biblical King Solomon and bearers of his wisdom, hence the Solomonare. They bear his name, basically. It's simply Solomon.
Well, it's the other way around. They gave him the wisdom.
Thank you. Thank you. And this is what Peter Moon has learned in his connections with them, these Romanian shamans. And so the future Solomonari are recognized by certain signs. And for that reason, at one point in history, they recognized Vladislav Sepish. Now, this, of course, was literarily crafted by shall we say, the publicist, the Irish publicist of Dracula, and that was Bram Stoker. And that is where he brings up Dracula as attending the devil's school, as the West would perceive it. And this is why Dracula has powers that other vampires don't have. He was a wizard when he was alive, and he retained those magical powers after death, including shape-shifting and the ability to control the weather. And it is the character of Van Helsing that speaks about Dracula in saying that he was only beginning within that novel, the oh-so-Victorian novel, that is so long most people would never finish it who started it today. But Peter Moon read the entire thing when he was in probably grade school, or at least junior high.
It was, I might have finished high school.
Okay.
I'll say something about the book, and I think that I have a book in my hand right now that I recommend to anybody, written by a Romanian who I hope to meet at some point. Dracula Invades England by Christina with a C, R-I-S-T-I-N-A, Artenie, A-R-T-E-N-I-E. She's Romanian.
Yeah.
She's a Romanian professor in North America. A-R-T-E-N-I-E. She's a friend of a friend. But she wrote this book all about the agenda behind the book Dracula. I've started it. It's good. It's academic, but it's easy to read, and goes in the agenda that was driving Bram Stoker. But what I want to say about the book, whatever the agenda was, I thought the book was excellently written, and it was one of the most gripping stories I've ever read, just in terms of the vampire drama, not in terms of Transylvania or how it was trying to portray Romania. Of course, it does leave a lasting impression of you that Transylvania is the home of the vampires. But it was just compelling drama, and was compelling to read. It's a thick book, much easier to read than Moby Dick, if you've ever tried that.
Yes, by the great American author.
And I really compliment him on his ability to tell a story.
Right.
It was good. The agenda behind it didn't work.
Right. I understand.
But it's a bad agenda.
Yeah, and we'll go into that in another transmission, perhaps our next one on Sunday, because it does bear some going into. Without going too deeply into that right now, suffice to say that Bram Stoker himself actually changed the agenda. He started off with actually conveying some Romanian traditions. For instance, the fact that Dracula is basically just this side of a saint, even though he was not sainted, he was indeed excommunicated, the historical Dracula. One of the things that Stoker starts the book with is that the soil that Dracula must bear with him in his coffin is consecrated soil, that it's blessed soil, that he has to have church consecrated blessed soil in order to have a coffin that will sustain him. So this is something that he started acknowledging and then completely changed as the tone of the book changed. And of course he inverted the Solomonari into as infernal and diabolic a kind of mystique as he could cultivate. But the important part that Van Helsing relates to the reader through, Bram Stoker relates to the reader through Van Helsing, is that Dracula was an alchemist and a necromancer, and therefore he's unique among vampires because he retained these powers when he reanimated. and therefore was not simply a vampire, but a wizard, and therefore the lord of all vampires. Now, the closest manifestation to that on Earth in the modern age was my mother, as I pointed out, because she was an onmyoji, or a wizard, that was within the emperor's ministry of magic, the onmyoryo. And the onmyoryo was the yin and yang bureau that existed behind the kurumaku, or the black curtain of society created by Emperor Meiji, so that the West would not dismiss the Japanese as a shamanistic theocracy. This is why my mother, as both a vampire and a wizard, was the closest thing in modern history that moved and shook the world around her. Aquino recognized her as one of those secret agents behind history itself, in the sense that he realized that by being a interpreter for Adolf Hitler for the Japanese missions which she accompanied, she convinced Adolf Hitler to unite with both the Japanese and the Chinese and never to alienate either race or culture, which was why in the end Taiwan, the nationalist China on the mainland, before it re-established on Taiwan, went Axis and decided the fate of the war. All of this was made possible by Mother, who was simultaneously magical and vampiric. And because of that, Michael Aquino wanted myself to be his heir, so that I could, in my mother's scale, change the world. And that is, of course, how he referred to my mother, was basically as the kind of, he called her Distaff Dracula, or Dracula without a penis. That's essentially his own pet name, though, of course, he never met her personally, except maybe once or twice and in passing in my company. But very important to emphasize that to Peter Moon so he grasps more of that connection. Does that put everything in context now? Where
Well, I would say that you definitely are part white bat, because there's so much in you that is the antithesis of evil.
Yes.
The antithesis of the, the model for the vampire, as it's been portrayed. Just as your mother's in some interesting juxtapositions. But this is what I want to say, and this is not really off the subject, and you'll meet her someday, is Paula's mother, Tamarinda. She is so, what would I call it, emblematic of that area of the Solomonari. She works with the Solomonari. She is, as all these people of that realm in Transylvania are of the Solomonari. It's important to remember that Vlad Tepes, the character we know as Dracula, was not really from Transylvania.
Right.
He was from Wallachia.
Yes.
But I want people that are really interested in this can visit her website, svit.ro. .ro is Romania. svit.ro. And you can visit her website. That school is now bustling and booming. People that want to connect with this stuff. I'm not going to be making, I'm not going to be doing tours over there. I'm not a part of the school. I'm not a student of the school. I'm a friend of the school. I know people who go to the school. Paula is a student, and her brother is a teacher of the school. She should be a teacher. I think she will develop over the summer into a teacher. I think she will be. But people that are interested in this, so many of the actually going to Romania and that sort of thing, svit.ro. And I'll tell you one example. There was a video before I even met her. I saw the video where she's doing this healing on this young girl, and it's out in the open field, and you see her directing energy, and all of a sudden this light of being comes down from the heavens, boom, boom, right through the top of the head, through the crown chakra.
Wow.
And then she sort of walks away, like confidence, like she just knocked out Muhammad Ali or something, like she knew what she was doing. And she's very much in touch with the nature on a very visceral level, and she was directing energy into this girl. And then I saw it before I met her. And then when I was talking to Tamarinda's group, this little girl was sitting right in front of me. So I got to meet this little girl, and she was a daughter of one of the guys that attended the school, one of the first people I met from the school. And she's what would I say? She transforms people's lives, and she's been a catalyst for me. I think she was very attracted to my work. I don't know how because it was being read in Romanian. My brother-in-law would read it in Romanian and then, or in English, and then spout it out to the class in Romanian. I don't know how she first got attracted to my work. I'll have to ask her that, but she's very attracted to it and taught it to her students. So, because she saw a vibrational energy in it.
But by the way, I've just received a challenge from somebody who thinks that they've been listening to me long enough to call something out, and I can answer it very quickly. They were talking about how I've mentioned before my mother's connection to the Imperial Japanese Navy, yet all of her functions seem more in keeping with the Imperial Japanese Army on the Asian mainland. And that's easy enough to explain, because it has to do with the On-Myoryo, or the Bureau of Magic in Japan. It still exists today, as I've said. Now, of course, it was abolished in Western eyes during the Meiji Restoration upon the death of its last proper Grand Master, Tsuchi Mikado Haruo. And its functions were split into 3 organizations, 2 of which fell under the purview of the Imperial Japanese Navy. That's how my mother was involved with the naval branch of service and acted as a liaison between the Navy and the Army of Japan, both of which hated each other and functioned in completely different worlds. The Army almost exclusively on the mainland, and the Navy almost exclusively in the Pacific. But the astrology department, that third department was allowed to exist under Tsuchi Mikado Harinaga, the last Onryo no Kami, for a while before it was also abolished and absorbed into the Jingikan in 1872. His very position, Onryo no Kami, meant the bureaucrat of spirits, or the man who was the administrator of the aether, or ethereal entities. And the Jingikan was abolished in 1945, just so that the Western allies wouldn't be scared that the Japanese were still practicing magic, and its functions were absorbed thereafter into the Imperial Household Agency as the Shikibu Shoku, or the Board of Ceremonies. And so the Board of Ceremonies, which still performs many of the old ritual functions of the On-Myoryo, the ancient Bureau of Magic, the latest of which was the series of divinations on the enthronement of the new emperor, is the modern-day version, the postmodern-day version, and descendant of the On-Myoryō. So just so people understand that. And like Dracula, my mother was both a vampire and a sorceress in her case. And in that case, probably the only other person in history than Dracula that was able to claim that duodenal manifestation. So with that, we should let Peter go to bed, and hopefully he'll have some productive dreams he can relate to us about this the next time he visits us on Sunday.
The dreams last night were kind of unpleasant, but not certainly not dire. And there was an interesting dream, actually a very interesting dream. But okay, I've got my work cut out for me. And Sunday, I don't know if I might be able to participate for not too long because I'm going to Montauk the next morning.
Oh, wow.
We have some guests, and then I'm also going to reconnect with one of my old Qigong friends,
Yes.
Rudy Curry, who I mentioned before. He's a Tai Chi master, and he's going to accompany us with some of his friends. So it's going to be, we're going to go out to Montauk on Monday and have a very interesting time. So, I might need to secure earlier on Sunday night.
Understood. And definitely appreciate it. And I'll let you know how my interview with the Nachtwaffen pilot, the Night Force pilot, Penny Bradley went. And I'm sure it'll be enjoyable.
That's on Wednesday, Saturday?
Saturday, yes. Yeah.
If I don't know where to tune into it. I mean, she had me on her show, but
I just look it up on YouTube. Actually, just use the word Nachtwaffen pilot, N-A-C-H-T, the German word for night, and then Waffen, W-A-F-F-E-N.
I see it here in the chat room.
Okay, good. Yeah, and then yeah. But if you just look that up in the search bar on the on YouTube, you'll find it. It'll take you right to the channel. And so you'll be able to tune in, and but definitely appreciate your gracing us with your presence tonight. And oh, Salman, if you're still with us, don't forget to say goodnight to Peter, and we'll probably be saying goodnight to you soon. I mean, God knows it's probably late for you too, and you're also an early riser.
It's in the same time zone as I am.
Yeah. If you're still with
Good night, Peter. Always a pleasure to hear from you and learn from you, my brother.
Yes, and you can still eat now, nighttime.
Yeah, definitely. So Ramadan is over. I'm looking forward to eating and drinking normally now.
Okay, all right. Well, have a good rest of the show, guys. Good night.
Yes.
Good
Our
night,
love,
Peter.
Yes. Share our love with Paula. Wonderful. And Salman, because you'll be going to bed so soon, please feel free to dominate the stage. Speak of whatever you wish. I'm going to just let you talk about whatever observations you might have about what we discussed. And believe me, we wouldn't be able to do with any of this without you. Truly, you're enabling us to deal with these challenges of Amazon, because quite frankly, a lot of this is something that Peter is dealing with reluctantly. You know, he just wants to get the book out there. He wants to publish the book. And I don't think he's only beginning to appreciate through you and I the importance of the information war that goes on about the book, not within the book or what we
Definitely.
say that's within the book when we relate its contents to people, but about the book when it's people outside trying to either help or prevent it from becoming known at all. Feel free to relate some experiences you may have had with your own books in this regard. I'm sure they too were attacked by forces of darkness, and what you did about that, whatever you could do.
Yes, my brother Douglas. And you know, the beauty is in this aspect of light and dark. It's like Peter Moon describing his dream of you biting a keynote, is that good is always destined to win. And the aspect of the species, even if you're operating from a different species or a different point of being, as long as you're on that side of the goodness, then that light will carry through you and through to other people to you, and you will leave that heaven on earth impact like you're doing, my brother, with your work and the great things that you are doing. And just know that in this aspect of the information, no matter what the enemy tries to do against you, everything that you put out there has been received by those who are willing to hear it and understand it. So that's the positive impact that you and I have both had in terms of our books and getting the message out there. And even myself being a Pakistani Muslim, where certain communities I have to deal with, they just don't want to hear anything I have to say just because of who I am. But that doesn't mean that my message doesn't get across. My message still gets across. It's because of our love and light, my brother, and who we are and what we stand for. That's just the whole amazing thing about it, is that even if the enemy moves 10 chess pieces against you, you'll have one queen from the back from your side that will knock all of them out. So that's the beauty of this entire process. And I was catching up on your show, the transmission from Sunday, and I enjoyed the interaction with you and Penny. And I was laughing at the part where she said she was at the conference and she had infiltrated the head of the Martian Marine. So
yes.
Yeah, so I had found that amusing and was wondering if she saw anything about chickens or inseminating chickens in his head. But definitely, my brother, it's what you're doing is one of God's great works, and I'm with you on that in terms of leaving a better world behind, where all species and beings of Mother Earth, including Mother Earth herself, are left in such a beautiful state, because we all have some kind of a purpose and responsibility. I know who you are, what you stand for. You know who I am, what I stand for. And together, we're building something beautiful. And in terms of the information war, one person can use multiple accounts to try to attack you. We have our friends too that are counteracting that darkness with light. And light always wins, my brother. And just know that my prayers, my love, and my protection is always with you against all of these beings. And we're going to win this thing.
Thank you. God bless you, and Allah be praised, and our praise upon the Prophet Muhammad, his messenger, peace be upon him. Thank you so much.
Thank you, brother. Assalamu alaikum, and peace be upon you, J-Mo, and all brothers and sisters of Team Dietrich. My love and light to all of you. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, man.
Yes, our love is with you. Bye-bye for now. And
bye-bye.
Hugs. That was Salman Sheikh. God bless him. And let's see if we have Amanda on with us. If not, then we're going to go straight to JMO, and he can provide myself a much-needed break. He went for dinner earlier, and I can kind of go for dinner now, so to speak. I will be, turning mute and be here, but back and forth a little bit while I grab some seasoning for my snacks. And our man Jameson was mentioning that blood carries data, so I would know things even Aquino would not, and this is why he wanted so much to integrate me into his schemata, and why my betrayal of him killed him ultimately. And so very much it was a situation that in a sense I regret, because honest to God, the world's a strange place to me without him. I'm not going to lie. It's not the same world without him. Maybe it's a better world, but we haven't seen evidence of that yet. So we're working towards it.
Yeah, it seems like he left a fucking shitstorm of a contingency plan if he ever died, and that's what this state of I don't know. I can only be optimistic, because this is extremely optimistic coming from me, considering how I usually think about the human species.
Yes.
But I wonder if a lot of the madness, it's like such as the Trump cultism and all in the media, that's just a frying pan, isn't something that got worse with his passing.
Yeah, I hear you. By the way, let me provide an introduction for Jameson. Jameson is going to kind of take over for a few minutes. I mean, I'm going to be here. I'm going to be looking through the chat room while I'm eating, listening to Jameson, and then coming in later on to respond to both. But let me introduce Jameson on stage with a kind of a subject. I want him to go back to, of course, what personally happened to him in the hospital. But let's give him a segue. There's things.
Well,
Yeah. Yeah, go on.
there was something I was interested in from Sunday's broadcast. This specifically deals with what I think her name was Ashley, I think.
Oh, you're talking about Penny Bradley, the lady who was
Penny Bradley, yeah. Because I remember her saying things about like going to Mars and whatnot, and I'm not of a mindset to really dismiss what experiences people have as valid, but I feel like given the information you've given us, that I wonder if there might be a better way of qualifying that at this moment. And what I mean is I think a lot of what people experience, I wouldn't put it past it from being some kind of what do you call it?
I handle it by thinking of it. I interpret it as a cascade memory myself. That she does it. She does. It's. I hesitate to use the term confess or admit, but she does mention having encountered the Montauk chair. So I mean, we're talking about the chair that at that point that if I did not miscommunicate.
The guy was using to create that monstrosity.
Also, who else was there? The man Stuart Sverdlow. Stuart Sverdlow sat in that chair quite a bit from what he tells us, and so this is a man who is convinced he was sent back in time to kill Jesus, and instead came back with some of his blood of all things, which is like very Antichrist oriented kind of mythos or scenario that he relates, and does express that he was once a Satanist and affiliated with Anton Szandor LaVey, and he physically looks like Anton LaVey, so it's hardly unbelievable.
Maybe that's his son.
Yeah,
maybe that's one of his
maybe
sons.
that's one of his sons. Yeah.
I wouldn't put it past him.
Yeah,
but,
it's funny as hell, but it's like what can you say? I mean, these things, anything's possible. Well, not anything, but you get my point. It's one of those things where I'm surprised that actually Stuart Sverdlow never took that angle. But there you go with that. In terms of the other guy I was bringing up who said he was Anton LaVey's son, Xander LaVey, I believe his name is, or something like that. But my impression is that Peter Moon does not believe him. But he claims to have been castrated by his father, and I don't know. No one's, to my knowledge,
that kind of sounds like something Anton LaVey would do.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. I am unaware of, however, any video footage somewhere on the net, but about that, like showing here's my testicles. But who did show that? I forget her name, but Judith Ager remembered her name. It might have been that woman who goes all around. Who's that woman who always talks about being mind controlled at one point in her life? We'll bring that up again when Mandy's with us. I'm sure Mandy would remember. But there was that one woman who claimed she had been, forced into sex as a prostitute with everyone from Ronald Reagan to Hillary Rodham Clinton to just everybody you can imagine.
Oh yes, I know exactly who you're speaking about. Her name escapes me, but I remember she was on many platforms I was familiar with before I became familiar with yourself.
Right.
She had actually written a book about that.
Right. It was either her or the other woman who was married to the Marine Corps major or general. One of them said that Michael Aquino carved the face of the devil or the shape of the devil's head onto her vaginal lips. So she put that on the net. There is footage of that on the net of her vaginal lips that have been butchered into the shape of the devil's head. So that's something that is out there. And that's
fucking dark, man.
Yes. Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah. And in terms of the other guy, it's not like he showed us his the gaping hole between his legs or something and said, "Here's what's left." And anyhow, so here we have all that. These are obviously people who, whether they're children of these characters or not is one thing. Obviously, my situation is quite different in what I've said. So it's rather different in the sense that. When remember first off that is not my identity. When I bring up that I'm the son of Adolf Hitler, the one thing that everyone is aware of is that I never shared this with the general public until comparatively very recently, until basically we were about to get the book out. And if I had shared that earlier in my life, that is all anyone would have known me for. So that is I had to make certain that didn't happen. But it was certainly something. You can see how different my approach is from these other people.
These people pretty much got their rise to fame with that stuff.
Right.
Now, what I wanted to say about
Penny Bradley, or what she was bringing.
Well, what she said is that I don't disbelieve what she's saying, but I think that a lot of times what people are experiencing, especially when they experience these sort of reptilian entities, is how do we know that where they're actually going isn't somewhere within the inner Earth? If they're going anywhere, because we also have to remember that and you can correct me if I'm wrong with this, but I'm fairly certain that when I'm not certain. Well, to say I'm certain is the wrong choice of words, but I want to ask if when I have to wonder if these people, if some individuals aren't having astral experiences, and if where they're being taken isn't like another density of the inner Earth or Unterland, because I realize that the Nazis had, the National Socialists, I realize that they had technology where, if we look at, for example, oh my gosh, I keep forgetting the name, the Glocken,
you're talking about the bell, the Die Glocke.
I have no doubt that they had the capacity to move up and down to other dimensions. I would think that the technology was that advanced. So, I'm wondering if when they entered Unterland, if they didn't find a way to also pass on to another density, or...
Well, the way to look at that would be, by the way, you're very astute. And so to put this into context for our listeners, what Jameson is referencing is the fact that Die Glocke, or the bell, was this engine that was warping the space-time continuum around it. So this, of course, was something that was integrated into both bomb technology, which we have sprackathon in the past, and propulsion technology, which our man George Knight speaks of in far more technical detail than I ever have. And in terms of that, it makes it very similar to nuclear power, but orders of magnitude more advanced. So nuclear power is like people who are stuck in 3 dimensions. Die Glocke moves us into the 4th dimension, and we're dealing with the space-time continuum itself. So what Jameson is basically intuiting is that this is how the, shall we say, just for the sake of, I hate this term Nazis, of course, but just for the sake of, how would we say this? Just convenience. This is how the Nazis are the Third Reich in exile. Better way to say it, the 1,000-year Reich in exile. The Reichsvolk, or the people of the realm. That's what the Reichsvolk would mean, the people of the realm. This is how the people of the realm are moving in and out of the inner Earth, is usually just phasing through the substrate, just phasing through the crust. And this is not how they started out. This is not how they could have started out. They were still in the Wright brothers stage of development with many of these technologies. And they had to relocate their production facilities for so many of them and produce what they could just in time to counter the American attacks attempting to annihilate them from being able to relocate the core of their area and population into Unterland. And the Americans were doing their best to annihilate that which would become the Aryan race of the inner Earth, what we now know as the inner Aryans, or the intraterrestrials, not extraterrestrials, intraterrestrials. And the intraterrestrial Aryans are exactly what the Americans in particular feared would take hold of Winterland and thereby prevent the Allies from ever having an escape route in the future when they finally destroyed the surface of the Earth, as is the intent of the cult of the anti-gods, which is obviously what runs the Allied war machine, which is still extant today and at war with the Reich. So in terms of what it was in the beginning, 1945 on through the 1950s, it was all purely mechanical, and through egresses, which means exit points at various points between the crust of the Earth and the inner Earth and the atmosphere. The people who are listening must remember, I'm not talking hollow Earth. This is not what you see in King Kong versus Godzilla, okay? That has nothing to do with reality, and exactly why they integrated that into the King Kong versus Godzilla movie be self-evident. It's to confuse the issue. And
I hope people don't take these movies that literally.
But do look, when you see the films, there's an element of undeniable occult truth. These people are obviously playing with releasing information in a controlled fashion, predictive programming to an extent, but controlled fashion. They're releasing elements of reality, the greater reality, to people through films like that. But then again, of course, you have to be very careful about how you digest the information, and you would need someone like myself who knows what they're looking at to even interpret it for you. Otherwise, you're just going to lose yourself. I mean, anyone who says, King Kong versus Godzilla, I might learn some great secrets. Yeah, if you know what to look for. But if you're really just looking at it and you're an amateur layman whose only investigative process is the internet, honest to God, don't bother. Don't bother. You're just going to warp your brain. I mean, just take a look at the shit you see.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. Your average person doesn't have the qualifications not only to know what they look for, but to be able to discern bullshit from what can be real accurate. And this is made evidence by people like I don't know, Rex Bear's Elite Project.
Yeah.
You can learn everything from watching the movies.
Did he say that? Did he say that?
That's one of the things that was always on his freaking what do you call it? That was one of the things that was always on his show. Whether he did that, whether he was saying that shit for entertainment or not, he was probably saying it for entertainment, knowing that there's. I don't know.
You might be giving him too much credit. Yeah, it's hard to tell with him because it's just hard to tell where he's coming from, because you don't know whether the guy is just, like you said, either being just cute or just he's just doing this for the lols. There's something seriously wrong though. The whole setup just doesn't make any sense, because I'm not even saying he's a shill. It's the guy's life.
No, he's just a very weird cookie.
Yeah.
At the time when I was watching him, it was more or less just for the humor, because when the guy goes on these weird tirades, I found it at the time funny as hell. But again, now knowing what I know and knowing that, a lot of people are digesting the information he has as if it's serious. I mean, and not only that, he does seem to have a lot of, he did have, I think, at least one person from the satanic community on.
Right.
So, and he does seem to. He also had that guy. What's his name? Oh God, the occultist, Lon Milo Duque on, I think. So right. he does seem to have a lot of these odd players on for someone who's just
some heavy hitters. Yeah, but of course, just by the sheer volume of people that he interviews, he'd have to have that at some point. I mean, just by sheer volume, because he was just interviewing everybody. Pretty much, and so you wondered why he was doing it, because the guy was spending all day locked in his garage and sweating on camera, And so it's just bizarre. And the only time I looked that shiny was when V fucked me over. Like, she thought this was like her service to the anti-gods and shit, and was by, you know, making me look like the General Electric Bulb Man. So I was shining on that interview that I was doing with Joe Boyer, and that was the last interview I did until, you know, the Diane Frolic one in which I was interviewed. How would I say it? Ambushed by V in terms of what she did to myself. I had no time to do anything about it before I was talking to Joe, and then the other time was ambushed by Nicole Froelich, and then you know, it was these things that I've put into context since then, and hopefully that does what it can for damage control in that regard. But damage such as it is just minimal anyway. But nevertheless, it's not to dismiss it. It's just to put it into context. But when it came to Rex Bear, he looked like wet and shiny all the time, and he was just like you know, like somebody was hosing him down with a garden hose out and back, you know, and then he'd come back in and he'd be, you know, it was just awful. And then, you know, for someone to suffer like that, and for what? And it's not like he was making any money out of it, but he was hoping someday it would make him money, or that he would make a living off this. It's just, you know, I'd rather die. So anyhow, so that was his trip. But yeah, by the time he was interviewing everybody, yeah, every once in a while he'd get a heavy hitter. But in terms of when it comes to what I was saying about the movies, just understand this: you've got that, you know, I think it says it all when in King Kong versus Godzilla, they basically turn it into an ode to conspiracy theorists. And so the conspiracy theorists in the film, I mean, the conspiracy doesn't even make any fucking sense. Honestly, it's just an excuse to have Team King Kong and Team Godzilla, and Team Godzilla is the white girl who's just trying to prove Godzilla's not hurting people because he's evil, but because something's driving him to it. And so she goes, you know, with her friends to track down this conspiracy theorist who's this black guy, and this black guy is this guy who they track down, but the government can never track this guy down. So this guy's supposed to be this like conspiracy theorist who's trying to expose the government. The government doesn't know who he is, but these kids, you know, Godzilla fangirl knows who he is and finds him. And then, you know, so when she finds him, then he's this black guy who, bigger and shit, happens to work for the government. So in other words, he has the keys so they can go in and see the Mecha Godzilla and shit in the film. And so it's like, well, that's fucking convenient. Well, doesn't that make him like a spin doctor for the government? And it's like the last person on Earth you would trust? But no, it's like he's the good guy.
Oddly enough, I could see him wearing that shirt with a white women hat.
Yeah, that just would have made it complete. And then the third person involved with those two, it's just the Godzilla chick and the black guy, really. But then there's a third person involved with them just to make it look like a trio and like I said, that person was of totally indiscernible sex, but not in a pleasant way. He wasn't like androgynous in some way that was in any way, shape, or form exciting. It was just this fat butterball, so fat you couldn't tell. Are those tits? Well, they're tits because he's fat, right? So it could be either a man or a woman, because, you know, a woman gets that fat, her tits begin to shrivel up and shrink into the rest of the fat. And if it's a man, it's just he's so fat he's produced a pair of tits. So you couldn't tell. And I was like, you know, and it wasn't until he talked, and then when he talked, you're still not sure, because you're not sure what he identifies as. So it's like, what the fuck is that? And then I couldn't understand why all the right-wingers are saying King Kong versus Godzilla is the solution to all these woke films of political correctness. And I'm like, saying, fuck, with a character like that? How do you figure that? And it's like, why? Just because the black guy's the conspiracy guy who works for the government? Wait, I mean, what the fuck? I could, you know, okay, it's not that it doesn't make sense to the degree that the whole thing is just a shambles. It's just, you know, it's just stupid. I mean, you know, there's other parts of it. Look, you're there to see monsters fight, all right? The humans are just there so that you have an excuse to string together the monster fights. That's really what it is. So, well, you know.
Man, I think that was the goal of the, what do you call it? Oh, gosh, what the hell was that called? The other Godzilla. The one that I saw, but the Japanese one, oh my gosh. The one where
Shin Gojira.
Yeah. I think that was more or less the gem of Shin Gojira. It was that the sort of there's no bullshit dynamics between, you know, characters that are made of cheesy American archetypes.
Thank you.
It's like these guys who are trying to solve this problem from the like defense standpoint. There's a whole room of them,
Yes.
and it's more than just one or two people who are really taking the limelight here.
Yes.
So it's like an entire team of people put together, and we're not seeing this like personal dynamic where, okay, well,
Thank you. And that's very Japanese, by the way. It's very team
yeah,
oriented.
and
Yeah, go on.
that's what I've always actually, honestly, that's honestly what I've always kind of liked about the sort of Japanese films, even the older Godzillas and whatnot, was that there was always, you know, it wasn't just, granted, you know, there were some Godzillas with this one annoying kid. It's like, who the fuck cares about him? But other than that, there's always like the concerted effort usually is something that's a lot more. It takes a lot more thought. It obviously shows a lot more thought, and it shows a realistic reaction. So if we compare by how Godzillas are made, you know, if we compare Shin Godzilla, if we compare Shin Godzilla to like Godzilla versus King Kong, the American version, how the fuck did how the hell could the Americans have won any war?
Yeah, thank you. Yes, thank you. Well,
it's so.
Yeah, it's yeah, I mean, it speaks for itself. But, you know, by the way, just so people understand the Godzilla dynamic, I really prefer to think the original Godzilla film, the original black and white film of Godzilla is disintegrated at the end of the film by that scientist who has the oxygen deprivation machine that sucks all the oxygen out of the sea and disintegrates the original Godzilla. I prefer to think of him as dying then, and that's it. And the second Godzilla that shows up in the Volcano Monsters, which was Godzilla versus Anguirus, where this Godzilla creature appears out of the iceberg and goes to war with Anguirus. That sequel I prefer to think of as Volcanus, which is the actual term they actually gave him in the billing for the American release, was Volcanus and the Volcano Monsters. So I think of him as either Gigantus or Volcanus. There was kind of some variance there, whichever one people prefer, but I prefer to think of that as a different Gojira, which has kind of survived through the majority of the film since that point. Then, of course, they had him die in the Godzilla vs. Destroya, where, you know, he goes into nuclear meltdown and then the young Gojira takes his place. But, you know, at least to that point in the timeline, I think of that Gojira lasting. And then Shin Gojira, of course, is just like a totally different, like, creature that was
it almost has nothing to do. It has nothing to do whatsoever with the original Godzilla timelines.
Right.
It's something that I think. I mean, I like the concept nonetheless.
Well, I think Shin Gojira is more environmentally conscious than Godzilla versus the smog monster.
Yeah, and I think what I liked about it was I'm fairly certain if I had if I had dubs, if I had the dub to see what they were actually saying, I'm fairly certain the dialogue would make a hell of a lot more sense than anything I've seen in the States.
Thank you, and of course, very much appreciate it. And so, aside from that, let me introduce the topic for our man Jameson. And hopefully what I said put that in context. I do believe that the 1,000-Year Reich in Exile is, at this point in history, probably has been for a number of years using intra-dimensional technology to phase in and out in terms of their entry in Agris into various points.
And this also has to do with why their craft, you know, appear and disappear.
Yes.
I mean, they're obviously working with technology that, you know, well, we're probably too dumb to create, or either we're too dumb to create it, or we're just now playing with it, and a lot of people are going to get killed because when we play with shit like that, a lot of people get killed. Yeah,
well, just take a look at nuclear power, and what more do you need as an example? Look at what the Allies have done with nuclear
power. And we're still radiating people with that crap, unnecessary.
Yes. Yes, and anybody who gives me shit about Fukushima, remember what I said. That's Stuxnet, which brings us back to the next topic, which
yes,
so,
the colonial pipeline.
Yes, so let me get Jameson started on that, and he can take it from there for a little bit. Let me put it this way: the United States, the American empire, it just appears increasingly to be a sitting duck for hostile foreign powers and growing bands of their state-sponsored cyber criminals feasting on our critical infrastructure and insufficiently secured networks. And in the latest assault, a 5,500-mile pipeline from Texas to New Jersey that carries 2.5 million barrels of gasoline, diesel, jet fuel, and home heating oil a day was shut down over a ransomware attack. Now, ransomware is software used to take a computer system hostage until someone hands over the ransom money. This, however, is far from the only recent attack that has exposed the chronic weakness of American networks to outside attacks, including from foreign intelligence services. Now, yestermensis, but last month, the White House imposed sanctions on revanchist, revisionist, expansionist Red Russia over the SolarWinds cyber attack, itself a massive hack that it said gave Russian intelligence agencies the capacity to spy on more than 16,000 global computer systems. In March, Microsoft blamed a state-sponsored entity in communist China for targeting hundreds of thousands of users around the world, a breach that also led to White House and U.S. government investigations. In February, the month before that, in a scene ripped from the script of a disaster movie, a hacker tried to poison a Florida city's water supply. Now think about what I'm saying. Of course, it's already, you might argue, fluoridated enough where it's my dad used to say every time we would see on the news, another incest case in Florida, or something like that. He'd say, there's something in the water. But aside from that, a hacker literally tried to poison Florida's water supply, Florida City's water supply, beyond the fluoridation. Now, government efforts to mitigate such attacks often come across as closing the stable door once the hackers have already bolted. The Biden administration is now finalizing an executive order that seeks to force companies to upgrade their infrastructure. It would spell out new cybersecurity requirements for firms that do business with the federal government. But it probably would not have staved off the Colonial Pipeline attack, which threatens to spike gas prices at a time when we simply don't need that to happen. At a time when we're economically in the pits and trying to claw our way out. This is an act of war. All of these I've described are acts of war. Now, some critics have accused our president of failing to include a huge push to upgrade cybersecurity in his infrastructure plan, which includes tens of billions of dollars for areas such as home health care for the sick and elderly Americans. But Commerce Secretary Gina Raimondo told CBS News on Sunday, the last time that I was broadcasting, might even have been, what day is it today, Jameson? Is today a Sunday or a Wednesday? I lose complete track of time.
Wednesday, Thursday.
At the moment,
Wednesday.
Thank you. In New York, yes. So on the East Coast, it's Thursday already. Okay, so it was this last weekend. So that was, of course, the night of Mother's Day, and my being so fucking sick, I really didn't watch the Sunday program until my son brought it to my attention and sent me a link. But that was when the Commerce Secretary, Gina Raimondo, told CBS News that the government would work with private firms to secure the country's vital networks, herself concluding that, unfortunately, these sorts of attacks are becoming more frequent, and they're here to stay. So, this is an admission by our administration that we are in for brownouts and chronic siege in our quality of life because a bunch of fucking Russians and the Red Chinese are trying to bring us down to their level of misery. This cannot stand. We cannot abide by this. And I would say that war would be a logical answer to this kind of violation of our survival. But that being said, I'll turn it over to Jameson, who will provide whatever other updates he can on the situation. And I'm going to go mute. I'll take a quick trip to refresh myself, come back, and I'll be gnawing on some various foods to provide myself some calories. And I will be listening and checking in. I'm hoping that Mandy will join us. And if she's already on with us, Mandy, do let us know. Drop in and say hi, because she did mention that she would be with us eventually. Other than that, she can jump on bandwidth whenever she wishes. Jameson will also keep an eye out for her. And right now the stage goes to Jameson Reese. Love you dearly, my son, and you take it from here.
All right. The now the group that are calling credit for the attack is a Russian hacking group called DARKSIDE. Now, all right. Basically, I remember when Douglas had first given us the information on Stuxnet, and the first thing that came to my mind was, oh shit, we're pretty vulnerable as well. And the thing is, for a while, there are actually TED Talks you could find where they go into how vulnerable these things really are, such as the system controllers and all this other stuff. Now I'm going to look up I'm going to find an article for the actual hacking that went on. But suffice to say that there was also this is also the I think a few weeks back, the Colonial Pipeline, they did actually have a what do you call it? They do actually have a leak. I think it's somewhere in the Carolinas that was spilling a lot of oil already. So yeah, one of the problems we have is that all of the critical infrastructure in all of the critical areas that are necessary for American survival are at the hands of private actors. And I'm not fairly certain it's a good thing that these things are, being controlled by, or not controlled by the state. They're not run by the United States, basically. The ransomware group that carried out the crippling cyber attack demanded millions in Bitcoin cryptocurrency. The joys of crypto. Though at this point the company has not paid. The group previously identified as DARKSIDE demanded nearly $5 million American dollars. Two sources familiar with the incident said, but it's looking like Colonial Pipeline will not have to pay up. The company, working with the U.S. government officials, has managed to retrieve the most important data that was stolen, according to a person familiar with the response. The person said the data was not retrieved from the hackers via a ransomware payment, but by leveraging the attackers' use of intermediary servers within the United States to store the stolen information. They had best take whatever information they retrieve and find some way to encrypt it so that the same group doesn't decide, oh, you found it, okay, we'll just do the same thing again. Which I would say at this point we would have to come to expect as regular at this point. And this is another reason why I would emphasize to people to try to stock up on supplies before the summer gets here of such things such as water. Get some kind of electrical generator if you can. I'm not saying anything's going to happen. I'm saying that fear can be a healthy thing. Experts have also told CNN that early action by the company means it may be able to restore its systems without paying the ransom. In response to the attack, private sector companies worked with U.S. agencies to take a key server offline as recently as Saturday, disrupting the cyber attacks against the pipeline operator. That move appears to have made it possible for Colonial to take steps to restore its computer system from backups rather than pay the ransom, according to Alan Liska, senior security architect at Recorded Future. Since the exfiltrated data was cut off and never reached the homeland, there is no real additional incentive to pay an extortion now. The only payment we should give them is a freaking nuke, but that's just my opinion, Liska said, referring to what is likely Russia or another Eastern European country. Well, I think it's probably likely Russia, because they just said that, dark side was Russian. On Wednesday, White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki referred to the FBI guidance on whether to pay ransoms. Of course, the guidance from the FBI is not to do that, she said. The U.S. government has not been providing advice to Colonial Pipeline as to whether to pay the ransom or not, said another source. Helping efforts to restore the pipeline is the fact that there are no indications that the threat actor moved laterally to the company's operational networks. The Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency and FBI said on Tuesday. Colonial also said late Wednesday that it initiated the restart of pipeline operations, but acknowledged it would take several days for the product delivery supply chain to return to normal. Now, these are new details that have emerged about the decision to shut the pipeline. New details are emerging about Colonial's decision to proactively shut down its pipeline last week, a move that has led to panic buying and massive lines at the gas pump. The company halted operations because its billing system was compromised. Heaven forbid they can't get their money. 3 people briefed on the matter told CNN. And they were concerned that they wouldn't be able to figure out how much to bill customers for the fuel they received. Yep, always the case. One person familiar, am I not surprised? One person familiar with the response said the billing system is central to unfettered operation of the pipeline. That is part of the reason getting it back up and running has taken time, the person said. Are they fucking serious? I'm not going to comment on that right now. X about whether the shutdown was prompted by concerns about payment, the company spokesperson said, in response to the cybersecurity attack on our system, we proactively took certain systems offline to contain the threat, which temporarily halted all pipeline operations and affected some of our IT systems. At this time, there is no evidence that the company's operational technology systems were compromised by the attackers, which was actually one of the fears I had, because some of the, well, we'll just say that this is one of the reasons why our nation should have its own firewall, but that would be too common sense for them to actually create such a thing. The Colonial spokesperson said it will not be commenting on the ransom at this time, citing the ongoing investigation, but ransom demands are typically running between 1 to 3% of a company's gross revenue and usually negotiated 1 to 2%, according to a source familiar with recent trends in ransomware payments. I guess if they do this to enough people, they could rack up a sizable amount of money. which I'm sure will all go to the Kremlin. At the same time, government officials have been working to identify the individual hackers behind the attack in order to hold them accountable. In a joint federal government alert Tuesday night, CISA and the FBI confirmed that DARKSIDE was used as a ransomware as a service, in which developers of the ransomware receive a share of the proceeds from the cyber criminal actors who deploy it, known as affiliates. The affiliate in this case was likely Russian, according to sources familiar with the investigation. The affiliate could be a single individual, one of the sources said, which is even more scary. In fact, that's just downright terrifying. There are also indications that the individual actors that attacked Colonial in conjunction with DARKSIDE may have been inexperienced or novice hackers rather than well-seasoned professionals, according to 3 sources familiar with the Colonial investigation. That's even more frightening. Now, I don't want to know what what professional hackers would be capable of if this is the case. David Kennedy, the president of the cybersecurity firm TRUSTED-SEC, noted that DARKSIDE's business model is to provide attackers with limited skills, the funding and resources they need to actually launch the attacks, providing a platform that both parties can profit off of. I'm guessing they take a percentage of the proceeds, and which would be a rational business model. Among the signs that the hackers were novices is the fact that they chose a high-risk target that deals in a low-margin business, meaning the attack was unlikely to yield the kind of payout experienced ransomware actors are typically looking for, the sources told CNN. Well, tell that to everyone who has to contend with elevated gas and oil prices. This was a gross miscalculation on the hackers' part, a source previously told CNN, noting the hackers likely had not anticipated their attack would lead to the shutdown of one of the U.S.'s largest refined products pipeline system, spurring emergency White House meetings and a whole of government response. Well, now they are super confident. Like, oh shit, look what I did, which is not a good thing. I'm, of course, being humorous where there should be no humor whatsoever, but there is something sadly funny about all of it. All right. In wake of the pipeline hack, Biden signs executive order on cybersecurity. This is WNYC, NPR website. President Biden signed an executive order Wednesday, boosting America's cyber defenses following a ransomware attack on a company that operates a pipeline that provides nearly half the gasoline and jet fuel for the country's East Coast. The broad order, which the administration had been working on for months, aims to strengthen cybersecurity for federal networks and outline new security standards for commercial software used by both businesses and the public. Recent cybersecurity incidents, such as SolarWinds, Microsoft Exchange, and the Colonial Pipeline incident, are a sobering reminder that U.S. public and private sector entities increasingly face sophisticated malicious cyber activity from both nation-state actors and cyber criminals, the White House fact sheet says. In a briefing with reporters Wednesday, a senior Biden administration official said that the order reflects a fundamental shift in our mindset from incident response to prevention, from talking about security to doing security. Now, you would probably be correct in guessing that were this Donald Trump, there would be no response, which is why I'm glad that mofo is not president. As NPR first reported last month, the order lays out a series of new requirements for companies that do business with the federal government. The administration's goal is not only to boost federal defenses, but to also use the purchasing power of the government to get those higher standards to trickle down to the private sector. The administration also wants a pilot program like those Energy Star ratings on appliances, so consumers know if software was developed securely. We see small companies being forced to pay a ransom to get their businesses back up and running. Annie Neuberg, the Deputy National Security Advisor for Cyber and Emerging Technology at the White House, told NPR's Dina Temple Ranston in a recent interview. You know, we see school systems networks down due to criminals, so those risks touch everyday Americans' lives as well as at the national level. Well, as far as school systems, they'll be like, yay, no school. No. Maybe not. Biden's order requires companies to report certain information about cyber breaches. It updates security standards on government networks, including mandating multi-factor authentication and encryption. And it creates a playbook for cyber incident response by federal agencies. It also establishes a cybersecurity safety review board to analyze incidents. It's modeled on the National Transportation Safety Board, which reviews airplane crashes and incidents with other modes of transportation. The order comes in the wake of the Colonial Pipeline hack and after other recent cyber attacks. Now, the focus on Russia. While cyber threats come from all over the world, the pipeline attack brought focus back to Russia because Biden says the alleged criminal group has ties to the country. Biden expects to meet with his Russian counterpart soon. He suggested this could be a topic of discussion. I'm going to be meeting with President Vladimir Putin. Why waste your time, Mr. Biden? And so far there has been no evidence but from our intelligence people that Russia is involved. Although there's evidence that the actor's ransomware was in Russia, Biden has said. They have some responsibility to deal with this. The two are expected to meet during Biden's trip overseas to meet with European leaders next month. Matthew Rojansky, director of Wilson Center's Kennan Institute, who is close to the administration, said both governments are vulnerable to cyber attacks. He said, and it's in both their interests to start a conversation on rules of engagement, which he added could be part of larger plans to discuss arm controls and security. And you can start just by laying out the red lines and talking deterrence, he said. You know, if you do X, we do Y. You don't want Y, so don't do X. But then you can move from there, eventually build a little of working trust, and possibly establish an actual framework that looks like arms control. Or we can just blow the shit out of each other, which is probably going to happen as well. The administration has made clear that the cyber threat goes well beyond Russia. It's not specifically a bilateral problem. It's also a China problem, said Ari Swartz, who served as cybersecurity director in the Obama White House. It's a problem with Iran and North Korea, and it's also a problem with a criminal issue. It's all of those things, and the Biden administration said that very directly on several occasions. The Biden administration says for too long the government and country have failed to take the necessary steps to boost defenses. These are systems that we use to run government and conduct commerce, systems that are used to deliver our power and our water, to help manage traffic on our roads. The cost of continuing status quo is simply unacceptable. So these are, some of the issues that are involved with this pipeline hack. Um, now,
By the way, I'm looking through the chat room here, and Karen O'Connor says, "All right, JMO, the astute nihilist, the astute nihilist." Penny Bradley says, "The Nakwaffen pilot says I did not go that deep," talking about what she had alluded to that we were addressing, and so she was talking about the channel that her show streams on. Somehow Peter was able to access it, but I'm not. I don't see what link she put up. Maybe it's in the chat room in the studio, but when I go to studio, I don't see it either. That's so weird. I don't know what Peter was looking at, but Penny was trying to put it in the chat room. Anyhow, she said we are still in World War II, very much so. And a shout out to Veronica Barrera. She gives us all kinds of positive energy. So shout out to her. And so Spartano Negative says he's ordering it Friday and he's done. He's got the 5-star. God bless you, Spartano Negative. Hugs, dear brother. May you have many sons, as they say in China, the Chinese culture. I think that's actually a curse myself, but
yeah, I would honestly rather have daughters.
Thank you. You know what the Chinese say when they say that when somebody is cheap, that they're going to have all daughters. That having all daughters is a punishment, a divine punishment for being scringy, or the old word that they used to use for somebody who is frugal or fiscally minded to a fault would be niggardly, would be the term they used to use. So the divine punishment for niggardliness in the Chinese perspective would be having all daughters, and that was always funny to me. That like you said, I'd prefer that to sons myself. Holy shit! Now what's this you're showing me? Just got.
All right, that's the link to the channel you're looking for.
Oh, Penny Wink Lab. Oh, okay. So that's what to recommend to people. YouTube.com/user/Penny Wink Lab. Okay, so let me cut and paste that and give that to Peter Moon. Oh, holy shit! It works. Holy. Didn't expect that. Oh my god. And there's Penny. And hopefully she's still listening, and hopefully she wasn't pissed off by what we said. God, I don't want her to take it out on me when I'm there on Saturday.
Well. Again, I like to qualify. I don't mean it as a means of doubting. Again, I have to. When I say it just like what Peter Moon said. I'm sure certain people have their experiences. Remember he was saying earlier on that broadcast, he's like, someone has a experience with a gray. It's like, you don't say you didn't have an experience with a gray. That's their experience.
Right.
I just have a brain that needs to put things into a different context for myself, as a means of processing information and trying to process information in a way that is, at least to my personal opinion, as accurate as possible.
Well, it's consistent with the reality that we're comfortable with, and we all have our comfort zones, and I have my own comfort zone, and Penny, she breaches a lot of comfort zones. That's fine.
Douglas,
I
would have to say, if anyone, you probably breach more comfort zones than she does.
I appreciate you saying that too. I mean, honestly, just one of those would be, say, for instance, my cross-dressing, or just pushing sexual ambiguity to the limit on where I can, just for, I have to admit, it's mostly for entertainment these days than anything else. But in terms of what I was going to say about yourself, take the advantage of this to go back to what you were saying about the hospital, the emergency room, and everything from that point. And so let's hear about that. I'm going to go mute again, and you can catch us all up on, that.
All right. Well, there was something amusing that started to happen as the enzymes moved from, as the CPK, as the blood CPK levels moved from 3,000 to 6,000. Now, there was a TV on in one of the smaller waiting cubicles, and unfortunately, my asking the nurse to turn it off did not go well because there was no remote by which to turn the TV off. So I'm stuck looking at a TV I don't want to watch, and the commercials. Now, for those who don't know this, for some reason, when one's enzyme levels are that high and it's against what your body naturally does, there are some mental changes you'll note that seem to border on hallucinations. And all my tripping on DXM and having taken levels that make whatever I use that day look like nothing, even having done that, I've never seen anything like this. So I'm watching TV, and all of a sudden I'm noting that people are moving super fast. I'm like, wait a minute, why is that person moving so fast? And so I decided to look around at the rest of the emergency room, and everyone else looked like they were moving in super fast motion. And the only thing I noted was I could see this sort of white smoke rising off of me, but I'm sure that was part of the hallucination. And so I'm here thinking, oh shit, I done got possessed by a demon or something. Because it looked like those movies where they show where they try to over Hollywood things up, and you have the person moving super fast, and they're shaking and contorting in all types of weird ways. Oh. That's precisely what everyone in the emergency room looked like.
Yeah, that smoke effect from your body, it just you're seeing everything through the smoke, right?
I don't know what the smoke effect was. I think that's my soul saying, all right, it's like my soul saying to whatever future wife I'll never have, I'm coming to meet you. That's it.
Oh my God!
I thought I was gonna die. So there's a point where I'm sitting there in the emergency room. I note that my the bag of IV fluid is gone, and I have not seen this nurse for the last hour, and so I'm sitting there and I'm just thinking to myself, shit, I guess I'm gonna die here. Well,
oh my
fuck
God.
it. I literally at that point gave up, and I was like, well. I'm hoping that if I don't really know what the soul, spirit, or any of that stuff is. I know that I have to work with those ideas in the paradigm of things I do, being that I work with mostly demons and sometimes angels and stuff like that. But my desire at that point was whatever creates this phenomenon of consciousness where I'm consciously aware, I hope it's permanently destroyed so I never incarnate the fuck again.
Don't be that way. But certainly, appreciate the fact that you were learning some lessons from this, and I personally hope you'll be determined now to rehabilitate. I hate that term, but
there's still. I'm going to be perfectly honest with you, and this is where things are scary. But there's part of me that really is like, why the fuck am I doing this sobriety stuff again? and there's part of and look, there's part of me that wants to negotiate. It's like, okay, if I'm going to take the cough medicine, no caffeine, no walking for freaking 6 or 7 miles, and no drinking beer, and drink a shitload of water so you don't wind up in an emergency room with failed kidneys, a stroke, and your brain damage for the rest of your fucking life. Because that's going to be where you will wish your consciousness was to discontinue and cease to exist. Which it does on a daily basis anyway, but that's just me being, a negative Nancy all the time.
Yeah. No, definitely. I hear what you're saying. By the way, I want to encourage, of course, I want to encourage you towards rehabilitation. I definitely think that it's one of those things, however, that obviously the choice is yours. None of us are. I'm not going to be preaching. I mean, I'm not one to talk, but in terms of your latest experience, I think it's something that we all are frightened by. It's alarming, and we're glad that you survived. And
I found it alarming, but I didn't for a second interpret or take it as an occult attack of someone else. because I knew damn well that with the way I was doing things, I was deliberately taking more and more risk by not drinking water when I was going out, because it's like, okay, if I drink water, then I drink alcohol on top of that, I'm just going to be pissing for the next 5 hours, and I'm not going to be able to walk around and do anything. So it's like, it's something that should have happened sooner than this.
And yet, when we put it into perspective of what happened to yourself and Derek Talley simultaneously,
that's where things seem kind of weird, because in both cases, when you think about it, what they needed to do was they needed to use they needed to use the IV fluid, the sodium chloride solution, to keep my kidneys drained as a means of pumping all that stuff out of my body so that I could piss it all out for those 3 days. And what's interesting with him was he presented to the hospital with 6% kidney use. So in both cases, either the treatment seemed to involve the kidneys.
yeah,
And so there's a synchronicity there that I can't overlook.
right.
And if anything, what would keep me wanting to stay on the straight and narrow, or at least stay clean of that particular substance, is the fact that I think part of this might be my vulnerability on that substance.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where I can say that it's possible that a occult attack did go through and hit me.
And
because
Derek,
I think, yeah, it hit us both. We're both black. We're both producing with you,
yeah.
And it hit us both in the kidneys. So obviously, I don't know what his vulnerabilities were before that occurred to him. I do pray that he has a full recovery. I don't know how much of a recovery he's going to get, given the fact that they already have him to the point where he has to go for dialysis. Right. I just hope for his sake it's not as harsh as it was, when my grandmother had it. I mean, it's a harsh thing to go through anyway. But that said, there's a lot of things going on at once with that. I think it might have been an attack because of the fact that we both produced for you, but I also realized that part of that attack relied on me being altered all the time.
Right.
Because if I'm altered the way I am, especially if I'm using, two of these substances that really rip me apart the fastest, it's probably going to be alcohol.
Right.
I mean, that rips me apart fast by itself.
It's incredibly powerful. Yeah, go on.
Now you add to that the cough medicine, and the fact that the day before, I had a problem where I had admitted to my mom that I had, something to drink, and they were pissed, and so I was like, all right, I'm not gonna do that again.
Right.
But I wish I had taken that advice. Actually, I'm glad I didn't take that advice, because had I taken that advice, I'd still be getting altered right now.
Okay.
And if I were still getting altered, there's a possibility that whatever attack would come from me down the line would be worse than what I just experienced. Yeah. So there's a lot of ways to look at that. Needless to say, the service was as slow as I expected. In fact, it was worse than it was worse than I've ever known it to be, because in the history, there were times in the past where it was high and they only need but then again, that was all pre-COVID. This is post-COVID, so it's a completely new reality. I was in a COVID-free wing of people who had already been tested for the antibodies and had come back negative for COVID.
Wow.
And I had the privilege of one of the nurses, some attractive light white lady. She was like, "Oh, you don't have to worry about wearing a mask here. You know, it's no one has COVID." And she's
Wow.
like, and I'm like, "Well, you know, I'm worried about it anyway because that's just the kind of guy I am." She's like, "Oh, trust me, it's not that big a deal. I had COVID." And so at that moment,
Whoa!
yeah. So at that moment, whatever flirtation she was trying to, because I had heard from one of the other nurses that, she was just trying to use me as a rebound or something. But, whatever attempt she made,
Wow! Fuck!
but
Man, I mean, just for all these nurses to be that honest with you, one telling you what the other
no,
one's
no,
up about.
no. So see, here's the thing: they weren't speaking to me. I overheard them.
Oh,
Because
oh.
I overheard them, and the thing is, she did seem like she was being flirtatious and whatnot. She was smiling and all this other stuff. And, I think when I heard that, I was like, "Oh, sorry, I can't do it. Not gonna happen."
I mean, if she had it and is over it, I'm not quite sure what the problem is with that, though.
Well, I don't. Is it something that's sexually transmissible? I mean, I don't
Well,
know
but
these things.
didn't you get a shot?
Yeah, I got both of them.
Yeah, well, you're better off than I am. You got the better shot. You got the fucking mRNA shit, so you're fucking immune for all intents and purposes, really, comparatively
Um,
speaking. And honestly, even if you contract it, they've discovered that effectively everybody who's had the mRNA shots, nobody dies who's had the shot
all right.
when they
Well, I,
contract it.
I, I still I don't want to reach the point where I can't get it up because of the, you
Well,
know.
well, I mean, you had the drugs to worry about concerning that, but it's anyhow. Honestly, you got to stop overthinking this sort of shit, and sometimes just take a risk. I mean, it's like I said, now I'm not that reckless. Like when I was at that conference, the Conspiracy Con, where I really broke out, and that's the one in which I wiped the floor with Richard Dolan's face. That's yeah. That it was at
That
that.
was a fun one.
Yeah, thank you. That was when I was approached by a young lady who was obviously there to basically accused me of rape. And she was dressed for the part where, of course, I'd want to rape her. And literally, she was at the point where she had a incredible piece of clothing, a combination of jewelry and lingerie, where there was a spider web across her cleavage. And I remarked on that, just how impacting that was visually. And she was saying, "Yeah, the dossier said you'd like that." This is basically what she said. I mean, honestly, it was, I mean, that straight up.
Oh
And
wow.
I was like, whoa, so I wasn't inviting her up, even though she pretty much gave me her portfolio, so to speak, inside of a brown manila envelope. And I brought that up to my hotel room with me. And when I didn't invite her up, then of course that's when Rick Prestel said, "Oh, hey, V left you, and you got this extra bed, and I don't want to pay another couple $100 just to stay overnight. I'll ride you home if you let me sleep in your room overnight." And of course yeah, sure. And then he woke up the next morning accusing me of rape. So it's like, so you would, no matter what was going to happen or who was in that room, I was going to be accused of rape sometime that day. It was just the way they had it all set up. That was the ambush established by Brian William Hall himself, the guy running Conspiracy Con. The con's on me, right? And so aside from all of that, obviously I'm not that reckless, but I'm reckless enough. And that's why, as I said, I'm always seeking a chick takeover, so I have some woman at least putting some restraint on myself. And Selena Khan beautifully acts as my adult supervision to a degree. And so, and best of all, she doesn't really care what I do with my private life to the unhealthy degree that many of the other females did. In other words, many of the other females had their own stake in myself, where they were seeing me as a partner. And Selena, does not have those restraints on me that these other women did. So it's much better with her than it ever has been in that sense. But so things, eventually you find somebody you can work with, and you'll do that with some female in the future.
There is something that you're right about, and this is something that has made really, no matter how many times they go to rehab, and I must have been there like 5 or 6 times by now, 21 days away from everyone and whatnot. I think it's this fearful mindset of not wanting to take a risk with anything that keeps me locked in the addiction. Because I'm well aware that what that does is that causes me to put a wall up around myself, which pushes people away. People who, if I had good relationships with them, I'd have friends. I'd probably have I'd have as good of a social life as someone introverted can possibly have, and maybe even a sex partner. And maybe I wouldn't want to pick up and use again. And I cannot bullshit you. There is something in the back of my head that says, Lady DXM has your number, motherfucker.
Yes, well, this is like heroin. Yeah, it's like heroin, very much like that. And that becomes...
I mean, it's like whatever connection you don't have with people from not taking that chance, that's what the drug is there for. And it does its job exceptionally well. And that makes... Because again, to those of you out there who think addiction is a moral injury, it's not. Addiction is an injury of connection. Again, there's that experiment they did with the water dropper that had the heroin and the rats. During the first experiment, they put heroin in the water dropper, and they noticed that rats seemed to want to go to the one that had heroin instead of regular water. And of course, this was because the rats were in an environment where they were in a cage alone. Now, when they put them in a cage with like a lot of exercise stuff, and they had like a whole community of rats where they could go fuck each other, do whatever, hang out, shoot the shit, the rats actually decided to reject the heroin water and started drinking regular water again. So what this means is that it's a failure to connect with others in a face-to-face level. Let's admit it. As great as speaking to all of you are, especially to you, Douglas, it's like there's a difference between speaking to someone online and hanging out with someone in person and just chilling with people, speaking to people face to face. And so when you don't have that, healthy connectivity, things fall. Well, for lack of a better word, that's when addiction is there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And thank you for the courage in sharing that. And that's very important. And it will help a lot of others. And honestly, I know that that's important to you because you're not the nihilist you claim to be, or at least present yourself as. Because if you were, you would be with the cults of the Kings of Chaos and
Douglas, if I had to say anything, I would say that I'm too human.
Thank you.
I am.
And that's a beautiful thing. That's a beautiful thing. Of course, it's awful in its own way.
Yeah, it has its awful aspects, but I would say that, if anything, when it comes to practice and belief, I would probably fit in more with the cults of the Kings of Edom, but I don't want to do what they do. I'm not interested in destroying everyone the fuck else or raping kids or doing all that horrible shit. For what?
Thank you. And very important, very important. Let's check the chat room for just a second before I take my leave again for a few minutes. And of course, Karen O'Connor was mentioning that, she was bringing up a number of things. Of course, she said something about Biden's shutdown of the pipeline was worse. And I'm like thinking, well, honey, you live in Ireland. What are you talking about? What have they been telling you over there? Oh my God, are you listening to Fox News over there? I mean, come on, be careful what your sources are. Biden's shutdown of the pipeline. Is she talking about the Dakota?
Well, this is the thing. Biden didn't shut down the pipeline.
Thank you.
Colonial chose to shut down the pipeline, and they chose to shut down the pipeline because their billing department was hit
Yeah.
And because they couldn't figure out how much to charge us, they were like, well, fuck it, let's just cut operations.
Oh my God. Well, that was generous of them.
And
Karen.
now,
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry.
again,
Go ahead.
again, this is the same pipeline that has one of the worst environmental spills going on as we speak, which has still not been addressed. That's the leak that's going on in, I don't know if it's North or South Carolina. It's one of those places.
All right. Well, definitely. Thank you. Thank you for contextualizing that. That's important. Karen O'Connor says she's up feeding the baby 5 a.m. over there in Dublin. And so our love to you, dear Karen, mwah, and love to the baby and your husband. And so there we are. I'm going to go on mute and grab a few things, some pepper for my tea eggs and some other stuff, and I'll be back. And aside from that, we have Jameson here holding the line, and he can bring up some other aspects of anything he wants, but the drugs are probably far more interesting to people. So self-destruction is more interesting to most people than geopolitics. But
honestly, what I wanted to go into was something relating American politics.
Oh, by all means, you can, and
Yeah.
I'll take over for, when I come back, because obviously that's something I was going to speak to. It's inescapable, unavoidable, but definitely go on for as long as you want about that. Obviously, we're hoping for Mandy to come in and kind of segue us more into my monologue, but for right now, I'm just getting some calories in me. Just so people understand, my hope is that the I don't know, maybe I gotta start taking laxatives or something. The problem is I just don't want this to go through me all at once and do what it did, resulting in the photograph you see. Okay, there's a few things to notice about this photograph, and I'm sure Jameson noticed them when no one else did, but I'm referencing the photographic image taken by my son that's embedded in thumbnail of tonight's live stream. For those of you who haven't heard it, this was taken directly after my latest transmission prior to tonight's, when I had basically made it through 12 hours after initially almost collapsing twice in the same day due to my vagus nerve being depressed by processing out a lot of solid foods that had taken a long time to go through my digestive system, and by the time they were ready to come out, this was not constipation, mind you, but it was simply surely enough of it that it really almost, without exaggeration, conceivably, when someone suffers vasovagal syncope on the toilet, then this is why they put guardrails on toilets for older people or in medical facilities, because you can fall off the toilet, you can crack your skull open, and you can die. So, like I mentioned before, my mother's healing capacity, but who wants to risk anything? Who wants to risk anything like that? And so, like I was telling Jameson, all apex predators are incredibly fragile in their own right. Sharks cannot exist in aquariums. Komodo dragons cannot exist in captivity. For those of you who don't know, who are ignorant of reptiles, the apex.
You wouldn't want a Komodo dragon. Oh my god!
Yeah.
The bacteria in their mouth alone is enough to kill you 10 times over.
Thank you.
There's a reason why people don't live on the island where they live.
Thank you. Actually, incredibly enough, believe it or not, people do, but they're all affiliated with feeding the Komodo dragons. That's the whole point, is that there are people who live on those islands, and they kind of like, I don't know if they really live on them, but I do believe it has kind of a native population, but the entire island of Komodo is geared towards the feeding of the dragons. They import cattle and shit for the dragons to eat, because the people know that if they don't keep importing they do so with state help. They're sponsored by the state, but they know that if that ever stops, the supply of cattle and deer and shit that they give to the dragons, that they're next on the list. They know that. So they would probably vacate the island very quickly were shipments of animals to stop. At which point the Komodo dragons would be eating each other, and they do that. They will cannibalize, but they're so apex that literally people don't understand this. They cannot exist in captivity. Believe it or not, the biggest problem in captivity is the bacterial infections. And this is, you would think they would be immune with the shit that's in their mouth to anything. But the truth is that they are very well adapted to a specific environment. And no one can recreate that environment too effectively. The closest was Emperor Hirohito with an unlimited amount of money, bringing them over to Ganges Island and hybridizing them with other reptiles, and therefore creating even more monstrous abominations that he would have unleashed upon the Americans until, well, basically he lost control of them anyway and just let them eat each other on the island until they planted a groka, or a dimensional bomb, to shift the island out of existence. Now, for this sounding, this is what kind of offended me about Peter Moon. I mean, no big deal. I would say this to his face. And it's like when I brought the story up and I said, are you going to enter that into the book? Well, it's too weird. I mean, oh God. I mean, where does that barrier crop up in his world? It's just kind of, oh my God. But at any rate, for those of you,
people have to realize is that truth is weirder than fiction.
Thank you.
And all this Roswell stuff about people and lost space programs and shit of America, that stuff is too tame to be real.
Thank you. And Nathan Brooks says, greetings, Team D. Love y'all. Love you in turn, Nathan Brooks. And wonderful man. Glad he's with, a good part of his more immediate family. And, of course, he's got an ex-wife who prevents him from seeing the kids that he produced with her. And hope everything goes well with him eventually concerning that. I mean, I myself would be glad that somebody took kids away from me, but I'm not Nathan Brooks, who's a far more responsible man than I am. But in terms of, for those of you who don't know, Ganges Island was an island in the Pacific that is no longer there, except unlike certain islands that were literally blown out of the ocean by nuclear weapons tested by the United States. This is where the Digloka, or the bell bomb, was proven in terms of its capabilities to the Allies. And that's where a demonstration took Ganges Island out of this world, literally out of this world, phased it into another dimension. So taking with it all of the Super Komodo hybrids that Emperor Hirohito was breeding on the island itself, which were at that point eating each other anyway. But if you can imagine some of the hybridization enabling the spitting that some lizards do, for those of you who are aware of lizards that spit their poison, imagine large Komodo dragons that are able to spit their bacteria in a stream towards their target. And that's what we're talking about. And in other words, what we're talking is Reptilicus.
I mean, when you reach the point where you're making velociraptors and shit, which is what that sounds like.
Yeah, worse actually.
I mean,
yeah.
Actually, I'd imagine those things are worse than velociraptors. Yes. Honestly.
Yeah, because they've got a projectile weapon. So go on. Anyhow, go on.
No, not only that, they're like one violent bacteria could probably wipe out a whole village.
Oh yeah.
So I mean, I have no doubt that with what Emperor Hirohito had up his sleeve, he probably could have caused it to rain poison and just say "fuck America."
Yeah, it's true. It's true. So at any rate, I think people got the general idea now. I'm going to do a little gargling, refresh myself, and okay, I'm going to go mute, and Jameson will take you from here for a little bit of his adventure, or whatever he could think of, and I'll check in soon enough. Thank you. Love you, son. Thank you.
All right. So, today I was walking I was leaving the store actually, from buying copious amounts of candy, which I really shouldn't be bothering with, but well, one thing warrants another thing taking over just to stop you from engaging in the more harmful thing. But that aside, some lady had stopped me, wanted me to sign something for some borough president. And the first thing I'm thinking is, I asked her, well, what party is this guy? She says, oh, he's independent. And I'm like, no, look, I already signed for someone else. I'm not interested. Um, the thing is, I don't know how this is going to come across, but I'm just going to say it anyway. What America doesn't need is more white males. I honestly think, politically speaking, especially with the fact that the most targeted population right now are Asian Americans, I think that what we need in politics are more women, but especially, people of Asian descent who can, represent, you know, more Asian women, perhaps, more women of other colors, even if they are white women. I mean, anything's better than a male. Heck, I rather a white woman than even a black male because, we have, what is it, Uncle Tim, Uncle Tom, whatever the fuck that asshole's called, who's, who's as black as can be, but, he's like, oh, the Republicans are your friends. These are fucking piece of shit. Yeah, every community of color suffers from Uncle Tom or Uncle Ruckus if you're someone who likes to watch the Boondocks, which was pretty funny. But yeah, what I feel that what America especially New York, needs more of is both female candidates and Asian candidates, because I think that I don't know. I don't even know how much politics even does anything or effectively anymore. But cynicism aside, part of having a good representation, part of getting people off their asses to do stuff, is having some degree of representation. Granted, this hard experiment that calls itself Western culture, which, Douglas deconstructed that terminology very well last transmission. It's basically white male supremacy culture, which is just basically spreading or perpetuating that particular thing where everyone else is seen as second, or, that sort of hierarchy, that destructive hierarchy, which, if we look at the state of affairs of the way things are run in this country, they're not run effectively at all. So where is more of the status quo getting us? Just food for thought, Again, I'm not someone who you could consider racist. I mean, for goodness sake, I listen to death metal.
Yeah, and there's nothing more white than death metal. By the way, I forgot. Somebody did write me. What were you gonna say about the photograph? Oh yes, the photograph embedded in thumbnail of live stream. Jason probably noticed this. I don't know if anyone else did. You can really tell how skinny I truly am when you look at that belt. So anyone takes a look at that belt, you can finally appreciate how skinny I am compared to your average American. Of course, people have asked me, well, why don't you get a smaller belt? The truth is, of course, I'm tempted to say that is a small belt by American standards, but I'm not going to go there. I'm tempted, but no, it's not. The reality is, for those of you who are appreciative of little man secrets, or by that I mean, the secrets that men have who are like tactically conscious. Tactically conscious men will recognize that one of the things you always need, no matter where you are, or two of the things you should always have at least, are you want to stay bladed, you always want to have some kind of knife on you, and if for no other reason than strictly survival purposes, and you always want a rope. And the closest that you can really come to carrying a rope around with you without looking like an idiot, is a belt. So there's going to be situations where very long belts can come in very handy. So they are useful for that. If for no other reason than to hang yourself with. I'm kidding, of course. It's a joke. But that was actually a joke in Good Times. If you might remember the Black series, Good Times, where they were,
yeah.
yes, they were living in.
Yeah, that's quite funny.
Yeah, they were living in Petrini Green, and that was the project sites in, I forget which city Petrini Green was in, but they were one of the largest project sites in the world. One of them. Might be the tallest. They were one of the tallest. In other words, like a vertical ghetto. And so in that series, they had one really overweight young black guy. And of course, they had a traditional black mother. And I forget his name, but there was kind of like the proto-Urkel, the precursor. One of the original black nerds was in that television series. It was a black guy with glasses. I forget his name. But he was like this black nerd in the family, and his mother was going to whip him. So she was asking the fat young black guy, his friend. Actually, she didn't ask him. She was just asking someone in general. Somebody give me your belt so I can whip my son. And then the fat black kid, he said, you can use my belt, Miss D. And, then she, said, good heavens, I want to whip him, not hang him. And yeah, that was really funny. That always stuck with me. But yeah, so there we have that. So aside from that, you might ask why I was dressed anyway. Somebody else has presented that question, and that's because obviously when my son called and said he was coming, then I couldn't just show up at the door naked. So I did throw some clothes on, and the result is what you see. that halfway accomplished affair that's lying there in bed. Anyhow, it all worked out. By that time, I was actually feeling pretty well. So a bit of that is affect. But such as it is alarming. We'll see what happens in the future. But keep me in your thoughts and prayers, and hopefully I, get some kind of continuity here going with what solid food that I do process, and I'll have to find a way to get access to more blood, which would mean go visiting the estate more often. I'm not quite sure if my son can convince his husband to allow that. But either way, then we'll adapt. We'll try. And so, such being said, let me see if there's something else that I neglected. Oh, maybe some other liquids. So I'm going to go mute again. I'll be back in a few minutes, and Jameson will take back over. And it's all yours, son. Thank you.
All right. I'm tempted to ask if a surgical scalpel would count. This way, if a cop's ever stopped me, I'll say, oh, it's okay, I have a medical license, I'm a doctor. Chances are they would probably pump me full of holes all the same. But that's just, unfortunately, the country we live in. Now, let's see what I can scrounge up from the Associated Press as far as, just regular stories and stuff. Let's see. Give me we have the whole thing with, oh shit. Well, here we go. 36 minutes ago. Pipeline hacks send people scrambling for fuel in the South. This is North Carolina. A run on gas following a computer hack of the nation's largest fuel pipeline had North Carolina tow truck driver Jonathan King worried about whether he could do his job. I drive all over the place, King said at a packed gas station outside of Winston-Salem on Wednesday. It gets really busy. And yeah, with the fuel going the way it's going to be very hard for us. Hopefully, we'll be able to get through it. The cybersecurity attack on the Colonial Pipeline has prompted fuel hoarding and panic buying in parts of the southeastern U.S. The next thing to go is going to be toilet paper. Watch. Toilet paper always goes. All right. Uh, all right. Yeah, striking fear and stress among those who waited in long lines for gas. And while the Colonial initiated the restart of the pipeline operations late Wednesday, the company said it would take several days for deliveries to return to normal. The scene at the gas station was far from a typical Wednesday after governors of both North Carolina and Virginia declared states of emergency to help ensure supply and access to gas. As people in the region emerge from the lockdowns and limitations of the coronavirus pandemic, some fear the prospect of lost wages and missed doctor's appointments. They also worried about canceling plans with family members who they were only beginning to see again. And so as a result, they just hoard everything. Somehow, the typical mindset doesn't make sense, but all right. Mary Goldberg, 60, of Norfolk, Virginia, said she needs her car for work, but also to see her grandchildren, whom she barely got to see last year. Her job includes delivering T-shirts for events and other promotional products. I can't get paid until my customers get their products, said Goldberg, as a slow operating pump filled her tank for more than 20 minutes. God damn. That's a long time to fill it. What the hell is she driving, a tank? At a 7-Eleven. Construction worker Jamar Gaddison, 36, was also filling up his tank there Wednesday before he had a doctor's appointment. I'm about to run out of gas, so I have no choice, Gaddison said, adding that he is also a Uber Eats driver, but wasn't planning on delivering food that night because he didn't want to wait in line again. Restaurants and bars, which are already struggling to fill job openings, will find themselves particularly squeezed, said Robert McNabb, an economics professor at Virginia's Old Dominion University. Some workers may not be able to come to work, and some customers may abandon plans to eat out. In all likelihood, these service workers will be impacted most significantly, with rising fuel and food prices eating a larger part of their household budgets and income being reduced this month by the fear-induced shortage of gasoline, McNabb said. The Colonial Pipeline delivers about 45% of the fuel consumed on the East Coast. There is no gasoline shortage, according to the government officials and energy analysts. But there has been a problem getting fuel from refineries on the Gulf Coast to the states that need it, and officials have been scrambling to find alternative routes to deliver that fuel. The distribution problem and panic buying have been draining supplies at thousands of gas stations. On Wednesday, 4 to 5 cars were lined up at each pump at a Circle K in Clemens, North Carolina, a community southwest of Winston-Salem along the I-40. Dietrich Badorek said he drove to 4 gas stations before he found one where he could fill up his car. He expressed concern that motorists may become a little more unnerved as the situation extends itself. Yeah, it's only a matter of time before they start filling up the old shotgun and letting loose on each other. I sense things could go a bit more desperately as time goes by. So far, it's reasonable, he said, but not for everyone, apparently. 2 people were charged with an assault after a fight over spots in a line at a Marathon gas station in Knightdale, outside of Raleigh, on Tuesday afternoon, authorities said. The man and woman arguing over spots spat in each other's face before the fight turned physical and a cell phone was damaged. Wow. Video posted on Instagram shows 2 cars bumped up against each other at a gas station. The woman was charged with simple assault, and the man was charged with assault on a female and damage to personal property. Both were cited and released with a pending court date. In Walton County, Georgia, paramedic Jeff Lyle has just been under a quarter tank of gas in his Jeep, but no one knew of any stations near his house that had gas, so he went to his garage and found a small amount in the cans he used for his lawnmower in case he needed the extra boost to make it to work. That's actually a good idea, to get gas cans and store at least, I don't know, a little bit of gas in it in case things hit the fan. Actually fill it up. But as for the ambulance he works in, we have to buy fuel at gas stations like everybody else does, he said. That means that whenever possible, the ambulances have been stopping to refuel when they're lucky enough to drive past a station with gas. So already people's fear of buying is going to cause people to die. That's painfully predictable. Along the Appalachian Trail, which stretches from Georgia to Maine, hikers depend on car and van shuttles to access the trail and get supplies. Everybody's out here buying from the same gas pumps, so the lines are long. Some are out. You really got to look for it, said Ron Brown, who operates Ron's Appalachian Trail shuttles. It often takes hikers from Atlanta's airport to the North Georgia mountains. But he said the hikers are resourceful enough to get where they need to go. It will get rectified because it's a big deal and everybody needs gas. We'll just have to make do until it does. Finley reported from Norfolk, Virginia. Martin reported from Marietta, Georgia. All right, so this at least gives us insight into human psychology. Even though the oil pipeline has nothing to do with gas, people are already panic spending. Or I could be wrong on that. And if I'm wrong, I'm open to correction. But from what I just read, it doesn't seem like it. Now, of course, we have some international stuff. Well, it's not even worth going into Gaza and Israel because they've been doing that since the beginning of time. Well, since the beginning of the country, Israel popped up there, and they'll probably be doing that long after people. All right. Ex-cops in Floyd death claim witness coercion, harm of leak. Attorneys for 3 former Minneapolis officers awaiting trial in George Floyd's death will be in court Thursday to argue pretrial motions, including a request that prosecutors be sanctioned after media reports that Derek Chauvin had planned to plead guilty a year ago, and allegations that they haven't disclosed information about the alleged coercion of a witness. Attorneys for Thomas Lane, Jay Kung, and Tao have said that they want the court to require prosecuting attorneys to submit affidavits under oaths that they aren't responsible for the leak to the media. Why is that even an issue? In a filing late Wednesday, Tao's attorney also alleged that the Hennepin County medical examiner was coerced to include neck compression in his findings and that prosecutors knew of it. Are they seriously trying to get that asshole out of prison? You know what? Fuck this. I don't even want to read that. I don't care where it's going. It's just something that's just... I can say that I'm already sick of the United States as it is. In fact, maybe it's a better idea to read about 2 countries that have been at war with one another for a very long time, doing more of the same. Because why the hell not? A little death is fine when it's not in your own home. Gaza City, Gaza Strip, Israel on Wednesday pressed ahead with a fierce military offensive in the Gaza Strip, killing as many as 10 senior Hamas military figures and toppling a pair of high-rise towers housing Hamas facilities in airstrikes. Supposedly, if that's their official bent. The Islamic militant group showed no signs of backing down and fired hundreds of rockets at Israeli cities. In just 3 days, this latest round of fighting between the bitter enemies has already begun to resemble and even exceed a devastating 50-day war in 2014. Like in the previous war, neither side appears to have an exit strategy. But there are key differences. The fighting has triggered the worst Jewish-Arab violence inside Israel in decades. And looming in the background is an international war crimes investigation. Israel carried out an intense barrage of airstrikes just after sunrise, striking dozens of targets in several minutes that set off bone-rattling explosions across Gaza. Airstrikes continued throughout the day, filling the sky with pillars of smoke. At night, the streets of Gaza resemble a ghost town as people huddled indoors on the final night of Islam's holiest month of Ramadan. The evening followed by the Eid al-Fitr holiday is usually a time of vibrant nightlife, shopping, and crowded restaurants. There's nowhere to run, there is nowhere to hide, said Ziad Khattab, a 44-year-old pharmacist who fled with a dozen other relatives to a family home in central Gaza after bombs pounded his apartment building in Gaza City. That terror is impossible to describe. Gaza militants continue to bombard Israel with nonstop rocket fire throughout the day and into early Thursday. The attacks brought life to a standstill in southern communities near Gaza, but also reached as far north as the Tel Aviv area, about 70 kilometers, 45 miles to the north, for a second straight day. The military said sirens also wailed in northern Israel's Emek area or Jezreel Valley, the farthest the effects of the Gaza rockets have reached since 2014. The Israeli army also shared footage following a rocket impact between apartment towers in the Tel Aviv suburb of Petah Tikva early Thursday, apparently sparking a large fire. It said the strike left people wounded and caused significant damage. We're coping, sitting at home, hoping it will be okay, said Mati Haim, a resident of the central town of Bir Yaakov and father of 2 children. It's not as simple as running to the shelter. It's not easy with kids. Gaza's health ministry said the death toll rose to 69 Palestinians, including 16 children and 6 women. Islamic Jihad confirmed that the deaths of 7 militants, while Hamas acknowledged that a top commander and several other members were killed. Rescuers pulled the bodies of a man and his wife from the debris of their home that was hit by rockets in the latest Israeli airstrikes early Thursday, relatives said. A total of 7 people have been killed in Israel, including 4 people who died on Wednesday. Among them were a soldier killed by an anti-tank missile and a 6-year-old child hit in a rocket attack. The Israeli military claims the number of militants killed so far is much higher than Hamas has acknowledged. Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Conricus, a military spokesman, said at least 14 militants were killed Wednesday, including 10 members of the top management of Hamas and 4 weapons experts. Altogether, he claims some 30 militants have been killed since the fighting began. More raids conducted early Thursday were aimed at several strategically significant facilities for Hamas, including a bank and a compound for a naval squad, the military said. While United Nations and Egyptian officials have said the ceasefire efforts are underway, there were no signs of progress. Israeli television's Channel 12 reported late Wednesday that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's security cabinet authorized a widening of the offensive. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres condemned the indiscriminate launching of rockets from civilian areas in the Gaza towards Israeli population centers, but he also urged Israel to show maximum restraint. President Joe Biden called Netanyahu to support Israel's right to defend itself. And well, yeah, that's about every administration. More evidence that Israel runs the United States. Secretary of State Antony J. Blinken said he was sending a senior diplomat to the region to try to calm tensions.
Yeah, well, in shall we say, at least we can have some hope now that the crazed evangelicals who are just smacking their lips for the apocalypse aren't running the United States anymore via the Donald Trump. So we're going to see a lot of reversal of Israel's running of the United States at this point. So the important thing is just to see that Trump doesn't get into power again if we want to see less of their abuses. Definitely, it's... Yeah, go on.
I suspect Trump is probably going to have a premature death because of all the businesses and stuff that are divesting in him.
I hope you're right. Honestly, human garbage, and you just see this all over the fucking place. Just stupid, crazy people, and honestly, I can fall into your mood and just become almost nihilist with some of the things that I've dealt with on a personal level as of late. But that's personalizing the political situation. I will try to bring up some reasons for optimism, really, concerning our domestic political situation, and I don't know about internationally, but, certainly one tries to seek solutions. I mean, that is, what we try to do. In the meantime, do continue bringing up some other subjects. We're going to try and...
before I continue, I need to take a quick break.
Oh, go ahead. I'll hold the stage. Just let me know when you're back.
Gotcha.
And what I'll do is... I'll keep everybody as entertained as possible, and really entertainment is all I'm hoping for right now. Not ready to go into deep analysis just yet. Matter of fact, I'm tempted just to let you hear me gnaw on my tea eggs. For those of you who don't know, because Selena Khan had asked about this. Okay, so I have a very large crock in which I make my tea and or brew my tea. Very large crock. This is, not that large. We're not talking like kegger large. We're just simply talking like a two-handed crock that maybe next time I'm doing an interview on camera, you'll see. And then then you'll see why it's easy to drop 2 hard-boiled eggs in there. And what I do is I purchase as a single bachelor, adult male, with no real ability to cook for himself in terms of there's many, I don't have many options to cook, as a matter of fact. So what we have a broken stove. I'm not going to use the gas, and can't even use that for heating the crypt. So I live in a totally different world from the people upstairs, and the truth is, honestly, I have to get married to someone soon, or move in with some girl soon, because as wonderful as my son is, checking on me as quickly as he does, as on the spot as he can be, I honestly have to start living with someone if I'm going to be suffering from the potential for vasovagal collapses anytime in the near future, or I can only foresee that they'd get worse as I get older. At some point I have to start living with someone who can call the ambulance for me if I happen to be indisposed. So in the interim, being able to devour some solid foods, and these tea eggs, of course, are a wonderful source of protein. And what I do is being unable to cook, drop 2 of these hard-boiled tea eggs that I buy in packages of 2 from Walgreens. And Walgreens, of course, people there say, oh, it's cheaper to cook it yourself. Well, they just don't get my situation. It's actually far more economical, as far as I'm concerned, saving my time and energy to just buy these pre-cooked hard-boiled eggs. And so, of course, they're frozen to keep them fresh. And then what I do is I drop 2 of these, well, they're not frozen, they're refrigerated. They're refrigerated, so you can just take them out of the refrigerator and eat them if you wish, but they're not very tasty until you warm them up. So, I drop them in the tea. And this is after I've poured all the hot water in the tea and the tea is steeped. And I've added the wonderful turmeric powder that was provided by my lady, Selena Khan. And after I add the turmeric and stir it in, then I add these tea eggs. And sometimes, I forgot to do that today, I add the sun-dried tomatoes. And they help to flavor the tea and they help to flavor the eggs. And you can eat them while you're eating the eggs. So I neglected to do that today, but that's more or less a matter of a kind of a garnish. And it probably has its own value nutritionally. Not going to deny that. Not quite sure how much it does, but I miss it. But, better luck that I remember next time. So after they've steeped long enough, and about an hour or two, really, while I'm hosting the show, then I pull them out of the tea and put some salt and pepper on them because they're still pretty tasteless without salt and pepper. And then, devour them. In this case, I've also got a little jalapeno to add with it, and I'm fine. So, doing that to get enough calories in myself, along with other things I've been eating and will continue to eat until I'm ready to start monologuing, and by that time I should have enough calories in me to take me through till morning, essentially, for the remainder of the show. So, hopefully, everybody has derived something from that. You can experiment with tea eggs yourself. I don't think most people have a toxic, excuse me, I was reading Toxic Male Gamer here, have a large enough container in which to put the tea eggs in. Toxic Male Gamer says, sup, DD? Yes, so hello to Toxic Male Gamer. Love that name. And this wonderful individual, hopefully he doesn't mind my giving away his secret identity. But the superhero that as Toxic Male Gamer, who flies through the skies, is actually a wonderful young man who has the name that I can look up if I look up my PayPal. And let's take a look at the contribution that he made. Well, let me see. I'm seeing Sky Books here, and that's wonderful. And that's from Peter Moon, providing me some of the royalties. And it's amazing how small this is. We're a small-time operation, right? And let's take a look at that. But he's sending them as quickly as he can so that it's all convenient. And I certainly need them at this time when I'm trying to deal with the, the tooth issue, the fallen crown. So Toxic Male Gamer is, and wonderful Sammy Romero, God bless him, as I said, also sent 25, a quarter of 100 United States dollars, that wonderful human being. And then, of course, there was Sky Books, and let me see who else here. There was Stephen Myers earlier with 60 United States dollars. And this must be, how would I say this? Piled up. There we are. The Toxic Male Gamer was asking in our latest transmission prior to tonight's about Herman Perry, and the young man behind the superhero as Toxic Male Gamer is Giuliano De Paolis. And so Giuliano, like Giuliani, and De Paolis, kind of like Paula, the Romanian or Italian chick that we were, citing, one in the case of investigating that other crash outside of Roswell that was taking place actually in, where was that other crash? I'd have to look at my notes. I try my best to bleach all this stuff out of my mind after a while because it just piles up. And, the human mind is a fishbowl that can only hold so many marbles. And after a while, all of those marbles pack up and crack the bowl. And that's when they say somebody has cracked and thereby lost their marbles. So there's two statements explained for you. And Jameson Reese is back with us. Okay, my son. you could take the stage again. Before you do, let's take a look in the chat room, see what anybody was saying other than Toxic Male Gamer, who just listened to me share his secret identity. And with that, we now turn it over to Jameson Reese. And this fine young man, the upstanding drug addict, will take you. Yes.
Yeah, why not? I'll own what I am.
Well, dude, you know, it's got its own mystique. There's no doubt of that. And, you know, in the old days of the Victorians, all the gentlemen were experimenting with drugs. Sherlock Holmes was portrayed as experimenting with drugs. This was best portrayed by the actor who I feel immortalized him was it Daniel Brett? What was his name? Jeremy Brett. And oh my God, I used to love Jeremy Brett. And anybody who sees Jeremy Brett would understand why. Jeremy Brett shamelessly wore lipstick, and but he portrayed Sherlock Holmes better than any of the other Sherlock Holmes, and he portrayed him as exceedingly pale, which of course he would have been. You know, Jeremy Brett, unfortunately, this was one man, the pharmaceutical industry. How do I say this? I want people to understand that antidepressants worked wonderfully for both of my parents. When both of them were finally paired with the right kind of antidepressant as senior citizens who were not producing their own serotonin, antidepressants helped them immensely. And unfortunately, in my case, they were horrible and would have probably did to me what they did to Jeremy Brett had I continued the use of them. And Jeremy Brett, unfortunately, suffered from what was clinically diagnosed as depression. And then he was prescribed antidepressants that ultimately killed him. It's very sad. And they did to him what they did to me before they killed him, which was they bloated him to high heaven, to high hell, so he looked like a completely different person, just like antidepressants did to me for a period of time. And so there you have that. And yeah, they can radically change your appearance. So, you know, just be careful with these things, and they may work for you, they may not. And if they're not working for you, then talk to a doctor about weaning off of them, because you don't want to stop, you know, just cold turkey, because that will impact you catastrophically. It will change automatically. The chemistry of your body will radically reassert itself in such a degree that it might overcompensate biochemically, and this could have all kinds of effects like driving you to suicide or murder or something like that potentially, or God knows what, or just make you very, very sick. I stopped automatically and just full stop without, you know, any weaning down whatsoever. And I didn't suffer a thing. But I'm not you. So, like I said before, don't do what I do. You are not me, and I am not baseline human. I can do things like that, you know. I just can't take a shit without almost dying. There you go. On my way towards some kind of predatory status similar to my mom, and you know, it's look at the price you pay on the way. Holy shit. What am I gonna do? All right, need a lot more blood boys in my diet, and you know, but we'll see what Sugar Daddy tolerates in terms of my appearance at the estate. I can't just show up, believe it or not. This has to be done through my son, and we'll see what gets worked out in the near future. But every once in a while, I'll put up a picture of one of my blood boys. After all, I see other people put up pictures of their dinner and shit. And by the way, you know, next time our friend Salman Sheikh is with us, I'll give him some lighthearted, good-natured ribbing about his, I'll call them his fitness videos, in which he's like doing chin-ups at the public park and shit. And, you know, he's, you know, wonderful human being, but I'd hardly consider him, what would we say? Inspiration for the, for muscle definition. It's like, whatever he represents in terms of inner peace, it's more of that Buddha nature, Buddha nature. Well, that's unfair too, because I've proven the Buddha was really just a kick-ass warrior who was suffering from heavy-duty PTSD. So I've brought that up in the past.
Buddha was probably jacked, man.
Yeah. Yeah. But
because I get the feeling that the fat Buddha came much later.
Oh, it did, and of course our friend Salman Sheikh is not fat, but just shall we say he's a little chunky and chubby, well-rounded. So he's up there, and he's kind of
he's got the kind of build you would probably get from someone who like lifts weights, like those strongman competitions and whatnot.
Back in the old days.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Because even if you look at guys who like do the you ever see those like American strongmen? They have like they seem to have a lot of bulk, but they lift up
the Olympians who are actually doing this as a sport towards the accomplishment of the end point of lifting the most amount of weight without trying to work on definition. So that's what you're saying.
Yeah.
It's like an Olympian. So yeah, okay. Yeah,
like an Olympian. I mean, granted, I rather, well, to each their own. I rather have that lean physique.
Yeah. Well, most people, that's what they think of, yes. So, but anyhow, so Salman Sheikh does his own little fitness videos, so to speak, and that's wonderful. But let's put it this way. What was my point with that? It was kind of like what was it? It was something really funny I was getting to. It was like
well, you said you were gonna bust his chops over it.
Yeah, there was that. But what was I gonna say? He had so all I can say is that. Yeah, I'll remember it at some point. I totally lost it there, and this is why you don't do drugs, kids. Then you wind up like me or Jameson, and you're wondering where the hell you were at and what point you were trying to make. The end result, though, is Jeremy Brett did the best portrayal of Sherlock Holmes in the most classic sense, true to the literary character, in the sense that he was a drug abuser. So Jeremy Brett portrayed Sherlock Holmes as you might need to be on the lookout for it, but there were many scenes where he'd be closing a drawer and you'd see there was a syringe in the drawer along with an arm strap. So you would realize that he was portraying Sherlock Holmes as basically a needle-using injector of various drugs, and there were several scenes in which he was subjected to drugs from other people, such as in The Hound of the Baskervilles, etc. But he completed no less than maybe 41 episodes, so that was wonderful, and so I think he left a lasting legacy. But you can see him age through the series as it goes on, but he was very debonair, and it was sad that ultimately he was impacted by antidepressants like that when he tried to advocate that they were helpful and that people should check in with psychiatrists. And of course, unlike Peter Moon, I would suggest to people that when you feel you need help, seek help, and that would include from professionals. And, of course, Peter Moon comes from Scientology, and it's considered a cult because they definitely discourage people from seeing psychiatrists, and they feel that psychiatry is a harmful cult of its own. There's arguments that could be made for that, but it's a lot different.
Well, there are arguments, but it depends on the psychiatrist as well, and it actually also depends on what you're seeing the psychiatrist for. Because if you're in a situation like me where you're part of a substance abuse program, I need to work with a psychiatrist as a means of restabilizing my brain chemistry, which is already messed pretty badly, to say the least.
Yeah, well, and appreciate it that you're honest about that. I mean, and there's nothing to be ashamed of. Honestly, we're all, fucked. And somebody who thinks, oh, I'm not fucked, I'm totally imbalanced, and I'm perfect, and all this stuff. I mean, likely you're more fucked.
Those are the people.
Thank you.
Those are the people to look out for.
Yeah, those are the most fucked of all.
The people who not only are super normal, but are like, I love life. They got bodies hiding somewhere. They're feeding them to the Komodo dragons.
Yes. Oh my God. But
Yeah, I
yeah.
have to say that people who lack the level, who have that sort of superhuman thing going on, they scare the shit out of me.
Yeah.
I say that. I could say that. I say that quite unashamedly.
Yeah. And now, of course, not to be confused with Salman Sheikh, who kind of reflects that. I mean, it's kind of like someone who you look at his post and it's like, he's the total antithesis of J. Maurice's. It's like, you can line him up as a parallel track, you know,
Well, what I would say in his case is if he's the incarnation of the sort of divine aspect, I would be the more human incarnation of the infernal aspect. Now, no, when I say infernal, I'm not referring to, no, infernal doesn't mean you're like, you know, raping kids and running the cults of the kings of Edom. Yeah, I again have a holistic perspective where both the infernal and the angelic are part of the divine, are the divine. And what I mean by that is the infernal. What I mean whereas he's someone who transcends suffering, whereas I'm someone who weathers it. I'm someone who, I don't know what it is. I become possessed by the suffering, but I suppose this is part of being an artist as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I
Because
said you're kind of the manifestation of the tortured artist. Yeah. Though of course we do want to be careful about the concept of the tortured artist, and in a sense that's, you know, it is what it is. It's there for a reason. Stereotypes exist for a reason. But, you know, we do want to remember that stereotypes can be damaging because we feel comfortable with them and we might assert ourselves into
Oh, I assure you, this is nothing I feel comfortable with. I already showed you what I was working on before, and I looked it over and I was like, well, I was high when I did all that. So now I'm sober and I'm redrawing all this stuff and I'm like, wait a minute, this has to be like the 11th or 12th time, or actually 20th time redoing this exact same page.
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
See,
Okay.
it's a sort of self-abuse.
There we are. Thank
through
you.
art.
Thank you. Yes. That is a how would I say it? That is a definition of insanity, is to be doing the same action and expecting different results.
Well, the thing is, I am getting different results doing the same action because every time I draw it, it comes out different. But the thing is, you know, it could come out better now, and 6 months down, I guess you can say that there's such an attachment to the character, or the character herself is such a thought form, that it's almost like if I don't get her absolutely right, then I'll never achieve what I was meant to achieve in this world. I wasn't meant to create a complete graphic novel anyway. I gave up that idea. I gave up the idea of even completely, even getting 10 pages of the comic out, because I figured that's not what this is all about. This is an obsession with a thought form that's supposed to, I guess, embody a sort of other half of myself. So in a sense, it's like the sort of androgynous aspect of Lucifer trying to create both the masculine and feminine of himself as a means of completing himself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, thank you for sharing that. And like I said, let me finish gnawing on some of this stuff, get some calories into myself. I'll leave the earplug on. Be listening in for a few minutes. Just going to go mute so that people cannot hear me chew. But I have some good news, by the way. The Wall Street Journal has published an article that the sailor trapped aboard the abandoned cargo ship is free. The chief mate of the ship. Does anyone remember my talking about this? I'm sure you do, Jameson, right? The man who was alone 4 years on the cargo ship that was trapped in the Suez Canal.
Wait a minute. Was it? Wait. For how long was this?
4 years. 4 years. There's a link on my. If you see the poem, you were one of the few people who really responded well to the poem. Well, other people did, but it took a while for many people to notice it. But I put up a poem that was inspired by the man's situation, based on loyalty and maritime duties, which sons would often inherit from their fathers. And so I, of course, was thinking of my father and the kind of relation I had with him.
Oh, okay.
That poem.
Yeah. It's coming to mind now.
Yes. So here's the link, and basically, for those of you, somebody may have shared that, which would provide us potentially with a link. Let me take a look at this. Sharing, you used to be able to get the links out of it, but these days it's like harder to do that. So I guess what's the best way to? Here we are. This is what I can do. I can give you this. This is the link. And this will provide you with one of the illustrations. I can give you a separate link for the other. You might remember there were 2 illustrations I provided for the poem. So here's one of them. And tell me if that works. That hopefully does work. And there we are. It does work. Son of a bitch actually manifests the illustration in our thread of conversation, and the other link for the other illustration. I just do that for a sense of balance.
Yes, I remember this one.
Yeah, and so that outlines the situation of the man who was stuck on the ship for 4 years, and so it was a true story. It was hard to believe. It was all true, and the Wall Street Journal has followed up on the fact that the man is now free. He is gone back to his family, I am happy to say. And so let me see if there's any other details I can provide you on that. And
Now, how did he survive?
He would swim to shore for food and shit, and to recharge his cell phone.
Okay.
He would swim to shore to basically. So the Wall Street Journal has provided a fairly in-depth view of this man's life. What I can't understand is why couldn't they provide this perspective on this man's life during the 4 years that this guy was trapped? Why did they take till? Okay, now he's free, and they do this in-depth report on this poor son of a bitch. And I'm sorry, I shouldn't use that term, but honestly, it's frustrating to see this level of stupidity among the powers that be. So let me give the link to our man Jameson about this guy. So anytime you're feeling bad about yourself, you just reflect on this guy, and this was somebody you can look up videos about on YouTube, and that's where the link that I provided. So this is a man. Imagine being stranded in the Suez Canal, and you're not relieved by your company or your government. You're held responsible if you abandon ship. Imagine being stuck as the only. This is what happens when you're the only conscientious employee. So you're the only conscientious.
Yes, that is something for Brendan Zogett to learn from.
Yes, yeah. And
do not listen if you're doing wage slavery. Do not hold a good work ethic. They do not care about you, man.
Thank you.
I'm just saying, it has to be said.
Yeah, and so here we are. There we are. So I gave that link to our friend Jameson here, and Salman Sheikh, of course, needs to learn from that too, because he was talking about his own, and Paula, Maison, the wife of Peter Moon. She, this conscientious work ethic got none of it.
Yeah, America's not the place for that.
No.
Wait for the afterlife when we've already gone to places where people are better. I don't actually. That idea is equally terrifying.
Yeah. But by the way,
actually, that idea is more terrifying than life here.
Yeah.
I think I want my consciousness to be obliterated and to never incarnate as anything ever again. Fuck that.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I keep going there, but that shit's scary, man. The idea of, it's not the idea of heaven and hell, because heaven, I could care less about that. It's the idea of being refleshed as another human, man. Mm-hmm. Or even something that's not human. It wouldn't make a difference. I mean, because I don't know, cosmologically speaking, the what do you call it? The soul and spirit aren't yours anyway, when you think about it, because it's not something like you were deliberately assembled. You know, all men are subject to the law of accident anyway. To what we can remember, none of us asked to be born as what we were, even though some of us got super lucky, like myself. I gotta say, I was definitely done a good solid with having this body. But that aside, it's the conscious awareness itself, or the observer, that, you know, the continuance of the observer, that is consciously cognitive and able to observe each decision being made, that frightens me. The fact that that would continue, that's terrifying.
Yeah.
So
Well.
so I could kind of see why people would graft towards the kings of Edom, only in that, you know, and another thing I have to do is qualify that, you know, I really don't want to go into whatever their personal cosmology is, but it's very difficult to find anything where they differentiate the original 11 kings from Israel. If you go into occultism, which I've been probably delving into the Klipothic stuff for a very, very long time, they'll usually say that the kings are sort of like replaced by, you know, entities like Belial and, you know, the other, you know, demons of demonolatry. So it's really hard to find anything where they have the original, how do I say? Well, that's a discussion for you and me for another time. I know, all I'm trying to get at is this: I can see why one would want to enter the tree of the Harash and just completely be obliterated.
There. Thank you. That makes some sense. Are you
there? Yes, yeah. Yeah, but yeah, you could kind of grasp what I'm saying with that, right?
Yes, I've been dealing with these people all of my life. I understand.
No.
No, what I mean to say is, I get it. I get what you're saying. You can see why someone, not their behavior manifest on Earth, but rather their ultimate desire of complete obliteration, annihilation.
Yes. A sort of self-denial. Yeah, I don't seek annihilation of the earth or anything in creation. For all intents and purposes, this is a work of art. Why destroy a perfectly good work of art?
Thank you.
Whatever the infernals and the divine were able to come together and create, it's wondrous.
Yes.
It's just the idea of my own continuation.
Actually, that'll change once you get to that point where you see the bigger picture. By that I mean, honestly, you take a look at some of these nature documentaries, and the nature documentaries, of course, give most people a sense of peace, most people a sense of escape from the chronometrically measured time to a kind of timelessness, where you see these animals exist and their experience of the flow of time is by the seasons instead of by the clock, and you get a sense of peace vicariously from that. And so when you get closer to kind of death, then most people feel an insight into that sense of peace. You become kind of like sensing at a distance all of those animals and their existence within the ecology, the environment. And honestly, if you incarnate into that awareness, that consciousness, it becomes far more tolerable. And it's really, death is no big deal. As a matter of fact, it's more like to a perceived kind of eternity, where you're like this guy who married that German woman who was friends with me on Facebook, who was living in New Zealand, and she was married to some husband who, like, all he did was spend all night staring at the stars, and pretty much not doing much work in the daytime. I mean, a lot of these people in New Zealand, it's really fucking weird. I mean, the people who are born there and they're like citizens, it's like a lot of them aren't working. The economy in places like New Zealand and Australia is not really much of a economy. So everybody's just kind of like, you got, like I said, outside of San Francisco, I've never seen so many homeless people except when I was in Australia. I mean, holy fucking shit. But you get a lot but in New Zealand, it's a far more conducive environment than Australia. Australia is just, like,
It's a cesspool.
yeah, it's a
like a
shithole.
cesspit.
Yeah, I hate to say it. Yeah, it's a shithole. And they made it even more so with, setting their continent on fire like a bunch of idiots. I mean, you go to New Zealand, it's the opposite. It's Eden. And that's...
I would have to call Australia a world's biggest personality cult around the Murdochs.
Yes, thank you. Thank
The
you.
entire
Yes.
country is just a murdocracy,
Yeah.
a personality. It's like what North Korea is with
Thank you.
Kim.
Thank you.
It's no different.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. That's perfect. That's perfect. And New Zealand, on the other hand, is like fucking Eden, and the people can live there as practically homeless, and they're quite happy about it, or certainly seem to be. The biggest problem is just keeping their internet going. And so the German woman I was talking to who lived over there, they were basically like New Zealanders. She was German ethnically, but, she was married to a New Zealander. She was a New Zealand citizen, and then, they were like... basically living in a commune where her biggest objective at one time, I remember, was trying to hunt down a possum so she could eat it. So she was setting up traps for a possum that was in the area so she could trap it and then eat it. I mean, oh my God, when life is reduced to that as like your next primary objective, at that point, that's you're living idyllically. Now, I wouldn't myself want to live like that. And she warned me from, I said, oh, maybe I should, drop by and visit New Zealand. No, you don't. She didn't want me to do that. She says, oh God, like my husband, you'd spend all night looking at the stars and just turn into another hippie. So they lived in kind of...
I understand what you mean by that. That sort of serene eternity.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know if those words do it any justice, but it's a sort of it's a sort of peace where there's a sort of sense of selflessness instead of
yeah. Oh,
and while I can grasp that, there's a resistance to existing. I don't know what it is.
Well,
that's the Clepothic aspect of me, I suppose.
Yeah, resist that. You just want to resist that because that's a kind of temptation. That would be a temptation that the ancient Christians, how they viewed temptations by the devil, that would be kind of the temptation, the postmodern temptation for man, is the temptation of non-existence. And so there we have that. Now, I'm going to go silent for a few minutes. Let me finish this tea egg and, snack a little bit more. And maybe our man Jameson can occupy us with some other ways that the Earth is careening in terms of world affairs. I will try.
Honestly, if I look at the way the world is, it feels like it's always been this way since humankind reached a certain point. It's just the only thing that's really changed is how badly we've mistreated technology.
Mm-hmm. And the environment. I mean, through technology.
Yeah, and the environment.
Yeah.
Eventually, I get the feeling the environment's going to win in the end. I don't know why.
Well,
I get the feeling nature's going to win in the end.
Yeah. Oh no, nature will win in the end and restrike its balance. The problem is if will humanity survive it? As you said, like roaches, they might be impossible to exterminate, but still, hopefully we can retain coherent civilizations. We're going to try and, let's try and get that, get that accomplished. But anyhow, so I'll do my best to put some analysis into the Near East situation, Southwest Asia, actually the Levantine, Israel and Palestine in particular. But, it's one of those things that is rather, I guess it's not as depressing as it could be. But
No. I mean, it would be welcome to see Netanyahu's dethronement at some point.
oh, we can pray. Holy
But
shit.
I suppose he's so entrenched in that cult that seems to, oh
Well,
my
he's
God.
hanging on by a thread. I mean, it's believe it or not, there's plenty of people in Israel who don't want him in charge. Unfortunately, he's got like majority of like literally half a percentile or something that keeps him in. It's similar to how the Republicans won with Trump. It was they won by minority, strictly through an electoral college. Uh, they've got something like that almost in Israel. It's a bit different. It's just that they just have almost an exact tie in terms of the population. Between the liberals and the shitheads, the reactionaries. So I as I've said before, the best solution would be a division of Israel into two nations, a North and South nation, and
That would actually be, yeah, you're right, because one would hold the other one in check,
yes,
and that would probably also be good for the people of Gaza, Palestine, and other regions.
yes,
And because Israel's already extremely peons away, as far as technology is concerned, they are eons ahead of everyone else who's a neighbor to them. I don't think anyone's going to try to go out of their way to try to fuck with either one of them if they split.
yeah, yes. Thank you.
Except for a few morons with rockets who are always going to try to tempt the water
Right.
for
Well,
whatever reason.
yeah.
But
Yeah. I mean, but what would calm that down would be if both of those nations would become essentially part of larger networks. As I said before, I used to think of there's only one way this is going to work out, is that Israel either obliterates or disintegrates, or if enough external powers put pressure on it, or it expands like an empire. And since neither one is really tenable, the best compromise is that kind of division. It would also create a bridge in their demilitarized zone between the Palestine and the Gaza Strip, leading to a kind of unification for Palestine. But with other powers involved, similar to the North Korea South Korea situation, then both nations would be part of a greater network that would prevent them from, acting unilaterally. So that would help immensely with the region's prospects for peace. And that would also give the Palestinians kind of a sponsorship status within, an ever-growing series of alliances. So that would at least, prevent too many of the lunatics from launching rockets. But of course,
yeah.
the rockets do get launched for reasons that are, in the
Oh,
end,
I
understandable.
get yeah. I mean, when you have, yeah, I get the feeling if I was in the shoes of the guys who do launch rockets into Israel, I get the feeling any of us would probably support that, considering what the militarized aspects of Israel are doing to their population. I mean, shit. I mean, when you have like for every like one person killed in Israel, you got like maybe 20 or 30 of them. So I mean, it's like, damn.
Well, our lovely Amanda Yu is here, and since she can enter something into where did she where is she? Honey, you can come on and talk. You can just jump onto the call.
I'm here.
Oh, there you are, darling. Okay, thank you so much, honey. Do me a favor, darling, and come on and do a little talk about what's been going on with yourself. Now, the last time we spoke was Mother's Day, and then you had to kind of take off, as our man Paco Morales was getting deep into his Goodfellas crime drama about basically how he and the Sopranos had, started castrating various young boys so they could start their own sing-along choir and raise money from charities all over the world with their various victims that they put on display. But before he got into that, you had to take off. But honestly, Jameson can relay his impression of what Pac-1 was talking about, and why that deserves its own mini-series instead of Game of Thrones.
Yeah, not only does it deserve its own series, I mean, the dude he's got ample amount of material for rap, that's for sure.
Oh yeah, yeah, and he does that music too. He does this kind of music deal. So, but Mandy, we want to hear what what's been going on with you since then. Let me hear you out and just take all the time you want, darling, and we'll get you and Jameson talking more, because what I'm going to do is I'm here. I'm going to be responding when I feel it's constructive, but I'm just going to also chew some stuff and get some calories in me. So it may take me a delay, like a few seconds before you hear me snort or chortle or whatever I do. When you hear the chuckles from the peanut gallery, there'll be a slight delay. So, but go on and tell us what a nightmare you had with traffic today, everything that was going on, and how the kids are, and everything else. So it's all yours, Mandy.
Sure. Hello.
Hi.
Nice to see everybody. Jameson, I'm glad you're back. Are you feeling better?
Yes, thank you very much. Great to hear from you. I mean, within reason. Parts feeling better, parts not feeling better.
But
I hear that.
Hey, you're not on dialysis, and you don't have a port stuck in your chest for your heart. I'm not quite sure what's going on with Derek Talley about that, but Derek Talley was taken apart and stitched together like Frankenstein, and holy shit. So I was reluctant to call him because I'm not quite sure he was in any position to talk. The last time we called him, he could only talk for a few minutes before the nurse came up, and while he was talking, you could hear the dialysis machine. You could, the few moments we had him on, he was like, you could hear the machine churning in the background, processing that shit out of his kidneys. And by the way, of course, he didn't pronounce it right, but who cares at this point in his life? I mean, pronunciation of his meds no longer matters. But he was on diuresis, and he would say diuretics, like people would think diuretics, like stuff to make him shit. Yeah, it's diuresis, which means it's stuff that made him urinate and keep his weight down. Well, of course, that stuff wrings your kidneys, like they grab your kidneys like they were a wet towel and they wring them out. This is what diuresis does. And but what puzzles me is my father was born with one kidney, effectively. He was born with what was called a vestigial kidney. He functioned until he was 87 years of age with one fucking kidney. And we only need one kidney. And so in terms of my father's case, that when he was on diuresis to keep him out of heart failure, that wrung his one kidney to the point of renal failure, and this was impacted by so many other things they did to him in terms of malpractice and misadministration of meds, etc., etc. And I've explained a bit before his horror story, but the end result, it took him till he was 87 years old before they finally killed him, with everything they did you can only conclude was with every intent to kill him. And the diuresis of his kidneys was a comorbidity, yeah, but even with one kidney, my father died without ever going on dialysis. So, if he had gone on dialysis, it probably would have extended his life, but it probably would have been it's probably for the best he didn't. But in terms of, Derek, he's got two kidneys. So I don't understand how he's going on diuresis fairly recently, comparatively speaking. Suddenly, is he so hypersensitive? It's suddenly, the funny thing is this guy's led a pretty straight life. I mean, it just goes to show you that, doing it straight just doesn't even pay. I mean, you may as well fucking drink and do drugs and smoke. I you get what I'm saying? It's like, here's Jameson Reese, and this guy's just he's actively trying to kill himself for years. He finally gets to the point, where, if anyone deserves to be on dialysis, it'd be JMO here, but no, JMO recovers, at least for now. But, straight boy, straight man, Mr. Derek Talley winds up, on the tubes. So it's like, fuck, you just look at that and you say, where's the justice? But, I shake my head. So there you go with that. There's other aspects to this people aren't aware of, but they have nothing to do with the medical situation per se, that I'll contextualize at some point. But, don't want to do that right now. And of course, Derek needs our support. Obviously, he's don't worry about him financially. However, he's got, in the end, he's got the VA. So he's got that. Okay. I don't. So I'll continue asking for help with the dental issues here. And, but Derek is definitely, it's like, all of this came, in such a way that you just shake your head. I mean, first it was the, cancer, and then, we helped him through that. And then this comes out of nowhere. And like I said, in a comparatively short period of time, it doesn't make any sense because, they said, oh, okay, let's get you on dialysis. Of course, that's theoretically you're waiting for a kidney transplant, but like if you don't have a donor like from your family, this one I don't get. He's got a son. Why did he not think? Did his son not think? His son could say, hey, I'll give you one of my kidneys. Because, his son only needs one kidney to live the rest of his life. What's going on here? I'm missing something. And there's another weird thing. He didn't put any of this on his Facebook timeline. This is what I don't get. The guy's like, last time when he had cancer, last time when his wife yelled at him or a friend or something, he put that up on his timeline. People are cruel to me at Christmas. And I was like, I'll tell you the truth. When I saw that, I thought it was a joke. I almost put a ha-ha on it. And it's like, people are cruel to me at Christmas from an adult male. And I was like, but then I saw somebody had already put a ha-ha on it. And I realized that was his wife's girlfriend or whatever, still shitting and pissing all over him. And I realized, oh shit, don't want to touch this. And, all right. So he tends to express himself on Facebook when he's covering these things. He wasn't shy about, oh, I have the cancer. I think that was up there on his timeline. Okay. But when we went to the hospital, and Jameson will attest to this, he still had time to put up certain posts. He's putting up posts at the hospital on his Facebook timeline, but he's not telling anybody on the timeline about his kidneys. What? So I know he's not lying, but it's like, why is he silent about that? Maybe because he's in denial, or maybe he just doesn't want this to happen. It's so shocking. I mean, this has got to be traumatic.
All right, it's very possible that the diuresis led to a form of dehydration, and that could, of course, the kidney damage and failure.
Well, you're belaboring the obvious. Yeah, no shit. I mean, yeah, of course, that's what it does, right? What did I just say? I mean, honestly, that's fine. I mean, your analysis is correct, but it's like, it doesn't even bear reciting. Yeah, that's what happened. But I can't understand why he was so sensitive to it. And what I'm saying is far more important. Why is it that his son hasn't come up and said, hey, Dad, I'm living at your house. You were cooking for my girlfriend the other day. Here, have one of my kidneys. It's like, or himself.
That's a good point. I mean, that's what a good son would do in theory.
Thank you. That's, so, did no one present this option to him? It's not, yeah.
Well, knowing him, he might have turned it down if his son said it, though.
Well, that just doesn't make sense. I mean, I believe you. Yeah, that sounds like him. That may be, yeah.
Because he does have there's an aspect to him that's like a really, really, really nice guy, to the point of like, you can't be this nice, man. but I mean, I don't mean that to sound,
I get it. I get it. Like,
yeah.
Yeah, it's like to the point of it's self-abusive, and
Yes, that's that, and that, yeah.
And so, so in terms of Mandy, so come on, so take the stage, Mandy, and tell us how your day's been and what your impression is of all of this, and anybody you might have known in similar situations. But of course, more cheerful things. Obviously, you were in danger, at various points of something horrible happening. So we know you've been through this kind of ringer, and you've come out of it, and we're proud of you. So share whatever you wish.
Um, like you were saying, it's just crazy how you have some people who they haven't indulged in vices or even, bad food all the way up to like, your health nuts. Who's always exercising, always eating right, always, all natural, this or that. And, something will just come along and just whack them, or change their life to a debilitating life. So it's, it's kind of funny that way. Like how the hell that even works out is just so crazy sometimes. Or, on the other hand, people that, that they've just been drinking like a fish like their whole life, and they've got this problem, and like they're still kicking though, they're still rolling, they're still, doing just fine. And so that is definitely a mind boggler there. So I think we do need to have a good, healthy, outlook of who knows what the hell is going to happen and when it's going to happen. And so, do take care of yourself, but have some freaking fun. You can't control it.
Thank you.
My experiences, there's a ton of complications from medications and treatments and procedures just to like investigate what's wrong, or our bodies we are not all the same, and a certain medication that can help somebody or just not give them any complications can just wreak havoc on somebody else's. And so, I would encourage everybody to, it's not that you don't trust your doctor, but like, just do your research and don't be afraid to ask questions, and don't be afraid to get second and third and fourth opinions. It's kind of like your bank account. Like, don't trust the bank to be honest with your money. You need to know what's going on. Don't trust your accountant. You need to look at the books. That, if you are incapable of doing it and you're not good at it, like that's all in all good, but you still need to check over shit. Just because accidents do happen, mistakes do happen. But a lot of the time, like, shit's done to you, so it just like the doctors, you just need to check your shit.
Yeah. And it brings to mind two questions, and, you don't need to go into very heavy detail about either of these. You can just kind of give them a casual glance and cast them off. But it brings to mind, first off, there must have been a series of reactions you had to a number of meds. I know your body's kind of sensitive to any number of things. And there was also your husband was doing some weird shit with the funds where he was pulling some stuff. And I can't remember how you found that out. It was somehow... okay, so our man Derek says the only place that I announced my kidney failure on Facebook is a private family group. I didn't announce it to everybody. Oh, okay, well I just did that for you. I hope you don't mind. I've been doing that for a few days. I don't see any reason to hide it, to tell you the truth. Oh my God. And have you considered a organ transplant from your son? Okay, let's see if he responds to that. But in the meantime, Mandy, so there's two things, and respond to that whatever you feel like responding. About.
Sure. Well, it's, when you're battling for life, like the last thing you give a damn about is if a check cleared or if your balance is accurate. So, but it was obvious when other things went on or other things weren't going on that money was leaking, and a savings that basically dwindled down to nothing, and then an account closed like that's pretty obvious,
Wow.
you know, when you find that out. So, yeah, it sucks, like, you know, being taken advantage of when you're medically unable to, you know, keep track of shit, and like hiding mail, hiding statements, changing passwords, blah, 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 you know. All that sucks. But yeah, as far as medically,
By the time you found out, though, how did you recuperate any of this, or you didn't, or what happened, and how did you deal with it in terms of punishing him, or trying to deal with him at that point? If you're willing to share some of that, because it's fascinating. I mean, what does one do at that point when you have basically, it's like a heroin addict living in the home? And in the case of Paquan Morales, it was like, you know, here's an example. There was that one woman who used to produce for Revolution Radio named Kat. And it was Catherine or something. Everybody called her Kat, and she was elderly. And I'd be surprised if she's still alive, but she was a wonderful human being. And she had a son who was a heroin addict, and she got on Facebook and she was warning everybody about him because he was stealing from her. So she was warning all her neighbors, you know, watch out for him. If he's going to steal from me, he'll steal from anybody. Don't let him, you know, use his connections to Revolution Radio to chisel you. And the funny thing was, later it turned out that the man she allowed to live with her, who was a guy who was helping that idiot, Mike Ringley. And I'm sure Mandy will remember this, and she can verify this or vet it by bringing up her own memories of this. But or she may not know, I don't know. But Mike Ringley, of course, she probably remembers, had all kinds of idiots helping him, and volunteers. And of course, since he wasn't paying anybody, you get the worst of the worst. Who the fuck is going to volunteer for free? You know, the worst of the worst. And somebody said, oh, okay, for payment, I'll move in with Cat, you know. And he was this guy, moved in with this elderly woman. I mean, oh my God, if you were an elderly woman living alone, would you let any man move in with you? And so this guy wound up, you know, he was discovered to be a child abuser at some point, some kind of child porn charges. It was child porn charges. And then,
oh, that's right.
yeah, yes. And then Kat literally left the house. Her response was, as an elderly lady, she could not force him physically out of the house, so she didn't even bother to try. She just told everybody on Facebook, I've just found this out about this individual. I'm moving immediately and abandoning the home. She abandoned the home to him and relocated physically someplace else, because at that age, why give a shit? You know, people can come after you about, hey, mortgage, hey, you know, and you could just say, yeah, call me in a couple of years, right? And so yeah, she left him there in the home, and he had to run away because he couldn't pay for that shit, and they were going to come and bust him as a squatter, right? So she probably was able to resettle back in the home eventually, but, you know, probably was afraid he would come back anytime, and, you know, God knows, it would be like living in fear that he might come back. And but Mandy can tell us what she remembers about that. But there goes an example of this kind of bullshit, where she was warning people about her son, and then there was this, which is kind of a transition story, but the segue goes to Paquan, where his basically his mother was like her son. His mother is like the heroin addict who was stealing everything from him, which is, you know, God knows. How would you react in that position, Jameson, before you turn it over to Mandy? How would you? Holy shit. You know, it's just unfathomable.
Says, if I were in his situation, the first all right, so there's an aspect of me that is kind of cruel, and it's the kind of thing where the first time someone has some kind of transgression against me, I sort of write them out, especially if there's someone I haven't seen in a long time, or someone in his situation. I would say that if I was him, my mother would not be living with me. She wouldn't have made it that far.
Yeah.
No, nor would the aunt, or, you know, they just would not be there.
Yeah.
They wouldn't have been there. They wouldn't have been there to pull any of that shit. And you know, she comes, oh, I haven't seen you in so over, blah blah blah. I'd be like, I don't know you.
Yeah.
I didn't grow up with you, so no. That'd be like letting a total stranger in. I couldn't do it.
Thank you. Yeah, by the way, so Derek responds, he says, no, I would not ask Malik for a kidney. Here you go again, Mr. Nice Guy.
Well, I knew that would be his reaction. There was one thing I was forced to think about, was why, when it comes to differences in kidneys and the way they might deal with the diuresis, there's also the racial issue. So I don't know if that might also, he might have also, I don't know if there's a possibility that Derek might have had more of a sensitivity to it than the doctors might have thought due to that, because they often, well, let's just give the medical industrial complex the beating it deserves. They don't really give a shit about you if you're of color.
Yeah, they're not factoring in.
I'll leave it at that. They're not going to factor in the fact that you're going to react differently to a certain substance. Just like, they're just now being forced to, accept. You brought up a perfect example with the fact that there's a certain type of medication that if your mother took it, she would have been killed. Yeah.
Well, it did almost
due
kill
to
her.
the difference in race. And so, I guess they figure most people in America are baseline are white.
Right. But by the way, that medicine actually did kill her ultimately. That was the medicine that triggered the violent fainting spells that ultimately resulted in her catastrophic brain injury. So there we have that. So yeah, it's these factors just aren't taken into account because they're living off the myth that there's no such thing as race. And
and that's another reason why they want to get rid of the reality of race, because if they get rid of the reality of race, they don't need to be held culpable for killing off everyone of every other ethnicity, which is the entire agenda.
Yes,
that they seem to operate under.
Thank you. And so, by the way, just to finish off what Derek said, he said when his son Malik was 15, he had stones in his liver. He's got enough problems. Plus, he and my wife have a negative Rh factor. Okay, so I guess it's...
Okay. So that's another thing. They don't... There's the blood type. Most of the blood... The predominant blood type isn't negative, is it?
No.
and so Derek has two things working against him: ethnicity and what's already a rare blood type.
No, he doesn't have it. His son and his wife do. His son having inherited that from his wife. No, he's just regular Joe, black guy. And his son.
There's no such thing as a regular Joe black guy.
Yeah. Yes, and back to Mandy. Oh my God! So we've got Derek with us in a sense. He's with us in spirit, and he's like answering us from the.
Could we probably let him on as well? Maybe.
Yeah. He's in the hospital. It's the last time I tried that. The last time I tried that, it didn't work out. I mean, it was just odd. I mean, like I said, he picked it up and you could hear the dialysis churning. Then the nurse approached and he had to go. It was like, the hospital's not the place to do these things. But so Mandy, in terms of what about some meds? I mean, by the way, when Derek brought up what he did about his kid, I mean, it's kind of like, honestly, I think he's if it weren't for the blood type, I wouldn't give a shit, so the kid has stones, right? I'd say, boy, give me that goddamn kidney, fuck you, my sperm created you, you son of a bitch. Yeah.
And see, Douglas, this is why you and I aren't fathers.
Yes, thank you. So Mandy, your kid's doing all right? So he says call right quick. Let's see if we can bring him on with us. Okay. So let's call him. Okay. G plus, and then bring on Derek Talley. Shit, did I hit the right button? What the fuck happened? I had it there. Click that and then add. Okay. So we're calling Derek Talley. Let's see if he responds. And okay. This should be interesting. Oh my God, the time where he's at would be about 2-3 in the morning or something where he's at, right? Yeah, it'd
be 3:02.
Be 3:02, right where he's at.
On the East Coast.
Is he? No, is he? You there, Derek?
Yeah.
Derek?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah. So tell us, everything that you wish to, and catch us up on everything.
Oh, that machine that you heard in the background wasn't dialysis. It was a CPAP machine.
Okay.
But the dialysis, I haven't been doing it every day. They've been doing it like every other day. I did it 2 days in a row, like on Friday and Saturday. Then I didn't do it on Sunday. I did it on Monday. And so what they did today was they took out the port that was in my neck. They had put a port in my neck
Holy
for
shit.
the dialysis. But that was temporarily. So today, when I went through surgery, kind of like they took the one out of my neck and then they put a permanent one that was in my chest. And so when I do dialysis, it's only like 4 or 5 hours a day, and then I guess they're looking for me. My next, I'm going to be in the hospital till they actually find me a slot to do it at home, or to either do it at home or go to some dialysis clinic that's here in Tennessee. So,
oh my God.
So I'm probably going to be for another day or two. But yeah, well, the dialysis thing is like real quiet. You know what I'm saying? You take your phone, and it almost reminds me of when I was on chemo. Whoever makes the sounds, the video game sounds for the chemo machine makes the exact same sounds for the dialysis. And the thing is, it's still like 6, because when I was on chemo, that was 6 hours a day. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So this is going to be about 4 to 5 hours a day of me just sitting there, reading, playing with my phone, and catching up and stuff. So.
Oh my God. And so obviously this is, so what are the kind of hopes that you have at this point when it comes to the potential for some kind, you're being placed on a list for a potential organ transplant, I suppose. You're still young and healthy enough to take a transplant if an organ becomes available, right? Yes? You're younger than I am.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I don't even have any other, underlying problems. So they're gonna that when I get out of here, they're gonna put me on the list. They got like a social worker that comes and does all that stuff. And there's only 5 places in Tennessee that actually do transplants. Luckily, I'm living closer to the Nashville area to where, which is one of those places.
Where more people get shot. Yeah, more people get shot in the streets, and that gives us more organs too. I'm sorry. That's horrible. I'm sorry. Go on.
All right. Well, the nurse is here to take my vitals again. So, I just thought they come in like every 3 hours or so to take vitals. So.
Oh my God. Well, we love you dearly, and you have a blessed night. Do you want us to call you back in a little bit or check in with you? Let us know if you want to come back on.
Yeah, sure. You know what? Now that you've called, I'm able to tap back in when I can. So.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead and do so. Oh my God.
All right.
Yeah, love you. Oh God. Oh God. That was awful. I should never have said that. Luckily, I'm in a hot murder area where we got plenty of them organs coming in. Yeah.
That would make a good racket, though. if you're working with the underworld, you guys need organs. I mean, I could offer you. I could offer the hospital a nice kidney here, nice liver here. Nobody's gonna worry if someone low income enough goes missing, right?
Right. Well, you might remember Judith Eger. For those of you who have been listening to us for a very long time, might remember that Judith Eger talked Jameson Reese into taking himself off the organ donors list, which took like a major legal action on his part.
That took so much work. I had to submit a letter to someone in upstate New York. Then I had to check online to make sure they got the letter, and I had to wait for them to say, yes, you're off the organ donors list. And this was something simple of going to the DMV, because at the time when I decided I'd be an organ donor, I figured I wouldn't live to see 25. Because I was drinking myself so heavily, it wasn't funny. I was like smashing like a bottle of Bacardi 151. The big ones. You know, the alcohol that has, yeah,
You
yeah.
notice he has to disambiguate that for us, Mandy. Yeah, you know, this wasn't that airport shit. You know, where you buy them little bottles that are shaped like for teddy bears and shit. No, this is the big bottle. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the one that has the flame arrestor cap. Because if the flame arrestor cap comes on, the alcohol catches fire.
Oh shit. Holy fucking
so I wasn't
shit.
supposed. So I figured I would die within the next 2 years, and why not give some poor schmuck my organs? Because I don't give a shit. You know?
I mean, who would want them? Who would want them? That's the question. Oh my fucking god. Yeah, we got this one from James and Reese, and it's like you're sliding it out from under a microscope slab. It's like, holy fucking shit.
I assure you, it's nothing I'm proud of. It was college, man. I mean, I had to get through college somehow.
Understood. I mean, yeah,
And
believe me, they're all
it
like
worked.
that. Yeah, the college kids, they all do that. I mean, you're not alone. This is what college kids do. Mandy, I forgot. What was your degree? Mandy? Holy shit, did we knock her offline when we brought on Derek?
No. Well, it seems she's. Oh, all right.
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, it was saying, it was telling me low, bad connection.
Oh, okay, we hear you.
It wouldn't let me get on.
Oh my god. Well, I'm so glad you're there. So tell us what was your degree and what was the drinking like? The drinking scene when you were going to college. I mean, I know you were a wild one there while you were growing up before the motherhood gene kicked in. I'm sorry. I'm gonna choke on that.
Well, the where I went to school, I was also it was in my home state town. So I was working and taking classes. So I have my Montessori teacher certification through University of Southeast Alaska.
Oh, okay.
So
you're in.
But
yeah, go on.
the college, ever since high school, it was always about parties over there and pretty crazy.
Well, there you are. And so with the Montessori, you've spoken so well of it in the past. I should have known. I didn't realize you were an educatress. So you're a licensed teacher, right?
Yes.
Oh my God. That's incredible. I never thought about that. It's so in terms of your own views on organ donation, what are they? What's your own? I mean, again, just out of curiosity, are you an organ donor? I myself have never bothered to fill out any of the forms, so technically I'm not, simply because I haven't filled out any of the forms, and so I'm just wondering if you have or what. What's your feeling about that?
So when I first got my license and it was talking about organ donation, it was always like, yeah, why not?
Right.
Because it's helping somebody else. That was a lot. That was way before I understood about what the organ trafficking bad juju crap that is going on. So, I mean, that's a hard one. It's kind of like giving blood. I mean, people really do need it, and it really does save lives. Unfortunately, there is a business going on, and I would say that insurance is not just trying to kill people of ethnicity. My dad and I are both, the subjects of the insurance was just going to let us die too.
Right.
For not taking care of us. So, it is absolutely targeted. There is definitely ethnic and religious issues for sure going on. But they're a bloodthirsty, bad business, bad juju, bad stuff. And, they don't care if anybody lives. And on one hand, but on the other hand, if they can get you popped up on another prescription and milk some more money out of you by giving you a couple more years, they're going to do that. If they can leak it out of the government or you or your children, yeah, you're a business, you're a dollar sign. And one way or another, you're making money for them. I am Rh negative, and so you know, that's something as far as organ donating for me and my kids, like because I've passed on my Rh negative gene to both of my children. That kind of puts us in a different level of, if we do have needs, such as negativity, but or negative blood or organs, and the options for any of us, if something does happen, is, you know, there's not too much out there for help. So that is kind of scary. You know, and I would not let my children give me a kidney. I'm older. I've lived my life. They have their whole life ahead of them. They need to keep all their parts. You know, if you can just live off of one kidney, I mean, just the operation, you know, poses risks and complications and other things that could run along. So as a parent, I would refuse my children from donating to me.
Okay.
Just so they stay whole and happy, and you know, they live their life. I'm done, if that's the way it's going.
Well, okay. I hear you. I understand that. What about in terms of when like I said, were there any particular meds that really sent you for a loop, threatened your life with any kind of, you know, reactions? Or
I don't have it as severe as my dad. My dad was absolutely 100%. Antibiotics were deadly to him, and he had to constantly stay vigilant of the doctor's office and the nurses and stuff. He woke up one time after a procedure and caught a nurse putting something in his IV, and he asked her what it was, and she said, "Oh, it's just your antibiotic." And he ripped out his IV, and he's like, "Holy shit, you're just about to kill me!" And you know, it's so for him, the antibiotics were deadly. For me, they just make me very, very sick. They very much upset my stomach organs. You know, I am very allergic and sensitive to pain medication. It makes me feel like I'm hungover without having any alcohol.
Wow.
And that, you know, it's the most, and it also it messes with my heart. It really throws me for a loop, and it's just, I mean, God, I wish that I was hungover, because at least you could puke, you know, and like get the alcohol out of you, and like, you know, over time you'll sober up. But at one point, after my procedure, I was on so many different medications of serotonin blockers and chemo grade anti-nausea medication, just for me to keep down my other medications, that I was just looped out of my gourd for a long time. One of those medications I had to take was and these all had to be in liquid as well, because I couldn't have anything solid in my stomach for a very long time. So I mean, it looked like a mini drugstore at my house. You know, it was just a drug addict's dream, the shit that I had. Wow. But two of them made me allergic to natural and artificial light.
Holy shit. So tell us a bit about that.
Sucks. Well, and you know, raising kids and trying to recoup and get better and try to, like, you know, keep your stitches and stomach down and cope between medication, and and I still got sick. I still felt like crap. Taking my pain meds was still just, you know, I was at the end of my rope, and I just feeling kind of miserable was worth some pain relief, because it was that bad. So because whenever they have to do work in your stomach or your chest, they pump your stomach full of air, and they blow you up like a balloon so they can get to everything, because all your stuff is shoved in there so tight and compact.
Right.
But so when you get out of that, that air has nowhere to go. So it actually travels up into your shoulders.
Yes, that's where the pain is excruciating. Yep. Go on. Yes.
It was horrific. It was, and they did not tell me to expect this. They told me afterwards I was going to feel it and it was going to go on. But it was, and I already have issues with my top chest being tight because of all the pressure that was going on, and problems and issues and blah, blah, blah. And so it was, I mean, God, I would have rather gotten, kicked in my stomach just instead of that pain. It was absolutely freaking horrific. Just, oh my gosh, that almost gives me like a little bit of like PTSD, even thinking about it, because it seriously is horrendous. And my operation was really long. And so I had a lot of air in me for a long time. And your body just metabolizes it out and you finally, release it. But that sucked. And I have wondered, if some of these medication sensitivities are due to my RH negativity or not.
Beyond that, I would, have you ever considered that your RH negativity and that of your children might also be a factor in all the gang stalking?
Well, I mean, I have heard a lot about the negative blood stuff. I definitely don't
discount that.
Yeah, like, I mean, it's, for what goes on, it's hard for me to imagine it not having anything to do with it, because I also can't explain why else would I be targeted so much.
Thank you.
There's a whole lot of BS, I think, about, or misleading information about the RH and, our bloodlines and whatnot. And so I definitely would like to maybe understand that a bit more.
Right.
I suppose.
Right. And no, definitely appreciate it. And, I'm not an expert, believe it or not, because obviously this is the venue of the cultic, and it's one of these things that their own agendas can change just depending on what kind of bizarre rationalizations they become warped with. By the way, Jameson, your blood is what, RH negative or what?
No, my mother's blood is negative. Mine is positive. And I think that's one of the reasons why she was so violently ill when she had me.
Okay. Oh, maybe.
Oh, for sure.
Wow.
Yeah, she was horribly ill. Although oddly enough, she said it was almost scary how to the hour, like as soon as it hit 11 o'clock, for some reason, the sickness would stop.
Oh, wow.
So Mandy, tell us about your deliveries with both your children. What were they like?
Well, I have to say there is one thing I am grateful for. What's her name? She married Princey over there. They're next in line to Great Britain. Prince Charles' son.
Right.
His wife. I remember she was hospitalized for morning sickness, and at first everybody like poo-pooed on it, but then like, because she's such a high-end official, and because obviously the backing that they have, they were able to really get the message out there that and I was the same way, although I didn't ever hospitalize myself. I forget what it's called, but I had morning sickness, quote unquote, literally 24 hours a day the entire pregnancy for both my children. The sickness never went away. Smells and nausea never, ever went away. And I threw up through both of my labors, through both of my deliveries. It was throwing up left and right. It was,
God.
It was horrific. It was, it was gnarly, most definitely. My son ended up getting wrapped up in the umbilical cord and so he was getting strangled on the way out. So that was scary. He was okay. There was no damage though, but you know, I'm sure I think of that with other things that we've grown up with as a part of our lives.
Well, they speculate that children who get wrapped up in umbilical cords might develop bondage fetishes later in life. I'm not quite sure if anyone's ever followed up on that, but that would be interesting. Has he exhibited anything like that?
Not at all. He's a sweet little guy who's just starting to kind of notice girls, I think.
Okay, there we are.
Yeah. He started doing his hair a little bit nicer and you know, kind of getting his style going on.
That's cute.
So he's going to be 15 next week.
Oh my God.
And, I know, I can't believe it. That's kind of putting me through a loop.
How tall is he compared to you?
I'm 5'7" and well, almost 5'8", but he is at least 2 inches over me.
Oh God. Oh my fucking God.
Yeah.
And go on. I'm just imagining
Oh,
trying to feed somebody like that. I mean, how do you prevent him from raiding the fucking fridge? I'm sorry, go on.
No, I have been having to feed him like adult portions for years now. And he's like my uncle and brother very, very much, where, you know, if he does not eat, he gets sick. And this boy could inhale food just, you know, and still be hungry. You know, that I know when he's sick, when he, you know, doesn't eat
Right.
and can't finish food. Like it's just an instant, you know, clicker. And he's very lean. He's not muscular. He kind of has like a swimmer's build, but he does not work out. We do physical activity and we do stretching and we do yoga, but he's definitely, I mean, the boy has he's had a 6-pack for 3 or so years and he doesn't do sit-ups for him.
Holy shit.
But he also doesn't have any fat either. It's all muscle toned.
Oh my God. Well, I'm definitely impressed. And obviously, when you said he doesn't work out, I mean, I understand why you put that context into presenting the fact that he's got the 6-pack abs. But I mean, oh my God, yeah, if he were working out at the age of 15, I'd be seriously concerned. I mean, obviously, who the hell wants a pre-teenage kid, you know, getting roid rage or something like that? Obviously, you know, hopefully he wouldn't be messing with any of that stuff. I bring that up only because, you know, at some point when guys are working out, it almost becomes inevitable. But, you know, honestly, right. Yeah, he's, okay, so obviously he's an impressive physical specimen, and your daughter is younger, right?
Right. She turned 13 in December.
Oh my God. Oh my God. And compared to your height, how tall is she? The fact that yeah.
Oh, no, go ahead.
I was just going to say the fact that your son is 2 inches taller than you at the age of 15 is just, I can't imagine how tall he's going to be by the time he's 21. I mean, he's going to be hopefully involved with professional sports or something. Good Lord. But anyhow, so go on.
My uncle my dad was 6'2", and my uncle, I think, was like 6'2" or 6'3" maybe
Jesus.
Even 6'4".
Jesus.
So
Good
we
God.
we just on both sides of my family, we just both have very tall genes. Everybody is pretty tall. I was taller than my brother for a really long time. My other brother is 6'1". I have no doubts that my daughter will probably be taller than me too.
Okay. Yeah.
So, both my cousins they're a little bit taller than me. But I've had like car accidents and broke my back and this thing. So I've lost a couple inches, at a compression fracture in a couple of my vertebrae. And
this was the automobile accident in which Kronk chewed through the safety belt that saved your daughter's life, and your 2 children survived without a scratch, but your diaphragm was compressed way up into your upper torso. This is the accident in which some of your spinal vertebrae were crushed together?
Oh, that was actually in high school, my junior year. I was riding with my friend, and she wasn't wearing a seatbelt just because, but in the passenger side, my seatbelt was broken. And she took a turn to turn into the high school parking lot going way too fast, and she hit the curb and blew out a tire, and we went flipping across the highway. And so we landed upside down, and
oh my God.
I remember hearing the pops on the roof of the car as we were spinning or flipping.
Yes.
So it was right in front of our high school too, and so like, of course we stopped class, and every line was calling the Juneau 911 and like froze it up, and some stupid idiot boys that were walking by, cutting class, actually flipped. With the car landed upside down, and we couldn't get out, and they didn't wait for police or fire, and they flipped the car back over to get us out. So I back over, and that's probably what did the second, injury.
So these were a couple of young dudes who just were trying to show their strength and play the hero and, make it into the papers. They did what they did, and it actually made the situation worse. So bear that in mind, people. You're not always going to be helping, and oftentimes you can make things worse for people. There are professionals we pay to handle this sort of thing. Oh my God. So, of course, your life must be full of horror stories like this. Feel free to share them.
Damn, I have to say, you're giving Picone a run for his money.
Yes,
right now.
yeah.
I don't think I'd ever want to see another car again if I went through what you went through.
Yeah, no shit. I mean, this is like.
I did have. I had issues for. Well, it started when I was in 7th grade. I was hit by a car, and it was pretty bad. She didn't have her headlights on, and I was crossing the street. I was getting to cheerleading practice, and I ended up doing the whole rolling up on the roof and window shield, and she slams on the brakes, and so I go flying and rolling onto the pavement. And I just remember being so dazed and out of it that I kept trying to get up and just saying, I'm fine. I just got to get to practice. I got to go. But I kept falling, and they kept grabbing me and like forcing me to lay down. But I was in such shock that I literally didn't feel anything, and I was trying to walk, but my knee was completely blown out. I forget what all exactly happened. I fortunately didn't have to do surgery. I was just in major braces for the entire year and stuff, and had to do physical therapy and everything. But I just remember the shock of like, for some reason, feeling embarrassed and just wanting to get out of there, and like not feeling my body and just trying to make it walk, and just not being able to walk, and like not understanding what was going on.
And like when you were suffering this, what about? Did you ever get back into cheerleading?
I did for a bit. Yeah, I did. I went through high school a couple years, but then work and playing with my friends was a lot more fun. I was kind of done with it. We had national champions and all that kind of stuff. We did basketball mainly. I grew up with Carlos Boozer. I don't know how many people know him, but he's a professional basketball player. He was one of my good friends. But it was fun. I ended up doing teaching. I would coach the younger girls for the little juvie leagues, and the little elementary football players. It was pretty cute. So that was fun.
Okay.
But yeah, dance used to be like, I'm more interested in just dancing around now. Not that yeah, cheerleading didn't last too long for me. Being a Cowboys cheerleader or whatnot was never a big dream of mine to shoot for.
Oh my God. Well, during the time that you were a cheerleader, I take it that these were wild times, dating football players. Is that the case or not?
I didn't date too many high schooler guys my age. They were mainly like older, like out, like graduating or have already graduated high school. But yeah, like, you know, friends. I was kind of friends with everybody. I was never like the jock group or the this or that group. It was, you know, my friends and I were definitely a big collective, you know, friends with many different groups and this or that and whatnot. So, but yeah, you had your classic, you know, jocks and the, you know, the really, blondie missies, cheerleaders, you know, with the, with the big guys. So that was pretty interesting.
Well, and of course, most young ladies are kind of like, or at least it used to be the stereotype, they were hunting for husbands and basically seeking husbands, usually among the football players, because the football players usually proved to be kind of like leaders in the community and would go on to, you know, usually they would go on into the corporate world and do something with themselves, theoretically. So was this on your mind at the time?
Not at all.
Okay.
No.
Okay, so that's healthy as far as I'm concerned, and so yeah, and then like you said, you started working with the, you know, the kids and all that, and then at some point though, when you got your certification for teaching, you attended those schools that you now ultimately teach in, right? Weren't you a product of those schools or not?
No.
Okay.
No, I was all public school the whole way throughout. I started working at the elementary schools when I was in 8th grade and did it through all the way through graduation. And I really was like very burnt out of how it worked. And once I read into the Montessori method and their way, it was, I really enjoyed the way that they respect children and respect, you know, it's based on an international child. It's not American children get this type of American schooling because they're special and American. It's the reason why Maria Montessori's schools are international is because it's called the universal child. Children all over the world go through the certain stages developmentally, mentally, you know, outside of genes and defects and blah, blah, blah. You know, disabilities, mental or physical, but on the whole, a 3-year-old in America is going through the same processes in their physiology and their chemistry as every other 3-year-old in the planet. And it's how we scientifically have seen how, you know, up to, like, they're even saying up till the age of 25, how our brain is still forming, is still growing, it's still changing. And they've got it down, you know, clockwork, like pretty darn good of a 3-year gap of where, you know, groups of children are moving through these different stages. And so you just teach in different ways in those different stages to help the way that their brain is processing to during that certain stage in that certain time. So it just made a lot of sense to me. I'm kind of like my dad, you know, I very much respect the scientific angle, the observation angle, the ingestion of knowledge yourself, and then, you know, use that knowledge to, you know, work around a problem or an issue, or a kid isn't a problem or an issue, but just, you know, finding out how they tick and supplying them with their needs. And you can very much personalize it at the same time, still acknowledging and still working as a whole, that kid is just like the other 5 and 6 and 4-year-olds. They're all kind of going through the same thing. So, and elementaries, our public schools are horrific.
Yeah.
I worked in a couple down here in Oregon, and I just can't take, I can just see the just traumas, inflicted traumas from, you know, moody teachers, moody aides, stupid lessons, stupid protocol, bullshit cult, you know, things going on, you know, and even just, you know, our public system, the creators of our American public system were just out and out, you know, said right out and have books written about it saying they're developing them to get you into the workforce,
Right.
to be obedient and work in their factories and their offices and where they choose to place you. And it's very much, you know, I just couldn't be a part of that system anymore, because as much as I tried to make my classroom or, you know, tried to beef up those kids, you know, that really needed it, or work with those ones that needed that extra time, as soon as they left my classroom, as soon as they went to another class or they went lunchroom and they went wherever else, like, or a certain lesson plan in a certain way that we had to do it and they have to pass it and they have to have it this way, it would just be defeated. All your good work from, you know, one bullshit duty who's, you know, who's an asshole, or a bully kid roundup that, you know, our systems are very, most of the bullies at schools are the teachers themselves.
Right.
And they bully each other, they bully parents, they bully kids. There are favoritisms. There are, you know, I've had to report several different things, and I left certain schools or wouldn't substitute at certain schools because they would just enable bad teachers doing bad things to be able to keep doing what they're doing. And so I think the kids end up feeding off of that, and they get sucked in that environment. And, you know, how are you going to solve the bullies issues if the teacher is also being a bully, or just ignoring it, you know, being apathetic to it? And and at the same time, the amount of time that we make our kids be at school, and that these teachers, you know, for how many hours that they have to teach. And there's so much just filler bullshit that's just pointless. And your children really are not benefiting off of this worthless crap. And it's, you know, so teachers on one hand have to be babysitters and social workers. And for the most part, you know, they're just trained and educated in their subject field or their grade level. And they're not all great psychologists and, you know, psychiatrics and pediatrics, and on top of that, you know, a Mary Poppins, I love children nanny, you know, kind of person. Like, you know, a lot of people that get into education do it for job security, do it because they like their subject, and a way to do something they like is to be a teacher in it. That there's a very small percentage of teachers that love children, love teaching, and love what they do. Yeah. It just, and the amount of pressure and work and hardship that's put on you, even if you did start out with that love or like, it easily gets fried.
Oh yeah.
You're so burnt out. I mean, I've seen so many good teachers go bad or just go sour just because, like, it's so hard and it's so thankless. And, you know, you put your own money and time into it outside of the classroom, outside of, you know, your prep days, outside of you. Like, there were very few teachers that didn't bring their work home, that didn't spend their own money at the store because there weren't enough supplies, or to do a special project. You know, you just did it. I did a lot of, you know, if I knew a kid didn't have much money, I always brought in extra food to be able to have available for kids, and even clothes. And, you know, you do what you can do, and there just isn't enough help. And the system is not set up to be there for the kids. And they shouldn't be away from home that long anyway. We do not have a village raising children. We do not have good support systems for them. Our public schools are kind of like a daycare, so that parents can go away and, you know, slave away at their jobs to barely make enough to cover the bills. And, you know, it's not everybody has that experience. Not every teacher is bad. There is a lot of good, but it's definitely not, it's not very compassionate and functionable.
Right.
At the very least.
Right. Well, definitely appreciate your bringing all of this up. This needs to be heard, and of course, it provides us a kind of a family environment, so to speak, for what is normally something that you know, I would never encourage anyone outside of single adults in bars to listen to. So you provide us an extension of our audience, which is deeply appreciated. But so, what about you, Jameson? Were you ever bullied in school? I mean, that would be the stereotype for
Yes, I was. And I learned quickly that I would say that the bullying began when I was a child because I was born, I suffered from delayed speech. I actually had to go to a special program when I was first starting out because they don't run the school anymore, but it was a school called Special Sprouts. So you can
Special Sprouts. Yeah, this is like Cabbage Patch Kids. Yes, that was. Oh my God!
So this will give you an idea of how slow my development was. By the time I made it to intermediate school, I was being insulted because of the fact that when I spoke, I stuttered. I had a horrid mispronunciation of words, and so I got bullied, and I learned at some point to just keep fighting. And at some point, I learned to just fight anyone I can try to fight as a defense mechanism. And at some point, the bullies grew tired of bullying me because even when they beat me, they were like, dude, I don't want to fight you anymore. Because I learned that once you get a reputation of being crazy, even the bullies don't have fun bullying you anymore.
Right.
Of course, I would encounter bullying on and off until high school. By the time I got to high school, no one fucked with me. There was bullying, but it was more of that racial thing where, you know, the white kids would make their jokes, their ethnic cracks, and, you know, me at some point, I would try to hit them back, and you know, that went on for a good 2 years until at some point, oh yeah, Jameson's the cool black guy, and everyone else is just. Well, we have jokes on everyone else. And I was just like, well, I don't give a shit. Because I became obsessed with playing Magic the Gathering. And, you know, everything else was history. And I'm still playing this fucking game. So, I mean, that could show you. I obviously am suffering from delayed development because I should be out right now, you know, courting a young mistress. But instead,
Well, definitely. I've told our listeners I definitely have to marry some woman as soon as possible, or move in with some lady as soon as possible, simply because of what I spoke of on our last transmission. I don't know if you were able to hear our latest transmission prior to tonight's, Mandy, but you know, I don't want to gross my audience out by going back into that again. But I was suffering from vasodepressor syncope. These are syncopal collapses because the vagus nerve gets depressed. When you're having a bowel movement, basically indicative of the fact that I'm having some difficulty processing solid foods as I become more dependent on drinking blood. So it's either I start drinking more blood and eating less food, or I just have to move in with somebody who can watch over me so I don't wind up falling off the toilet at some point and cracking my skull open, which would be a real bitch. And, you know, living alone as I do, my surrogate son, of course, tries his best to be helpful. But, you know, obviously the only reason he showed up the other night was because he learned about what had happened while I was talking about it on bandwidth. And so he showed up right after transmission to check in on me, and hence the photo for tonight's live stream, which is embedded in our thumbnail of live stream tonight. Myself on the mattress pad, which Lena Shea purchased for myself. And so definitely, you know, it's one of these things I have to adapt to and decide what I'm going to do about, and you know, going to have to try to find someone to pair up with. In terms of you know, you yourself, hopefully you're feeling well enough. Were there ever any moments when, I know there might have been one or two moments where something happened while you were on with us back at Revolution Radio, where we called to ask for a welfare or a well-being check on you. And I don't know if you remember those incidents. And there were others, I believe, where maybe your children called the ambulance or something like that. Can you tell us about what you remember of this, or whether I'm misremembering any of this?
No, I do remember there was one time, because before we went on the show, I told you I wasn't feeling good. And then when we were on, it cut out on us a couple of times. And then I definitely had one of the like pain attacks that would happen to my stomach, where it just felt like 1,000 knives were inside stabbing my stomach. And so I do remember you. I think Laura Lee Solomon was maybe around for that.
Yeah.
So, but the stuff with my kids was that, you know, things were at the point that it was so bad, and they were much younger. Was that I had to go over. I had already taught them, you know, about 911 and, you know, for emergencies and how to use that and ask for help and what to do. But it turned into, you know, needing to say, you know, if you can't wake up mommy, or if mommy, you know, is on the floor and she can't talk, this is what you call and this is what you tell them, because this is what I have going on. Because at that point, if you know, if that was happening, it meant that my stomach was strangling my heart to the point of killing me.
Right.
So that was traumatizing, and that still, I know that still hits my kids. You know, my daughter is pretty sensitive about it, and she's always got her eye on me, and if I'm not feeling good for a couple days, or, you know, this or that or whatnot, she's always, you know, on top of me. And so that definitely scarred them. They were little. Like, kids shouldn't have to do that. And I also, you know, they shouldn't have, I mean, I should have had this surgery like months and months and months before that point, so that the insurance knew that these two little kids might just find their mom dead. You know, wake up in the morning and she's not there awake, you know, taking care of them, doing the normal to-dos, and that they find me. Like, that was, I think that of everything was the most, like, traumatizing for everybody.
Right. Oh my God. It is so awful. It was such an awfully dark period of time. It was truly your personal dark ages. And, you know, your personal dark ages were also, one time I produced an illustration for you in which I portrayed yourself as vomiting and your eyes tearing over. And as you yourself expressed, that was probably the most accurate depiction that anyone could produce of how you felt at that time. Did you save these illustrations? Were you able to download them someplace where you could save them? I mean, I have them, but it's just curious if you had done, you know, saved them.
I had tried to download those, and I lost the first set on the one computer. I have one other tower and laptop that did fry, and I was hoping to get some files off of there, so I may or may not have them. But for the most part, I've lost them.
Okay.
Though they might technically still be retrievable.
Right.
But I had totally forgotten about that one.
Okay. You remember it now?
Because I remember, like, explaining, like, you know, it is the worst thing in the world to not only be hungry because you haven't eaten for days, and then have the nausea and the pains that come from that, where at the same time, you also are also just the thought of eating and the pain that you know that you're going to have, and that you're probably going to vomit, and the pain that that's going to have. is, I just I would lock myself in the bathroom so the kids wouldn't see me bawling while I was eating, because the pain I was already in, plus the pain that I knew was coming, plus the aftermath of, again, losing, most of the nutrients that I tried to get, and still having hunger pains that you could never really make go away. And at the same time, you aren't that hungry, as in, ooh, this smells good, I want to eat. Or it's not like I was trying soup and would barf it up and try this and barf it up and blah, blah, blah. Like, you didn't want to eat. Just the thought of it, like, you were already nauseated, and I was completely turned off from food. So when I did eat, it was because I was, my body and brain was going crazy from lack of nutrients, and at the same time instantly rejecting it and saying, nope, we can't do it. So Kurt Cobain actually did an interview where he's talking about his irritable bowel syndrome, and that's actually why he got on the heroin, was because it was the one thing that cured his stomach pain. Wow. Because Courtney Love, she's the first person that shot him up, and she told him it would take his pain go away, because she was with him when he tried so many other medications and tried to, feel better about this or that. And when your stomach isn't working right for one reason or another, people don't know, like, a lot of people do know how big our intestines are. And, our main organs that are in there, we have so many nerve centers all over, your intestines, your large and small intestines in your stomach. And besides your eyeballs, I want to say it's the most sensitive nerve center of our body. And so that's why when you kind of have a little tummy ache, or you get, a little bit of a blow to the stomach, like, it really, really hurts, because there's so many sensors down there, going off. And that's why Sabuki is, like, such a wild thing to me. The Japanese suicide.
Right. Seppuku. Yes.
Seppuku. I'm sorry,
Yeah,
Sabuki.
no worries.
Seppuku.
Yeah. You're thinking Kabuki. Kabuki is the theater art. Yeah.
Kabuki was in my head,
worries.
yes.
Yeah, no worries. No worries. That's fine.
The ability to, like, first of all, the slice, but to pull your whole intestines out, that's just wild.
Yeah.
It still lasts through that. That's just some gnarly ass crap. That's just wow. Yeah. But so he describes it, and he describes kind of like how I felt of, like, just bawling, eating, and then just you're bawling because the pain is there and your body's already rejecting it, and you're kind of just this miserable drunk on the floor or something, like it's I don't know.
Yeah.
Bad.
No, that's so horrible. Again, your dark ages, and you're simply surviving them is miraculous. And honestly, I'm glad to share this with people so they understand the horror of what you went through. And this, of course, was a horror that was completely unnecessary, and it was caused by the insurance company. What is the name of that insurance company again? I forget. I've bleached them from my memory.
Well, it was the OHP plan here. So it was the Oregon OHP, Oregon Health Plan. Mm-hmm. But they subcontracted through, and it was St. Vincent de Paul that was my actual hospital and caregivers, and they still are. So the hospital and my doctors, as a part of the group that took care of me, they were the ones fighting. And it was the Oregon Health Plan insurance managers. And I was told it went all the way up to the top, and my doctor and the head of the St. Vincent Hospital here in Portland were, like, in a just shouting match over the phone over the meeting of them saying, like, they're just absolutely no, they're not going to cover me. And that's when the line was told, until she's on a stretcher flatline, we're not authorizing this surgery. And when my doctor was like telling me this, and he was like, I have never seen my boss that mad. I have never heard them say no like this. He's like, we've gotten no's before. And that's when we do another submission and we do another explanation of, no, this is what our client needs. This is what the patient needs to do to be better. We've explained, like, this is why it needs to happen. And he's like, we've never been rejected like this. This has never happened. And my doctor's even going like, we're asking the insurance guys, like, if she's a young mother of young children, which surgery will instantly make her better, and all she's doing is dying, what is the holdup? And we were never actually given an answer why. And at that point, the procedures that they kept making me take to keep proving that my stomach was still in my chest was
a form of torture. Yeah, go on.
Very much. I mean, very horrific. I did have to do CAT scans and, I forget that one where they put the radioactive freaking dye in you so that they can...
oh God, I'm trying to remember it myself now. That's the, of course, it's the little, the radioactive dye, and then they follow it as it goes around. I mean, my father had that, of course. This is what they do to people with heart conditions to find out where there's blood clots, etc. Oh, I'm forgetting the name of that. Yes, but okay.
I blocked that out.
Yeah.
They ruptured my veins with it.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Say that again.
They ruptured my veins with it in my arm.
Yes, of course. So tell us a bit about that. That is something people need to be aware of. This many times these tests are dangerous in their own right, and they all have the potential to cause their own damage, and oftentimes they do. So yes, share that with our listeners, please. What happened?
I just remember I was strapped into that big table bed in the machine and had the stuff on me and the camera going over my stomach, and she left for a while, and she was supposed to come back and check on me, and right when the test was almost done, she was like, oh no. And she I looked at my arm after because it was above my head and I couldn't see it and I couldn't feel it. It went numb, and that was must have been the blood vessel break, the rupture. And my arm was just stinking huge. It was just crazy. And she was like, whoopsie daisy. And she's like, well, you're going to have to stay here for 4 hours of observation. We got to take you over here to this inpatient. And so I was hooked up to these other monitors, and I had to lay down. I had to ice my arm. I had to, I forget what position I had to stay in for a while, and all that they could do is just wait and watch me and make sure that the stuff didn't. I think it was about having it not go to my heart or my kidneys. I can't remember. But they also didn't really explain it was bad. But I also knew wait, if I have to stay after a procedure for observation, I know that's not normal and that's not little.
No.
And so I was in this glass room where it was like all four walls were all glass. So I was observed the entire time with doctors going in and out and hooked up to machines and shit. And
who was taking care of the kids at this moments like that?
Their dad.
Oh God.
Ish.
So they were alone. I mean, they were taking care of him. Not the other way around.
Pretty much.
Oh shit.
Yeah, they definitely had to do way too much growing up in real world, smacking them in the face, on one end, and so I definitely try to maintain their childhood and innocence in other ways as much as I can as well.
So now what kind of impression do they if they were to describe the dad, if somebody were to ask them about the dad, I would assume that the son or the daughter might use a term like crazy or something like that to describe him. What do you think? Or maybe not? How would they?
Well, my son has described it that, him not being around is more hard for him than when his dad is around.
Oh, I don't see why. But go on.
Children, think of Pacquiao, look what he did for his sister and aunt and how much shit he kept taking, to try.
Yeah.
And you know, he my daughter is a bit more like, she's got her guard up.
Yeah.
For sure. I mean, they definitely want their dad. Every kid wants their parent, you know, and it's not like it was all crazy or all horrible or all bad. And he did not, I mean, certain shit he should have gotten better at that he didn't, and that's just pathetic. And other things that just were not, you know, known and were not going on for, you know, a large chunk of their childhood. It just wasn't even a factor. So it's, you know, maybe it's kind of like he's not, though I do think he, you know, definitely parties way too much, but it's not due to alcoholism. But I would say it's kind of like possibly living with a functional alcoholic as a parent, where, I mean, you're used to it and you still love them and you just kind of put up with their shit. There's a lot of stuff because of their ages and because of me that, like, I definitely just protected them from.
Right. By the way, I've entered the painting that I produced for you here. Can you see that in the thread? Jameson can see that too. So that was the painting that I was referring to. So let me put that in the private message box as well. That was so Jameson, that's how Mandy felt, and she said that pretty much was one of the only paintings that really conveyed, the only thing that really conveyed how she felt, that words wouldn't do it justice. So let me give that to her in the private messages here on Facebook, and so I can email that to her. Would probably be a better place for her to get that into a computer. I mean, are your computers working at all, or are they simply just something that regularly crashes? I mean, how are things?
I bought a new computer last year around this. It's around this time, I want to say, like April, May, or June, and so far it's actually been like the longest lasting one without problems. I still download stuff on different memory packs and whatnot. So
external hard drives.
Yeah, for sure. So I do. I try to just make a lot of copies if it's really that important. And I've gotten used to, like, just losing stuff too.
Right. So I'm going to just title this as ELO in the, oh God, could you give me your email in the private messages? You don't need to say it out loud. If you could provide it in the private messages, I'll just cut and paste that.
Sure.
And email this to you. And you can put that either in the thread here on the Skype or in private messages on Facebook, whichever is more convenient for you. And and by the way, were you able to hear what Selena was saying about the mass shooting in Times Square?
No, I heard it like the very, very beginning of the show, and did not hear after that.
Uh-huh. Oh, okay. By the way, so Jameson Reese brings up the term medical imaging contrast. I mean, you know, for the radioactive dye chasing all over the place, it sounds about right. You know, MRI, medical resonance imaging, MRI, it might have been involved. It's not the MRI though. The MRI is passive. You know, they sometimes inject dyes, but it's something different. It's like MRI, CT. He's kind of like shooting in the dark here. Those are just various imaging technologies. Ultrasound. No, it's not that. Some people can mention it. It'll probably be in chat. Honey, could you give me that again in the Facebook? Because I can't cut and paste it from Skype. Skype's a bitch. And
Sure.
yeah, thank you. I'm sorry about that. It's
no worries.
Yeah, so let me check into the live stream, see if people are... Nathan Brooks is saying, on a macro level, your intestines are about equivalent to 2 tennis courts surface area. Yes, it's something spectacular. Something similar for your lungs as well. And then Jameson says, this is going to eat me, right? Oh, you mean like this will nag at you. This will nag at him until he... tries to find out. And so Peggy Wood says to us, fear is false evidence appearing real. Jameson, your views are based in fear. Your beliefs will limit you, always. Yeah. And Nathan Brooks says, pray for me, y'all. Yes, of course, more importantly, pray for Jerusalem and the unification of Jews, Palestinians, and Christians in peace. Why would I pray for that? Yes. Then Jameson saying gastric emptying scan. I mean, holy fucking shit, Jameson. No need to dwell on it, you know? Honestly, it was something else totally. All I need to do is look up imaging, radioactive dye technique, and let's look that up, and then okay, let's see what comes up, and then when I remember it, I'll say, fuck, how could I not remember that? Nuclear imaging, the radioactive tracer. Okay. A diagnostic imaging procedure which uses a radioactive dye to produce an image. Nuclear medicine imaging is a method of producing images by detecting radiation from different parts of the body after a radioactive tracer is given to the patient. The images are digitally generated on a computer and transferred to a nuclear medicine physician who interprets the images to make a diagnosis. Whereupon he generally says something like, you fucked. Contrast dye, imaging contrast, contrast agent, nuclear medicine imaging, there you go, medical imaging contrast dye, it's just, there doesn't seem to be a specific PET scan. That's it. Positron emission tomography. That's it. PET scan. That's the term. Positron emission tomography. PET. The PET scan. The infamous PET scan. By the way, it goes to show you positronic is a real term, not just a fucking, Isaac Asimov science fiction indulgence. So Jameson Reese says thank you. So there you go, the PET scan. That'll keep him from staying up all night looking at grotesque images in the computer, which otherwise he uses any excuse to do. Okay, so let me check my messages here and see what Mandy sent me. I don't see the email in there. Let me see. Let me try again, trying to cut and paste.
You know what? I have I'm on my phone and I cannot get into Facebook on my phone.
Oh, okay.
I don't have the Messenger app on my phone. So when I go to my computer, I will I'll send it then.
Okay. Yeah, no worries. And then maybe I'll just type it out here. I know what I'll do is just type. Okay, got it. Here. You don't need to bother with that. I'll do this here. So I'm just going to type it out, and then I can cut and paste that. And I'm going to try and keep myself from reading out loud. Yes, I'm one of those people whose lips read. Lips move when I read. No, yeah, I'm kidding. I don't always. They don't always move when I'm reading. Obviously, that would be pretty fucking tiresome, reading the kinds of books that I read, which can be pretty hefty. Not that I'm bragging or something, but most of you couldn't do that. And so obviously moving my lips would just be exhausting. All right, so there we are. Just said that because I'm used to multitasking and trying to burn bandwidth while I'm doing shit. So it's almost like I feel obligated to burn bandwidth whenever I start doing something like typing out something for whatever reason. You just get indoctrinated into that mindset. Anyhow, so Jameson says it would strengthen the so he's mentioning his own anatomical knowledge for lip muscles, I take it. Oh my fucking god. Yes. This is the man who would know. Okay, so let me get this into the here we are. He says, this is why I'm single. Yes. What kind of dating advice would you give our man Jameson, honey?
I'm probably not the person. I haven't really and rarely and didn't for over 20 years. So I would say just find somebody you like and that likes you and you have interests in and opposites in, and yes,
that's cute.
I don't know.
Okay, so I've just got the email sent out your way, and that will provide that at least. We can start rebuilding your imagery library up with the stuff I provided you. Now, for those of you who don't know, I always stylized Mandy's hair as being kind of like a bamboo blonde was the term I used, which some people would mistake or categorize as kind of green hair. And but I always called it bamboo blonde, and it was just my way of distinguishing her as the bamboo lady, and that's how many people remembered her for the longest period of time. And so our man James Kimbrough was a man who wrote a lot of letters to the insurance company, where the insurance company finally relented. But I think now is the time to maybe venture into a darker area. It's obvious that people were pulling strings to kill you, and they were influencing people at the insurance company through bribery or threats or both. So these are probably connected with your husband's family, and what they wanted was you out of the way so they could take your kids. And it was at the point where in your community there were even certain professionals that could not be trusted. And this included some law enforcement professionals at the time. So how did you feel about all of this, and what is it that you care to relate when I dredge those memories up?
Just that I still don't understand
the occult rationale.
Yeah, but I guess like when I look back like on my life and kind of put it in perspective, like even though it was definitely my darkest, hardest time, that's kind of I've had weird crap from the get-go. So things that I still don't know or understand doesn't make sense to me. Or I guess I understand now that that's not everybody's experience.
I would hope not.
So, yeah. So it's kind of weird, and it was. I think the weirdest parts were when I had some people contact me, and they were peoples who had already been listening to, like, say you or Ed Opperman or a few other peoples that I ended up chatting with and exchanging emails or phone calls with, but that they would just be they would hear that I'm RH negative and left-handed and had these experiences and know this person and had this go on, and be telling me on and on, like, you're in it, you're a part of it, you're this, you're that, like, what is this? So those were kind of the weirdest ones, I think. Just because it felt very like, I don't know what the heck is going on. I do know I don't have any like specific, I didn't have there was no principal at the school that was actually, a secret dirty double agent of this or that. Like, I was not involved that way, but my family's connections and things besides my kid's father's family and that side, it's kind of interesting, weird.
That's certainly a moderate way of putting it. Obviously what we have is your situation was beyond convoluted in the sense that we had all of that going on. But then there's the geographic location, which factors in, and the geographic location that you are contending with is just in its own right is, rather unbelievable for most people who just, aren't there. They just don't get it. So you're definitely in a situation where the place that you're in is like the haunted Indian burial ground in Poltergeist, where you live. The house is pretty much, again, near a cemetery. You've got weird things that have been going on there that, for all intents and purposes, are inexplicable. They don't really connect, and they, one of them was a guy who was making a big deal, like newspaper articles published on it, that he gathered together, Iraqi refugees into this church next door to Mandy's home, or pretty close, like across the little river and the graveyard beyond. There's the church where, the canine units were leaving their dogs locked in cars to suffocate to death and shit. Well, it's just bizarre shit, and everything about, like, have you ever taken a look at some of those headstones, and any of them say anything that you found significant, or what? I mean, take it from there.
I have not gone onto their property at that graveyard spot. It is a historical spot. There are some tombstones you can see. It's right by the road, and there's a sidewalk right there. And there are quite a few headstones that you can tell they're saying from 1800s time. But they do have it fenced off. So to actually go in there and examine them, you'd have to kind of go on their property and go to this area, which it's still supposed to be open to the public because it is a historical spot, but they keep it pretty locked down. It's very weird. And it creeped me out in so many different ways, because several years ago, after they bought these houses that are on my street, but up near the main road and up where the graveyard is, they bought these 3 houses that they turned into their little office centers or whatnot that they're never in. And behind them, right next to the graveyard, they started a community garden, which again, only they can use and only they do, but it's a community garden. But like literally the tomatoes are right next to a tombstone.
Yeah. Yeah. The fruit of the grave. Yes. The fruit of the grave.
Yes. Yeah. So something's weird, wacky, and it's kind of on a downhill slope. So whenever it rains water, the way it'll move, it will start at the cemetery and it will travel downhill into the garden. Yeah. So I guess that could be coincidence or inexperience, or them just trying to be economical with their land and squeeze as much together as they can. But for me, that's just too. Yeah. Yeah. I don't trust whoever planned that out.
Thank you. That's there you go. I mean, this is like the. Where's Stephen King when you need him? This is like the foundational points for a horror story. And
one of the houses next to me used to have this family for a very long time, and then they sold their house, and then there was another family there for a very long time, and then the towards the end of the like in 2009, I want to say, the housing market crash. They just basically left their, abandoned the house and let the bank take it. And they went off to, I want to say Chile is where his wife was from. Or it was either Chile or Honduras. And they just went and bought property down there and went down there. So this house ever since then has been empty. It's been rented out. It's been bought and sold again several times. But so not last year, but the year before, a single father moves in with his, with a buddy of his, and he has his daughter, every other week and some weekends. And I get to talking to him, and he looks kind of familiar. And he tells me that he is a cousin to the people that were on the other side of me, the old couple that lost their home and had to move out, and that whole sad story. So he was telling me that he used to live here and grow up here in this neighborhood 30 years ago. So a little fast forward, my children have been playing with his daughter. They've been best of buddies. And I remember they came walking in and they're telling me what they used to play. And they said they were in her tree house telling ghost stories. And I was like, oh, well, that's fun. And she's like, yeah, my dad said he used to grow up here. And he said this land was haunted, that his house was always haunted. And so I still see spirits. They're over at our house too. So I guess my kids were having this whole like chit chat hash session comparing like experiences that they had had in our house and growing up here, and sharing them with her, who she's saying she's having experiences. And she told them about her father saying about growing up on this street, how he had ghost experiences. And he's the one that told her it was haunted. And that's why weird stuff happens at the house where they're at. So that was, and I've never had a conversation with him about hauntings or spirits. This was totally just through the kids. So that was on one hand, I guess, reassuring because it's not just us. I mean, there is something in this area, obviously. So for him to have talked about it when he was like young and growing up and telling his daughter, that's why that house is creepy. It was same at my house down the street. Like, that's kind of weird.
Yeah, no, but it definitely, as you say, it's basically confirmation. It's validation for everything you already knew. So I definitely appreciate your courage in sharing that. So have you ever considered an exorcism, or do you feel that that's just a forlorn hope, or you know, or like maybe the difficulty would be in what kind of faith to choose in terms of that?
Sure.
You know,
no, for sure. That you know, that kind of, I heard somebody one way refer to it. So did you go Catholic or did you go hippie exorcism?
Right.
It's you know, that's leaving out a whole lot, and that's minimalizing it. But you know, that's kind of funny.
It is.
I have heard of people who have tried one way and they tried a different faith or a different way because it didn't work. And you know, or just some people who they are Christian. They will go through a church. They will do, you know, only an exorcism through that sense. And you know, I'm kind of like, well, whatever works. When things were like definitely scary and gnarly, I definitely was at the point of, holy crap, I think I might have to get somebody in here. I regularly smudge and sage and try to do cleansing and clearing and you know, kind of actively, I do a lot of Florida water, aromatherapy kind of stuff I dabble in. So and nobody seems to be having anything negative going on where I think I need help like I was getting to.
Right.
Or where it needs to be at.
Now, apparently, once you were operated on and then kind of back into a functionality, it still hadn't died down yet. You were still dealing with the fact that your husband's father was still alive, and he would show up and kind of leer at the kids, and you would have to send brain dead hubby out to shoo his own father away. Could you put that into some context for us? But it was sometime after that everything kind of stabilized until I showed up again. Then once I showed up in your life again, then we ultimately had to transfer the peacocks to another property. So maybe if you could describe that arc of narrative from one point to the other, bridge that for us.
I guess that does kind of summarize it. I mean, you know, yeah, it's like, and it's kind of odd because the route that my kid's father's dad like definitely changed, where it was kind of like my husband, where it was like, Jesus Christ, this isn't you. This isn't how like you used to be. Like, you know, this is very odd. And he was going through his own crap, you know, and so sometimes it'd be good. And then, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, you know, his wifey Pooh is the one that was the gnarly witch who actually, you know, whipped things around and did things.
You mean your husband's father's wife?
Yeah, my mother-in-law, my ex-mother-in-law.
There we are. The mother-in-law. Yes, of course. It's the mother-in-law.
Like,
yeah.
she's like I could throw down with anybody of, you know, the more horrific mother-in-law besides like Mother Dearest herself. Like,
Mommy Dearest, yes.
Mommy Dearest, yeah. Like, I mean, but mother-in-law Dearest, you know. Yes. She was gnarly. From the first point of meeting her, like I knew like, oh shit, I'm in trouble. And although I didn't know much about the family and other things till like for years, and for some situations, I could tell from the get-go that she was a very, you know, she had her buck, she had her money, she had her fake boobs, she had her crazy, and she controlled the family. And a lot of, I mean, just the stories that they told and just like, you know, holy crap, it just was very kind of like Pacquiao, but not as like hardcore, not as Sopranos worthy series sort of shit, but like we could meld Pac-1's like hardcore shit to some of my stuff, and like we'd make a good medium of like, you know, still some crazy shit, but it was a bit more like Hell's Angels and you know, chasing the California money and kind of cracky shit that way.
Well, just to put this into perspective for people, your mother-in-law was part of this scene that was simply fronting a facade. They were simply fronting a facade of respectability. But these were people who were somehow connected with both the Hells Angels and the pornography industry simultaneously, which is no surprise. Obviously, this is sex and drugs. Basically human trafficking. So,
right.
So provide us a little bit of context there, and people will begin to understand some of the occult aspects behind the horror of your life as your health was spiraling for that period of time.
So I know the main angle, that the main connection in the family was drug money, running drugs from Mexico. And the Hells Angels were, along with human trafficking, you know, the 80s and 90s, that was just massively, like they had a whole tunnel network system going on, you know. I'm sure they still do. I'm sure certain areas are still up, and like gosh, we could do like an entire show just talking about the Hells Angels in California, you know, and the different, you know, realities of who was providing and fronting and starting, and COINTELPRO, and the occult angle. And it's kind of like I kind of think of it as similar to maybe the Freemasons today, where you've got people saying, yeah, I'm in the Hells Angels. Yes, I'm a Freemason. Yes, we meet on Sundays and we ride our bikes, or, you know, yes, every full moon and this and that. And, you know, they're just regular plain Joes. They're interested in that area. They know nothing and do nothing else but, you know, be bikers and bars.
Oh my God. Yeah.
But the other levels of the Hells Angels and what really like went on crazy was, you know, all of the deplorable things that come with drugs and human trafficking.
Thank you. And by the way, Hells Angels has a branch in England, believe it or not. Of course, Mandy knows this, and George Knight is probably aware of it as well. I've just added George Knight to the call. How I want to ask him, of course, because Mandy's been so kind with us and sharing her narrative, I want to ask George Knight, how long do you have with us?
Oh, hello. Good day, Douglas, or good evening to you.
Oh, and let me formally introduce you to Mandy. Of course, you've been formally introduced to Jameson Reese, but this is the first time Mandy and you have been on together. This is Amanda Ute, and Amanda Ute is this wonderful woman who originally started off as someone who was attempting to be a sponsoress of mine, and she almost paid for that with the life of herself and her family. And Amanda Ute, this is George Knight. Now, forgive me, I think this is the first time both of you have met. George Knight, of course, is the individual who was he's been essentially a bartender, but he's been doing a lot of weightlifting at different parts of his life, and has definitely been someone who has, you know, finally grew up and married this wonderful woman, this nurse, and now is essentially a family man, and you know, he may be part of laying down Britain's new 5G network if they employ him at the I forget what they call it, whatever British ministry covers this sort of thing, and so he'll catch us up a little bit on what's going on in his life depending on how much time he has. So hopefully that introduction suffices. Both of you, please, the obligatory exchanges of hellos.
Oh, hello. Yes, thank you, Douglas, and hello, Amanda. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Yes, it's such a pleasure and an honor.
Yeah. And,
thank you.
That's wonderful.
Thank you, Doug.
Both of you are such wonderful people. And like Michaela Grigorich said before she disappeared, she said, "You're such an English gentleman." And so catch us up, dear sir, on what's been happening and where your researches are taking you now. And he said he was going to check in a bit into that Japanese physicist at some point. But
oh, yeah.
Yeah, but tell us a bit about everything going on with yourself that you feel free to talk about. And most of all, let's start off with how much time do you have with us?
Oh, lovely, Douglas. Thank you so much. And that all depends on my daughter. See what time she wakes up. She's just down for a nap at the moment, and so I'm on my own. I'm just you know, looking after her. I'm just covering the place for the moment. But we'll just see how long she gives me, how much time she gives me, allows me to talk on here, Douglas. So yeah, thank you. And I hope I'm not interrupting anything. I hope I'm not you know, interrupting the transmission in any way, or you know, the narrative at all.
I think it's flowing very smoothly, really, to tell you the truth.
Fantastic.
And Amanda has her own children, of course, so she says she'll be back. And so it's just the boys now, the lads, you and
yes.
I and Jameson. So and that's fine. And as for Michaela, not Michaela, Nastasia, who is this wonderful human being, God bless her, she wrote a 5-star review in the Amazon. So honestly, Michaela, love you dearly, and your wonderful daughter and your family, and you know, the better parts of your family, and the parts you care for. And believe me, all of us, you know, we're not going to bring up too much of this, but of course, you know, even our man George Knight has a few in-laws, shall we say, who it was mostly, I think his wife's ex or something, like, where they just you know, didn't get along, or the chemistry was such where they just ignored him when he met him or something. One of those people was like that. I can't remember exactly who, and you don't need to go into the details because we've been told to go mum. But with you know, Maria Grigorich, basically her daughter you know, told her to stop talking to me, and I guess she's kind of followed up on that by, you know, ostracizing me since her daughter said she didn't want her speaking to me because she thinks I'm a bad influence. And so yes, yes, it's so heartbreaking.
It's sad but true, isn't it? Oh God.
Yes,
what we go through.
yes, that's right. Somehow we make it through. We're emotionally you know, we're able to take it. So tell us, you know, again, whatever you can tell us. This, of course, as he said, he's got this beautiful young daughter who's sleeping, and she's months old. How many months?
4 months now, Douglas. Just over 4 months. A little over.
God.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Absolutely gorgeous. Yeah. So proud. Such a proud father.
Yes,
and,
as well you should be. And is this the first child you've produced in your life?
My
biological.
Yeah, my first biological. It's my first, and it'll most probably be my last. Yeah, Douglas. But it just makes her even more special.
Yes.
And I've got her for the rest of my life. And so, yeah, I couldn't wish for anything more. It's the best gift I could ever receive, Douglas. Yes. Yeah, and I owe it all to my partner. Yeah. Yes. So it's just beautiful. You know, life is just amazing at this moment in time. I just couldn't be more grateful. It's such, you know, it's these things that make life worth living. And they're my entire world. They really are. Yeah, and they just make the world move forward. And the world definitely needs more children at this point in time. And that's what we're here to do. We're here to keep the cycle of life carrying on, just to keep moving forward, and just to enlighten them, and just, you know, guide them through life, and make sure that they don't struggle, and that they have an easy life and a happy life. And that's the main thing, Douglas. Yeah. and I owe a lot to you for teaching me everything that I know. It's just I honestly all due credit is I couldn't be more I couldn't be more in debt to you. It's just I'm much appreciated for everything you've done for me.
Oh God.
So yeah, Douglas, I just wanted to say that on here to you.
Is that her crying in the background? Is she?
Oh, can you hear it? Beg your pardon. I have to go mute, Douglas. I can't have her crying on air either. Sorry, beg your pardon. It'll be 2 seconds. Won't be long.
Okay, no worries. Honestly, we don't mind if you're able to talk with her crying. But do you have to deal with something? Do you have to feed her or something like that? I guess he has to. Yes, I don't mind the child crying in the background. Hell, I hear adults crying in the background when I'm on air. So all of that being said, let's check into the chat room, and I'm going to bring Jameson back on. Jameson, you there, son?
Hi.
Oh,
yes.
Thank God. Holy shit. Okay, that can be stressful. Just juggling people.
Yeah,
and,
I'm back, Douglas.
Oh, there we are.
Sorry.
Yes. Oh no. We don't mind the child crying. It was like I was telling our listeners that I have adults crying in the background whenever I'm talking.
Yes. Yes, Doug. Unfortunately, if my partner hears that she's been crying, I get told off. So. And I understand why. Yeah, she doesn't want anything on air at all. I do apologise. So that's why I have to quickly go on mute and then see to her. But yeah, oh God, Douglas, yeah, it's just there's just so much to talk about. I always, whenever I go off and come back, I'm like, oh, there's so much I want to say and talk to Douglas about, and there's so much that needs to go on, needs to be said. But we can do an entire transmission, several, to talk about what we need to talk about and what we need to expose.
Right.
And it's just remarkable. Oh God, I listened to the previous transmission, Sunday night's transmission, Douglas, and I went through at work. When I was at work, I just listened to it in the background, and there was a point in time where you needed someone. At one point in time, it just went on for ages that you needed someone just to cover you, so you had a bathroom break. I was like, oh God, oh God, I was like, oh my God, I wish I was there, just to come on.
Oh, I appreciate that. Yeah,
I listened to it the night later, the night after. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, you might have heard Jameson earlier tonight, or you might not have. But we were talking about the fact that, and we want your input on this.
Yes.
That Die Glock, obviously, the bell was a technology that was in its Wright brothers stage of development at the time that it first appeared during the period of the realm or the Reich on the surface world. But then basically what happened was, as I explained to Jameson, because he was saying, well, with Die Glock technology, it was, as I had explained, very similar to nuclear technology in the arc of development, in the sense that first they developed the bomb and proved its capacities, its capabilities, by basically phasing Ganges Island off the surface of the Earth, basically out of our reality, because of what it could do to space and time. And of course, it threatens to do so at some point with La Palma Islands in the Canaries, which could trigger a massive tsunami. And this is one of the things that prevents the Allies from going all out in some attempt to retake Unterland. But because of this technology, first as they used nuclear power for first the capacity of a bomb, first its destructive capacity, and then they tried to channel it into something more productive like propulsion. Obviously, Die Glock became a propulsion unit and became integrated into the propulsion technology of the Thousand-Year Reich in Exile. So what Jameson was speculating was that at this point in time, that many of these dimensional ships may not necessarily be from the future, but actually literally phasing in and out of the inner Earth to evade just the long route through finding the passageways through the crust, or the normal agresses are entry points into the inner caverns, which may be monitored at this point, but may basically going through the substratum, so to speak, to go into the atmosphere, and then phasing back in molecularly into the Earth. And I said that's possible. I certainly certainly would not, at this point in history, the Reich is probably that far ahead in technology. It's not inconceivable. So it's the dimensional craft that we oftentimes refer to may not necessarily all be from the future, but perhaps that would be a factor as well. But as I said, certainly in 1945 through the 1950s, that was not the case. And the Reich was working with mechanical technology. And this is when the Americans attempted to exterminate them before they could relocate and inhabit the inner earth completely. And of course, I was specifying to our listeners and Jameson that the proper term for the inner Aryans, or the Aryans of inner earth, is intraterrestrial as opposed to extraterrestrial. And the intraterrestrial Aryans, their technological development at this point, it may be something that would be along the lines of what he was intuiting. So if you have any feedback on that, that's a good place to start. Any impressions with your researches and the like.
Oh, absolutely, Douglas. And no, that is very feasible. It's very conceivable. The analogy you just articulated for the listenership, it's that most definitely, and that's what I attribute the phenomena to. Is more to do with their entering, into the upper atmosphere like you said, from the inner Earth area where they've established their civilization. It will make perfect sense. This is why this is one of the reasons why they created the Andromeda Gerät, the device which it's a world traveler, and it's to export the discraft, the mechanical discraft that they produce, like the Hannibal and the Vril. But also it is like a flying U-boat. It's a levitational flying U-boat. Yes. And the cylinder shape makes entry into the inner Earth more accessible, and it's just the way it's mechanically functions and the way it attributes to physics. It just makes perfect sense for that, and also to go from, because I was listening to the other day, Douglas, I was going over the interview you done with Dr. Rita Leibow. Is that her name? Where you talk about the 1,000-year Reich in exile, and when they were establishing a moon colony on the south side of the moon, the south pole of the moon, in the Terminator line, which is the between the hot and the dark side, where it's extortionary hot. It's beyond any livable condition, and when it's in the dark side, you're sub conditions of temperature that it's not sustainable, and space is so hostile anyway. But that's why they established within a crater a moon colony, what was called the lunar. Is it a lunar city? What did the Third Reich name this, Douglas? Because it's either Moon Base Alpha or it was given another name to it. Can you remember?
It would be something. It would be something along the lines of Lunastadt. We just be Lunar City.
That's the German terminal. Thank you, Douglas. Yeah, and so it does make perfect sense with the Die Glock, the Die Glock device. Yeah, it like you said, it's a shape like a bomb, and unfortunately, I don't know too much on the technology side of it. Out there, when you research this, there is so much disinformation about it. There's so much cognitive dissonance on the if you try to find any information of it, it's just everything is just so fragmented, and you can't find anything with any credible source to date back. Whereas the documents I have on the Discraft all date back to the Third Reich. It's the secret SS documents that I have, and it's been translated into English, so it's easier to so you can do analysis on it, and so you can. That's how I've learned about the technology. It's just through using their own documents.
But by the way, I do want to say that one man who did what I consider to be an admirable job, even though it was simply what would be considered the like just a starting point, was Nick Cook and his Hunt for Zero Point. So Nick Cook, as the author of the Hunt for Zero Point, just briefly touches on this, but comparatively speaking, I figured that he was far more, good about this than many of the other people who you find out there. But in terms of that book, it's something to use as kind of like a basic, shall we say, starting point, in the sense that it was published in the United Kingdom around the year 2001. I mean, so it's been around forever. And it goes back to, say, for instance, a starting point of significance to myself, 1966, which was the year when I was born, when you had a group of respected aerospace engineers reveal at that time that United States scientists were perfecting ways to control gravity. So, this is obviously whatever work they could try and reverse engineer from that of the Third Reich. But
Yes.
For those of you who would be puzzled at why would the Third Reich be so advanced, and of course it's basically almost become what you would consider a media meme or a media trope. And you could understand why people, after a certain point, finally say, well, why? How is it that they came to be so advanced? It's basically Subrahmanyan Chandrasekhar was a man who discovered the mathematical proof for black holes, and he was ignored in Britain. And the National Socialists recognized the value of his work because he was Asian Indian, and so they considered him Aryan, whereas the British simply considered him a yellow nigger and like a colonial subject who was stepping beyond his position in life when he was challenging the scientists who basically felt that by dint of the fact that they were English, they basically should not be questioned. And so when his work was taken on by the Third Reich, and they basically said, this is the black sun, the black hole, this is Die Schwarzensohn, the black sun. And they took that black sun concept and worked with it and perfected the ultimate logical ramifications of what black holes implied, then this gave them a 500-year leap in technology from that point forward that the Allies have never really caught up with. The greatest challenge was, and the reason why the Allies considered them the primary target, saying this Germany first policy in terms of their war objectives, was simply because the Allies at that point realized that the Germans were that far ahead, and that they were trying to annihilate those elements that Adolf Hitler considered Aryan before they could relocate their breakaway civilization. But they failed in these efforts of extermination, and it's very important to remember that what the Allies waged against the German people, and then as soon as the National Socialists, or the NSDAP, the National Sozialistische Deutsche Arbeiterparty, and the Schutzstaffel of the SS as the racial vanguard of that party, as soon as they severed themselves from the German people, then the Allies turned their attention towards extermination on the Nazis, specifically as disambiguated from the Germans. Now, this disambiguation is never really articulated very well in video games because you're basically killing Germans. And this is true throughout the Wolfenstein series of video games or the like. And so the Teutophobia is simply ratcheted up because they are ultimately preparing people to try and retake Unterland as the surface becomes more and more unlivable, at least for a transitional period of time, perhaps hundreds of years, maybe millennia. And so our man is giving me now some of these sketches and blueprints. Deeply appreciate it. And he's free now to tell us a bit about the Vrilcraft and a bit more about what you're finding out as you pursue this.
Oh, lovely. Thank you very much, Douglas. All that is, very, I can, it's all substantiated, everything you said. I can verify everything you just said is true. Also, I've done the research on that, and including Subrahmanyan Chandrasekhar with his equations into the existence of black holes. They did acknowledge that he predicted that 50 years ahead of the time before the Allies even discovered the existence of black holes, all based on his mathematical equations of the size of a star that will infinitely collapse in on itself infinitely, which is what our solar system is being driven by, a black sun, which is the center of every galaxy, which holds every star system, every solar system in its place, in its field of gravitational pull. And so that is where the physics originated from.
Thank you.
from its equations. And so, yeah, what I've just sent Douglas is the sketch of Bob Lazar. I'm bringing up Bob Lazar. Most people don't know this, but it's something that I quickly, as soon as I learned of the technology and what Douglas has taught me, then when I watched the documentary on Bob Lazar, this is taken from the documentary that's on Netflix called Area 51 by Bob Lazar, and he sketched the real craft. And I've got the original documents from the SS, from the Schutzstaffel division. It's from the secret high command of the SS. This is the document of the real one craft, and you can see it matches to the schematics, that the sketches that Bob Lazar drew, including the propulsion system, which he exposes. So yeah, this is and it's just to show you that he wasn't working on extraterrestrial craft, which is what they kept telling him. They kept telling him, "Oh, this is alien technology." Of course, what that means is yes. And so he kept on getting conflated with, he interpreted it as extraterrestrial. But when they told him, "You're working on alien technology," but they told him it's from this, I forget what the name of the star system is. It's a constellation out in the cosmos.
Probably Aldebaran, I think, wasn't that?
Yeah, thank you. It's not in my conscious mind at the moment, but if you look at the documentary or watch his interviews, he'll tell you where it comes from. Right. But this is how he interpreted it. He thought that this is, because he would always say, "Oh, these are little seats." And when I expose this on these groups that I've joined, they say, "Well, they're tiny seats, so which human can fit into a tiny little seat?" Well, I said, "Well, it's not going to be extraterrestrials. It's not these sentiences that have got, that are bipedal and walk on two legs, because what it's only humans that sit on seats. So why is, this is what Douglas brought up in the last transmission was, why does the alien grey look like Asians? Why does it look so? It's basically an exaggeration of a Asian Pacific Islander. That's what when you look at the grey alien, it is grey in colour because the skin is yellow for Asians, and they turn grey with rigor mortis when it sets in. And you look at the eyes, it is just an exaggeration. It's the universal character of the universally recognized grey alien is an exaggeration and a distortion of an Asian person.
Yes.
So it's completely racist. This is the whole purpose for this. But this is what people interpret. They think it's a little grey little being that's sitting in these chairs, and it's a human. Obviously, this is what they don't seem to correlate these two things together. They don't think, "Oh, it's human." And Bob Lazar will say, "Oh, it's all smooth." But this is the other thing that people when they try to discredit you, when they try to argue with you, they'll say, "Well, it's a G-force. It will completely destroy any containment inside that craft. Anything that is living will be destroyed." Well, that just contradicts your argument. That's a little grey alien, a little biological being. Right. Why aren't they being disseminated? Why aren't they being why aren't they dying, being destroyed?
Thank you. Crushed by gravity. Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. But the way these craft work, this is what I try to explain to people. It builds an energy field around the craft itself. Yes. So it's basically it's a magnetic. I'm trying to. Sorry, Douglas, you might have to help me out here because I'm trying to say it all correctly.
It's a little similar to what technology they're talking about nowadays, with the idea of basically making it so that you have a field which resist any external forces of gravity or anything around something as a means of traveling faster than light. This is something that physics is toying with in America, but something they seem to have had for a long time. And if you have something like that, then you wouldn't be affected by any of the forces outside the craft.
Yes, thank you. That's right, Doug. That's right, Jameson. Beg your pardon. That's exactly what I was alluding to. It's just like what Bob Lazar was actually, what he has stated in his interviews, that when you put your hand to the propulsion system, it moves your hand away like a magnetic field that pushes any object away. Yes. This is what it does to gravity and all the physics around the craft itself. So you're not going to be affected. So essentially, you could be standing in this thing, going at max speed, and it's not going to affect you at all.
Right.
It's not going to. You're not even going to jolt.
Yes.
So this is how they operate. They don't even need seatbelts.
Right.
And so that's why there's no seatbelts in there.
Yes. Yes. In other words, people are stuck in their mechanistic frame of thinking that we're dealing with G-force and various other forces that this has surpassed. So, so very important points. Continue. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Douglas. Exactly. And they always think of it more like the G-force from a roller coaster ride. It doesn't operate like that. You actually there is no force around you. It's actually bending it away from you. So that's how it operates. And so I'm going to just try and find the actual. I'm just going to find the documents. It tells you about the technology and how it operates. So and it's something that Bob Lazar is, he's worked with, and basically they just used him for his brains. They just wanted him to try and reverse engineer the technology. But the craft that he drew, that he was working on, it's clearly the real one. It's the Hunter craft.
Yeah.
It was called the Hunter, and this is what the Third Reich were producing.
Jaeger. Yeah, Jaeger would be the German word for hunter. So it's
the Jaeger.
Yeah. Vril Jaeger. And so just to put this into some perspective for people, Bob Lazar is he's very real. He's very genuine. He is if he's some kind of fraud, he'd be the most intelligent fraud you've ever met. It's just there's no point for anyone to even delve into that level of hoaxing, because it's simply, this would be the dedication of someone's entire life for the perpetration of and perpetuation of a hoax that it has given them nothing but grief. So Bob Lazar is as real as it gets. He's done some things to his car that have not been replicated by other engineers. And so the man is, unfortunately, he's been so abused, and he literally has had vast areas of his memory wiped out. And this is what they do with many engineers and scientists who work for them in these various government projects, these black projects. And so when he came out and became a public informant, in effect, he became an instant enemy, and they discredited him first by having him basically taken under the handling of, oh my God, the first guy to attack me.
John Lear.
I'm sorry, who? Yeah, John Lear. John Lear. Thank you.
John
Yes.
Lear, yeah,
Yes. The idiot child of the inventor of the Learjet, and so John Lear, of course, just was, his entire job was to discredit Bob Lazar, and he made certain that, just like himself or Douglas Dietrich, Bob Lazar does not have a Wikipedia page. Now, I might be wrong on this, and maybe at this point in time they've enabled a Wikipedia page for Bob Lazar, but last time I checked, that wasn't the case. And certainly John Lear doesn't have one, just like Douglas Dietrich. And so there are reasons for this, and when it comes to Bob Lazar, again, Bob Lazar was so fucked with that they just got him to kind of, just for the sake of almost mental convenience, just to, when he references these crafts, he just found it easier to tell people it was alien craft, because that was what he got a positive response to, and that's what his handler, John Lear, convinced him to perpetuate. That wasn't his original approach. But as our man, George Knight, has proven through his own research, that Bob Lazar was really working with Reichskraft. And so
yes.
and by the way, he's just given me so Bob Lazar does have a Wikipedia page, for what that's worth. And
Sorry, Douglas, he never, you're right, he never used to. Beg your pardon, sorry to interrupt you.
Oh, no, take over from here. And so I've just, backing up what you're saying, and Jameson Reese has obviously got the intelligence to help fill in some of the holes where I blank out.
No, you're doing very well, Douglas, and I much appreciate with Jameson as well, because he's very aware as well about what reality is.
Yes.
Unlike everyone else. And by the way, Douglas, I just wanted to briefly mention that John Stitch guy, the gang stalker that I have now Oh God, I've gained. He attacked me again a day ago. Actually, I'm just looking at the response now. He tried to what he did, because obviously this man is a professional. Right. He acts just like the gang stalker that I don't want to mention his name on air, but he's not worth mentioning and he doesn't deserve it. Yeah. But he sounds just like him in the fact that he comes off quite very. Provocation. It's very malevolent. Sorry, I can't talk.
It's malevolent. It's malevolent, yes. And it's manipulative. And its primary point is to enrage. By the way, just so people understand the challenge of this gang stalker, and of course, both George Knight and myself and Jameson Reese were all aware that what I've told everyone, when you're engaged by these kinds of stalkers, the normal situation, in any normal situation, do not engage. I mean, that's the general standing order, general standard operational procedure. What happened was that, for a very good reason, our man George Knight did engage this individual simply because this was an environment where there was no real reason not to, and it came out smelling like a rose because, first off, this gang stalker, even though they're professional grade, their professional shtick, or their modus operandi, their method of operation is to enrage. And so the way that he does that is first by presentation. He has a computer generation image, or a kind of mask, almost like a rubber puppet effect. There's no biological human being born that's that ugly. Well, some are, like the Elephant Man or something, but this is just this side of the Elephant Man, and it's every negative Jewish Semitic stereotype you can imagine, Judeo-Semitic stereotype, and it's of course, remember what I've said before, separating certain Jewish ethnicities from Semitism, because they're not really Semitic. Arabs are Semitic, whereas many Jews are actually Eastern European combined with Turkic descent who populate the majority of Israel. Now you've got a bunch of an input from Russia, etc. But all of this is beside the point. This guy just presents himself as your archetypal every negative Jewish stereotype you can imagine smashed together, and it would be like he had surgically employed a dentist to professionally alter his teeth so they could be as crooked as possible. It's almost the opposite of somebody putting on braces. It's like, and then he paid a plastic surgeon to make his nose 10 times larger than a human nose, so he looks like a macaw. It's everything put together, and you just look at that and you say, this can't be real. This is not. It's just, this person is. Nobody could live like that, but then of course the face is sneering, so the face looks as hostile as possible. It's just not real. But what is real is that there's a malevolent agency behind this presentation. But he's trying to get the presentation itself to trigger George Knight, in this case, into Judeo-phobic slurs. So he's trying to get this. This would be like somebody who presents themselves as Sambo with dinner plate lips and a bone through their nose and a top hat and is basically in dreadlocks and just says, yo nigga, what's up? And he's just approaching you with an attack, just trying to goad you into saying, fuck out of here, nigga, and I'll see you at work and shit like that. It's just, this is what this person is trying to provoke. And so what George Knight did was he succeeded in admirably turning the game around just by responding to him measuredly in front of an audience of all these people, because he literally had hundreds of people watching him online at that point, because he had published his video, which had gotten at that point already bordering on 500,000 upvotes at that time, which was weeks ago. And so tell us how that video is now, how it's faring, and exactly what challenges this individual is trying to present to you now, and how you feel, how you're trying to handle it. So catch us up on all this.
Yeah, thank you very much, Douglas. All that's very true. And you've just mentioned a very good point. And this is his first response, because like I said, he responded back to me just a day ago. And he said this is his first response. He goes, George Knight, okay, Dippy. It seems people are still responding to this drivel. So this is the reason why he came back, because he realized that people are still responding. Yeah. And so this is why he had to respond. And how he responded this time, instead of trying to provoke me, he tried to refute everything I was presenting. So when I was mentioning about excise war taxes or the war excise tax, he tried to refute this by saying that it had to do with shipping. What did he mention? He said something about shipping, or I remember, the shipworm, the entire naval fleet with copper in order to protect them from shipworm, from importantly to make them faster than the French ships of the day. And this is what he said to explain why war taxes were instated for the excise war tax.
So it's the stupidest thing I've ever fucking heard.
It really is, Douglas. And he called me a Nazi again. This is the reason. What he's trying to do, just like what Douglas just articulated, what he's trying to do is put me in that category as I'm a Nazi and I'm trying to present Judeophobia. And so this is what he was trying to get at. So people would then say, all right, everything he says is now, it's all discredited because he's nothing but a Judeophobic. Yeah. And so this was the idea of the attack and the purpose for it. So my response to this was just a screenshot of the federal tax legislative activities in 1947. So I just presented that so anyone can read this, and it will tell you about the excise war tax. It will tell you about the presidential proclamation 2714, which declares December 31st, 1946 as the termination of hostilities in Europe and in the Pacific. So that was legal ceasefire. So this is me getting at that we're still legally at war with the Third Reich. And that is there for anyone to read for themselves. And he responded to that with, yes, George, no one is disputing the introduction and the existence of the excise tax, as its decision is to be maintained after 1947 at the same rate as previous years, which is, by the way, it is correct title and not the erroneous and misleading nomenclature, whatever that word is he's just used. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. You refer to it as being excise war tax. What is in dispute is what evidence this lends to your theory, which is non-all, he put. And I just put, anyone can read the excise war tax law in the legislation I've provided above to realise what I'm stating is factually substantiated. And I said, put my exposition in the provided thread post. And he goes, his response to that was, two men are facing each other. There is a number written on the ground between them. One claims it is 6, the other says it's 9. And that's all he said. And then I brought up Douglas. I then brought up Title 38 of the US Code, which is law that's established by Congress. Yeah. Recognizes December 31st, 1946 as the legal termination of hostilities of World War II. That's when ceasefire was officially and legally declared, as of Presidential Proclamation 2714, signed by President Harry Truman himself. World War II is still legal, and is still in extent to this day, with the 1,000-year Reich in exile, recognized by the government's own law under Title 38 of the US Code and Code of Federal Regulations, which is equivalent to executive orders, recognized by both the government and both houses of Congress. And so this is what I am then presenting to people. Anyone can, the reason why I did respond to this is so people can read, and I'm getting response. People are liking what I have commented, my response back. And so they're reading what I'm saying, so then they can verify it. They can vet this themselves. And then he just put, World War II ended with the unconditional surrender of Germany in May 1945 and the formal surrender of Japan on the 2nd of September 1945, which officially ended the war in Asia. If you want to get technical about it, World War II didn't officially end until the Berlin Wall came down, November 9th, 1989, as technically war was declared on Germany and therefore the war couldn't end until Germany was reformed. And so this is what the problem is with most conventional history, how it's presented in academia and when people read textbooks. This is how it's always taught and educated people, but they don't get the government side of things. And this is what Douglas working for the Department of Defense, he has been presented and exposed to the government's law, which is different to what the mainstream or the conventional narrative is.
Oh yeah, well, the conventional narrative is basically like a fairy tale for kids. And so they'll start off, of course, with just first off, they have an agenda, and their agenda is to prevent themselves as the heroes, the Allies as the heroes, and the Axis as the evil forces of darkness. And so, in terms of this individual, the positive thing is that he's a useful idiot. So
Yes.
since he's a useful idiot, basically, you're using him to educate the public. It doesn't matter what the idiot says. You stand on firm ground and you know it. So so long as you continue to stand your ground and present the reality, people are going to be reading that, and they're going to be enlightened. Just make certain he doesn't draw you too deep into there's a time where you're just going to have to disengage, and
Yes.
or at least times when you have to disengage. And personally, I would there's a pressure that's put upon you, and remember that all of this is this man's snare. His ultimate snare is to draw you out into a position where he thinks that you're vulnerable enough where you're on a line and he can snap that line. And but what it really comes down to is he is along the lines of what Michael Aquino used to call an NBA or a nigger bitch avatar, in which Michael Aquino would take something that would really throw white men off, especially just any white man is threatened by a confident black woman. And so he would take pictures that were of extremely arrogant looking black women who looked like they were extremely sure of themselves, and these would be his nigger bitch avatars, and he would use these to torment white men by saying that they were some kind of black woman, and he would provoke them into finally breaking down and responding like fuck you nigger bitch, or some kind of just outburst where they could no longer deal with Michael Aquino's torment, or not Michael Aquino himself but his proxies. And then he destroyed academic careers that way. So what this man is doing is attempting the same thing. So just remember, he's just going to get worse and worse. Right now, you're taking advantage of this to educate the public, but he's going to do his best to try and twist it in circles. He's going to try and convolute it. And so always remember that that's his game. And there's just times where you can say, look, I refer people for now because I am occupied and busy, and you can just say that I've got things to attend to, and but I can refer people, to Douglas Dietrich or to these stations and review, various videos, and it's a terror. I mean, there's stuff that's out there, both preserved by Daniel Wu, what's his name? Daniel Rolla. I just gave away the name of my gang brother out there, which is fine. But Daniel Rolla and, John Warrington, and of course, your own channel. So you know what to do. You get what I'm saying. Just remember this man's ultimate game, and you have to always be cognizant of that, and don't get emotionally involved. And the horror is, the good news is that because of the presentation of the gang stalker, since he chooses to present a face that is just intrinsically, reflexively repulsive, everything in the human genome forces any baseline human to recoil from that facial presentation of this hideous, leering caricature of what's basically the Judeo-phobic trope. The public has no sympathy with him from the beginning. They have this is the unfortunate reality, is that the sympathy lies with the more attractive among us. So you've got that down, just in terms of the way he's presented himself. So the public, you've got them on your side intrinsically. So they're going to hear you out. And oh my God, is this man is so he's saying this is his home. This is like, obviously, again, this is like he's trying to draw you out. This is his way of just provoking people. This cannot be this man's home. And so he's just saying this. Okay, so the man is showing this wreck of a place, and it just looks horrible, and it looks like, it's just everything he's presenting is just made to repulse people. So obviously it's personally I wouldn't give this guy the time of day, but obviously our man George Knight has his own agenda, and so long as you're enjoying it and just educating the people, go ahead. But this shit, it's like ultimately it's not worth dealing with. I mean, this is like, so this man shows this hideous train wreck of a home, and is literally the ceiling's falling down. The only thing missing is that is that he could make it more apropos by having it crawl with roaches, but you kind of get that hint of it. That it's doing that anyway. It's the walls do look filthy, so one imagines that it's crawling with roaches, but it's like he's saying, this is my beautiful new home. It's like, obviously he's trying to be as repellent as possible, and so this is like professional grade psyop, and and don't even ever comment on it. Don't even ever comment on it. That's not worth the comment.
No.
Don't comment on his looks. Don't comment on the it's just
exactly. That's the intent of that, and that's why I had to show you, Douglas, because it's so obvious, and that's the reason why I'm talking about it now. Beg your pardon, Douglas. 2 seconds. Be 2 seconds. Hold
Love
on
you
for
dearly.
just.
Yeah, take your time. Take your time.
Oh no, I'll be back.
Okay. Yes. And so I see here that.
It seems the dog doesn't like the psyop avatar either.
Yeah, there you go. I'm wondering. Is that your dog, or was somebody at the door?
It was. Yeah, it was the doorman. It's the little girl's milk. So the little girl's milk's arrived. So, and the doggy always barks, being his guard dog self.
Oh, so you have a pet dog? I didn't even know that. Okay, so you
Schnauzer, he's a little miniature Schnauzer, German dog. Yeah.
Oh my God. Well, those are like alarm dogs. So they're
That's it.
Yes. Yeah. Oh my God. And so you actually have milkmen delivering the milk in England. That's so touching. That is so touching.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I'll talk about Douglas, because she was on SMA Milk, which is one of the most renowned milks, but it's international. So, but the one that she's on now, Kinder Milk, it's the full blown cream, whereas SMA is like a semi-skim milk, where this is a full cream. So it's much better, and they love it because it's the full fat milk, so it's better for them. So she's on that, and she's just more settled with it, and so that's the reason. So we get it delivered. So it will come once a month, and it's a full month supply. So just brilliant. Yeah, brilliant.
So you have to keep it refrigerated, right? It's not powdered, right? It's full liquid.
Yeah, it's formula milk. Yeah, that's right, Douglas. Beg your pardon. It's formula. So it's in containers. So then we make it up as we go along, because it's better to do it as you go along. So and then you sterilize the bottles, and then you do up her ounces, and then you put the formula in and get it down to the right temperature for her, and then it's just. That's how you do it, and we just do it as we go along. She has one in the night, so she will only wake up once for a feed in the night time, and so she's really settled now, which is really good. She's really getting there. So it's just crazy how they develop so quickly, and they go in and out of clothes, and and her personality. You just see it all the time. It's changing, just like her features, her emotions, everything. Everything's just always developing.
Oh my God.
Always growing, which is lovely. Yeah. So that was what the doorbell was.
Okay, that's fascinating. Oh no, so your wife doesn't try to breastfeed, or is just
Oh, she did try to, Douglas, but unfortunately, because she had to go on these antibiotics because of the she had a hematoma, so they gave her this antibiotic, which then suppressed her milk production, so she couldn't do it anymore. Which was quite, okay. So, but she's on this Kendama, which she's really loving, and she's on also these. She's going on to more solidified food as well. So she's going on not to complete solids, but more solidified food. So she's having that as well.
Wonderful.
So it's just which is brilliant. Yeah.
But by the way, a few more things about Bob Lazar for our listeners. Yeah. So Bob Lazar, by the way, has basically has his degrees and his time spent at certain universities have been wiped from the record, and they will do this. And just to give people an example of one where I saw this happen was the man who was known as Dr. James Cook Brown, and Dr. James Cook Brown from the University of San Diego developed a synthetic language, an artificial language, what's called a conlang, or a constructed language. And so he developed one that was for use with NATO forces or North Atlantic Treaty Organization forces, so that they would be able to communicate in a universal language and thereby evade the need to always speak in English, which is the closest thing they have to that. And so this was supposed to be more of a universal approach before people just said fuck it and just kind of went with English. And that's obviously going to change to a degree with Britain leaving the, it's leaving European Union, but not North Atlantic Treaty Organization. By the way, there is a British warship heading towards the Indian Ocean, so there's kind of a confrontation going on with China while the British are also confronting France. So they seem to be making friends everywhere now that yeah, which is fine. Whatever. But in terms of my point, when it came to James Cook Brown, he's the man who developed that Parker Brothers game called Careers, which was around forever and was one of the most popular games in America next to Monopoly. And Careers was around forever. This was the man who developed that game. And he was a professor at San Diego University, the University of California at San Diego, or UCSD, in California. And when he developed a bunch of problems with the Army, and I've gone into this horribly sad story before, where he parted with the Army in acrimony, and by God, they wiped his records just the way they did Bob Lazar. So when I called up the University of San Diego later on, after this man had he might still have been alive at the time, but he was going to die very soon. He ultimately died. I could look up the year of his death, but the point was that it was around the time where he was about to die or had just died, that I called the University of San Diego at one point. It was following up on some investigation into him and what happened between him and the Army, because I was becoming a public informant myself and I wanted to make certain I had all the details straight. And by God, when I called the University of San Diego, where I knew he had worked, University of California at San Diego, where I knew he had worked and was working from, was San Diego, which is close to the United States Marine Corps Recruit Depot. I knew this from the days when I was in the Department of Defense and we were working with him. So I knew for a fact he was working out there, and I'll be damned when I called the UCSD that they denied that he had ever been there. There was no such person here that was ever at and I was calling the linguistics department, and I know everybody in the linguistics department knew who the fuck he was, and they were denying that he had ever been there. So this is something like what Lazar has been through, only it's been compounded with criminal charges. So when you take a look at his Wikipedia page, it's basically a defamation page. So in that sense, I'm very lucky perhaps not to have one. But in his case, they literally list, like it's part of his profession, criminal charges, pandering, and trade of illegal goods. Now, I'm surprised that they just said that, because they say in their little article on him, in 1990, Bob Lazar was convicted for his involvement in a prostitution ring. And again, in 2006, for selling illegal chemicals, which, you could imagine to be anything. Oh my God, they have really done a number on this guy. And of course, they say Lazar has no evidence to support his core claim of alien technology. His story has been analyzed and rejected by skeptics and some ufologists. And, and they go on. It's just, this is really a hatchet job. It would have been better off if he had not had a Wikipedia page.
Yes.
And I can imagine, the Wikipedia page that was established by Stephen Outram originally was just, more than anything else, it was simply stupid funny. It was just so stupid. It was funny because he just was emphasizing Douglas Dietrich is gay, and Douglas Dietrich has a son who was once a girl but became a man, but probably still, basically what he said was probably still sucks his dick, only he put it in such a way that somehow he got away with phrasing that on on Wikipedia, something along the lines, but still caters to him in terms of oral sex, something like that. It was just preposterous, the shit he was saying. And it's not only, it was actually, I hate to say it was just funny. Everybody who looked at that was laughing because it was just so stupid. Anybody who read that would have found it more entertaining than anything else, and just moved on, saying, what is this shit? You just moved on. But it made no point other than Stephen Outram's obsession with my quote-unquote being gay, which is obviously his obsession because he wanted me to have sex with him and I rejected him. So since he doesn't want to admit he's gay, then his whole trip was to push it on me, and which I don't give a shit about. It's like, people can claim that all they want, and other people who know me know better. But honestly, this is why I'm always so honest about, almost to the point of vulgarity, about my sexuality and exactly whom I'm having sex with and what's going on in my life, because look what they do to people. I mean, oh my fucking God. So there we have that. And I mean, this is sad. It's just sad. I look at this and, I feel so sorry for Bob Lazar that this is up there. And it basically, the way they phrase it, Lazar's claims resulted in bringing added public attention to Area 51 and fueling conspiracy theories surrounding its classified activities. It just goes on and on. Everything they say is basically a slap in the face. There we have that. And
basically desperate. It's just desperation, isn't it, Douglas? It's just when they get so desperate that they resort to that.
Well, I'll tell you what desperation is. Desperation, it's not what they did to Bob Lazar. Here, unfortunately, what they have is total control of the narrative. That's the horror story. Bob Lazar has no power over this. This is the horror of a control over narrative that very few people on Earth deserve this kind of just steamrolling. But what's desperate is what they're doing now, since Peter Moon and I have released the book, and then the Pentagon reacted by releasing all of this UFO footage saying, we're headed towards total disclosure. And I see people I know on Facebook actually writing that out. Oh God, it looks like we're headed towards total disclosure. Finally, free at last. Free at last. God Almighty, we're free at last. I mean, this is hallelujah. Hosanna, Hosanna. I mean, this is what I see going around the internet, and they're just releasing a bunch of footage, and it's just like, yeah, we're taking this seriously, possibly a national security threat and shit, and and everybody's saying, oh, see, we knew it would come to it. The government's finally copping to it. Yeah, this is desperation. So that's what desperation is, and then they're gonna get Jacques Vallée to come out and say some bullshit about Roswell, and then finally that fucking dead guy Walter Haut, like Peter Moon was. You've probably seen the little tagged my page from Peter Moon is this the old Walter Haut saying, the aliens were the size of 10-year-old children and shit, and this is all desperation. This is all coming out now. And Jacques Vallée, by the way, he was just about to publish this book, whatever the fuck he was publishing it on, but they're pulling an Annie Jacobson on him, and you've heard me say that in the narrative of the past few transmissions. No need to repeat it. You know what's going on. They're gonna, threaten him or pay him or both to add another 14 to 17 pages of just bullshit into his book to confuse everybody. And there you go with that. By the way, Chris Collins says, any further insight into the nature of the mathematical equations? Was there anything metaphysical or occult involved with their initial discovery? So he's referring to, of course, the black hole equations of Subramanian Chandrasekhar. How I can even pronounce that is beyond me. I mean, that I just said that. There's anybody who tried to read that out loud, seeing that in print, would probably not even be able to get that out. How the fuck did I even say that? But of course there was. When Chris Collins asks that, it's not not a silly question, but come on, look, we're talking about Reichsführer Heinrich Himmler and the Schutzstaffel and Die Schwarz and so on. Of course, this was interpreted in a very occult fashion. So this is one way that the National Socialists understood science was immediately they understood metaphysical impacts. So they never divorced the metaphysical from the rational. So this is why they have been so advanced in their technology. They've never rejected magic. So there is always a magical element to their mechanisms. And so that is something that Westerners cannot conceive of. And this is why the Third Reich was so alien to the Western mindset, which has tried to deny metaphysical. The Soviets, of course, integrated it by calling it something else. They'd say, oh, it's psionics, or it's some kind of superphysics, or some bullshit. But they were really just relying on simply a communization of the metaphysical. But because they were so asinine in their approach to everything, they never got far with anything, or never anywhere productive. But so what I've explained to people in the past, and George Knight will understand this as well, is that the Soviet Union never recovered from World War II. That's the simple fact. They never recovered from World War II, and ultimately collapsed and died. And then, of course, the Russians, of course, are now very much paying the price for that. And there's nothing they have to offer the world except terrorism, cyber terrorism. Bear in mind the Germans won World War I in the Eastern Front. They completely defeated the Russians, forced them into surrender, and had them sign the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk, which provided Germany all of Belarus and the Ukraine, along with the Baltic littoral, the republics of Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia. All of that will fall back into German satellite status, and Russia is essentially irrelevant, other than as a criminal factor in the world. So what we are really facing now is, in this time of climate crisis, this is where George Knight has really shown, and George Knight is the man who has explained to the lay public that it's this climate crisis that has made Allied leaders realize they will have to retreat into Unterland, but the Thousand-Year Reich in Exile already holds it, so they're trying to mobilize people for a final exterminatory war. Now, whether or not we ever get to that point, again, that's up to you. It's your war, and you've got to fight it. If you want to prevent that from happening, inform others not to buy into the anti-Nazi bullshit. And of course, disambiguate historical Nazism and the Thousand-Year Reich in Exile and what it represents from these idiots on the surface world who claim to be Nazis. And
exactly.
Yeah. And
yeah, exactly, Douglas. And this is what people they cannot fathom the concept, because when I brought this up with the Thousand-Year Reich in Exile, they say, well, we hate Nazis because of what they did, and then I have to just reiterate to him that this is like the third, fourth generation afterwards, and it's just like the generation that lives in Britain today is not responsible for what it did in the past. and that's how you have to disambiguate between the National Socialist ideology of what happened when you contextualize what happened in Europe, and it was during the war period from 1941 to 1945. Right. You had the persecution of European Jewry. It has nothing to do with the Thousand-Year Reich in Exile that exists today, and that's why you have to. And this is what people their Teutophobia or the Germanophobia is all based upon what has been propagandized about Nazism over the generations.
What you might explain to them is that if they had any opportunity to speak with the Unterlanders, the inner Aryans, or the intra-terrestrial people of the realm, people of the Reich, which Reich translates as realm, and that makes it more understandable for Westerners, then explain to them that if you could communicate with them, they would explain that their history was one of escaping genocide, the Allied attempt at exterminating them completely.
Yes.
the Allied hostility, the implacable, genocidal, mass murderous, exterminatory hostility towards a blonde-haired, blue-eyed Nordic Aryan race, which of course underground has become even more pale and very albinoid in its appearance. And what at this point in history the Allies would decry as no longer human, and literally dehumanize them to the point where people would be willing to exterminate them. They would say the Nazis have become the mole men, and so this is what we're dealing with. People on the surface world would decry them as earthworms, and of course these people live in such a sterile environment where to appear on the surface world, the only way they could interact would be in very much a kind of hazmat containment suit affair, to at the very least protect them from the industrial pollutants of the surface world, the toxins which we've grown so inured to and so saturated in. We're like amphibians who have evolved in ponds that are seething with toxic industrial effluvia. So by the way, there's certainly a campaign to try and reforest parts of England, and hopefully that succeeds. Good God, let's hope that England does something constructive. The Queen's recent speech actually called out Boris Johnson for trying to instate a kind of more of a totalitarian social state over Britain than existed before. Maybe you could catch us up a little bit about what's going on with all of that.
Oh God, Douglas, yeah. Unfortunately, yeah, with the reservation side of things, I'm not too sure. Unfortunately. But I do know, when they're reforesting land that they destroy, actually. So when they're putting development up, they actually have to reintroduce reforestation into the area and repopulate with the animal life also. For such things as like the rodents and the bats, and the nocturnal animals, they have to reintroduce into the wild because of keeping preservation for it. Yeah, and so because it's so destructive, so I know that's what they do, and they've been doing that in the town that I live in. So it's very important that they keep this up. Right. They continue to do this. I say, because at the moment, Douglas, what they've told us on the news, and with the weather in England, because of the jet stream over Europe, and it's mainly over Russia, it's over the Dutch, it's over beg your pardon, it's over the northern part of the hemisphere, mainly, and over Russia and over Europe. It's the jet stream, and it's affecting our weather, where we're not going to have any nice weather till next month, to the middle of next month, and this is supposed to be our summertime, and it's just dreadful. It's just horrible. And so the ecosystem is getting impacted so drastically, and it's this time last year was really sunny, and there's a heat wave, and now you just look at it, you couldn't imagine it was the summertime. You look at it and you think it's winter. It's just awful, and you're getting snow and everything. It's just very bizarre. Wow. And that's all to do with the ecosystem. That's to do with our climate. Yes. It's climate emergency. Yeah, it's awful.
Thank you. And honestly, you're definitely one of the few. Are there deniers? Do you run into deniers in England? Deniers of the climate emergency?
Oh yeah, all the time. The majority of people I do run into. It's funny how they would point the finger at me and say, "Oh, you're just a conspiracy peddler, or you're just a conspiracy theorist." But in reality, what they're doing is they're calling they're calling you
what they are.
They're projecting. They're calling you what they are. Exactly. They're So it's just basically they're guilty of what they're accusing you of.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's what I'm presented with, Douglas, all the time, and so it's just a struggle, and like you kind of like just sit back and like it is overwhelming. You just think, oh God, sometimes you feel like, why do I bother? But then you always have to, and I've always had that spark and fire inside me just to continue to do it. But I don't ever, it's only when people ask me questions, I don't actually try and pump things into their face. I don't bring it up. I just wait for them to ask me, because what I post on Facebook, sometimes they'll bring up in conversation, or they'll just say, oh yeah, he's just talking nonsense. But then but the thing is, like with some of my friends who are pragmatic, who are nurses themselves or doctors, they say everything you bring up is all facts. You bring up the facts, you present them. It's like, yeah, everything I say is backed up with evidence. But the thing is, the source of it, you know, it's from what I've learned from you, Douglas, but it comes from the government, and it's all out there, because the government, basically, they do tell you everything, but they just don't. It's the narrative, and it's how they explain it. It's not the way. And so what Douglas does is expose the narrative, and then it makes sense. It contextualizes everything. And so that's, yeah, because everything is out there. It's just nobody knows the truth. Nobody can understand it. It just doesn't make any sense. It's just all fallacy to people.
Right.
And yeah, and so that's the struggle. And it's just like with, you know, because what started my journey with Douglas was I was researching Israel and the Holocaust, and that's how I came across the Holocaust video. It was just by miraculous coincidence. It wasn't coincidence, but it was like a miracle how that happened. Because I don't believe in coincidences, Douglas. I don't think anything just is coincidence. It all happens for a reason.
Yes.
And so, yeah, I just came across them. It was like fate. And so, yeah, when I was learning about Israel, and what I've discovered with the Third Reich in Exile, there is a very good documentary about how the Israeli military actually intercepts flying saucers, which makes perfect sense. They actually have a high level of UFO phenomena over Israel, and that's because obviously it's 1,000 Iraq in exile, the connection to Mossad, which is the intelligence agency. So and this is why they created this Iron Dome system, which they blame on Hamas being an internationally recognized terrorist organization that they fire rockets over. But the Iron Dome system, which was given to them, which was basically it's like a Israeli and American technology that they produce to intercept rockets. But they actually have so many interceptions with flying saucers than anything, and I've got loads of footage of them intercepting them. They fly over Israel all the time, over Tel Aviv, Yafa. They fly over, and they've got these fighter jets intercept them, and they launch off this Iron Dome to shoot these things down. Right. And it's obviously the Third Reich in exile, because you can see it, and then they just fly away. Yeah. And I've got footage of this. I've got many, and Israel says they have a higher percentage of UFO sightings, just like the United States does, just as high. Yeah. Yeah. And so that makes perfect sense. So that's something I wanted to bring up also, Douglas, with Israel, because they do have a high percentage of disc craft that do fly over all the time.
Mm-hmm. Yes, thank you. I appreciate you bringing that up. That is so relevant. And and honestly, you know, I had never even given thought to Mr. Bob Lazar actually working with Reich's technology. And now, of course, when you bring that up, it makes perfect sense. I had probably had that stored somewhere in the back of my mind somewhere and just totally forgotten all about it. And now that you're bringing it up, honestly, it's your work that's uncovering a lot of what I myself have lost. And very important, and I'm very proud of you. I want you to know how incredibly proud of you I am, and honestly, I never give you enough credit on some of your excellent posts, simply because, you know, I've been, you know me, I've been, you know, crowns falling out of my mouth and shit, just, you know, dealing with various other things, but anyhow, honestly, this has been an incredible journey, and I've been so honored to have you by my side in this journey, and helping to, you know, take us all to a new level of understanding, one that we have lost through the, you know, hijacking of the narrative, the corruption of comprehension. So you're really helping to heal the world, honestly. Very important. Yes.
I couldn't do it without you, Douglas, and it's just something that we're going to continue doing. And just I wanted to have you by my side also, as you know, I couldn't do it without you and teaching me, you know, especially with the thing with the gang stalkers also. Like I would never have learned how to deal with it if it wasn't for you. So, and honestly, you need to make sure you're all right first, and then I know everything will be fine. So your health and your well-being is most important, Douglas. So yeah, make sure you're all right first, because if you're all right, then everything will be all right then.
Oh, thank you. Oh, bless you. Thank you. Definitely appreciate it. Definitely, I'd love to ask you about your plans for the day, but of course, I've learned from your partner not to probe, and so, honestly, we all wish the best for you, and like Maria Michaela Grigorich said, you're such an English gentleman. I'm glad that Amanda was able to meet you for a few moments before she took off to her motherly duties, and that's understandable. And she certainly helped us get to this point tonight in the narrative. So I probably should start to do some monologuing for a bit tonight.
Yeah,
but definitely you've done so much to help us out and bring us to this point. And by the way, feel free to share anything else that comes to mind. I mean, God knows there must be some other things going on in England. Yeah, tell us.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Douglas. Yeah, no, there's so much to talk about. There's so much I would love to discuss with you. And it's something that I wish I could have one day. We could do a full transmission, like I said. There's so much to talk about. And then I'll get better with presenting this, because I always feel like I'm sounding so incoherent. I don't make any sense, but it's just the information I just want to get out there. So, and you helped me along the way doing that. So, yeah, it's much appreciated. But in terms of here, I don't really catch up much with the news. I haven't had my vaccine yet, Douglas. So, but all I know is that next Monday is the easing of the lockdown. It's the regulations is going to be eased. So,
how do you feel about that?
Yeah, no, and I've been looking at the research that the scientists at the Imperial College of London have been releasing. That's saying that they've predicted by next June there will be another further 9,000 deaths in the UK if we go ahead with this strategy of this roadmap, this thing that Boris Johnson calls the roadmap. So the Imperial College scientists, they're very renowned. It's a very it's a very highly regarded university, the Imperial College of London, which is where all the medical, the high-end echelons of the medical and scientific community studied. They have released this document that says that with the easing of the lockdown, that there will be a further 9,000 deaths, because the thing is, what they're concentrating on is the over 50s second vaccination. So everyone that's over 50 have been given the second jab, but then you've got all the youngsters who haven't been vaccinated yet. And so they are saying that with the easing of the lockdown, everything's open up, including nightclubs are going to be open. Everything's going to go back to basic, and they're saying you can now hug, you can kiss people.
Holy shit! Why don't they just have people fucking in the streets? Holy
exactly.
Shit!
Have an orgy. Yeah, do it. Yeah, because this is what's going to happen, Douglas, and they've warned them. They have actually warned them. The scientific advisors have warned them. Like, what we have is what's it called? It's called. I'm trying to think of the organisation. Who is the government body for advising on medical? Sorry, it'll come to me in a minute, probably after transmission, Douglas, will come off. But yeah, they've released they've said that with this easing next Monday, it's going to be, you're going to have a surge, a spike in infections. It's going to go back up, obviously. Right. It's just going to, because it's still lingering, and they're still announcing 2,000 infections a day. There are still cases are in the thousands still, so it's still going. And as soon as you open up, it's just going to spread like wildfire. It's just going to spread so fast, and so with these other variants as well out there, they're all going to come back into the UK. They're going to come through the borders, and it's just going to go down the pan.
Yes. Oh my God! I mean, this is so disturbing. I mean, your wife must be crestfallen hearing this shit, because this is so obviously so self-destructive. I mean, whatever gains that Boris Johnson made, he's just throwing them away. And it's so stupid for because honestly, with what they're saying, what you told me, I mean, this is like almost like they're trying to bring it back with a third wave, a new third wave.
That's what they. Yes, thank you, Douglas. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but yeah, that's what they said. It's going to be a third wave, which is what I've said all along. I've said this since last January. I knew it was going to be a pandemic. When everyone's saying, "Oh, it's just in Wuhan, it's just in China, it's not going to go anywhere," I said, "Well, what about air travel? Look at air travel. It's 70% up from when it was in 2002, 2003 with the SARS epidemic. When then you had this." And then you got this, which is now, it's even more. People are traveling all the time. That's how it's going to spread, because you're not closing the borders down. And so that's how these infections do spread. It's from person to person. It's not something that it travels in the air. It's airborne, obviously, but it travels from person to person. It's person to person that transmits it. And so, honestly, it's just popularity. He's just more worried about his popularity more than anything. So he's trying to get in the kids now.
This is like a short-term gain for a long-term loss. I mean, how can anyone be that short-sighted? I mean, does he just live for the day? I mean, literally, or maybe he thinks he'll die before it gets to that point. You know, maybe his doctor told him he only has a few months left. So, you know, but it doesn't even make any sense. But I believe everything you're saying. It's just deeply disturbing. But beyond that, what about trade? What about the shelves? Are the shelves full or are they empty? How is it getting supplies?
No, Douglas. Yeah, no. You do see. They say that supplies are still, they're still good. But no, you just have to see that by you go in the shop and you say, I would need this ingredient because we're on like these diets that we're on. We need things from Asia. Oh no, there's nothing. We ain't got nothing on the shelves. Oh, what about this? We need this from. It comes from India. Oh no, we can't get it in, obviously. But it's just, you know what I mean. It's just the shelves. It proves everything. How trade is just so impacted, and it's all these tariffs, and it's all the tariffs they've imposed, and just like you need all this paperwork just to cross the border and just to import all this goods, and so it's definitely impacted after the 1st of January after we've left. Yeah, and which is what we've known all along for the last, since 2016. We've known that for the last half a decade, what's going to happen. And so it's detrimental.
Oh my God.
The impact it has on everyone and the economy, because people are just getting poorer and poorer.
Well, at least one thing, your daughter will inherit a British island that is more reforested and possibly less populated, and obviously, as you said, what we need now is more children. Honestly, many of the populations are leveling off the world over, and so honestly, it's a hopefully her generation will produce more children, will help us solve some of these problems, and honestly, so what else is how's the economy otherwise, the jobs and whatnot? If they're reopening, obviously the only thing that they're expecting is jobs.
Douglas, I'm so sorry, I've got to disappear.
Understood. Love you.
See you later.
Yes.
Bye-bye. Thanks for having me on.
Yes.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. And I'm almost tempted to hang up after that, and of course I'm not, because we're going to basically have to start my monologuing soon. Jameson is still with us, I believe, and so hopefully can spell me if needed. I don't feel like I need this, the breaking right now, but how are you holding up? How are you feeling?
I'm all right. I've had like about 4 energy drinks today.
Oh God,
so,
don't do that! Don't do that! I thought we agreed you were going to stop. Like, oh my God!
Not everything, obviously. I mean, come on.
Understood.
If I were to try to stop everything, I'd still be going through some wicked withdrawals right now.
Yeah. And but as it is, how are you feeling? Are you feeling any withdrawals? How are you holding up?
Oddly enough, I'm holding up better than I was when I was on the DXM. Because usually I'd be asleep by now, and you'd be like, Jameson. Yeah. So.
Definitely appreciated that you're still with us, and I'm so was there anything, based on everything that you heard from Mandy and George Knight, any insights you'd care to share with us? Any thoughts this brings up in your mind?
Yeah, it's interesting, but there was something that sort of felt like it was out of place. You remember for a long time I had gotten rid of that one stalker who went by a certain last name. And I didn't hear from that. Is there any reason
you're not willing to share the last name? Is it
No, I am willing to share the last name. In fact, I'll give you the entire name. The person was going... Yes, the person was going by the name LaDonna Delgado. Now, prior to that, they had another first name, and that was when I had called that person out based on where else I saw the last name, and I had blocked them. And okay, so now I get something from the person using this first name. They always seem to use a female avatar. The avatar is always, it seems like it's of the same person, but I don't know, because I don't really, pay too much attention to it.
Right.
Because as soon as I see the name, I'm like, okay, here we go again. Now that person popped up, when was it? I think it was last Wednesday. That was actually, no, actually that was last Sunday. That was the Sunday before the Sunday in which I was hospitalized. So it's quite interesting how the timing pops up. And so they're like, hello. They're like, they wanted to talk to me. So I had basically, rather than, what I should have done is not engaged, block the account, and just ignored everything. What I wound up doing was trying to call the person out as being some kind of asset to either Lilith Aquino or one of those affiliates. And that's what probably did both me and Derek in, because whoever, I obviously struck a chord, because there's no way it's not a coincidence that both of us were hospitalized that weekend. And
Thank you.
obviously this person is connected to Lilith Aquino in some way, which makes things even weirder.
Yeah.
Now this makes things even weirder because this person is someone who, before I even knew you existed, this person was bothering me.
Interesting.
Back and forth.
But they knew somehow that through divination that our lines would cross. So they were able to divine that. That's a term that's used for fortune telling. They were able to foresee that. Certainly that doesn't surprise you.
No, that doesn't surprise me at all. They had probably, because I know the original way I found, the original way this person started stalking me was because that was back in the days when I was on using Craigslist to hook up with women, and I had like my own nudie pics up, and I just figured this is just someone who's obsessive, and they're just nuts.
Right.
But now I'm not very concerned. Now I'm convinced that there's more to it than that.
Right. By the way, for those of you who don't know, Jameson Reese has a Chippendale dancer's body, so it's not surprising that he would attract stalkers. But it's definitely in this situation, combined with what went down with both himself and Derek Talley, this is definitely. Somewhere they've got the little black voodoo dolls with pins stuck inside kidneys in the one that looks like Derek, and God knows where they stuck it in our man Jameson here. But the needles are in there.
Well, they wouldn't have had to go very far with me, because I was already pretty much,
working on yourself. Yeah.
Yeah. It wouldn't have taken much in my case. I can't speak for Derek. What I can say is I suspect he's getting duped and he's getting messed around by the medical complex, which is very predatory. And I think he should look into whoever prescribed those diuretics. All right, the diuretics. Whoever I'm making that same lingual mistake. You see the lines are crossed that well.
Yes.
See that?
Yes.
Yeah, they really know what they're doing with this magic. Whoever prescribed him that, I think he should, he should certainly not trust them again.
Yeah. It's definitely, how would I say it? I'm very, concerned for him, and of course, everyone do maintain him in thought and prayer. This is obviously, it's this is just it's too much for I think even him to deal with. He's experiencing it, and I could not imagine dealing with it. So I I don't ever want to be in the position where I am dealing with it, and so holy shit. To be just walking one day and the next day, dealing with this. This is a life-changing event. And I'm like, aside from that, we'll since we can't really do justice to that topic, I'll move on from it for now. But I am, going to do my best to try and cover some of the current events that are ongoing. Might need a few more minutes, just kind of travel around. I do have some good news to report before I go into the, shall I say, the solicitation. I do have to live up to my personal responsibilities and provide some solicitation for Ben Estenius and, of course, for myself. And I have a responsibility to myself to do that. But here's the breaking news alert found by cruising the internet and keeping up to date on everything while we were discussing things with George Knight. I want everyone to know that the largest gasoline pipeline in America, which was taken out by Russian ransomware, is returning to service. It is recovering from that Russian cyber attack instigated late Friday into this weekend last that raised pump prices and choked fuel supplies across the eastern United States. So that is good news. Now, in terms of, I really should go into solicitation, but I can't resist bringing this up because I need to put into context what Our Lady Selina Khan did say. And this is pretty heavy. And I don't think oh my God, get rid of Stan Dalby. Stan Dalby's just an anti-vaxxer propagandist. I mean, oh my God, you can get rid of him from the chat room. And it's like, holy shit, yeah, these are unprecedented times. And yeah, the FDA approved a vaccine that's gone through none of the normal long-term processes, but holy fucking shit, we go through this every goddamn year. We produce a new...
Yeah, I mean, look, if you don't want to take the vax, don't take the fucking vax.
Thank you.
You really don't have to bitch about it.
Yeah, thank you. I mean,
be your own parent, be your own boss. Don't be everyone else's boss in the matter.
This is what blows my fucking mind. These are people who are talking about sovereignty, right? They keep saying they want to be sovereign, right? They don't want the jab in the arm. They want to be sovereign. They want to be their own boss, but they keep telling everybody else not to take it too. So what the fuck is that? Fuck you. I mean, you're just like your own miniature counter CDC, right? Going around, telling everybody else. It's different from...
Sovereign to them has a different meaning. Sovereign to them means they want to be free to...
It would be sovereign over you. Yeah, they want to be sovereign over you. Yeah.
And they want to be free to shoot you, kill you, rape you, do whatever, and not have to go to jail for it.
Yeah, this is what brings us back to my point. I was cruising through the internet to look about things to analyze, and I'm not sure if I can analyze this, but this is what I've been able to ascertain. There were at least 11 mass shootings across the United States this weekend.
Oh yeah, I heard about that on the news. Oh my God.
Now, a gunman opened fire at a family birthday party in Colorado Springs on Sunday, leaving 6 people dead, a community in mourning. There were at least 10 other mass shootings in the country over the weekend that combined, when combined, they left at least 17 people dead. Yes, at least 17 people dead and 35 more critically injured. My source for the data comes from the GVA, the Gun Violence Archive, and also some local media and police reports. But the definition on average for a mass shooting generally is an incident with 4 or more people killed or wounded by gunfire, excluding the shooter. And the weekend shootings provide a glimpse into the rise in violence that began last year, and that has continued ever since. I'll probably have to go more into that in any in-depth analysis in the next transmission, because that takes us into the subject of policing. Now, criminology experts have pointed to a perfect storm of factors, including economic collapse, COVID severing of social connections, and increasing mistrust in police. And according to the Gun Violence Archive, which I'm sourcing for the numbers, at least 117 people were killed. 117. Did I say 17? 117 people were killed and 303 critically injured in shootings across the country over the last 72 hours. That's 3 days. This is war. What the fuck is this? This is like, and yet I can certainly understand where Selena Khan was coming from with the footage that she presented when she was there on site in New York City. So is this all potentially some kind of psyop? Or is it real? I mean, we are in very uncertain times. And when you're confronted with these numbers, the only way to ascertain what's real and what's not is to go into the local police reports. So I've been calling up the different locations and seeing what the local police are confirming, or what their official statements are. And in a statement, the Colorado Springs police chief, Vince Niski, said that, in Colorado Springs, the shooting that occurred there, the suspected gunman, a boyfriend of one of the victims, has also died. And Niski, the police chief, said, he said, words fall short to describe the tragedy that took place this morning. From the officers who responded to the shooting to the investigators still on scene, we are all left incredibly shaken. And this is because this guy wasn't invited to the birthday party. I mean, oh my fucking God. The boyfriend was not invited to the birthday party. So he went in to kill everybody. These are, I mean, what do you say to this? These are people who are just not deserving of trust for adult responsibilities. Your average American male, no matter what their ethnicity. I'm not quite sure what the ethnicity was of these people in Colorado Springs, of the family involved. What I do know is that from a townhouse community and a neighborhood park to a hotel and a nightclub, these have been the mass shootings that shook communities across 7 states. That these 7 states, 11 mass shootings. 7-11. How's that for an occult conflation? In Philadelphia, that city saw 14 shootings, including one in North Philadelphia where 5 people were hit by gunfire. Captain Jason Smith said in all 7 people were killed. In the most violent incident, 2 people were fatally shot and 3 others went to the hospital with gunshot wounds. There have been 185 homicides in Philadelphia alone this year, a drastic increase over the same time frame last year. This is what was confirmed by the police chief, Frank Venor. In Phoenix, Arizona, an overnight shooting at the Hyatt Regency Hotel left 1 man dead and at least 7 others injured. This source is from a news conference on Sunday held by the Phoenix Police Sergeant Margaret Cox. A group attending an event at the hotel got into an altercation that resulted in the gunfire. All of the victims are believed to be between the ages of 18 and 22. Cox told reporters that there was more than one shooter, but investigators are still trying to ascertain exactly how many and what type of guns were used. And after all that, Sergeant Margaret Cox says, this shooting was an isolated incident and not a random act. What does that mean? What does that mean? This was an isolated incident and not a random act. Can you make sense of that, Jameson? What the fuck is that? That's we don't do this every day. In Woodlawn, Maryland, 3 people are dead and another was injured during a shooting at a townhome Saturday morning just outside of Baltimore. Police responded to a call for an active shooter and fire scene at a townhome community in the Woodlawn suburb. And the Baltimore County Police Department did issue a news release in which investigators confirmed the suspect lit his residence on fire and forced his way into his neighbor's home. Hey, my home's burning. I need a place to stay. Where he then shot and stabbed them. Holy shit. He shot 2 more neighbors as they came out of their home, including a 24-year-old who died. The suspect was then confronted by responding officers who ordered him to drop his handgun. He was then shot by officers and taken into custody after refusing, and then later died in the hospital. Oh my fucking God. Here in my own Golden, California, at least 3 people were killed and 13 others injured in 4 separate shootings in California. Early Saturday morning, officers responded to a shooting in Oakland, across the bay from me, and found a man who had been shot. 3 other shooting victims from the same incident, 2 men and a woman, were at a nearby hospital. The police department press release says the men were all listed in stable condition while the woman was listed in critical. And this was just one of nearly a dozen shootings the Oakland Police Department responded to in a 13-hour period. Is somebody passing handguns out as party favors? What the fuck? In Los Angeles, 1 person died and 3 others were injured in a shooting late Sunday. The shooting occurred in Hollywood just after 10 p.m. The Los Angeles Police Department officer Lizeth Lomelli told CNN that 1 man died and another person is in critical condition, while 2 other victims are so far in what they admit is a unknown condition. And on Saturday, 4 people were injured in a shooting outside of a nightclub in Citrus Heights. Officers found several fights happening in the parking lot of the club and surrounding area. That this must be the Pakwan dynasty at work. Oh, this might happen when he moves to California. He might bring all that with him. Oh my God, that's horrible. I shouldn't say that. God, we can only hope for the best for he and his family. Well, his immediate family. And that same night, more than 400 miles away in Compton, California, deputies were in the area when they heard shots fired. 2 men believed to be between 15 years of age to 20 years of age were found dead at the scene. Holy fucking shit. And a news release from the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department attests that police were later alerted to 2 other people seeking treatment for gunshot wounds at a nearby hospital. Hey, maybe they were the killers. You'd think. Holy shit. In Newark, New Jersey, 4 people were injured in a shooting in Newark on Sunday. Now, according to a tweet from the police department, 2 men and 2 women were injured by gunfire. And the police are asking for anyone with information, please call 1-877-NWK-TIPS, as in 1877 Newark Tips. 1-877-NWK Tips to provide tips. And in Milwaukee, well, authorities are investigating a shooting that injured 4 people on Saturday afternoon. And according to the news release from the Milwaukee Police Department, the victims are ages 23 to 45, all suffering non-life-threatening injuries. 2 men have been arrested in connection with the shooting, and charges will be forwarded to the prosecutor's office. In St. Louis County, Missouri, 2 people are dead and 3 others injured after a shooting in a park in Kinloch on Friday night into this weekend. And there was a witness to the shooting named Willoyd Williams. And Willoyd Williams says he was in the area for a neighborhood celebration when a truck pulled up and started shooting. He said it was all peaceful and beautiful, and the next thing you know, gunfire just erupted. It's just outrageous. It was crazy. It's his words. Police said they did not find any victims when they arrived at the scene around 6:30 p.m., but later found that 5 people had taken themselves to the hospital. Why are people calling ambulances? What the fuck is going on here? This is bizarre to me. What's with that? I mean, maybe nobody has insurance?
Maybe it's the pipeline.
Yeah, what the fuck? None of this makes any sense to me. Anyhow, 2 of the men were pronounced dead at the hospital. Well, maybe if they hadn't driven themselves to the hospital and had called for a fucking ambulance, they wouldn't have arrived dead on arrival. I mean, what the fuck? Well, the other victims suffered non-life-threatening injuries. The investigation is ongoing, and police are asking anyone with any information to call the St. Louis County Police Department. What I can't understand is why nobody called an ambulance for themselves. I mean, really, how much is your life worth?
There's also the possibility that they live in one of those neighborhoods where the ambulance is like, oh hell no, let's wait before we get there.
Maybe that's the only thing that would make sense. It's okay. Well, let me do my ad for our man Benestanius, and then go on from there. I mean, honestly, this is like I have no idea what to So, but to put that in context of what Selena Khan was sharing with us, it's like, how do you contextualize that? What do you make of that? What's your impression of what she saw compared to all this?
All right. So these are 11 incidents, right?
At least. Yeah. And these aren't counting so many others that occurred all across the nation, which are like single shots, domestic violence, where people are shooting each other. So what happened in Times Square was obviously no one died, but 2 adults were injured and along with a child. So, yeah, so that it was weird. It was just plain weird.
Yeah. What's even weirder is the fact that I can. What's even weirder is the claim that the child has to walk around with a bullet stuck in their leg for the rest of life. How the fuck does that work? I mean, granted, if it was the kind of bullet that ripped through flesh, the person wouldn't have a leg left. So, I mean, what were they shooting?
Yeah, like you said.
Yeah,
it makes sense that they were shooting a BB gun or something like that. That's.
Yeah, I mean, and okay, so that would explain why the cops didn't stop the person right away, and that's why the person was able to make it all the way to Florida, because they decided to go to town on their quote unquote brother with a BB gun.
Yeah. Holy shit! It's yeah.
I don't know, man. I can't make heads or tails of any of it. All I can say is I'm going to assume these were all men who were shooters, but I don't know. But I'm tempted to go the route of the Y chromosome just got fucked from COVID, but. I'm gonna let that slide for now.
Yes, yeah, and but definitely. All right, so let me start with Benestanius. Thank you, dear Jameson. And after that, maybe I'll take a short break, but I doubt it. I'll probably just go straight into our monologue and just do what I can with what we've got, which is way too much in a sense. I mean, honestly, because what happened today politically, domestically, that requires real in-depth analysis, to tell you the truth. And I don't know if we have time to deliver that tonight. And we've got basically literally 1.5 hours left. So most of that's going to be solicitation, to tell you the truth, or a good deal of it. And what you just heard was my arm rubbing across the mic as I reached over for my solicitation cards. So let's start with the solicitation, and then we'll take care of what we can. All right. So first off, I want people to, remember that one among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders' True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide us historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Estanius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer, Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com, where you can find excerpts from his yet-to-be-published book, The Unfinished Man, and, of course, scenes from his cinematic documentaries in production at theunfinishedman.com. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejardine case, and the Red Rapist, are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply they may never be removed. For tour information, contact the TucsonMurders.com. Tucson is spelled Tucson, Tucson. Put the word "the" in front of it. The TucsonMurders.com. Our telephone the Baron Ben personally to privately guide your tour at 1-520-4/323-3406. That's 1520-323-3406. And forget not to subscribe to the Man of the Soil YouTube channel. And of course, you'll know you're at the right place when you enter Man of the Soil in the search bar on YouTube and you find yourself looking at the young blonde white chick with the nice set of pins and her racks holding up a green t-shirt that reads Ace Hardware. Once you're there, you can regale yourself with the footage of the Baron Ben Estanius in his sprint car. Yes, he was an actual professional sprint car racer, complete with his own trading card, and he is definitely a man of a lot of experience, and you can see him putting that to good effect when he's racing his sprint car across the AstroTurf, the turf that he recommends, the lawn that he recommends that you never have to water or mow, and he's got other footage of Manny laying down the AstroTurf, so you can see Manny prone and pinning down the AstroTurf that will keep your lawn forever green. And aside from all of that, he's got no less than 45 years of service in which he can offer you landscape design, consulting, paver, travertine, and flagstone patios, artificial grass, decorative rock driveways, walkways, lighting, drip irrigation. You can see the aerial drone footage of his men at work in realizing his plans for landscape architecture and changing your landscape while you're stuck at home, in lockdown, under quarantine, in that little echo bubble of yours, staring out forlornly and desultorily at the property all around you on four sides, front yard, backyard, and side properties. All of this can be made into a much more pleasant little world of, all your own, by consulting Ben Estanius, the Man of the Soil, via the manofthesoil.com, to come and bring his men in brown, which he smuggles across the great invisible Trump wall, onto your property to bring you the greatest show on dirt. And, and the lovely Selena Khan says, beautiful morning, laugh out loud, love gunshot stories. Didn't mean to interrupt the solicitation. Love you, honey. Yes, love you dearly. And so call the Baron Benestenius after checking out his website, manofthesoil.com, to, fix your property into something that's worth living in at 1-520/544-7743. That's 1520-544-7743. All right, let me try and indulge myself in something before I go into my own solicitation and remind people of, my crown falling out. Definitely our man Jameson tried to make you aware of what's going on in the Middle East. It all reminds me of Al Pacino's famous line in The Godfather, Part 3, when he said, just when I thought I was out, they pull me back in. Well, that might also apply to American presidents who try to avoid Middle East entanglements. Joe Biden, as he positions the United States for competition with communist China, has shown little inclination to throw himself into Southwest Asia's or the Middle East's treacherous politics. He had a front row seat for the last 20 fucking years as the Middle East shredded American lives, treasure, and prestige. His major concern is not the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, but an attempt to revive the nuclear deal with Iran. The explosion of Israel-Palestinian violence will, however, test his posture since vital American interests remain hostage to turbulence in the eastern Mediterranean. Now, Presidents Bill Clinton, George W. Bush, and Barack Obama all tried and ultimately failed to end the Israeli-Palestinian conflict with major initiatives. President Donald Trump said doing a deal was not as difficult as people think, but his proposal that massively favored the Israelis was always doomed. In a previous era, the American Secretary of State's blue and white plane would have been flying between Israel, Egypt, and Jordan on a ceasefire shuttle. The fact that the U.S. Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, is still at home is not just a reflection of U.S. reticence. It also underscores how prospects for any serious Israeli-Palestinian negotiations have rarely been worse. Years of an Israeli government under Benjamin Netanyahu that encouraged settlement growth in the occupied West Bank leaves hopes for a contiguous Palestinian state grim. Israel's political instability deprives it of a strong government and further politicizes security issues. An aging, ineffective leadership in Ramallah and the power of the militant group Hamas in Gaza have splintered Palestinian unity. The violence might be good for only one party, Iran, which must hope the conflict will sever new ties between the Jewish state and some Arab nations. Now, I myself am not particularly keen on that happening and therefore kind of align antithetically to the Iranians on that. But at the same time, anything involving Israel has strong American political reverberations. The liberals want Joseph Biden to be tougher on Netanyahu over Israeli airstrikes that kill civilians in Gaza and aggressive settlement policies they say fill the tinderbox. Well, Republicans accuse our president of setting the stage for violence by appeasing Iran, which funds Hamas. That puts the Iran deal into the mix too. if intricate diplomacy somehow does forge a nuclear compromise, it will be an even tougher sell in Washington while the Islamic Republic is accused of backing Hamas's hail of rockets on Israel. So Biden may have no choice but to get pulled back in. Now, Israel holds all the cards in Jerusalem, yet the city's never been more divided. Now, as Salman Sheikh would tell you, the word marhaba, which is hello in Arabic, this is the word that, our man Jameson was reading some individual experiential stories, human interest stories, basically. Here's a human interest story for you that I pulled off the internet. Just a little paragraph to introduce you to just how fucked the Israelis are. Basically, there was this middle-aged Jerusalem housewife who, on Monday evening, at the beginning of this work week, found on her cell phone a text that started with marhaba, hello in Arabic, and that began this brief text that read pretty much, to translate from the Arabic for you, you have been identified participating in violent acts at Al-Aqsa Mosque. You will be held accountable. Signed off by Israeli intelligence. Now, maybe this wasn't the Israelis, but honestly, it sounds pretty much at their level at this point of arrogance and stupidity, because this little housewife who lives a few minutes' walk from the mosque had gone to attend evening prayers. And her age and demeanor alone, or rather together, doubly discount the possibility she had joined hundreds of young men who had fought back with rocks and fireworks when Israeli security forces stormed into the Haram al-Sharif, or the Temple Mount. Many others received an identical message on their phones, including the United States journalist, the CNN producer Karim Kadar, who was also on the Haram al-Sharif, basically reporting on site. Now, he called the number from which the text was sent, and it was inactive. So it's not really even clear whether the sender was indeed Israeli intelligence or someone else. But honestly, this is the type of psychological terrorism that wouldn't surprise me. It may well be Iran or Hamas terrorizing their own so that everybody just grows to hate Israel. But, it's not like the Israelis don't work hard at making everybody hate them either. One needn't spend much time on this subject to understand that Israel possesses all the technical means at the disposal of a 21st century government to control the rest of population. In addition to the technology that tracks the movement of individual cell phones, Israel is using drones to maintain a close eye on movements in and around the Old City, aided by hundreds of closed-circuit television cameras. Thousands of armed police have been deployed to put down the current eruption of unrest, aided by police trucks that spew what Palestinians call sewer water, a noxious liquid sprayed at protesters, bystanders, cars, shops, and houses that you would swear was liquid shit. It may be Jewish shit that they're spraying collected from the sewers of Israel. Israel boasts legendary internal and external intelligence services, one of the best equipped and technically advanced armed forces, one of the combined armed forces on Earth. In terms of technical advancement and hardcore experience in brutal and bloody suppression warfare, plus an officially denied but no less real nuclear arsenal, including an arsenal of neutron nukes that everyone else on Earth has outlawed. Yet, And I've gone into the background of the neutron nukes before, and why Israel is the only nation on earth to maintain them. Because they're bloody hard to maintain. Yet, despite all this, the Israeli state is struggling. Its main opponents in the streets and alleyways of Jerusalem are hundreds of mostly young Palestinian men. Now, Israel captured East Jerusalem, which includes the Old City, in June of 1967, the year after I was born, just months after I was born. Its annexation shortly thereafter was never recognized by the international community. Almost 54 years later, the city it claims to have reunited has never been more divided. Now, Palestinian protesters have continued to clash with Israeli security forces, dispensing with his predecessor's passionate embrace of Israel and all of its demands. Our President Joseph Biden has reaffirmed his administration's faith in the two-state solution, whereby Israel and a future Palestinian state would live side by side. But that solution is a relic of a time long past. In May of 2018, when I was covering the protests in Gaza that coincided with the opening of the United States Embassy in Jerusalem, the Trump administration's unwavering endorsement of Israel's maximalist demands were the final nails in the coffin of the two-state solution. If it died back then, the cadaver is well advanced in its decomposition now. Israel's settlement building program in the occupied territories means that the fantasies entertained during the Oslo peace process, those of East Jerusalem as the capital of a functioning Palestinian state in the West Bank and Gaza, simply isn't viable. Though I, for one, would like to make it so by a divided Israel, north and south. Bridged by a demilitarized zone, the Palestinians can safely cross in peace. But Israel, under the so-called leadership of the embattled hardline Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, has pressed its technical and diplomatic advantage to the full. Repeated inconclusive elections in recent years have put him on the defensive from an even more extreme Israeli right, for whom compromise with the Palestinians is anathema. They preach genocide and extermination. Israel's center of gravity is now far to the right of what it was 30 years ago. The Palestinians are divided between an aging leadership in Ramallah, led by an 85-year-old Mahmoud Abbas, and the militant Hamas faction, isolated by the international community, ruling an ever more impoverished Gaza. Abbas, the Palestinian Authority president since 2005, recently canceled parliamentary elections and appears content to carry on his authoritarian rule. Hamas in Gaza is increasingly unpopular for its mismanagement, oppression, and corruption. Firing crude missiles at Israel may bolster Hamas's credibility in some quarters, but the Israeli counterattacks are likely to do little more than deepen the misery of Gaza's population. A new generation of young Palestinians is now revolting against this status quo, taking the Israelis and the Palestinian leadership by surprise. Israel has responded with brute force, the Palestinian Authority with empty rhetoric, Hamas and other factions in Gaza with rockets. And none of these responses will ever yield anything positive. The option that 20 years ago seemed a pipe dream, the so-called one-state solution, may be one way, some would argue the only way, to end this century-long conflict. That would involve what is today Israel proper, plus East Jerusalem, the West Bank, and perhaps even Gaza becoming one state where the same laws apply and the same rights granted to all those living within its boundaries. At present, the area Israel effectively controls is divided between citizens of Israel and the rest, living under two legal systems, with one side enjoying full rights and protection as citizens of the state, and the other side not. Call that set of affairs what you will. Human Rights Watch and the Israeli rights group B'Tselem calls it apartheid, and have documented in meticulous detail exactly why they can prove that description is the only one that fits. Israel denies it. Yet the events in Jerusalem, Gaza, and elsewhere drive home a simple fact. This conflict has reached a dead end. The old approaches to resolving it, whether through war or negotiations, have failed. Neither side can ever win. But all of us can lose. Not just all sides directly involved, but all of us who want no part can lose, based on what happens in the Holy Land. That was the reason for the Crusades and Jihad and the conflict between Crescent and Cross in the first. This is the collision of the superpowers of Christendom and Islam, and the only way towards a brighter future, I have come to believe. As I said, it's either expansion with a one-state solution, which would obviously be rule of Israel over this territory absorbed, which would ultimately lead to their doing everything they could to ethnically cleanse and expel the Palestinians to diaspora, or the four corners of the world, a refugee population exiled from their homeland, with the Israelis moving in to occupy it and populate it for the foreseeable future, a functional eternity, or the division of Israel so that the Palestinians have a state to call their own. The Israelis are divided at this point towards basically a Russified Israel and an Israel that is medievalist in its Judeo-fundamentalism. We hear a lot about Islamo-fundamentalism, Christian fundamentalism. Somehow Judeo-fundamentalism is completely ignored. But if you want to see what Judeo-fundamentalism looks like, take a trip to Israel. Regale yourself with the images of religious Jews decrying the secular state. And you'll get a hint of why there needs to be a division between secular and religious Israel. I'm envisioning a secular Israel in the north and a religious Israel in the south. A kind of rule by judges of the ancient rabbinical sort. Now, to bring the problem back home, across the Mediterranean and across the Atlantic back to these United States, after a quick check into how much time we've got left, which is basically a fucking hour. Probably take half an hour. Might as well just introduce the topic and I'll complete the analysis of this in our next episode. Everyone should be generally aware at this point what happened today. The Republicans just tried to cancel Liz Cheney. They may well have launched her presidential bid instead. But just like that, without even a recorded vote, House Republicans kicked Representative Liz Cheney out of her leadership role on Wednesday morning. That was today as far as I'm concerned, even though we're into the next day. We're into 3:44 a.m. this Pacific Coastal Time Zone. Cheney had been the third highest ranking Republican in the House and the highest ranking woman in the Republican Party. For those figuring out what to take away from yesterday's decision, which was done by voice vote, so no specific representative's decision could be recorded, well, I'll just have to provide you the answers. To start with, allegiance to a lie has become a test of loyalty to Donald Trump and a means of self-preservation for Republicans. Trump's discredited allegations about a stolen election did nothing to save his presidency when courtrooms, high and low, state governments, and ultimately Congress, meeting in the chaos of an insurrection powered by his grievances, affirmed the legitimacy of his defeat and the honesty of the process that led to it. Now those big lie allegations, no closer to true than before, are getting a second howling wind. What imperils Republicans who don't embrace it? Republicans are expected to believe the falsehoods, pretend they do, or at a bare minimum not let it be known that they don't. State Republican leaders from Georgia to Arizona have been flamed by Trump or his followers for standing against the lies. Only a few select Republicans in Washington are defying him, for they, too, know they know that doing so comes with a cost. Liz Cheney, lifelong conservative and daughter of a vice president once loved by the Republican right while earning the nickname Darth Vader, was willing to prove it. As House Republicans prepared to strip her of her number 3 leadership position yesterday over her confrontation with Trump, the Wyoming Congresswoman wrote that history is watching. Republicans need to stand for genuinely conservative principles and steer away from the dangerous and anti-democratic Trump cult of personality. Everyone enmeshed in Trump's relentless election claims agrees a big lie is at the heart of the matter. President Joe Biden says so. Cheney said so. Dominion Voting Systems alleges in a massive lawsuit that Trump attorney Rudy Giuliani manufactured and disseminated the big lie. After having his own called out, Trump tried to appropriate the phrase by turning it against his accusers, a pattern from his presidency when he railed against fake news. In a statement yester septimania last week, delivered as if by force of proclamation, Trump said, "The fraudulent presidential election of 2020 will be, from this day forth, known as the big lie." Trump led his party into an election that cost Republicans the presidency and their Senate majority while leaving them short of taking over in the House. For all that, the party's brute force Trump faction is ascendant as Republicans place their bets on the energy and passions of his core cultic supporters in the approach to the midterm elections next year. That bet requires a suspension of disbelief when Trump makes his fantastical claims about a rigged election. Now, pointing to strong local fundraising success and poll numbers for Trump cultists, former Republican Representative Denver Riggleman, himself driven from Congress by a Trump-aligned opponent in the party's nomination race in his Virginia district yesteryear, said, "This message is working. If you've got to say things you don't believe in, as long as that leads to a win, that's what's most important. If you think you can win by fanning these flames of disinformation, why wouldn't you do that?" To which he added, "if you have no integrity." Now, in the running to replace Cheney in the House Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgent leadership, Representative Elise Stefanik of New York in recent days endorsed Trump's false claims of voting fraud and of a ballot recount being conducted in Arizona's Maricopa County by a company whose leader has shared unfounded conspiracy theories about the election. Artifice unfolded in Florida as Republican Governor Ron DeSantis staged a fake signing ceremony Thursday on Fox News for a bill he actually signed elsewhere. The bill imposes new voting restrictions to fix problems state officials acknowledged haven't ever been found, but might be in the future. Republicans are pushing voting curbs in multiple states as well as the federal level, even as state leaders have pronounced Trump's case completely baseless. Of the Trump loyalists, election law scholar Richard Hassan of the University of California, Irvine, has so noted that they cannot change the 2020 election, but they can use it as a predicate for new restrictive voting laws. It's extremely troubling for American democracy and undermines voter confidence in the integrity of the election process itself. Very dangerous. Trump has been resurfacing election claims he's aired countless times before. They've been systematically deconstructed. In a statement delivered on Friday, Trump asserted, "At 6:31 in the morning on November 4th, a dump of 149,772 votes came into the state of Michigan. Biden received 96% of those votes, and the state miraculously went to him." No vote dump ever happened. The morning after November's election, Trump allies shared a map of Michigan that appeared to show Biden getting a huge spike of votes in an update. But the online news organization that was tracking results and published that map confirmed the same day it had made a data error and corrected it. But Trump went on, "Likewise, at 3:42 in the morning, a dump of 143,379 votes came into the state of Wisconsin, also miraculously given to Biden. Where did these votes come from?" Nothing nefarious here either. Biden's early morning comeback was simply the result of absentee and early votes being counted in Wisconsin's largest city and reported all at once. Milwaukee counts absentee ballots in one centralized location and reports the results in a batch. Election officials finished counting the city's roughly 169,000 absentee ballots and uploaded the results at about 3 a.m. after Election Day. Milwaukee police then escorted the city's elections director to the county courthouse to deliver thumb drives with the data. The outstanding ballots at that point overwhelmingly broke for Biden. A Democrat winning in a big city surprises no one. In Utah, a week agone, Senator Mitt Romney was roundly booed by members of his own party, while prevailing in a censure vote for criticisms of Trump that hecklers called treasonous. Romney voted in both of Trump's impeachment trials to convict him. Cheney split her decision in the 2 House impeachments. For 4 years, Mike Pence epitomized the loyal vice president, but his pro forma certification of Biden's victory on the 6th of January put him on the outs with Trump and clouded his political future, though he had no authority under the Constitution, congressional rules, the law, or even custom to stand in Biden's way. In one of his broadsides last week, Trump assailed Cheney, Pence, and labeled Senator Mitch McConnell gutless and clueless, all in one go. McConnell, the Senate Republican leader, voted for Trump's acquittal, but pronounced him practically and morally responsible for provoking the January 6th insurrection, drawing the ex-president's enduring enmity thereby. Since then, McConnell and Pence have turned the other cheek. Darth Vader's daughter did not. But at the moment, the dark side of the Force seems to be with Trump. Today, Congressional House Republican cult leaders proved that the Republican Party is still the party of Trump by demonstrating their fidelity to the former president once again by ousting Liz Cheney from congressional party leadership. Cheney's primary sin was continuing to condemn Trump's election lies and the attack on the Capitol building perpetrated by his supporters, his cultic insurgents. In some ways, today's move is practical. A political party cult simply rejected being represented by someone whose beliefs didn't match its mainstream theology. And that cultic theology is loyalty to the person of Donald Trump. Thus has Liz Cheney broken the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency's cardinal rule, the party's new commandment being, "Thou shalt not speak ill of Donald Trump." Of course, it's still selectively enforced. Yet Liz Cheney has only herself to blame. Cheney's undeniably courageous stance against the party of Trump is a stand against a party she helped to build, a monster she helped create. The representative from Wyoming is taking a stand against an authoritarian streak in the Republican Party that she herself helped cultivate. So Liz Cheney, the representative of Wyoming, the daughter of a former vice president, and a lifelong conservative Republican, faced her purge. But yesterday, Cheney's transgression, she has continued to insist, truthfully, that former President Donald Trump's claims about the 2020 election are false, after having voted to impeach him in March for inciting a mob that stormed the Capitol in an attempt to overturn that result. Now, the day before yesterday, Steve Scalise, the number 2 Republican in the House, publicly advocated for removing Cheney from her leadership post as the third-ranking House Republican and replacing her with Elise Stefanik, who has obsequiously amplified Trump's lies about voter fraud. Cheney's spokesperson, Jeremy Adler, told the New York Times, "This is about whether the Republican Party is going to perpetuate lies about the 2020 election and attempt to whitewash what happened on January 6th. Liz will not do that. That is the issue." The Times, in turn, reported that Republican leadership, including House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy, hope that, after surviving a February vote of no confidence, Ms. Cheney, as an elected leader, would make like the rest of the party and simply move on. Now, this is a ridiculous claim. The Republican Party has not moved on at all. The falsehood that the 2020 election was rigged against Trump has become the justification for voter suppression laws in Republican-controlled states across the country. A majority of Republicans voted against certifying the election even after the Capitol riot. Fully 60% of Republican cultists believe that the election was stolen. The conflict here does not stem from Cheney's refusal to move on from the lies that sparked the Capitol riot, but from the fact that the Republican Party cult itself has embraced those lies as foundational to Republican identity in 2021. Trump has not moved on, and therefore the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency, their cultic base, has not moved on, and therefore the legislators beholden to that cultic base insurgency must repeat the lie as a condition of good standing in the party. Cheney's fall will ensure that ambitious Republicans eschew the folly of respecting the outcome of elections that the Republican insurgent cult loses. They will all understand that the only acceptable outcome of political contests is Republican cultic victory. and that any system that allows for the possibility of defeat is in and of itself thereby illegitimate. As I have spraketh of in the past, the belief that the 2020 election was stolen, like the claim that former President Barack Obama was a Muslim, is not amenable to fact-checking. The assertion of fraud is an ideological statement that political opposition to the Republican Party in general, and to Donald Trump in particular, is illegitimate. Even if Joe Biden got more votes, this logic so holds, this anti-logic, those votes simply should not count, because the people who cast them are not real Americans, the way Trump cultists are. To oppose the person of Donald Trump is to be the enemy, and to be the enemy is to surrender any claim to fundamental political rights. Even a lifelong conservative Republican like Cheney becomes the enemy if she is willing to uphold essential democratic rights, such as the opposition's right to govern if it wins the most electoral votes, above the whims of sovereign Trump. Cheney's brave stand looks likely to cost her, well, it did cost her the leadership position she once held, and has now left her isolated within the caucus, one of the few Republicans who have chosen their vow to the Constitution over their loyalty to the party. Yet the party's rejection of the rule of law is also an extension of a political anti-logic that Cheney herself has cultivated for years. During the Obama administration, Liz Cheney was a Fox News regular who, as was the fashion at the time, insisted that our president was secretly sympathetic to Islamo-jihadists. She enthusiastically defended the use of torture, dismissed the constitutional right to due process as an inconvenience, and amplified the Obama-era campaign to portray American Muslims as a national security threat. Until the insurrection, in which her own physical life was threatened, she was a loyal Trump cultist herself who frequently denounced the Democratic Party. In 2019, she said, "They've become the party of anti-Semitism. They've become the party of infanticide. They've become the party of socialism." Her critics now, such as Scalise and the buffoonish representative Matt Gaetz, formerly gushed over her ability to bring, as the Times itself put it back in 2019, an edge to the Republican messaging that was lacking. That edge was Cheney's specialty from the moment she emerged as a rising star in the Russo-collaborationist Red Republican insurgency. In 2010, Cheney launched a McCarthyite crusade against 7 unnamed attorneys in the Obama-era Justice Department who had previously represented terrorism suspects held in the detention camp at Guantanamo Bay. The Bush administration's assertions of imperial power in the war on terror violated the Constitution many times over. The conservative majority on the Supreme Court agreed, and the attorneys who represented detainees were defending the fundamental constitutional right to counsel. They were affirming the integrity of the American legal system. Cheney smeared them as terrorist sympathizers, as the enemy. In her Washington Post opinion editorial yesterday, the day before yesterday by now, Cheney lamented, "I am a conservative Republican, and the most conservative of conservative values is reverence for the rule of law. The Republican Party is at a turning point, and Republicans must decide whether we are going to choose truth and fidelity to the Constitution. While embracing or ignoring Trump's statements might seem attractive to some for fundraising and political purposes, that approach will do profound long-term damage to our party and to our country." But her colleagues are merely following her own example. A 2010 ad from the Cheney Group. Keep America safe. As if it were referring to the actual 9/11 hijackers and not the attorneys who had represented Gitmo detainees in court, ominously intoned, Americans have a right to know the identity of the Al-Qaeda 7. Whose values do they share? For you see, according to Liz Cheney herself, Darth Vader's daughter, the enemy has no rights, and anyone who imagines otherwise, let alone seeks to uphold them, is also the enemy. This is the logic of the war on terror, and also the logic of the cult of Trump. As George W. Bush so famously put it, you are either with us or with the terrorists. You are real Americans or the enemy. And if you are the enemy, you have no rights. As Spencer Ackerman writes in his forthcoming book, The Reign of Terror, the politics of endless war inevitably gives way to this authoritarian anti-logic. Cheney now finds herself on the wrong side of a line she spent much of her political career enforcing. Her sire, former Vice President Dick Cheney, infamously announced that America might have to employ the dark side in its fight against Al-Qaeda, forgetting the entire point of Star Wars, which is that the dark side ultimately consumes its adherents. Not until the mob ransacked the Capitol in January, it seems, did she begin under threat of her very physical life to understand that millions of Americans believe the things their leaders tell them. Cheney's McCarthyite campaign against the Justice Department attorneys was blunted when a group of former Republican officials, including Kenneth Starr and Theodore Olson, released a letter chastising Cheney. Starr described the attorney's work as being in the finest tradition of the profession. John Adams, the second president of these United States, the letter pointed out, had famously represented the British soldiers in the Boston Massacre. In effect, those Justice Department officials did what Cheney is attempting to do now: defend fundamental democratic rights from the cynical authoritarianism of short-sighted political partisans. Unfortunately, Cheney and her allies won their earlier fight for the soul of the Red Republican cult. During the Obama era, the Republican cult became ever more hostile to the fundamental rights of religious and ethnic minorities, and ultimately chose Donald Trump, a man who attacked those rights as an existential threat to the nation itself, as its leader. Cheney's courageous stand against the party of Trump is a stand against a cult she helped create, a monster she helped stitched together. Part by part, the tragedy is not that she might suffer for her folly, but that American democracy will. Her latter-day epiphany is welcome, but it also comes far too late. The Trump presidency might have been the first act in a longer and even darker political drama, in which the Republican Party is becoming ever more radicalized. The new Russo-collaborationist Red Republican insurgency is a grave threat to American democracy itself. Unless and until Republicans summon the wit and the will to salvage their party, ruination will follow. The hope of many conservative critics of Donald Trump was that soon after his defeat, and especially in the aftermath of the January 6th insurrection, the Republican Party would snap back to its former shape. The Trump presidency would end up being no more than an ugly parenthesis. The Russo-collaborationist Red Republican insurgency would distance itself from Trump and Trumpism and become a normal party once again. But that dream soon died. The Trump presidency might have been the first act in a longer and even darker political drama, in which the Republican cult is becoming ever more radicalized. An enemy insurgency on our very shores. The enemy in the gates. How long this will last is an open question. Whether it is happening is not. The radicalization manifests in myriad ways, most notably in Trump's enduring popularity among Republicans. Trump's loyalists have launched ferocious attacks against Republican lawmakers who voted to impeach him for his role in the insurrection, even as national Republicans eagerly position themselves as his heir. Right-wing media display growing fanaticism, while public opinion polls show the red Russell collaborationist Republican cult voters embracing Trump's lie that the election was stolen from him. The Republican cult's illiberalism, its barely disguised nativism, and its white identity politics are resonating with all extremist groups. Slate Magazine's Will Salatan, in an article cataloging recent developments, summarized things this way. The Republican base is thoroughly infected with sympathies for the insurrection. Sympathies for the insurrection. To better grasp what's happening among 2020 voters, Sarah Longwell, a lifelong conservative and political strategist who is now the publisher of The Bulwark, which is a news and opinion website that is home to anti-Trump conservatives, has rendered this, for now, her investigative career. She's also the founder of Republican Voters Against Trump, now called the Republican Accountability Project, the RAP, R-A-P. Now, since 2018, Longwell has spent hundreds of hours speaking with and listening to Trump cultists. And from 2018 to 2020, she concentrated her attention on people who voted for Trump in 2016, but whose support was not locked in for 2020. Many of them college-educated suburban voters, mostly women who rated Trump's performance as bad to very bad. Since Trump left office, she's been using her focus groups to understand how his cultists' views are changing. Now, Longwell has discovered that these cultists, including many in Georgia who cast their ballots for Trump in November, have since grown more Q-curious. She's hearing more people talk positively about QAnon, the conspiracy theory that, among other things, posits the existence of a satanic pedophile cult run by top Democrats. Now, prior to November 3rd, 2020, Longwell went on record to attest that I almost never heard QAnon come up except in a way that was derisive. But post-election, she's had people lean in and say, I'm not saying I believe everything about Q. I'm not saying that JFK Jr. is alive stuff is real, but the deep state pedophile ring is real. The QAnon theory being that John F. Kennedy Jr. faked his own death to become the group's leader. In Longwell's words, the deep state, conspiracy, Hollywood, pedophile ring, that is in there. I'm hearing that plenty. It's actually pretty Marjorie Taylor Greene-like. Now, Greene, who represents Georgia's 14th district, has praised the conspiracy theory and subscribes to its beliefs. And as Longwell has explained, Trump cultists already believed that a deep state, an alleged secret network of non-elected government officials, a kind of hidden government within the legitimately elected government, has been working against Trump since before he was elected. That's already baked into the narrative. So it's relatively easy for these cultists to make the jump from believing that the deep state was behind the Russia hoax to thinking that in 2016 Hillary Clinton was involved in a child a child sex trafficking ring operating out of a Washington, D.C. pizza restaurant. Now, a second finding, sourcing from Longwell, is that for the first time, she's hearing people say they pretty regularly tune in to Newsmax or One America News Network, two conspiracy theory-minded MAGA mass television news outlets. She's heard from some people in her focus groups that Fox has gone too far left. Overall, what she sees isn't Trump supporters fleeing Fox in huge numbers so much as experiencing some cooling of their enthusiasm and are willing to look to far more sketchy sources of information. Tucker Carlson, the most malicious and influential figure at Fox News, does have a certain rock star status in the MAGA world. Now, finding number 3, her third investigative recovery, is that many Trump cultists believe the 2020 presidential election was fraudulent. Not everyone Longwell has spoken with believes that absent fraud, Trump would have won, though many do. Nearly 2/3 of Republicans believe that Trump won the election. But in MAGA world, the almost universal assumption is that the election was rife with fraud, despite the fact that the Trump administration's own election monitoring agencies issued a statement declaring the 2020 election to be the most secure in all American history. Trump's ever loyal Attorney General, Little Billy Barr, acknowledged that the Justice Department uncovered no evidence of fraud that would have changed the outcome of the election. And election officials nationwide from both parties found no evidence of fraud. So Longwell has proven that in Trump's cult, everybody thinks dead people voted. There are plenty of people who say, I think Donald Trump won. This was stolen from him. This is Democrats cheating. They figured it out. They know how to cheat better. A fourth trend Longwell has noticed in her focus groups is the rise of whataboutism. The old Soviet tactic now being inculcated and indoctrinated into Republicans vis-a-vis the Russians. She'll point out to participants that Marjorie Taylor Greene claimed that the Parkland and Sandy Hook shootings were staged. Longwell then asks them what they make of that. If compelling evidence is presented to MAGA cultists that what they're being told by Greene or others is a lie, they never engage directly with the evidence. Marjorie Taylor Greene raised $3.2 million United States dollars during the first quarter of 2021. That's a staggering sum, especially for a freshman member of the House. And she told the world the lesson she has taken from it. I stood my ground and never wavered in my belief in America First policies and putting people over politicians, and I would never back down. As a matter of fact, I'm just getting started. The fact that Greene has been criticized for her views actually works to her advantage. She's tapping into the grievance culture, the own the libs mentality that right now dominates the Republican Party. The irony is that those complaining that the media never talk about Ilhan Omar and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez are watching media that talk all the time about Ilhan Omar and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. This plays into what was once a healthy skepticism on the right, a refusal to passively accept the narratives being told by elite media outlets. But that healthy skepticism has jumped the shark to where it becomes an obsessive way of thinking, where you now live in a post-truth nihilism. Trump cultists believe they be independent thinkers, unlike the rest of us, whom they view as sheep, people who are just sleepwalking through life. too naive, too compliant, too trusting we be. This explains how the effort to combat COVID-19 was completely derailed. Much of MAGA world rejected what epidemiologists were saying, including about the efficacy of masks and vaccines, and turned the fight against the pandemic into a culture war between those they viewed as arrogant elitists and liberty-loving Americans. In this instance, living in an alternate reality, a place where masks are mocked, hydroxychloroquine is said to be a COVID-19 cure, and calls to liberate Michigan are viewed as acts of patriotism. All had deadly consequences. So did Trump's lie about the election, which led to the storming of the Capitol. Bear in mind that these people are often being sent links and Facebook postings that include false information. But because that information is sent by friends and individuals they trust, they tend to believe what they read, or at least be open to the conspiracy theories being peddled. And the widespread loss of trust in institutions and authority figures, which has been happening for decades, compounds the problem. Longwell's also offered insights into a phenomenon that both fascinates and concerns myself: political tribalism. Too many behaviors and attitudes are now driven by a very strong loyalty to political tribes or social groups, or by antipathy and hatred for those on the other side. Many Americans are coalescing around their mutual resentments and fears. Tribalism is intrinsic to human nature, but it's growing more acute. Amy Chua, an Asian American Yale law professor, has written about how in America today, every group feels threatened. That is a prescription not just for misunderstanding, but for more political violence. In characterizing what focus group participants have told her, Longwell refers to a poisonous information environment in which even less than enthusiastic Trump cultists are disoriented by the flood of misinformation and disinformatia, Russian disinformation. To quote as she, "I just don't know what to believe anymore," is the common paradigm. "I don't know what's true." And Longwell observes the news outlets that the MAGA faithful are tuning in to feature essentially a constant attack on mainstream media that they see as corrupt and in bed with liberal Democrats, and so the entire narrative is that you are being lied to, not told things. Longwell explaining that they thereby and therewith start to bond with one another, reveling in their shared loathing of figures such as Ilhan Omar and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. They say, "What about Ilhan Omar?" They say, "What about Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez?" They've got these things down, which is, whatever you just showed me about Marjorie Taylor Greene is irrelevant because Ilhan Omar, because AOC, and I know lots about that, and I can tell you all about it. Some focus group participants report that they like how Greene speaks her mind. You can see it. Once everybody in the group knows that they're all Trump cultists, they all kind of dislike the left, and so they all immediately identify with their in-group. Right-wing media has primed people for two very clear reactions to avoiding any confrontation with the bad thing that's going on their own side. And that is to say, what about the left? What about this example of Democrats? That's number one. And number two, why does the media never talk about that? So the media is as much an enemy as Democrats, and they believe that they're connected to each other in this way. Often when we think, or what we think about, what we think our public policy debates are really about issues of core identity. This helps explain the unusual intensity surrounding politics these days. Longwell laments what she refers to as the symbiotic relationship between Republican voters and politicians. The cultic base is angry, radicalized, and all too prone to catastrophize. Republican politicians believe that stirring up the base is in their self-interest. And so Republican lawmakers, combined with the right-wing media machine ecosystem, inflame emotions even more. The Trumpian political class is to be held more responsible than even the ordinary cultists, though we must never let those cultic voters off the hook. But the former know better and are acting more cynically, while a cured conservative like Longwell still retains sympathy for many Republican cultists. She insists confusion has been unscrupulously exploited. So, to quote as she, they're not bad people, they don't know what to believe, or they've been told a bunch of things that aren't true. Broadly speaking, I think that there are a lot of people who are out to take advantage of the fact that people don't quite know what to think. They refuse to think, honey. Many of those who are part of MAGA world are simply post-truth, subordinating reality itself to partisanship and ideology. But they are not, strictly speaking, relativists. Or to be more precise, they don't believe they're relativists. In fact, they would argue to their dying breath that they're defending the truth. The problem is that the information sources on which they're relying, that they seek out, are built completely on falsehoods and lies. Many Trump cultists are not aware of this, and for complicated reasons, many of them are, for now at least, content to live in a world detached from any and all objective facts, from reality itself, from the way things really and truly are. And without agreement on what constitutes reality, we're all lost. After Trump's defeat in November, and especially after his effort to overturn the election results and the role he played in provoking an unprecedented attack on the citadel of American democracy, Republican leaders could have moved away from the indecency and corruption that defined the Trump era. In their different ways, Representatives Liz Cheney, Adam Kinzinger, and Jaime Herrera Beutler, and Senators Mitt Romney, Ben Sasse, and Mitch McConnell have done so. Cheney recently warning that we really can't become the party of a cult personality. A cult of personality, it's a really scary phenomenon we haven't seen in this country before. But even so, most others in the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency chose to double down. Having alienated college-educated suburban voters, many consequential Republicans decided their best bet is to keep their contracting coalition in a state of constant agitation and fear, combatants in a never-ending culture war, embattled warriors making a last stand against the demise of everything, as one Trump cultist describes it. And that, in turn, requires them to feed the base even and ever greater falsehoods. That is where we are, at least for now. And it does no one any good, least of all conservatives, to pretend otherwise. We saw how well denial and wishful thinking worked out during the Trump presidency. But where the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency is now isn't where it needs to stay. Any party, at any time, can take strides toward decency, honor, and American ideals. It is never too late to do good. But in the current climate, doing good requires some degree of courage. And sometimes courage is not enough to prevail. All Americans should hope the Republican Party regains its philosophical bearings and moral senses. A healthy conservative party is important for the nation, as the Harvard political scientist Daniel Ziblatt has shown, and it can serve as a check on the left's worst excesses. But today the Republican Party is hardly a healthy conservative party. In fact, it has grown inhospitable to authentic conservatism, and certainly to any and all conservative sensibilities. What we are seeing instead more closely resembles what Ziblatt refers to as a ferocious right-wing populist politics, which threatens to swallow older, self-identified conservative political parties. The temptation for conservatives post-Trump is to train all their fire on the left and on the Biden administration while hoping the Republican Party will self-correct. This is an understandable hope, but it's completely misplaced. Conservatives should certainly hold the Biden administration and the left accountable. They should criticize and resist policies and claims they believe are harmful to the public good, withdrawing all U.S. troops from Afghanistan, governmental overreach, efforts to pack the court and undermine religious liberties, and Democratic lawmakers who say, "I am done with those who condone government-funded murder, no more policing, incarceration, and militarization. It can't be reformed." I mean, something that extreme might require a little thinking out as a process. But acknowledge, too, that right now the Republican cult is a grave threat in and of itself to American democracy. Not the only one, of course, but the gravest one. And unless and until Republicans summon the wit and the will to salvage their party, ruination will follow. The best thing those who love the Republican Party can do for it is to speak the truth about it. In doing so, they might hold close to their heart a phrase from the great Russian dissident, Alexander Solzhenitsyn. "One word of truth shall outweigh the whole world." Now, with Cheney out and Stefanik likely in, Republicans have decided to live and die with the big lie. Representative Liz Cheney's ouster, a stunning rebuke for the member of a Wyoming family that helped to shape the Republican red insurgency for decades, likely clears the way for the rise of Representative Elise Stefanik. The leading contender for her replacement bet big on Trump. Elise Stefanik is a 36-year-old representative from New York who continues to rise in the ranks. Last year, the chair of the New York Republican insurgency told the press that the sky is really the limit for where Elise ends up. Now, Stefanik's political de-evolution mirrors the story of today's Russo collaborationist Republican cult, because Trump is dragging the House Republican insurgency deeper into his theater of lies. When the House Republican cult moved against Liz Cheney, but yesterday it proved that it preferred to unite behind a lie rather than stay divided over truth. The expected ouster of the third-ranking Republican leader in the House over her repeated rejection of Donald Trump's election fraud falsehoods may not be the most acute issue facing the American people. Concerns over unemployment and possible inflation, attempts to persuade holdouts to take COVID-19 vaccines, President Joe Biden's sweeping liberal agenda, and a new cyber attack from Russia itself shutting down a pipeline are all the more urgent. But the vote in the House Republican Conference midweek, yesterday, may be the most fateful moment in a while, since it will further cements the disdain for democracy in one of the nation's two great political parties. It has also shown that for the House Republican insurgency, nothing, not even the protection of voters' rights to express their will in free elections, is more important than moving in lockstep with Donald Trump. Senator Lindsey Graham explained the equation when he was asked Monday whether there was a place in the party for anyone who opposed Trump anymore. And the South Carolina Republican said, "Sure, you're just not going to be a leader of the party if you're anti-Trump." The vote has also once again exposed the choice of Washington Republican leaders to put the fate of their party, indeed, their entire fucking country, ultimately in the hands of a former president who used both primarily as a vessel to protect his own vanity. It's clear that the leadership in the House, cowed by Trump's popularity with the cultic base, is unwilling to contradict the false beliefs of voters convinced by the former president's malicious assault on the election and by conservative media propaganda. In a letter to Republican House members on Monday, the House Minority Leader, Kevin McCarthy, a California Republican who had condemned Trump's actions in the hours after the Capitol riot before he genuflected before the former president in a pilgrimage to Mar-a-Lago, said it was time to stop relitigating the past and alerting his troops to a vote on Cheney's fate. But yesterday, McCarthy wrote, "If we are to succeed in stopping the radical Democrat agenda from destroying our country, these internal conflicts need to be resolved so as not to detract from the efforts of our collective team. It's clear that we need to make a change." Yeah, one excluding free thought and debate. You see, McCarthy's letter was full of inconsistencies. The chief culprit in relitigating Trump's election humiliation is the former president himself, who fans lies hour after hour and day after day. Now, McCarthy also billed his cult as, unlike the left, a haven for free thought and debate. Yet Cheney was toppled precisely because she was indulging such privileges by pointing out Trump's falsehoods. And if tackling the Biden agenda was the question, then Cheney, one of the most conservative members of the conference, who has made one of the most coherent arguments against the White House's multi-trillion-dollar ambitions, would be an ideal weapon in and of herself. Now, I just had a notification coming in. Just checking out to see if that's sourcing from the Skype or whether that's sourcing from Facebook somewhere. But wherever it's sourcing from, oh, there it goes. Eric Laystick. There, about my indigenous soulmate there. Thank you, Eric. At any rate, see if I can get my mind back on track here. In the short time we have left, I should start doing my own solicitation if I need to be good to myself. But, basically, the ideal weapon against Biden realizing his overhaul of the American empire would have been a weaponized Liz Cheney, who was probably the only coherent Republican cultist there was. Yet the Wyoming lawmaker and daughter of the former Vice President Dick Cheney, Darth Vader himself, navigated herself into an unsustainable position in a leadership group that puts loyalty to Trump ahead of truth. And so her likely replacement, Representative Elise Stefanik, a more liberal Republican than Cheney ever was from New York, transformed herself into a member of Trump's loyal Capitol Hill army to ease her lightning rise to power. In an interview with the Washington Examiner on Monday, Stefanik stood by her vote in the House to block the certification of Biden's electors in Pennsylvania after the Capitol insurrection. And the ex-president's more than 70 million votes in November also mean that Cheney is at odds with what the party's key voters believe, even if it is not true. Representative Adam Kinzinger of Illinois, another Republican Trump opponent, said Cheney was paying the price for putting the ex-president's apologists in an impossible position. He said some colleagues were saying, "We need to move on Liz Cheney because she makes me have to answer questions that I know are false." Biden's victory was upheld by multiple recounts, audits, and court rulings. But Trump's power in his party remains undiminished, as is proven by multiple Republican-run states that have passed bills making it more difficult to vote based on his lies about voter fraud. Another member of the tiny band of heretics is Maryland's Republican Governor Larry Hogan, who condemned the circular firing squad in the Republican cult that guards Trump's personality cult. And on NBC's Meet the Press, Hogan said, "It just bothers me that you have to swear fealty to the dear leader or you get kicked out of the party." Now, other Republican lawmakers live double lives. They're confronted with questions about Trump's assault on democracy and Cheney's fate by the Washington media, but serve constituents for whom Trump is the Messiah, the great white hope. And several Senate Republicans confessed unease about the move against Cheney on Monday, but also reflected political reality. Senator John Cornyn of Texas said, "To be honest, we'd do the same if the shoe were on the other foot, but it's not good for our ability to get important stuff to be divided." Senator Rick Scott of Florida, who chairs the National Republican Senatorial Committee, said, "No one's talking about this." And Senator Chuck Grassley of Iowa said he was not concerned about the Cheney feud, commenting, "This is all inside the Beltway." While Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell has tried to move on by running a familiar obstruction strategy in the Senate, Trump's influence remains strong in his chamber as well. The Kentucky Republican was disgusted by Trump's actions but didn't vote to convict him in an impeachment trial. Per Graham, Trump would take half the party with him if expelled. So both McCarthy and McConnell will meet Biden at the White House for the first time in his presidency. Well, they did so yesterday. And that was the day that Cheney was toppled. McConnell was showing some signs of being willing to accept a traditional infrastructure package deal with Biden that shed some of the president's goals, like home health care. The backdrop of the Cheney purge proved an apt metaphor for the way half of Washington was operating in familiar, if partisan ways, while the other half was purely concerned with a loyalty mission for Trump and McCarthy's ambition to win the Speaker's gavel in November of 2022. It's a lot of 20s and 2s. Now, given that Trump's hold on his cult, the House Republican leader was making a shrewd choice, though a higher loyalty to democracy would indicate otherwise. Midterm elections oft rely on the intensity of partisan-based turnout, and only Trump can engineer such conditions in House elections. If it's a choice between Trump and Cheney, it's not really a choice at all. And so Monday, Graham told reporters, if you try to run him out of the party, you'd take half the party with him. Yet perpetrating the big lie of a stolen election might also turn into a big risk for Republicans. Trump, after all, lost the House and the Senate and the White House in the space of his single term. He also alienated some moderate and suburban voters who turned to Biden to deprive him of re-election. And it has now emerged that party leaders in his thrall may be trying to hide the truth about such a backlash. Two sources told the Washington Post that staff from the National Republican Congressional Committee had omitted details about how Trump was hurting party candidates in key battleground districts at a meeting in April. The ex-president's unfavorable ratings were 15 points higher in those areas than his favorable ones. That's according to polling results later obtained by the paper. Now, the former Republican presidential nominee, Senator Mitt Romney of Utah, issued a warning about the damage that associating with Trump could do in a broader national electorate wider than the Republican base. Romney so wrote, "Expelling Liz Cheney from leadership won't gain the grand old party one additional voter, but it will cost us quite a few." Yet Cheney's ouster suggested that such a message from an orthodox conservative who cares about American democracy and voted twice to convict Trump in impeachment trials has no place in the modern red Republican insurgency. This was the amazing revelation about the Republican cult's willful blindness on Donald Trump. And even rather than soliciting for myself, I'll close with that note of hope. When I read these lines in a Washington Post profile of the Wyoming Representative Liz Cheney over the weekend, I gasped. I'll read them to you. When staff from the National Republican Congressional Committee rose to explain the party's latest polling in core battleground state districts at an April retreat, they left out a key finding about Trump's weakness, what I would call a critical omission. Declining to divulge the information even when directly questioned about Trump's support by a member of Congress, according to two people familiar with what transpired. Trump's unfavorable ratings were 15 points higher than his favorable ones in the core districts, according to the full polling results, which were later obtained by the Washington Post. Timestamp! Timestamp! What I've just said. Go back and replay that later. And consider what it makes clear. It's this. The campaign officials charged with helping Republicans win back their majority in 2022 are keeping deeply relevant information about former President Donald Trump's negative impact from Republicans running in key seats. That is, quite literally, the definition of political malpractice. And, at least according to the Post, it's not the first time it's happened. The Post has reported that Cheney was alarmed. She later told others, in part because Republican campaign officials had also left out bad Trump polling news at a March retreat for ranking committee chairs. Why would these campaign types be purposely leaving out data that will quite clearly impact critical campaigns in the battle for the House majority? You know I'm a broken record here, but the answer is simple. They are terrified of Trump and the violent cultic base he commands. So terrified for their very lives that they are willing to jeopardize their party's chances of winning back the House in order to preserve the cult of personality around Trump and the 2020 election that he lost. From the perspective of these campaign officials and NRCC Chairman Tom Emmer, they are doing what they need to survive in this moment in Republican politics. Trump has repeatedly shown a willingness to attack those who cross him and abuse the utter fealty he commands among his cultic base to end or at the least curtail political careers. And so, rather than give Republican insurgent members the honest truth about Trump, he's widely popular among the cultic base and not at all popular with the general electorate, they perpetuate the myth that aligning with Trump is A-OK as a winning strategy. The point? This is short-sighted politics. History suggests Republicans should win back the majority in November of 2022, but hewing so closely to a deeply unpopular former president spouting election lies may be the one way to keep history from repeating itself. We've got hope here, people. Everything I said about the Republicans taking back the House in 2022, you can take that all back. These fuckers are shooting themselves in the foot, and they've got a fully loaded automatic weapon full of foot bullets to blow their own feet completely off. They aren't going to make it to the finish line. In the time we have remaining, let me remind you, of course, that I'm dealing with a number of challenges. I need your help. I need your fiscal support, and I'm asking you to provide it. So remember that when you donate to myself via PayPal at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich, indicate myself as friends and family. We are all friends here, or you wouldn't be sponsoring myself. And we're all family by electronic extension. If you find that distasteful, you can use any credit or debit card other than PayPal by pushing the red button at douglasdietrich.com. There you can make any contribution without any concern of a middleman. If you use PayPal, you press the yellow donate button at douglasdietrich.com. And then you have to indicate myself as friends and family, because there's no disambiguation between the twain, and otherwise that faggot Peter Thiel steps in and excises his pound of flesh from your contribution, compromising it and rendering it incomplete upon my receipt. So, yellow button, PayPal, friends and family. Red button, anything else, and no worry about saying that I have anything to do with you. But for all of you, understand we've got mass psychosis that's going to follow Cheney's ouster. Make no mistake about it. These are probably some of the most dangerous times humans have ever lived through. We here in America are in the midst of a massacre. Mass shootings taking place on a daily basis, ultimately impacting hundreds of Americans, killing, mass murdering Americans by the hundreds. This is a situation that cannot stand. And more than divided. Our house is collapsing. With that, of course, without any sense of megalomania or delusion, understand that I'm the only one who can lead all of you through this dark valley of the human experience into a brighter future. Yes, I care because I do see humanity as a source of sustenance. But certainly that's the reason I want a healthy humanity and a healthy ecosystem and social system in which humanity can finally thrive. So understand that as the son of Adolf Hitler, I can lead you to a promised land. With that, of course, submit your contributions at douglasdietrich.com. And make certain that if you're using PayPal, press that yellow button, indicate myself as friends and family, and that way we eliminate the blood tax from Peter Thiel, the man who founded PayPal and, of course, was outed for his harem of blood boys, his transfusion affiliates. The man who, like the rest of the Silicon Valley moguls, has taken it upon himself to harvest humans in a semi-benevolent fashion that has altered his very sexual orientation by the blood that he's transfused. In my case, of course, it's different. I digest it. We have Douglas Mark saying, "Hey, Douglas, can you please talk about the Book of Enoch and the 200 Watchers, angels?" Well, perhaps I can, Douglas. We'll see in the near future. And appreciate your asking.